Chapter 1, I'm not getting married. Lin Xuan. A few of us have discussed it. This house, we have to fill in Zifen's name. Hearing his mother-in-law Lu Lan's words, Lin Xuan floated in the air with a pen in his hand, a look of disbelief on his face. One must know that this house was a house in downtown Shanghai. The unit price was $30,000 per square foot. The total price was even $3,300,000. This kind of $3,300,000 house to write his brother-in-law's name? On what grounds? Mom, isn't this the house where Lin and I will live after we get married? Why did you put Zhang Zifen's name on it? Lin Xuan looked at Lu Lan. What are you calling Mom? My daughter hasn't married you yet. When you fill this house with Zifen's name and my daughter passes away, then you can call me Mom. For now, you have to call me Auntie. Lu Lan crossed her arms with a haughty face. She had specially inquired about it, and now there were more than 30 million single youths in the country. What would her son do if she didn't take advantage of this opportunity to knock him around a bit more? Zhang Linlin, who had been silent, spoke up at this moment. Lin Xuan, it's not my mom's fault. It's mainly because my brother recently got a girlfriend, and they asked for a house here by name, but the prices here are so high. So you guys just want me to buy a house for the two of them to live in? Lin Xuan frowned. It's not like that. Little Fan and his girlfriend, they have to talk for at least 2 to 3 years. During this period, we'll still live normally, so when the time comes, the big deal is that we'll just buy another set. Zhang Linlin explained. Brother-in-law, just put my name on it. Isn't it just a few $1,000,000? Don't you make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year? Just buy another set in a few years. Xiaowei is a good girl. She's pretty and virtuous, so you can just sympathize with me. Zhang Xiaofan also spoke. Buy another set? You use your mouth to buy You have to know how fast house prices are rising these days. In 2 years, it'll be almost 20% higher. And going to work is not a newspaper and a cup of tea, a day to sit until the end of the day. He is 996 at work, almost no time off, even now to buy a house or temporary leave over. The bottom line is, what's it to me if your brother marries his wife? I might as well just go ahead and marry your brother's girlfriend. There's no middleman to make a difference. Doesn't that smell good? Lin Xuan, if you don't put Zifen's name on the marriage, you can't get married. Do you know how many rich people want to marry my daughter? Let's not talk about the distant ones, just the little Wang who was chasing Lin before. His parents own a factory and drive a Mercedes-Benz and BMW. If Lin hadn't taken the initiative to say she wanted to marry you, I would have already let Lin marry him. Lu Lan was sharp-tongued and gave an ultimatum. Lin, your opinion? Lin Xuan looked at the pearly Zhang Linlin and asked in an intolerant manner. After all, it was a girlfriend who had been talking for 3 years. It would be a lie to say that she really didn't have any feelings. But what he waited for was the cold truth. This time, I listened to my mom, Zhang Linlin said icily. She didn't want to be like this before, but after the past few days, Lu Lan and Zhang Xiufan's rounds of ideological education, she was now also dead set on biting. Otherwise, it would be written in Zifen's name, and even if they divorced in the future, their own family would still be able to get a house. Since, in the beginning, Lin Xuan had all but professed to love her, how could he not even be willing to buy a house? Thinking of this, Zhang Linlin said gently, Lin Xuan, don't you know many big bosses? If you ask them to borrow money, they'll definitely lend it to you. If not, you ask your parents to take out a loan. Get my parents to take out a loan? Lin Xuan heard Zhang Linlin's words and looked incredulous. Yeah, they're only in their 50s anyway. After 3 years of taking out a loan of $1 million or so, they'll only be paying back $7,000 or so a month. It's easy. Easy? You're only over $3,000 a month and you're saying $7,000 is easy? Lin Xuan's parents were farmers in the countryside. In order to give Lin Xuan the money to buy a house, not only did they sell their house in the countryside, but they also borrowed a large amount of money from relatives. Now, the two old men could only rent someone else's basement in the countryside to live out their days. Just thinking about this, Lin Xuan felt a twinge of sourness. Sighing, Lin Xuan turned to look at his old husband Zhang Wang again. However, Zhang Wang, too, only glanced at Lin Xuan and slowly nodded his head. The meaning was already self-evident. Lin Xuan, don't look at anyone else. This family is mine to say. Lu Lan said decisively. I'll give you 3 minutes. Either you obediently fill in Zhang Zifen's name or... The words weren't finished, but the meaning was already obvious. Lin Xuan, sign it and we can get married. Zhang Linlin urged from the side. Yeah, sign it and you two youngsters can be together. Lu Lan also fanned the flames from the side, but her eyes were a bit evasive. Ding! Detected that the host has difficulty in choosing. Infinite choice system activation successful. Option 1, agree to sign Zhang Xiufan's name, reward, 1 good guy card. Zhang Linlin's favorability plus 30. Option 2, refuse to sign Zhang Xiufan's name, reward, 100,000 yuan. Option 3, not only refuses to sign, but but also angrily dislikes Lu Lan. Reward, 10 times the spending cashback once. Just as Lin Xuan was hesitating, a mechanical beep suddenly sounded in his mind. System? Lin Xuan was first stunned. This was followed by a burst of ecstasy. For young people nowadays, they couldn't be more familiar with the system. Hurry up and sign. Don't dawdle like a pussy. Just seeing that Lin Xuan still hadn't signed, Lu Lan said impatiently. Splat! Lin Xuan slapped the pen on the table and yelled. I'm not getting married. Chapter 2, The House in My Parents' Names. What did you say? I'll give you one more chance. If you sign on this, I'll pretend I didn't hear you. Lu Lan pointed at the purchase contract and cursed angrily. If you're deaf, I'll tell you again. I'm not getting married this time. Lin Xuan stood up and looked down at Lu Lan, saying word for word. You. Lu Lan was just about to say something, but when she saw Lin Xuan's height of 1 meter 8.5, she still gulped and didn't say anything. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Lan smiled and said to Lin Xuan, Lin Xuan, how about this? We take a step back. We can sign a security agreement for you. Little Fan will only use this house for 20 years, and after 20 years this house will be returned to you. What do you think, Mom? When Zhang Xiaofan heard this, he hurriedly screamed. He had originally fantasized that he had gotten a multi-million-dollar house for nothing, and then he would get married and live in it for the rest of his life. But now how to become 20 years again? But he was glared at by Lu Lan and was too scared to speak. 20 years? Why don't you just say live half a lifetime? Ha! Lin Xuan sneered and looked at Lu Lan and said indifferently. I don't think you've understood my words. I'm not getting married today. What do you mean? Not tying the knot? Do you know Lin? How many bosses out there want to marry her? If you can have such a chance today, it's because your ancestors' graves are smoking. Lu Lan, in a fit of anger, pointed at Lin Xuan's nose and cursed angrily. Splat! Lin Xuan slapped her hand away, his eyes cold. Don't point your dog's paw at me. Old me just won't marry the woman I've been playing with for 3 years. You want her to marry a rich man? Then go ahead. Ha ha ha. And that waste of a son of yours? Every day at home he knows how to play games. He doesn't even have a job, and he still wants me to buy him a house. Eat. Lin Xuan spat viciously and tore the contract in front of him to shreds. Who the hell are you calling trash? I'll beat you to death. Zhang Xiaofan, who was on the side, angrily got up and pounced on Lin Xuan. Boom! But Lin Xuan was prepared for this and lifted his leg and kicked Zhang Xiaofan out. It's you that I'm talking about, a hobo. I've given you at least tens of thousands of pocket money over the years. You useless piece of trash. Comparing hammers here? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 3. Rewarded with 10 times cashback once. Hearing the system's beep, Lin Xuan laughed. Lin Xuan, you're crazy, Zhang Linlin said angrily as she supported Zhang Xiaofan. That's right, I am crazy, driven mad by this vampire family of yours. Ha! Want this house right? I'm not going to buy it for you, Lin Xuan said to the stunned salesman on the side. Give me another contract. I want to buy the house. Buy a house? After the salesman came back to his senses, he hurriedly took out another new contract from the office. In fact, the few salesmen around also felt that this family had gone overboard. The man bought the house in full. Why should the name be written on their female family? In case of repentance, will not people and money too empty? Buy. Of course I'll buy it. Lin Xuan slapped his bank card on the table. $3,300,000. Full payment. Hearing that Lin Xuan was actually willing to buy the house, Lu Lan thought that Lin Xuan had changed his mind and hurriedly pointedly said, Lin Xuan, just write this name as yours and Linlin's. Ha? Still not dead in the water? Not a penny, and you want to covet half my house? I'll write your name. Whose name I'm going to write is none of your damn business. Lin Xuan slammed the table and said angrily, You. At those words, Lu Lan's face was ugly, and after half a second, he suddenly covered his chest and fell to the ground with a thud. Mom! Lu Lan, quickly call for a car. Zhang Linlin, who was on the side, saw that Lu Lan had been exasperated, and hurriedly ran outside to stop a cab. Lin Xuan, look at what you've done. Before getting into the car, Zhang Linlin glared at him and rode away. This family is really not a thing. That's right, the other young man's family's condition isn't good either, and he has to give the house to his younger brother. He's really just a devil who helps his younger brother. To put it bluntly, this family is selling their daughter. After seeing Zhang Linlin's family leave, the surrounding people have been talking gradually louder and louder. Mister, are you still buying this house? The salesman asked as he walked over earlier, holding Lin Xuan's bank card in his hand. In fact, even if Lin Xuan took the bank card away now, no one present would laugh at Lin Xuan. After all, in the situation just now, any male would do the same. Have been looking at the house for a few weeks now. Definitely want to buy it, but the name is still in my parents' name. After thinking about it, Lin Xuan said seriously, Good, A middle-aged man in a suit slowly walked over. Little brother, just based on the fact that you're a filial son, you're a friend I'll make. And you are? Lin Xuan looked at the man and asked suspiciously. If you're interested, you can come work for our company. With that, Wang Tingkong handed over a business card. Zhonghai Auto City, Wang Tingkong? Lin Xuan looked at the name on the business card and muttered. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's mumbles, the customers on the side excitedly said, this person, he's actually the boss of Zhonghai Auto City. That Wang Tingkong who has countless sports car clubs under his command. Mr. Wang, it seems that this kid got lucky. To gain his appreciation, he will surely level the playing field in the future. A few moments later, the salesman came over with the stamped contract. Mr. Lin, please enter your password, the salesman said as he took out his card swiper. As the 6-digit password was successfully entered, the system's beep sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully spending once, triggering the 10x Cashback card. This consumption is 3 million. Cashback is 30 million. Chapter 3, it's you. Drop. Your bank card with tail number 2333 completed a transfer transaction at 1349. Current balance. A. 10, 100, 1000, million, 10 million, 30 million. Lin Xuan didn't know how many times he counted, and after double-checking that it was 30 million, he almost jumped up in excitement. 1 second, he was the poor in other people's mouths. The next second, he had become a multi-millionaire. This feeling is simply cool, too cool. After determining that the transaction was successful, Lin Xuan said goodbye to Wang Tingkong and walked out of the sales hall alone. After thinking about it, he decided to talk to his parents first and then transfer the money to the two old men. As for the house, he was going to talk about it after a while. After all, paying back the money again and buying a house, this really couldn't be explained. After deciding, Lin Xuan took out his cell phone and dialed his mom. Lu Hongxue, Xiao Xian, the house is bought. That. Mom, let me tell you, I'm not getting married. What? You're not getting married? After hearing this, Mom said to Lin Xuan with a beat, you're a person who's also not too young. Why are you always like a childish person? Mom, listen to me. This thing today, it really can't be blamed on me. Then tell me, what's the situation? Hey, this is a long story. Then you'll make it short. The matter is like this. Subsequently, Lin Xuan completely explained the beginning and end of today's events to his mom. This woman's family is too not a thing. This marriage is not closed. After a while, Mom will give you another one. Mom, this is not urgent. By the way, I called back the 3 million that you and Dad gave. You'd better buy another house. Living in the basement is not good for your rheumatism. That's it. I still have something on my side and hung up. As soon as he heard that his mom, again, wanted to call the money back, Lin Xuan hurriedly found an excuse to hang up the phone. Hearing this tone, he knew that his mom definitely couldn't afford to buy a house. After a while, the two of them to the city to forget about it. Anyway, at the moment, he not only had a house on his hands, but also tens of millions of dollars, so it wouldn't be a big deal to buy another house. Lin Xuan stood on the side of the road, the whole thing looking very excited at the thought of the tens of millions of dollars of savings lying in his bank card. To know that he originally only had a few tens of thousands of dollars in savings, now that he suddenly had $30 million, it felt just like a dream. Since he has money now, naturally he doesn't need to economize anymore. Let's first get himself some clothes, Lin Xuan murmured as he took a look at the cheap ground floor goods he was wearing. Where else would he have had the money to buy himself clothes in order to get married and charge the game for Zhang Xiaofan before? Not to mention the others, just the set he was wearing now had been worn for 3 or 4 years, and the soles of his shoes could barely see the pattern. However, now that he had gotten rid of that family of vampires, and he still had so much money on his account, he naturally had to dress himself up properly. With this in mind, Lin Xuan stopped a cab to Zhonghai City's largest shopping city, Zhonghai Century City. Built 20 years ago, Zhonghai Century City was the largest shopping city in Zhonghai and even the entire southeastern region. Compared to the so-called Yida Plaza, there were more and richer brand name goods here. At the same time, it was a gathering place for netizens. Not to say a brick down to 7 or 8, it's still possible to get 3 or 4 every day in front of the major brand name stores. There are a lot of netizen women taking pictures here. There were even times when there would be scenes of people fighting in order to occupy this venue. Lin Xuan got out of the car and followed the signage to the 5th floor, which was a specialized clothing area with a wide array of clothing in various brands, making Lin Xuan a little dazzled. In addition to the everyday Adi, Nike and the like, there are even many high-end luxury Versace, Armani, Givenchy and so on. Lin Xuan walked in the major brands, as if Lu into the Grand View Garden in general, looking at the east and west, do not know what to buy. Moreover, here brand salesmen, not like other places of clothing sales will be outside the sale. Here on the contrary, very quiet, and did not sell sound, because they knew that even if they called, it would be futile if you couldn't afford it. After looking around for half an hour, Lin Xuan decided to come to the Gucci store to take a look. There was no reason for this, mainly because the big boss of his company wore this brand of suit. Since he had chosen this one, there was definitely nothing wrong with choosing his own. This gentleman, this suit is our Gucci's newest model. The original price is 380,000. If you want it, I can give you up to 350,000. No, this is too expensive. I'd better look elsewhere. Saying that, the middle-aged man hurriedly ran out from the store. He just wanted to see this legendary luxury brand, just how expensive it was, and he didn't expect an ordinary suit to cost $350,000. Slipped away. Watching the man run away, Zhou Yuju's face was filled with loss. It's okay, Yuju, you just came here shouldn't be clear. In fact, this Gucci's turnover in double digits a month would be good. An old employee on the side smiled and comforted. And although our Shanghai city is a first-tier city, the per capita income is just like that. There are simply not many who can really afford it. Alright, Zhou Yuju sighed. She had thought that by coming to Shanghai city, a first-tier city, she would be able to soar, but now it seemed that she was still too naive. Just as she was about to go back, she heard the beeper at the door. Welcome. Although she was not sure who was coming in, doing sales requires perseverance. After cheering herself up, Zhou Yuju once again welcomed her with a smile on her face. But when she saw Lin Xuan, her entire body froze. At the same time, Lin Xuan also froze. In the next moment, both of them said in unison, "It's you?" Chapter 4, Do You Believe in Fate? Looking at Zhou Yuju's appearance in front of him, Lin Xuan froze, because she was no other than his ex-girlfriend. Yuju, I didn't expect you to come to Shanghai as well. Lin Xuan looked at Zhou Yuju and said with a smile. After not seeing her for 2 years, Zhou Yuju was still as charming as ever. At this moment, her long hair was pulled up at the back. Her temperament was outstanding. Her face was wearing light makeup, especially the smile at the corner of her mouth, still giving people a feeling like a spring breeze. Yes. Zhou Yuju also didn't expect that the person who came in would actually be Lin Xuan. Are you here to see me? Zhou Yuju knew Lin Xuan's skills, and although her salary wasn't low, she wouldn't come to this kind of luxury store to buy clothes. Her first reaction at this moment was naturally to think that Lin Xuan knew he was here to find himself. However, she didn't dare to be sure, so she could only ask cautiously, "Do I actually believe in fate?" Lin Xuan smiled somewhat awkwardly. If it was yesterday, he would definitely say no directly, but he had just broken up with Zhang Linlin, and it was impossible to say that he didn't have a single thought about this ex-girlfriend of his. After all, when the two were in school, one was the school flower and the other was the school grass, the right kind of girl. Only after graduation, Lin Xuan wanted to come to Shanghai city to develop, but Zhou Yuju only wanted to stay in their hometown. The two had no choice but to break up, and the breakup of the two, and not in the novel that kind of twists and turns, is a peaceful breakup of the kind. The two even did not delete friends, so much so that, after the breakup, the two still chatted a few sentences from time to time, maintaining the relationship of normal friends. Karma? Put. Zhou Yuju couldn't help but let out a laugh. Lin Xuan, you don't think we're still kids, do you? This kind of love talk, you'd better leave it to the one in your house. It's useless to me. Zhou Yuju mischievously spat her tongue out triumphantly, but a touch of undetectable longing still flowed from the depths of her eyes. She was aware of Zhang Linlin's existence, so she had also cut off her thoughts of Lin Xuan, but her thoughts of Lin Xuan were still there. Otherwise she wouldn't have traveled thousands of miles to work in Shanghai city. Although on the surface, she said that she came to Shanghai city to make a lot of money, but what she really thought, who would know? I broke up. Lin Xuan looked at Zhou Yuju and smiled bitterly. Aren't you at the stage where you're talking about marriage? How could you break up? Zhou Yuju blinked half-heartedly. Surprised, Lin Xuan laughed and didn't spill the beans on the specifics. After all, this sort of thing belonged to the family scandal, so there was no need to spread it out. Seeing the touch of sadness in Lin Xuan's eyes, Zhou Yuju probably guessed that Lin Xuan's words weren't false and said, "Alright, since you don't want to talk about it, forget it, but I'm at work right now. You go back first. Let's have dinner together in the evening. You broke up anyway, how about it?" Actually, before Lin Xuan could open his mouth, he saw a woman who was also a salesperson walk over not far away, but this woman had a sales manager's sign pinned on her chest. "Welcome to Gucci, how may I help you?" The manageress walked over and said with a smile. She had also probably guessed the reason from the conversation between the two just now. To put it bluntly, it's an old love affair, but this is a private matter between the two of you. You should at least wait until you're off work. It's work time now. Moreover, Lin Xuan's body added up to no more than 200 yuan. And the most expensive thing was his cell phone, 1,000 or so of some kind of meter. If he didn't know that Zhou Yuzhu was here, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have the courage to come into the store. Manager Lu, I'm sorry. Zhou Yuzhu, who was on the side, saw Manager Lu coming over and apologized in a frightened manner. I wanted to ask, do you have any clothes here that are suitable for me to wear? It was Lin Xian's first time at the Gucci store, so naturally he wasn't clear about the names inside. And now that the manager had come over, it was convenient to ask her directly. Upon hearing this, Manager Lu said stiffly, even though she was a bit headstrong, "This gentleman, with your body shape and size, most of the clothes in this store are very suitable for you. As a sales manager of a luxury brand, naturally, you can't kick a guest out, even if the other party looks like they have nothing. This is the rule." However, after finishing she still murmured in her heart, "But the prerequisite is that you have to have the money to buy it." In that case, then, Lin Xian stopped here and looked around, nodding in satisfaction. Manager Lu, hearing this, also probably guessed what Lin Xian wanted to say next. It was nothing more than being able to try on some clothes, but that was impossible. The prerequisite for trying on clothes is to have the money to buy them. You don't have the money to buy them at a glance, and you still want to try on clothes. How is that possible? As he was considering what excuse he was going to use to refuse, Lin Xian pointed at a few of the clothes, his voice faintly ringing out. "Then these are the ones. Help me take one of each." Chapter 5 The Walking God of Fortune. Hiss. At those words, the surrounding people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. These pieces that Lin Xian was referring to could be worth a lot of money, and together, they were afraid that they would cost millions. Zhou Yuzhu, who was on the side, was also flabbergasted when she heard these words. In her heart, she was surprised. "I haven't seen him in the past few years. He won't go crazy, right?" There were even a few sales clerks who couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh when they heard Lin Xian's words. They had been here for quite some time, and it was the first time they had seen someone come here to buy clothes like this. Usually people who came to buy clothes would try and try again before deciding to buy 1 to 2 pieces. What kind of person comes up and just points out 5 to 6 pieces to buy together? Is this place a wholesale market or a grocery store? Sir, you're not kidding. This is a Gucci store. A dress costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. The ones you chose are afraid to cost millions. Manager Lu forced a smile and said, "I know it's only millions. Take it and swipe it." "I'm in a hurry," said Lin Xian, placing an ordinary bank card in front of Manager Lu, smiling at her. "Is this playing for real? You, please wait a moment." Manager Lu took the bank card and hurriedly ran back to the backstage. A few moments later, she returned, and at this time, her face was very excited. Just in case, she specially went to the backstage and brushed it, but this brush startled her. There was a full $30 million in this card, and it was still in cash inside. One must know that even in Zhonghai City, there are very few people who have $30 million in cash. This young man must be a rich second generation. As for why he is dressed so plainly, it must be because he wants to keep a low profile. That must be it. In a short 10 seconds or so, Lin Xian's image in Manager Lu's mind changed from a poor man to a low-key rich second generation. Manager Lu returned to Lin Xian, and after confirming it once more, he looked at Zhou Yuzhu, who had long since frozen while standing by the side. "Yuzhu, what are you still frozen here for? Why don't you hurry up and help Mr. Lin pack his clothes?" "What? Packing clothes? Did he really have money in his card?" After doing some calculations, Lin Xian had bought a total of 5 pieces of clothing, totaling 1,236,500 yuan. Erase the change and it's a total of 1,230,000 yuan. Payment. Delivery. Manager Lu and the other salesman on the side looked at Lin Xian, swiping his card so lightly, and their eyes went straight. Especially that action of swiping the card. It was simply handsome. It even made them unconsciously clench their legs. "Right, this commission. It's okay to count it on Yuzhu, right?" Lin Xian carried the clothes and looked at Manager Lu and said, "No problem. Of course it's no problem. By the way, this is our Gucci store's diamond membership. Please keep it," said Manager Lu as he handed over a dazzling membership card and said with a smile. Lin Xian took the card and casually placed it in his pocket. Looking at Zhou Yuzhu, "My cell phone number hasn't changed. Call me when you get off work." At those words, Zhou Yuzhu's pretty face slightly reddened. "Okay, alright, then I'll leave first. I won't bother you at work." After saying that, Lin Xian left the Gucci store with a large bag. Just as Lin Xian left on his front foot, Zhou Yuzhu was surrounded by the crowd on her back foot. "Yuzhu, good. You actually secretly talked about such a handsome and rich boyfriend. Do you still treat us as sisters?" "That's right. By the way, does your boyfriend have a younger brother? Or brother? If it's really not possible, his father is fine with me." Seeing his face value, his father must be a standard uncle, one of the saleswomen said while her face was even showing a nymphomaniacal smile. What do you guys think? I won't talk to you guys. Zhou Yuzhu had wanted to explain that they had broken up, but then thought that if she said it, they would definitely take advantage of the situation. And after thinking about it, she still didn't say it. Don't say it. It's fine. You've earned at least a few tens of thousands of dollars from this order today. At least treat us to a meal. Okay, but not tonight. Zhou Yuzhu spread his hands and said helplessly, "We know." After the crowd finished speaking, they revealed a you-know-what expression. As the saying goes, poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches. Now that Lin Xuan was worth $10 million, it was natural for him to buy a watch. After leaving the Gucci store, Lin Xuan went directly to the Vacheron Constantin watch store. Although the salesman saw that Lin Xuan was dressed in ordinary clothes, he saw the brand new Gucci store bag and knew that he must have just come out from the Gucci store. At that moment, he greeted him warmly. But even without the Gucci bag, just based on Lin Xuan's face value, she would have warmly gone up. After all, there was no one who wouldn't want to chat more with a handsome man. Lin Xuan casually looked around, but in just 2 minutes, he bought a watch from the Indulgence series, an $800,000 watch, and it only took 2 minutes to finalize it. This move made that saleswoman almost speechless with joy. It wasn't like she hadn't seen rich people before, but this was the first time she had met such a bold one. Walking out of the watch store, Lin Xuan muttered as he looked at the almost $2 million worth of stuff. Shopping is really tiring. Despite this, his eyes were still wandering around the other specialty stores around him, as if he couldn't get enough. "Hello, would you like to come to our eyeglasses store to take a look?" "Sir, I think you're still missing a good pair of leather shoes." "Sir," the people passing by at this time almost froze. "Is this the still Shanghai Century City?" Simply and outside the wholesale market almost because at this time all the major specialty stores were pulling customers at the door. There was no way who let Lin Xuan throw millions here. Now Lin Xuan is a walking god of wealth for them. Just when Lin Xuan was the god of wealth. Shanghai Second People's Hospital. Inpatient department. Lin, look at the boyfriend you found. This dares to be like this before he's even married. If he were to marry, wouldn't he be going to heaven? Lu Lan was wearing a hospital gown, lying on the hospital bed, hanging up salt water, but still had a condescending expression. "Lu Lan, just cut the crap. From the very beginning, I said that this method wouldn't work." Zhang Wan looked at Lu Lan and complained. "Zhang Wang, look at you. Are you still a man? When that kid cursed my mother and father and beat up Ziffin, you didn't even dare to fart. If you were capable, would you still want me to be like this? Now you're talking about me. I did it all for our Ziffin." Zhang Wang saw Lu Lan start cursing again and hurriedly walked out with his head down. "Ha, sure enough, he's a loser. Mom, do you want me to find someone to kill that kid?" Zhang Xiaofan suggested. "Kill him? Who will buy you a house if you kill him?" Zhang Ziffin opened his mouth. Lu Lan's eyes turned to Zhang Linlin. "Right, Lin, isn't this guy introduced to you by that friend of yours? I heard that your friend is still this kid's leader. You let that friend of yours put pressure. At least get us this time the mental damage and hospitalization fees." "That's right, and the kick I received. At least pay a few tens of thousands of dollars." Zhang Ziffin also interjected from the side. "How can tens of thousands of dollars work? At least 100,000 or so. Not 200,000. Yes, it has to be 200,000. That kick was really hard. My chest hurts even now." Zhang Ziffin lay on the hospital bed pretending to wail. Looking at her brother lying on the hospital bed, wailing, Zhang Linlin's heart crossed. Well then, I'll call my friend. Here. Chapter 6, Money Ability. Brother Xiong. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Linlin cried out to her friend. "Brother Xiong. Lin, what's wrong with you?" Hearing Zhang Linlin's cries, Brother Xiong hurriedly asked after her. Zhang Linlin then told the whole story, but in the middle, she added a little bit of spice. Although added material, but as a society to fight for more than 10 years Xiong brother, or hear out the original reason. In the end, this matter, is Lu Lan is too greedy, otherwise the two would have long been married in harmony. In fact, between him and Zhang Linlin is just an ordinary friend, and Lin Xuan under his own work is not bad. After weighing the pros and cons, Brother Xiong said somewhat apologetically, "Linlin, you don't cry first, you know, although I'm that kid's leader, but it's only a small leader, so," but before Brother Xiong finished, Zhang Linlin hinted on the phone, as long as Brother Xiong will get this medical fee back, he will accompany him to the hotel to thank him properly. As soon as he heard this, Brother Xiong's entire body came to life. Brother Xiong was acquainted with Zhang Linlin from his wife's side. In fact, he had long been drooling over Zhang Linlin, a young and beautiful girl. However, due to the fact that he was in the way of that hedonist in his own family, he had only dared to look at Zhang Linlin from a distance. But since he had gotten a clear indication from her now, what else was there to say about this? So this matter is on me. As long as tomorrow as soon as I go to work, I will find that kid to talk about it. Don't worry, at that time he will surely pay out the money directly. I don't believe that there is still no king's law in this world. After I get the money, I will send you the address of the hotel. Then you can come alone. Remember to wear pretty. Just as Brother Xiong was packing his bags, Lin Xuan became the star of Shanghai Century City. Even the head and deputy head of Shanghai Century City ran out and personally carried his luggage for him. Even if Lin Xuan didn't want to, the two of them grabbed to carry it. There was no way around it. Who let Lin Xuan spend nearly $5 million here in just 1 hour? All sorts of name brand goods. Basically all of them were bought. The female customers and sales clerks who passed by each had their eyes glowing. Wow, this little brother is good looking, and he's also a man of much gold. If only I could be his girlfriend. Yeah, if I became his girlfriend, I wouldn't be working here as a salesperson. Young, handsome and rich, this is simply the Prince Charming in the fairy tale. If I could be his girlfriend, I would be willing to do anything. Feeling the gazes around him, Lin Xuan's heart had long since lightened up. There were even a few who came up to ask for cell phone numbers, but they were all rejected by Lin Xuan. It wasn't that Lin Xuan didn't like gold-digging women. In fact, he kinda liked gold-digging women. How simple is it to pay money to a gold-digging woman? Anyway, he now has a system that he will be afraid of not having money? But those people were really average looking. Not as good as Zhang Linlin, let alone Zhou Yuzhu. An hour later, the two supervisors following Lin Xuan were a bit unable to hold it anymore. Their foreheads covered in beads of sweat. However, their faces didn't have a trace of dissatisfaction or complaint. Instead, they were extremely happy. In their words, being able to run errands for a godly man like Lin Xuan was a blessing they had cultivated in their past lives, because in fact, their supervisors also had performance requirements, although it didn't have much to do with their paychecks. But the greater the earnings of Shanghai Century City, the more comfortable their position would definitely be. Mr. Lin, which location is your car? I'll get someone to drive it over for you. Yeah, we're still some distance from the parking lot here. Hearing their words, Lin Xuan smiled faintly. I didn't drive here today. So why don't you guys give me your stuff and I'll take a cab? Taking a cab to go? A godly man who had spent more than $5 million in Century City, Shanghai, letting someone take a cab to go. I'm afraid that if they took a cab today, the two of them would have to roll out tomorrow. Mr. Lin, you don't need to take a taxi. We have a car. Yes, we have a car that specializes in picking up and dropping off our valued guests at Century City, Shanghai. After saying that, the supervisor handed the item in his hand to the deputy supervisor at the side and personally ran out. But in a short while, a Rolls-Royce drove over. Mr. Lin, get in the car. I'll send you back. Yes. You be careful. Pay attention to your head. These two supervisors were so enthusiastic, they almost carried Lin Xuan into the car. Lin Xuan could only show his hands helplessly at this. This should be the legendary ability to pay money. Chapter 7 Aston Martin $5 voucher. In the car, the supervisor sat in the passenger seat and asked respectfully, Mr. Lin, I wonder where you're going next. To the Tianhe neighborhood first, to drop off my things, Lin Xuan said with a smile. Tianhe neighborhood? At those words the two supervisors looked at each other. It was obvious that they hadn't heard of this neighborhood. However, since Lin Xuan had given the word, they still found the neighborhood on the map. A neighborhood on the outskirts of Shanghai City. Half an hour later, this luxurious Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance of a very old neighborhood. The sudden appearance of such a luxurious car in such a place instantly attracted the attention of many people. However, they were all watching from afar, and none of them dared to come forward. At this moment, the head and deputy supervisor in the car were completely dumbfounded. Could it be that this kind of godly man who threw millions of dollars away lived in this kind of place? Although they had countless questions in their minds, they still smiled and said to Lin Xuan, Mr. Lin, we're here. Where do you live? We'll carry it up for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan was just about to speak when he heard the system's voice ring out. Ding! Infinite choice system activating. Option 1, agree to the good intentions of the two, reward, 100 gold leaves. Option 2, reject the good intentions of the two, reward, none. Hearing these two options, Lin Xuan felt as if this system was insulting his intelligence. This kind of option would be option A even with his eyes closed off. In that case, then I'll trouble you all, Lin Xuan said with a smile. Ding! Congratulations to the host for choosing option A. The reward of 100 leaves of gold has been distributed to the host's room. No trouble, it's our honor to work for Mr. Lin. After saying that, the two of them walked out of the car carrying several large boxes of things each. The crowd was amazed at this scene. Could this person be some big shot? It looks like it is, but the dress feels quite plain as well. This you don't understand it. Some rich people like to go back to basics and wear simple. Forget it, Forget it, don't talk about it, it's not good to be heard by others. The reason why the crowd didn't recognize Lin Xuan was purely because he had just come here not long ago, and it would be weird if Tian 996 could recognize him. Following the old staircase, the three of them arrived in front of a door to a room plastered with small advertisements. This was where Lin Xuan originally lived, because he had to get married and buy a house, so he could only live here, and it was far away from the company, so he still had to get up at 7 a.m. every morning and arrive home at 12 p.m. He had worked so hard just to give Zhang Linlin the best life, but he didn't realize that her family were vampires and wanted to covet my house. It's just a dream. Lin Xuan took out the key and opened the door to the room. Looking at the simple furnishings in the room, the two people in charge of the room looked at each other. This can't be. Could it be that a godly man lives in this kind of place? Even if it was experiencing life, there was no such way of experiencing it. Thinking of this, they suddenly felt as if Lin Xuan had borrowed money to pretend to be a god. Seeing that the two didn't move, Lin Xuan was surprised. What's wrong with you guys? Come in, there's no need to change your shoes. The two sniffed, laughed dryly, waved their hands and refused, saying that, Mr. Lin, we suddenly remembered that we have something else to do, so we won't go in. We'll leave our things here for you. Right. We have a meeting to attend later. Hearing the two men's words, Lin Xuan wasn't very surprised. Instead he turned around and casually picked up 2 cigarettes from a box on the side and handed them over. Since that's the case, then I won't keep you guys. These 2 cigarettes will serve as a token of appreciation. The two were just about to refuse, but when they saw the name on top of the cigarettes, their eyes snapped open. Gold. Leaf of gold. A leaf of gold worth $10,000? To just casually take out 2? Thinking of this, the two men coincidentally looked towards the place where Lin Xuan had taken the cigarettes. It didn't matter if they didn't look. They were shocked. Good lord, that box was full of these cigarettes. There were at least dozens of them. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars. And the key thing is that this kind of cigarettes can't be bought with money. There has to be someone. To have so many at once, one would have to know a lot of people. Thinking of this, the two instantly regretted immensely. Had I known that just now I wouldn't have said anything about something? As a result now, there was no reason for them to stay even if they wanted to. Thus, the two could only take 1 leaf of gold each and leave helplessly. I should have known that I wouldn't have said something was wrong. Alas, in the end, it's still our vision that's not enough. Think about it, if we really live in this kind of place, how could we borrow money to borrow a few $1,000,000? Lamented for a while, and looked at the cigarette in his hand, can only helplessly drive away. After the two left, Lin Xuan changed into a suit and put on a Vacheron Constantine watch. All of a sudden, the whole person's temperament changed from a mediocre programmer to a successful person. As the saying goes, there's really nothing wrong with the saying, a man is only as good as his clothes and a horse is only as good as his saddle. After surveying for a while, Lin Xuan went downstairs and took a taxi to the largest automobile city in Zhonghai City. Originally, he wanted to call Wang Tingkong, but after thinking about it, he didn't call him because he was just buying a car and there was nothing else to do. After arriving at the automobile city, Lin Xuan directly bypassed the brands within the million. I have to say, after more than a million, even the 4S stores are different from the ones in front of them. After looking around, Lin Xuan decided to come to the Aston Martin 4S store. Just as he entered, he saw a female sales clerk in a professional uniform walk up. Hello, how can I help you? Came to buy a car. Anything under $3 million is fine, Lin Xuan said after thinking about it. He currently had more than $20 million on hand, so buying a $3 million car was still very easy. And when the female sales clerk Fang Qian heard Lin Xuan's words, the smile on her face became even more exuberant, and her attitude was even too good to be true as she said, "Okay, sir, you please follow me." She had also worked here for several years. There were quite a few people who came here to look at cars every day, but most of them came here to take a look or came in groups to take pictures. There were not many who really wanted to buy a car, but it was true. Zhonghai City was not too big or too small, but there were very few people who could really afford to buy an Aston Martin. Although Lin Xuan didn't say that he had to buy it today either, it was good to cultivate it as a potential customer. This is our store's Aston Martin D1311 is also the one that sells the most at the moment, with a stylish and youthful appearance, boasting a 5.2T twin-turbocharged V12 engine, whose maximum output will reach 600 horsepower, and is currently priced at a starting price of $2 million, with the top end of the range at $988 million. Fang Qian brought a configuration sheet and introduced it with a smile. At the same time, while speaking, she was still sizing up Lin Xuan, especially when she saw the Vacheron Constantine that Lin Xuan wore on his wrist. Her entire body suddenly became energized. She even teased Lin Xuan from time to time, but all of this was treated like nothing in Lin Xuan's eyes. He wasn't some little boy who didn't know what was going on when he was teased. At this moment, his line of sight kept falling on the Aston Martin D1311 not far away. Stop it. Can your side get the insurance and license plate done today? Can get it done on this car. Upon hearing this, Fong Qian nodded her head repeatedly and said, Can. If you make the payment, we will immediately send someone, who will accompany you to get the license plate. For a 4S store of this level, the matter of handling the license plate was still very simple. Alright, in that case, this one it is. After saying that, Lin Xuan took out a card from and placed it in front of Fong Qian. Fong Qian was first stunned. Originally, she had thought that she was just coming to see the car, but she hadn't thought that she was really here to buy a car. And he was so generous, she didn't even take a test drive. But she still quickly came back to her senses and quickly took it, saying with a smile on her face, Sir, take a seat first, I'll go get it for you. I'm sorry, just wait a moment. Fong Qian hadn't gone far before she heard Lin Xian's voice coming from behind her. At the same time, her heart tightened. Did it backfire? However, before she could react, she saw Lin Xian pull out a voucher from his own pocket and said, I have an Aston Martin $5 voucher here. Can you use it? Chapter 8, Flirting with a girl doesn't work and crashes the car. Mr. Lin, here are the car keys as well as other relevant procedures. I've prepared them all for you. In just half an hour, Fong Qian walked over with a large stack of information. I have to say, this Aston Martin's efficiency is fast. If it is placed in an ordinary 4S store, not 3 or 4 days basically cannot get. Okay. Lin Xian took the materials and keys, nodded and prepared to leave. Seeing Lin Xian about to leave, Fong Qian's heart suddenly became anxious. Having worked at Aston Martin for so many years, it was honestly the first time she had seen such a rich and handsome young man. This was a real rich and handsome man. How could he not take the initiative? Thinking of this, Fong Qian hastened to speak out. That, Mr. Lin, something wrong? Lin Xian heard, turned back to look at Fong Qian who had trotted over and asked suspiciously. At this moment, Fong Qian's face was red, as if she was drunk. While handing over a business card with both hands, she said, This is my business card. If there is anything you don't understand in the future, feel free to come and ask me. Lin Xian had just reached out to receive the business card. Just then, he saw Fong Qian stretch out a finger and gently draw circles on Lin Xian's palm. Seeing this, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth only smiled slightly. I didn't expect it to be the same after having money. Before he was basically a beauty insulator, but now after having money, he's actually become a girl-sucking stone. Sure enough, being rich is marvelous. However, he likes one-handed cars. For Fong Qian, this kind of multi-handed women, he is not at all cold. After leaving the 4S store, he threw the business card into the trash can on the side. Just as he was about to leave in his car, he saw that Zhou Yuzhu had sent himself a message. Zhou Yuzhu, Lin Xian, the manager let me leave work early today. I'll go home and change my clothes first. Lin Xian, okay, then where do you live? I'll drive to pick you up. Zhou Yuzhu, okay, I live in Tingyuan district. Lin Xian, good. Although it was now almost 5 p.m., Lin Xian didn't feel too congested. Perhaps the underlying reason was that he had the ability to pay money, because he had already seen that basically not many cars dared to follow him around for fear of accidentally bumping into him. However, in 20 minutes, Lin Xian arrived at the Tingyuan neighborhood, but the neighborhood was an old one, and there was no such thing as a road at all. There were even people selling vegetables and snacks on both sides, as if it was a temporary night market. Seeing this, Lin Xian could only park his car at the intersection and took out his cell phone to call Zhou Yuzhu. Are you coming out? I can't get in right now. This place is just too congested. I'm right now at the entrance of the alleyway outside the Tingyuan neighborhood. You should be able to see it when you come out. Okay, I'm already on my way out the door right now. It'll probably take a few more minutes before I come out. After saying that, Zhou Yuzhu stepped on her small high heels and opened the door to walk out. In fact, she could have just gotten off work and gone straight to dinner with Lin Xian, but after all, the two of them were ex-couples, and since they hadn't seen each other for so long, it was only natural that they had to dress up properly. Her face was painted with light makeup, an eyeshadow was added to her eyes, and light lipstick was dotted on top of her red lips, giving her a unique look. Zhou Yuzhu's face value itself is extremely sweet, belongs to a very durable kind. Otherwise it is impossible to enter the Gucci store as a salesman. You have to know that those high-end stores, but is very concerned about the value of the face, and even the value of the face on top of the education. After all, the first thing that customers look at is the face value, not your education. Exquisite as jade-like face with just the right features, 1.68 m height, with a small high heel, but also her body set off just right. Looking from afar, one could tell that she was a beautiful woman, dressed in a green-colored strapless lace dress. Her fragrant shoulders were exposed, looking extremely lovely. Long black hair like a waterfall was draped over her shoulders, accompanied by a gust of breeze, just like a fairy who descended to earth. White jade-like shoulders hanging a very beautiful small bag, quiet as a goddess, but wherever she passed by, not to say 100% turnaround rate, at least also have more than 80% turnaround rate. At this time he was walking quickly towards the entrance of the alley, although he didn't know what kind of car Lin Xuan drove to pick her up, but judging from the fact that he was able to buy such expensive clothes all at once, the car shouldn't be very cheap, right? At the same time, a Mercedes E-Series was parked at the entrance of the alley. There was a youth sitting in the car, who was looking around here at the moment. He is a local and knows that most of the people living in this neighborhood are people who come to Shanghai City to work, and most of the people who rent this neighborhood don't have much money. If he could meet some good-looking girls, with the 500,000 plus car he was driving, plus his face value, it would be foolproof. In fact, he had already tried quite a few times as early as in other neighborhoods, and basically it was a sure thing. At this time, he saw Zhou Yuzhu walking out from the alley, and immediately his eyes directly glazed over. Due to the fact that it was the beginning of summer at this time, and Zhou Yuzhu had specially walked a few minutes faster in order to not keep Lin Xuan waiting. As such, a touch of fine sweat had already surfaced on her forehead at this time, and the strands of hair in front of her forehead were tightly attached to it, making people feel that there was some other kind of beauty to it. My goodness, there is actually such a beautiful girl living here. How come I didn't come across it before? The youth gulped and straightened his hairstyle in the rearview mirror. Then he drove his Mercedes-Benz and slowly stopped in front of Zhou Yuzhu. Beauty. Hello, may I ask if you know how to get to this place? The youth said as he opened the car window and put on what he thought was a very handsome smile. Zhou Yuzhu had originally thought it was Lin Xuan, but it turned out to be someone she didn't recognize. With a slight frown, she ignored the youth and directly walked away to the side. When the youth saw this scene, he was directly dumbfounded. He was just ignored? Thus, the youth directly opened the door and chased after him. Beauty, don't walk so fast. I'm not a man-eating tiger. Hearing this, Zhou Yuzhu's heart's impression of the youth was even worse. Can you still not be called a man-eating tiger like this? Thus, she turned back to glare at the youth again and said nonchalantly, I'm sorry, I already have an appointment. Please stop following me. The youth did not flinch in the slightest as he blocked Zhou Yuzhu's body and said with a smile, such a coincidence? Actually, I also have an appointment, but if I remember correctly, the person I'm asking is you. As a veteran of love affairs, a thick skin was a must. Otherwise, if you were driven away by a single word from someone, what would be the point of flirting with a girl? At those words, Zhou Yuzhu couldn't help but blankly glance at the youth. Did this person cross over 10 years ago? Such an old-fashioned way of picking up a girl is still being used? I'm sorry, I really have something to do. Please make way. The youth sniffed and did not continue to hold Zhou Yuzhu back, but followed along with him. The two of them were so close that those who didn't know really thought that they were a couple. Seeing this, just as Zhou Yuzhu was about to shake this youth off, the roar of a sports car came from a short distance away. Immediately afterward an Aston Martin D1311 stopped in front of Zhou Yuzhu. Chapter 9 The Pleasures of the Rich. Actually, this sports car, Zhou Yuzhu had already seen it when she first came out. However, she wasn't sure if it was Lin Xuan's car. At this moment, when she saw this car drive over, her heart couldn't help but beat even more furiously. Could this be Lin Xuan? The youth on the side also had his eyes widened violently at this time, looking at the sports car in front of him. This car, although he couldn't afford it, he recognized it. Aston Martin D1311, priced at about 3 million, landing even more to more than 3.5 million. This car of his own in front of him was a fraction, not even a fraction. The others on the street were also attracted by the roar of the sports car. Almost everyone on the scene gathered their eyes here. In the next moment, Lin Xuan pushed open the car door and looked at Zhou Yuzhu, who was frozen in place, and smiled. Sorry, I'm late. I've kept you waiting. Seeing Lin Xuan's spring-like smile, Zhou Yuzhu was completely stunned. The current Lin Xuan was simply very different from the Lin Xuan who had come to the mall to shop in the afternoon. There was even a slight resemblance to the domineering president. No, it's fine. I just came too. Zhou Yuzhu's heart was like a deer in headlights at this time. Even her speech was a bit tense. Then let's get on the car first. After saying that, Lin Xuan glanced at the youth standing beside Zhou Yuzhu and asked with feigned doubt, Yuzhu, is this person your friend? In fact, this youth and the Mercedes E300L the youth was driving, Lin Xuan had already seen it long ago. If it wasn't for the youth, he would have been ready to get out of the car and walk over. When the youth saw this, his old face flushed and he hurriedly said, Sorry, I just came over to ask for directions. That, disturbed. This is also too humiliating. People's boyfriends drive millions of sports cars. Their own more than 500,000 cars still come to tease people's girlfriends. It is really a big sword in front of the Guangdong door. lose people to the home. After that, the youth did not return. Get into the Mercedes-Benz car to leave, but I did not expect, because too anxious, directly hit the side of the food seller's tricycle, immediately by the anti-scolding. Youth at this time only said, baby heart bitter ah. In the car, Zhou Yuzhu surveyed the interior of the car, and her heart was so excited. Zhou Yuzhu and Lin Xuan had both originally come up from the countryside, not to mention sitting in it. They had never even heard of it. Lin Xuan, how much did you pay for this car? How much? Lin Xuan said as he gripped the steering wheel with both hands. Not much, less than 300. 300 ah, 300? Zhou Yuzhu, who was still leaning back in her seat to look at the scenery outside the car, suddenly froze, then exclaimed, 3 million? Yeah, you didn't think it was $300. For a moment, Lin Xuan couldn't help but laugh. This girl really dared to think that such a luxurious sports car could be bought for $300, even if it was already manually owned. Wow, Lin Xuan, are you rich? Zhou Yuzhu asked after thinking about it or somewhat unable to resist. Getting rich for what? I'm just making the right choice at the right time. Lin Xuan said very plainly. That's right, he really wasn't wrong about this sentence. It was just a matter of making some random choices. However, this sentence fell into Zhou Yuzhu's ears, but it turned into another meaning. Make the right choice at the right time? Wasn't that just investing? Wow, it's only been a few years since I've seen Lin Xuan so powerful. Immediately, Zhou Yuzhu's eyes twinkled like little stars as she looked at Lin Xuan. Right, let's go to Crane Waterhouse for dinner tonight. You made me a lot of money this afternoon. How about I thank you for that? After saying that, Zhou Yuzhu looked at Lin Xuan with some anticipation. In fact, this restaurant was carefully selected by Zhou Yuzhu, because Lin Xuan was able to buy so much at once. He must often go to big hotels. If he took him to a small hotel, he would simply be losing face, and a hotel that was too high-end, one couldn't afford. Although today's commission alone is about 100,000 yuan, it will have to wait until next month to be sent, and currently he only has a few $1,000s on hand. If in the end he really can't pay the bill, he can only rely on borrowing to get through it. Okay, let's go to Crane Waterhouse. Although Crane Water Tower is not as good as other high-end hotels, it is also a 5-star restaurant, located in Zhonghai City's Crane Water Mountain, hence the name Crane Water Tower. Although it was located in Crane Water Mountain, it was still surrounded by various business districts, so Crane Waterhouse's business had always been booming. Just after parking the car in front of Crane Waterhouse, a doorman took the initiative to walk up. Lin Xuan casually tossed the key over and led Zhou Yuzhu into the Crane Water building. After arriving at the private room, Zhou Yuzhu took the initiative to hand over the menu. Brother Lin, I'll leave it to you to order the dishes tonight. Whatever you order will be paid for by me. Seeing Zhou Yuzhu's confident expression, Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile. Alright, since our boss Zhou has given the word, then I'll be polite. Lin Xuan stole a glance at Zhou Yuzhu after saying this, although she was acting very bland on the surface. However, the expression of flesh pain in her eyes had already betrayed her long ago. Lin Xuan had long guessed that Zhou Yuzhu definitely didn't have much money on her right now. After all, he had only spent it in the afternoon, and even if there was a commission, it couldn't have arrived so quickly. At the very least, it would have followed next month's paycheck to the account. Although Lin Xuan knew that she probably didn't have much money on her, he still liked the way she was anxious. Perhaps, this was probably what made rich people so much fun. 1 order of patted cucumber, diced chicken with sesame seeds, 1-piece tofu soup, crystal pumpkin, mapo tofu, and another order of shredded sesame meat. Lin Xuan looked at the menu and ordered a few random dishes. These were all dishes that he and Zhou Yuzhu had enjoyed eating before, and none of the unit prices were very expensive. Hearing this, Zhou Yuzhu's heart quieted down. As long as words like lobster, abalone, sea cucumber didn't appear, it wasn't particularly expensive. At most, 3,000 or 4,000 a meal. Wrapped up by herself. All of a sudden, she felt like she could do it again. She could wave again. Okay, then may I ask if you would like something to drink? The waiter on the side asked as usual. Well, drink come with this. Saying this, Lin Xuan pointed to the bottle of red wine in the picture and said. Seeing this, the waiter was a little surprised. Then confirmed. Are you sure? Yes, that's all there is, quickly serve it. A few moments later, a bottle of red wine and a few dishes were served. Looking at these colorful and flavorful dishes, both Zhou Yuzhu and Lin Xuan couldn't help but eat. At the table, Zhou Yuzhu and Lin Xuan talked to each other, as if they had returned to their youthful campus years. At the same time, the bottles of red wine on the table began to dwindle. However, these wines were all drunk by Zhou Yuzhu. Lin Xuan had driven here, and he still knew the truth of not driving after drinking. After a windfall, Zhou Yuzhu took the initiative to stand up and said, Brother Lin, I'll go check out first. Lin Xuan just smiled faintly and followed her. Hello ma'am, The total is 110, 873, 23. I'll wipe out the change for you. You can just give 110, 800. Chapter 10, I become a charterer? 110,800? Hearing this number, Zhou Yuzhu's eyes snapped open, looking at the waiter with an incredulous face. What is this? This? Although this crane water tower's consumption is not low, but the per capita is only about 1,000 ah. How could there be a 6-digit consumption? Thinking of this, Zhou Yuzhu, who was originally confident, was somewhat deflated and asked in a nervous whisper, "Can you let me see the bill?" Of course, receiving the bill, Zhou Yuzhu was instantly dumbfounded. Those dishes were normal. The only thing that was abnormal was the bottle of red wine, 108,888. Seeing this, Zhou Yuzhu was completely dumbfounded. At this time she just remembered why this red wine is so good. After half a day this bottle of red wine more than 100,000 yuan. If this is not good to drink that would be strange. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuzhu some meat pain up. It is really painful. Their commission is only so much ah. Did not think that actually was a meal to eat. The key is that now they do not have so much money ah. It seems that can only go to borrow money. Thinking of this, she said to the waiter with some embarrassment, "Sorry, I'll go to the restroom first. I'll pay when I come back later." After saying that, without waiting for the waiter to react, she rushed to the restroom. Immediately afterward, he placed several lending platforms and borrowed $11,000 from them before walking out. Alas, life is not easy. As soon as she thought that she would be eating dirt again next month, Zhou Yuzhu felt a pang of heartache. However, when she came to the cashier and was ready to check out, the attendant smiled and said, "Hello, your bill has already been paid." Paid? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuzhu thought of Lin Xuan, and although her heart was overjoyed, she still always felt a little embarrassed. Suddenly she thought of something very important and hurriedly ran back to the box. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was looking at the rewards given by the system at the door. In fact, when Lin Xuan had just entered the crane water tower, the system had already given down options. The options were simple. There were only two. One was to buy the bill and one was not to buy the bill. The reward for buying the bill was a building. That was why Lin Xuan had deliberately ordered that bottle of red wine. In fact, even without this quest, Lin Xuan was prepared to order red wine to tease Zhou Yuzhu a bit. It couldn't be helped. The life of a rich person was just so boring. The system's reward this time was the Jingmen Mansion. Lin Xuan wasn't too familiar with Jingmen Mansion, for no other reason than the fact that he himself worked in a small company in Jingmen Mansion. Jingmen Mansion was a building in the center of Shanghai City, with more than 30 floors, a rental rate of up to 80%, and an incalculable property value. To put it bluntly, Lin Xuan was now the actual charterer. Right at this moment, Zhou Yuzhu also walked out from inside, seeing Lin Xuan somewhat pouting. "Brother Lin, didn't we agree that I would treat this meal? We're all old acquaintances. Isn't it the same whoever invites?" "What's this?" Lin Xuan said with a smile. Suddenly seeing the bottle of red wine Zhou Yuzhu was holding in her arms, he said with a smile, "You wouldn't have packed away the red wine from earlier." "Brother Lin, you're rich now, but I'm poor. I've only drunk half of this red wine. It's a full $50,000. It's simply too much of a loss not to pack it away." Saying that, Zhou Yuzhu hugged the red wine in her arms a few more points tighter, fearing that she would lose it. Moreover, before at the dinner table, she thought it was just ordinary red wine, so she just focused on chatting with Lin Xuan. Now that she knew that this bottle of red wine cost over $100,000, she definitely wanted to go back and savor it. After sending Zhou Yuzhu home, Lin Xuan didn't return to his rental house, but instead went directly to the most luxurious hotel in Shanghai City, the JW Marriott. In the past, he had bought a rental house for the sake of spare money, but now that he had money, and was still a proper charterer, he was still living in a rental house, so it was purely a matter of his own brain. "Hello, glad to be of service. May I ask how I can help you?" The receptionist lady looked at Lin Xuan with a smile and said, "Help me get a room." "Okay, may I ask what kind of room you need? We have standard rooms and business rooms here." Before the receptionist lady could finish, Lin Xuan waved his hand and said, "What's the best room you have here?" "The best room? It's the presidential suite," the front desk young lady replied subconsciously. "Alright, then let's just get a presidential suite. Can we get a monthly subscription? Presidential suite? A monthly package?" When the receptionist's sister heard Lin Xuan's words, she opened her mouth and looked at Lin Xuan with some disbelief. Usually there is not no one to book the presidential suite, but those people are people's secretary to handle, and at most a week, where someone directly up to live a month? You think this is a rental house outside? Although Lin Xuan's dress was good, a presidential suite for a month would cost more than $1 million. Even though the front desk lady hadn't been able to figure it out, she still followed the process and said respectfully, "Hello sir, The unit price of a presidential suite on our site for one night is 58,000. If you open a month for 1,740,000 at once, we can erase the change for you, so the price is 1,700,000. Are you sure you want to open it? Then let's open it for a month first. After saying that, Lin Xuan took out a mediocre savings card and handed it over, while handing over his ID card along with it. Open it first? Can't it be that he's going to renew it after a month? Perhaps. This was the joy of the rich. When the hotel manager heard that someone had made a one-time monthly subscription to the presidential suite, he hurriedly ran down from upstairs. You are Mr. Lin, right? I'm the hotel manager Luo Wentao. This is Butler Chiu. You can tell him directly if you have any requests for the next month. Seeing Luo Wentao's fawning smile, the front desk lady on the side looked dumbfounded. It was important to know that normally Luo Wentao was a smelly face to his employees. Even if it was a customer, it was just a normal smile. But now see Lin Xuan feel like seeing their own long unseen worship brother general. That smile say is fake, no one believe. Even in the end, Luo Wentao also gave Lin Xuan sent 2 bottles of Romane Conti, a bottle of more than 10,000. Looking at Luo Wentao's promising gaze, Lin Xuan could only helplessly accept the red wine and walk into the elevator under the guidance of Chiu Butler. Hello Mr. Lin, anything you have to do in the next month you can just order me. Butler Chiu was a beautiful woman in her 30s. Alright, then I'll trouble you. Lin Xuan nodded and said with a smile. At this moment, although Lin Xuan could be described as a thug, he didn't have no one in his sight just because he was rich. On the contrary, as a truly rich person, one's temperament or upbringing had to be at its best, or else in the eyes of others, you're just a dirt poor person who can never be equated with the upper class. After arriving at the room, Lin Xuan was completely shocked by the decoration and size of the place. The presidential suite was more than 300 square feet at least. The bedroom alone was more than 80 square feet, and it was surrounded by large floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides, as well as an outdoor corridor that was more than 20 meters long. It was simply a place where the gods lived. Standing here can be said to be the scenery of Shanghai City can be seen at a glance. As for the other hardware, it is all top-notch. Visprings mattresses, a full set of Hermes tableware, and fully automated hardware configurations. He had only seen it on the internet before, but now he could really realize what it meant to live in a presidential suite. Even the toilet in the restroom was a Villeroy 13 intelligent toilet worth over $50,000. Mr. Lin, I've pulled you into our total suite service group, which has drivers, cooks, and other service personnel, so all you have to do is send a message and someone will come to serve you. Also, this group will be automatically dissolved after you check out. It won't disturb your daily life. Butler Chiu took the initiative and said, okay, I know. Butler Chiu left after briefly introducing the functional configuration of the room again. Lying on the large bed, Lin Xuan suddenly felt that his stomach was a little hungry, so he picked up the menu on the side and glanced at it, and after sending the name of the late-night snack to the group, someone quickly responded and delivered it to the room in a very short period of time. Looking at the exquisite midnight snack, Lin Xuan was just about to move his chopsticks when he heard his cell phone suddenly ring. Chapter 11. I'm not giving this money back yet. Hello. Receiving the phone, Lin Xuan said, hello, my name is Zhou Zhang. I'm the manager of the property department of Jingmen Mansion. I've just received news that you've acquired Jingmen Mansion in its entirety, and would like to ask you about the future layout of Jingmen Mansion. The voice was very magnetic, making people feel incomparably trustworthy upon hearing it. This property department was responsible for some of the day-to-day management of the Jingmen Mansion, including the leasing and acquisition of the building. Contemplating for a little while, Lin Xuan said, for the time being, the mansion will be fine as per the original plan. The rest of the sale is still left to you. In addition, the proceeds I will send you the card. You can just call it to my card. Nothing else of great importance. You don't need to call me. A building is just a building. This kind of thing really isn't worth the extra effort. Right now one should just enjoy life. Tomorrow go over and resign from your job. Then you can live your life happily. Okay boss. Zhou Zhang sniffed and said with a quick nod. Hanging up the phone, the other end of Zhou Zhang's heart was incomparably shocked. From the sound of his voice, it seemed that he was only 25 or 26 years old, and such a young person could actually own such assets as the Jingmen Mansion. It can be imagined that this person's ability in the end how horrible, and the most critical is from the other party's tone. Actually feel that this kind of building for him is nothing but one hair of the 9 ox. This is the valuation of at least $1 billion of the existence of the building. The rent alone is tens of millions of dollars a year. In fact, this building was originally in the hands of another large consortium, was suddenly bought by Lin Xuan. Originally thought there was something important. Now it seems like there doesn't seem to be anything important. In that case, then this floor will be designated according to the original plan first, in addition to calling the rent that was just received today. Lin Xuan, who had just finished his late-night snack in the hotel not long after, received the rent that Jingmen Mansion had called over, totaling $2 million. Seeing the number on the text message, Lin Xuan lay on the bed with his hands clasped around the back of his neck, the shock in his heart receding as fast as the sea. He now realized that his mind was also beginning to change rapidly. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could truly achieve the point of not being shocked when things went wrong. The next day, Lin Xuan slept until after 9 o'clock before dressing and heading to the office. He was preparing to resign today. Before he went to work on his own, it was all about money, to put it bluntly. If it wasn't for the fact that he was short of money, who would go to work every day? 996. Now that he is worth more than $100 million, he will still be on this kind of 996 shift, even if on is to find a cup of tea, a newspaper to see the day's work. Just entered the company. At the same time, someone came over and warned, Lin Xuan, you be careful. Today Mr. Xiong seems to have eaten gunpowder. Just now came over and named to see you. As a result, you didn't come and directly scolded you. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with General Xiong today. Lin Xuan, you better be careful. By the way, you've bought your wedding room, right? When are you getting married? Don't forget to inform us. Hearing this, Lin Xuan lightly laughed and shrugged. The house buy is bought, but it's not a matrimonial home. And since I'm single now, I shouldn't be getting married again anytime soon. Now that he was rich, he definitely wouldn't get married anytime soon. Look at the news of those rich second generation which are not all after 30-something years old and then married again. And even if they got married in front of them, the probability is that they will get divorced in the back. So it's only right for them to enjoy life first. Just when the crowd hadn't reacted to what it meant, Xiong Changyuan stood in front of his office and shouted at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, come to my office. Okay, Mr. Xiong. Hearing Xiong Changyuan call himself and what his co-worker had said before, Lin Xuan had already thought of it long ago. His girlfriend was introduced to him by Xiong Changyuan, and after what happened yesterday, Zhang Linlin would definitely tell Xiong Changyuan everything. She would even add to the story. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan didn't feel the slightest bit flustered but instead walked calmly towards Xiong Changyuan's office. Walking into the office, Lin Xuan closed the office door behind him. Seeing Lin Xuan enter, Xiong Changyuan pointed towards the chair in front of him. Have a seat. When Lin Xuan sat down, Xiong Changyuan took a sip from the cup of tea at the side and said in a deep voice, see for yourself. I won't say too much. Shaolin, it's not that I'm talking about you. You're such an adult. Why do you do things so indifferently? Not even considering the consequences? Mr. Xiong, you don't know. Lulan, he asked me to put the house in Zhang Zifen's name. This house is only affordable because my parents sold the family house. How can it be written in Zhang Zifen's name? Isn't that like a vampire? Naked vampire-like existence. Xiong Changyuan, on the other hand, waved his hand with some impatience and said with a gloomy face, I know all these things, but you shouldn't have hit someone with your hands. You kicked Zhang Zifen with your hands yesterday, right? Yes, I kicked him, but what's wrong with that? How many favors do I usually give to their Zhang family? There's no less than a few thousand in just flushing game coins. Before Lin Xuan could finish his sentence, he heard Xiong Changyuan slap the table and say angrily, Lin Xuan, don't you understand? This behavior of yours has already caused serious damage to the company's image. A loss to the company's image? Still serious? Hearing those words, Lin Xuan couldn't even help but be on the verge of laughing. Although this company was called a company, there were only about 10 people in total, and that was counting the accountants, personnel and administration as well as Xiong Changyuan himself. To put it bluntly, there were only 8 employees in this company. So how was this an image loss? Yesterday's incident, in addition to kicking Zhang Zifen, he did not do anything wrong. And that kick is still Zhang Zifen wants to come up to hit himself. He kicked in self-defense. He hadn't done anything wrong. And now that Xiong Changyuan had dared to say this in a dignified manner, Lin Xuan could basically guess why. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan sneered and said indifferently, Mr. Xiong, your words are a bit too heavy. Too heavy? I'm already being polite with what I'm saying. I'm telling you that if I didn't try my hardest to stop them, the family would be looking for the door. Xiong Changyuan glared at Lin Xuan and snorted coldly. I'm telling you, there are only 2 paths you can take before you now. The first one is to buy a house and fill in Zhang Zifen's name, so everyone will be happy and you can still marry Zhang Linlin. What about the second one? Lin Xuan asked casually. The second rule is that you pay the medical bills to their family, so that you count it as a peaceful breakup and don't owe each other anything in the future. Xiong Changyuan said with a tigerish face. Medical expenses? How much? Lin Xuan asked rhetorically when he heard Xiong Changyuan's words. 200,000. 200,000? Ha ha ha. Mr. Xiong, you can't be out of your mind in the morning. I kicked Zhang Zifen and actually directly asked for $200,000? Lin Xuan directly laughed. Mr. Xiong, even if I give you 200,000 right now, I can send you to jail with a backhanded extortion charge. Do you believe me? You Seeing this kind of attitude from Lin Xuan, Xiong Changyuan directly slapped the table and said angrily, "Lin Xuan, watch your attitude. I'm ordering you now, not conferring with you." At this moment, Xiong Changyuan's eyes were round and his voice shook like thunder. Even the other employees outside could hear it clearly. If this matter becomes a big deal, then the loss you bear won't be $200,000. You have to think about it carefully. At those words, Lin Xuan also slowly stood up, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In a cold voice, he said, "Since that's the case, then I'm still not giving this money." Chapter 12, Tell him to meet me here. Not giving? Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Xiong Changyuan almost laughed out loud. Ha ha, Lin Xuan, you're really refusing to pay a penalty. One had to know that Lin Xuan was just a small employee in his own company. It wasn't a matter of minutes to fire a Lin Xuan. Originally, Xiong Changyuan thought that he casually exerted pressure. Lin Xuan would nod his head like a chicken pecking at rice. But I didn't expect that the other party actually dared to go against his will. And his attitude was also so tough that he didn't have the humility of the past. Thinking of this, Xiong Changyuan stared angrily at Lin Xuan and said in a deep voice, "Lin Xuan, how dare you dare to talk to me like that? Are you trying to rebel? Or do you not want to do it anymore?" Now that the global economy was shrinking and the unemployment rate had risen dramatically, Xiong Changyuan didn't believe that a person with no support would dare to resign at this point in time. And even if he resigned himself does not matter. Anyway, more than one of his not less than one of his not less. The big deal is to recruit another one. Anyway, if you put up a job posting, you'll receive hundreds of resumes on your side, so finding someone to replace Lin Xuan won't be a breeze. Seeing that Lin Xuan hadn't said anything all this time, Xiong Changyuan eased his tone a bit. "Little Lin, you have to remember that it's society not school now. What you have to do now is to adapt to the rules of society. So in order to keep things from festering further, I suggest that you think about it. Or else come up with a sum of money to make up for Zhang Linlin's family's medical expenses. Or you can just put the house in her brother's name. In that case, wouldn't everyone be happy? All happy?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan smiled to himself. Your so-called everyone being happy is based on me not being happy. Seeing that Lin Xuan still had this attitude, Xiong Changyuan's face changed and he pointed at Lin Xuan's nose and cursed. "Lin Xuan, if you still have this attitude, you'll roll up and get out of here right now." Seeing this, Lin Xuan also directly tore his face off. "Scram? I'll just roll out if you tell me to, then I'll lose face?" Xiong Changyuan snorted coldly and looked at Lin Xuan, suppressing his inner anger. "Kid, I'll give you one last chance. If you obediently come up with the medical bills, or sign Zhang Linlin's her brother's name on the house, I'll be able to forget about it. Otherwise, you'll immediately give me a roll and get lost." In fact, Xiong Changyuan didn't want to bring things to this point. The purpose of him doing all of this was to get the medical bills and bring them to Zhang Linlin so that he could finish the latter. However, Lin Xuan didn't have the slightest intention of buying it. Skimming Xiong Changyuan, he said indifferently, "I'll also say it again. I won't give this money, and the house is even more impossible. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, you'd better today find an office building, or else you and your company are afraid you'll be kicked out." Lin Xuan last night had specifically asked Zhou Zheng about the expiration time of his company. He hadn't realized that it was right after today, so it made sense for Lin Xuan to ask him to find a new office building today. "What? Drive out?" Xiong Changyuan couldn't help but sneer when he heard Lin Xian's words. "Are you brat daydreaming? Do you know who owns this building? Do you know how much I pay in rent a year? You're telling me to move out just because you want me to? Joke. It's time for you to get the hell out of here. I'm sick of seeing you now." In Xiong Changyuan's eyes, Lin Xuan was being unreasonable at the moment. He didn't believe that Jingmen Mansion belonged to Lin Xuan. This lot is the prime location in Zhonghai City. If this building is Lin Xuan's, he is not a sports car yacht. He will steal for $3 million of the house and Zhang Linlin over? Thinking of this, Xiong Changyuan picked up a phone from the table and called the personnel department. "Hello, personnel? You prepare a dismissal report for me now. The sooner the better." After saying that, Xiong Changyuan looked towards Lin Xuan, a smug smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Kid, hurry up and go back and pack your things. Still wanting to fight me? It's really not knowing what's good for you." Just as Xiong Changyuan was thinking, the door to the office room was suddenly knocked on. "Come in." The one who came in was personnel, and she held a stack of dismissal reports in her hands and said, "Mr. Xiong, this is the promised dismissal report. In addition, Manager Zhou from the building's property department is here. He should be coming over to collect this quarter's rent." I know," Xiong Changyuan sniffed and casually responded. However, the next moment, he suddenly looked back and exclaimed, Who are you talking about? Zhou Zhang, Manager Zhou? Yeah, he also brought two people with him." Personnel nodded and responded. Although Zhou Zhang was only a department manager, he was equivalent to being the person in charge of the entire building. the landlord. This was the equivalent of an existence that could reach the heavenly court directly, and Xiong Changyuan, as one of the small tenants, naturally had to treat Zhou Zhang with respect, and usually come to collect the rent or under the people. Seldom see Zhou Zhang personally come, so Xiong Changyuan was a bit confused for a while. At this time, Lin Xuan, who was sitting on the side playing with his cell phone, suddenly raised his head and looked at the personnel and said indifferently, "Have Zhou Zhang come here to meet me directly." What? Personnel looked at Lin Xuan with an incredulous expression. This person couldn't be stupid. Letting the building's handful of staff come to meet you, a small staff member, or the kind that was about to be sacked. Lin Xuan, you want to die, don't drag me down. Xiong Changyuan's eyes were round, as if he wanted to tear Lin Xuan apart. Ha! Lin Xuan placed his cell phone in his pocket and looked at the personnel and said indifferently, "Anyway, it doesn't matter anymore if you say it or not. I've already spoken to him." Spoke to him? With Zhou Zhang? Still dreaming. You're really against it. Xiong Changyuan was trembling with anger at this moment. But at this moment, Lin Xuan was relying on this place not to leave, and he couldn't directly bring Zhou Zhang over. He could only straighten out his clothes and glared at Lin Xuan, saying angrily, "Brat, wait for me." Putting down a harsh word, Xiong Changyuan followed the personnel towards the outside. Anyway, this company had quite a lot of rooms. In addition to their own office for reception, there was also the parlor. Lin Xuan looked at the back of the two men leaving. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, at the same time picking up a teacup to the side and brewing himself a pot of good tea. I have to say, this Xiong Changyuan really knows how to enjoy himself. The tea here doesn't seem to be cheap. It was either Mao Feng or Monkey Kue, or even Iron Goddess of Mercy. Lin Xuan poured himself a cup of tea, placed it in front of his nose and sniffed it, gently taking a sip. It's true that you get what you pay for. Good tea really does smell good. Just as Lin Xuan was in his office, sipping tea to himself, a footstep sounded outside the office door. Chapter 13, I'll give you two choices too. Manager Zhou, let's go straight to the parlor. There's a madman in my office who's going crazy. Before he could see anyone, he heard Xiong Changyuan following Zhou Zhang as if he was a pug. When Zhou Zhang heard this, he frowned slightly, but did not pay any attention to Xiong Changyuan. Quickly walking into the office, he looked at Lin Xuan, who was sitting on the sofa sipping tea, and respectfully said, "Boss, sorry, I'm late." Boss? When Zhou Zhang said these two words, everyone was stunned. What is this situation? At this moment, Xiong Changyuan's face was even more incomparable. Zhou, Manager Zhou, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? Zhou Zhang snorted coldly, skimmed Xiong Changyuan and said faintly, "Mr. Lin is my boss. This still need to explain? Your boss?" Hearing these words, the corner of Xiong Changyuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Zhou Zhang's boss, wasn't that the owner of the Jingmen mansion? Although he had countless questions in his mind at this moment, when he saw such a serious expression on Zhou Zhang's face, he didn't have any doubts. Now that he was young, he could own a mansion with such assets. One could only imagine how terrifying the power behind him was. As for Lin Xuan being an intern in his own company, that was definitely experiencing life. Thinking of this, Xiong Changyuan instantly goaded down, a warm smile appearing on his face as he said, "Little Lin, no, it's Boss Lin. Boss Lin, what happened just now was a misunderstanding." This kind of expression and attitude was a far cry from the Xiong Changyuan of just now. Misunderstanding? Lin Xuan put down his teacup and glanced at Xiong Changyuan with a smile. "You're afraid that you haven't forgotten what I said just now. I said that you'd better find a new office building today or I'll really have someone throw you out." Xiong Changyuan clenched his teeth. He was about to let out some harsh words, but when he thought of Lin Xuan's identity, he immediately wimped out. He was only the owner of a small company. His worth was only a few million or at most tens of millions, but in front of others, his value is not as much as a month's rent, not to mention the money of the entire building. Thinking about this, Xiong Changyuan even some regret. If I had known that I would not have agreed to Zhang Linlin's crap, then I wouldn't have fallen out with Lin Xuan. Maybe you can still rely on your original relationship with Lin Xuan to pay a little less rent. It was only then that Xiong Changyuan realized what it meant to take one wrong step at a time. However, he decided to fight for it. After all, there is no deep hatred between himself and Lin Xuan, and the location of Jingmen Mansion is very good. At least in the vicinity of 10 kilometers within the Jingmen Mansion is not better than the location of the Jingmen Mansion. When the time came for customers to come and talk about business, they would just walk away when they saw the company building. Thinking of this, a pleasing smile appeared on his face and he requested, "Mr. Lin, I apologize for my irrational behavior just now. Please be generous and spare me this time. And I'm not alone in this company. There are still 10 or so employees. If I really change the lot, when the company's earnings are bad, they will all be out of work." Xiong Chung Yuan began to play the emotional card. He knew that he might not be able to impress Lin Xuan, but those employees might be able to, as expected. Upon hearing Xiong Chang Yuan's words, Lin Xuan pondered, then thought of something, looked to Zhou Zhang who was at the side and asked, "How much is this rent a month for Xiong Chang Yuan and the others?" "They are a total of 1 million a month. We usually charge a quarter at once," Zhou Zhang very respectfully returned. "That's good. Xiong Chang Yuan, I'll also give you two options now. The first is that you and your company get out together. Our Jingmen mansion will not be rented to you, but for the sake of those employees I will give you another chance. Second, that's from this month onwards, the monthly rent goes up to $1.5 million, a one-time payment for half a year. If you agree, I'll continue to rent to you, a 50% rise in rent." Although Xiong Chang Yuan was 10,000 times unwilling, he didn't have any way out at this time. Who let this building be owned by others? Moreover, the nearby buildings were all full, so even if they wanted to rent it, they wouldn't be able to rent an office building of the same level. Lin Xuan stood up and patted Xiong Chang Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile, "Worthy of being boss, Xiong is just so generous." Xiong Chang Yuan hurriedly nodded his head. That's okay, you guys dock the rent. In addition to the resignation report to me, my experience life has also ended." Hearing these words, Xiong Chang Yuan's heart was even more convinced that Lin Xuan was the rich second generation with a deep background. He quickly said with a face full of flattery, "Mr. Lin, this resignation report will be fine if we come and sign it for you. In addition, your salary for this month is a total of 30,000 yuan. Although I know that this amount of money is nothing for you, but this is also a small token of my appreciation." After saying that, Xiong Chang Yuan called out to the personnel to have her directly write it on his behalf. Seeing this scene, Lin Xuan nodded slightly. His original salary was only about 10,000. Now that he had directly given himself 3 times his salary, this Xiong Chang Yuan was still quite good at his job. "Alright, in that case then I'll leave first." Lin Xuan signed his resignation and stood up to the elevator entrance. Xiong Chang Yuan just sent Lin Xuan all the way to the elevator entrance with a smile on his face until the elevator doors slowly closed. After seeing the elevator go down, Xiong Chang Yuan's face suddenly changed. At this moment, he really wanted to press Zhang Linlin to the ground and rub her hard. This stinking woman, she really was a success and a failure. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have offended Lin Xuan and paid 50% more rent for nothing. Thinking of this, he took out his phone and called Zhang Linlin. Meanwhile, Zhang Linlin was taking care of Lu Lan and Zhang Zifan in the hospital ward. In fact, the two of them could have been discharged a long time ago. It wasn't a big deal at all. The reason why they had been hospitalized was so that they could enjoy the hospital services a bit more. When the time came to seek compensation from Lin Xuan, they could obtain more compensation. Lu Lan looked at Zhang Linlin and said with a displeased face, "Are you still thinking about that, Lin Xuan? Where is it?" "I'm just checking to see how brother Xiong hasn't called me yet," Zhang Linlin said as she lifted her cell phone. Right at this moment, Zhang Linlin's cell phone suddenly lit up, and the caller's note was none other than brother Xiong. Seeing brother Xiong calling her, Zhang Linlin thought that Lin Xuan had agreed to the compensation, so she hurriedly and happily picked up the phone and turned the external amplifier on. "Hey, brother Xiong, you're really good, you need the compensation so soon. Tell me an address. I'll be right over." But before her words fell, she heard Xiong Chang Yuan's voice roaring angrily over the phone. "Zhang Linlin, you stinking woman. Old me was victimized by you." Chapter 14, The Angered Zhang Family. Hearing Xiong Chang Yuan's words, Zhang Linlin hadn't reacted for a moment and asked in confusion, "Brother Xiong, what is wrong with you? I don't seem to have offended you." Hearing Zhang Linlin's words, Xiong Chang Yuan sneered, "Yes, you didn't offend me, but you are harming me. You almost caused me to go bankrupt, you know?" "Bankrupt?" Zhang Linlin was momentarily speechless when she heard Xiong Chang Yuan's words. "Yes, do you know Lin Xian's true identity?" Suddenly, Xiong Chang Yuan asked back, "Real identity? Isn't he just an ordinary laborer who came up from the countryside? What other identity is there?" Zhang Linlin subconsciously looked at Lu Lan, surprised. "A beat worker? Coming up from the countryside? I really want to spit in your face. As for Lin Xian's real background, I don't know, but from what I've seen so far his identity is definitely not small. He's at least a rich second generation worth over $100 million. Worth over $100 million? Rich second generation?" Hearing these words, Lu Lan on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is there any mistake? He's still a rich second generation with that stingy behavior? Hearing Lu Lan's ridicule, Xiong Chang Yuan sneered. "What the hell do you guys know? Some rich people in order to train their children won't let them come into contact with the family property too early. Anyway, what I can tell you is that the assets of Jingmen Mansion are Lin Xian's." "Jingmen Mansion? It's his?" Hearing these words, Zhang Linlin couldn't help but widen her eyes. She had heard of the Jingmen Mansion, and it was in a very good location in the downtown area of Shanghai City where every inch of land was precious. That mansion was his? How was this more and more impossible? Thinking of this, Zhang Linlin spoke out. Brother Xiong, are you sure? It can't be that Lin Xuan lied to you. If Lin Xuan really is the owner of the Jingmen mansion, then it's impossible that he can't even afford to buy a $3 million house. And according to him, the money he spent to buy the house was all the money his parents scraped together by selling their country house and fields. Lie to me? Even if he could lie to me, then Manager Zhou of the property department of Jingmen Mansion is also lying to me? In order to lie to me, Lin Xuan actually let him put on a wave? Is your brain really in the water? Xiong Chung Yuan cursed at Zhang Linlin with a chopping tongue. And even if it was to trick me, but my rent has now been increased by 50% by Lin Xuan, and I haven't even settled this matter with you yet. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiong Chung Yuan was heard bursting into foul language over the phone. This Lin Xuan actually rented a sports car, an Aston Martin D1311, a sports car worth more than $3 million, in order to cheat me? Xiong Chung Yuan coldly smiled and mocked. This, Zhang Linlin opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but at this moment her mind was blank, unable to say anything. Lu Lan on the side had already been dumbfounded by Xiong Cheng Yuan's words. House, sports cars, even the Jingmen mansion. These names that only existed on TV dramas suddenly appeared in her ears, which made it a little difficult for her to accept for a moment. And the most crucial thing was that all of these were supposed to be hers. It was the Zhang family's. This dog, it's really bad. I didn't expect it to be hidden so deeply. Lu Lan sneered and looked at her daughter. You've been living with him for so long. Didn't you find any cracks at all? Zhang Linlin pondered for a long time and shook her head. No, he acted and appeared very normal. And his parents are also very normal. They are both ordinary farmers. And there is absolutely not a single trace of the rich family's temperament. It must be an actor he deliberately found. His so-called parents are all actors he found himself, just to cooperate with him in this drama. Lin, will you still be able to part with this guy now? Think about how you treated him, and look at how he treated you. To actually hire an actor to test you. The more Lu Lan spoke, the angrier she got. Her hands clenched into fists, itching to rush to Lin Xuan right now and pull him out to beat him violently. Admittedly, these things were all Lin Xian's own from start to finish. Zhang Zifen on the side even hammered his fist on the wall of the ward, hissing through clenched teeth. Sister, we definitely can't just let this brat Lin Xuan off so easily. That brat is deliberately pretending to be poor to trick you. We must find him to get the compensation. At this time, Zhang Linlin's face gradually turned gloomy as well. She now finally realized that everything before had turned out to be a lie. Lin Xuan was a standard second-generation rich kid, yet he told her that his family was from the countryside, and that the money to buy the house was spent on selling the countryside house before buying it. The result? That's right. I entrusted myself for so many years and didn't expect that what I got back would actually be this result. It turns out that it's all a lie. It's all liars. All liars. Snap. Zhang Linlin picked up the water cup on the side and smashed it fiercely towards the wall. The broken water cup was just like her state of mind at this time. If she didn't make an understanding of this matter, she herself would never be able to walk out of this nightmare. Obviously they are very rich, but also every day pretending to be a look of no money. It is fun to play with people? At that time when we were together, he also said that he loved me and wanted to be with me for the rest of his life. As a result, let him buy a $3 million house, write his own brother's name. The results directly flipped. Not only bought a house, there is a sports car. He drove an Aston Martin, a car he wouldn't even dream of. Not to mention there is an office building worth nearly $1 billion. I really can't imagine. How could I be blind to find such a person as a boyfriend in the first place? As soon as Zhang Linlin thought of Xiong Cheng Yuan's words just now, her heart couldn't help but feel a surge of anger as she gritted her teeth and cursed. Scum! This Lin Xuan is a scum man. You damn well shall not die. Seeing his sister so upset, Zhang Zifen on the side cursed and said, That's right, this male is really not a thing. In the past, I asked him to charge me a few $1,000s to play a game, making it seem like he wanted to die. If I had known he was so rich, I should have asked him for more. Sis, don't be sad. I'll go find him this afternoon and ask him for clarification. Ask him? How? You don't even know where he lives now. Lu Lan glared at Zhang Zifen and snorted coldly. Zhang Zifen stood up. Why don't you know? Didn't he live with his sister at that time? Just go to that rental house. I'll contact my friends now. Lu Lan sneered. You think he's so rich that he would still be living in a rented house? And what can he do even if he is? Don't they have bodyguards for someone so rich? Can you and those friends of yours beat those professional bodyguards? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zifen said anxiously, Mom, then what do you think we should do? We can't just let that bastard kid go. Let him go? That's naturally impossible, but we mustn't approach him directly. Instead, we must make him take the initiative to approach us. Lu Lan sneered coldly, and a touch of gloominess even surfaced at the corner of her mouth. Mom, just tell us what we should do now. We'll all listen to you. Zhang Linlin also nodded. That's right, I'll listen to you now. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Good. In that case, let's do this. Chapter 15, A Sad Afternoon for a Bear Child. On the other side, Lin Xuan drove back to the hotel. Although he now had an exclusive driver, he still preferred to drive himself. Just as he parked his car, he heard a thud and a leather ball hit his car glass hard. What is this situation? He parked in the parking lot of the hotel, which can be hit by the bear child's ball, so he quickly got out of the car toward the surrounding look. Want to see who in the end is kicked? Just got off the car not a moment. I saw a small figure running towards this side. Take a closer look. Actually is a small kid still leaving snot, and from his appearance is not difficult to see, is a bear child. His body was covered in dust, and a quirky demeanor flowed through his eyes. It was unknown how he had managed to run to the hotel parking lot. He ran up to Lin Xuan and looked around, scratching his head while muttering to himself. Strange, where's my leather ball? Didn't it fly towards this side just now? Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan took the ball out from behind him and said with a smile, Little friend, is this the ball you're talking about? Yes, this is it. That's the one. Quickly give it to me. Quickly give it to me. With that, the bear child then tried to snatch the leather ball from Lin Xuan's hands. However, with a 1-meter-tall bear child, it was still somewhat unrealistic to try and snatch the leather ball from Lin Xuan's hands. Even if the bear child jumped as much as he could, he wouldn't be able to touch his leather ball. Uncle, give me the leather ball. The bear child glared at Lin Xuan with an expression that he wouldn't stop until he got the ball. However, at this moment, Lin Xuan's eyes were lost in thought as he looked at a short distance away. This was because a mechanical-like system prompt sounded in his head. Option 1, return the ball to the bear child, reward, 1 good person card, bear child favorability plus 50. Option 2, throw the ball into the trash can on the side, reward, $1 billion of virtual gold. Virtual gold? What the hell is this? Virtual gold is the amount of money used by the host to purchase virtual props, including but not limited to game coins, game equipment, etc. To put it bluntly, it's the so-called game currency. Although it's game currency, it's still money. And the most crucial thing is that this kind of bear child must be educated properly. Although I don't know how he kicked the ball here, but kicking a ball in a public place is already an immoral behavior. This time it was kicked to the car. But what if it kicked someone next time? What about kicking a pregnant woman, an elderly person or another child? Even kicking a flower or grass is bad. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan smiled faintly at the bear child. Seeing Lin Xuan suddenly reveal this weird smile, the bear child hadn't even realized what was going on. Just then, he saw his leather ball cross a beautiful arc and fall into the trash can to the side. Seeing his ball fall into the trash can, the bear child's entire being was dumbfounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 2, rewarded with $1 billion in virtual gold. Hearing the system's beep, Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Although he could only purchase virtual currency, it was better than nothing. But before he could finish being happy, he saw a transparent liquid flying towards him. Seeing this, he hastily dodged it with a sideways move. Afterwards, he saw a spit land on the place where he was standing just now, only to see that bear child was glaring at him with both eyes, glaring at himself with a face full of anger. Looking at the bear child who was about to spit towards him again, Lin Xuan smiled faintly. Taking out $10 from his own pocket, he said with a smile, Little friend, you did well. This time uncle rewards you with $10. But remember next time you must look for those wearing gold chains and tattoos. They'll give you more money. Saying that, Lin Xuan took out a few pictures from his own cell phone and showed the bear child, fearing that he wouldn't be able to remember them. When the bear child saw the $10, the whole thing broke into a smile. How many dollars was the leather ball worth? He only had to spit a mouthful of water to get $10. This is simply not too simple. It is a little cute to have money and not earn it. Not to mention this kind of good thing that one can make money just by moving his mouth. Thinking of this, the bear child were still thinking about their own ball, hand-holding $10 toward the game hall not far away. Seeing the bear child walk away, the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth smiled slightly. Educating this kind of bear child still couldn't be done in the usual way. After returning to his hotel room, Lin Xuan pulled out the system panel. At this moment, the virtual gold in his personal information displayed $1 billion. Seeing this number, Lin Xuan's heart didn't have the slightest ripple. Instead he held his chin and pondered. This $1 billion seemed like a lot, but it was all virtual gold, meaning that it could only be used online, and could only be used for virtual consumption. So a certain treasure, a certain East and other shopping software would definitely not be able to be used. Could it be that one could only consume games? Then the problem themselves do not play any games. In addition to the League of Legends, other games to play is really not much. But the League of Legends is not much money. A full set of skin is also more than 100,000. The rest of the money is not wasted? And although he is currently very rich, but also only relatively ordinary people are rich. For the really rich or a poor, if you can cash out this billion virtual gold, is not it better? Thinking of this, Lin Xuan continued to search in his mind for ways to cash out the virtual gold, although there were quite a few ways, such as selling game equipment, or game accounts. However, these methods were all too troublesome, and the time period required was simply too long. Right. Suddenly, Lin Xuan's eyes lit up and he thought of a way to quickly manifest this virtual gold. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan opened his cell phone and entered Teasing Cat Live. Teasing Cat Live was currently the top of several of the largest live broadcasting industries in the country, and was even a distant second in certain areas. If these virtual gold can purchase virtual gifts on this platform while rewarding themselves, wouldn't that be a way to get 50% of it? Even after deducting personal taxes and such, one's hand would have at least 40% of the commission. Although it was only 40%, if $1 billion were used as the principal, the result would be self-evident. Thinking of this, even Lin Xuan's state of mind was somewhat slightly agitated at this point. After all, this figure was more than the money he currently had in his hands, and it was 10 times the existence. Just as Lin Xuan was thinking about how to cash in, the bear child on the other hand took the $10 and came to the game hall. Just as he entered, he saw a group of people with tattoos and gold chains playing inside. Seeing this, the bear child's heart rejoiced. So many people, everyone gave himself $10. That is not their own to send? Thinking here, the bear child did not have time to think more, directly rushed up. Standing in front of a few youths directly is a mouthful of water spit up. Those few youths were also stunned. They originally came here to play the game. Where would have thought suddenly rushed over a bear child on their own spit? And at this time, the bear child's mind was secretly thinking, the spit he just spat wasn't a lot. He should be able to get a lot of money. But before he could finish his thought, he saw a black shadow suddenly appear in front of his face, followed by the sound of 2 crisp slaps. Snap. Grass. You damn, this little brat is actually so horizontal, and dare to spit at old me? When the bear child saw this scene, the entire person was directly dumbfounded. What is this situation? Didn't he say that he could get a lot of money for spitting at this kind of person? Could it be that he spat less? Thinking of this, he spat 2 more times at the youth who hit himself. Grip grass. You still dare to spit? Brothers, get him for me. Afterwards, the bear child saw a group of people surrounding him. At once, he encountered the first social beating in his life. Heartbreaking screams and cries spread throughout the entire game hall. Wow, that weird uncle is really a liar. I hate you for the rest of my life. Chapter 16, the whole internet is shocked. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was lying on his big bed registering for the live broadcast. He naturally didn't know about the bears, but even if he did, he would only smile. The registration process was very simple. After entering his ID and photo, the registration was complete. As for the name cover, he directly used the default name. Anyway, he didn't intend to really do the live broadcast industry here. After cashing out this 1 billion, he can slip away. The content of the live broadcast, he was also very simple. Just put a comical emoticon pack, nothing else. Glancing at his live broadcast room, Lin Xuan's line of sight came to the gift bar at the bottom. The most expensive gift on the amusing cat platform currently was a treasure map worth 5,000 yuan. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan directly used virtual gold to purchase a treasure map to reward himself. Instantly, the popularity of his live room suddenly turned into 5,000 points. Immediately afterward, a banner appeared on the front page of the entire platform's live room. User 1000 seeks Totoro gifted anchor 123456 a treasure map. Let's come and hunt for treasure. The reason why this kind of treasure map is so expensive is to attract other viewers to go to their own live room to dig for treasure. To put it bluntly, it's a lottery, and the winner can get a lot of cat coins. Since this was the evening, the number of people on the cat teasing platform was also the highest in the day, and many people were lying on the sofa after dinner, bored and watching their favorite anchors. At this time suddenly saw the treasure map, so most of the people who want to covet a little bit of cheapness flocked in. But when they saw that there was nothing other than a funny emoticon in the live broadcast, they said in the live broadcast, Moshi Moshi, anyone? How come there's no sound and no image? Could it be that the anchor is funny himself? Yeah, how come there's just one slick? Is it hard to believe that a slick can attract dirtbags? As time passed, the crowd felt more and more unusual in the live broadcast room. This anchor is a first-level new number. It seems like it was just opened. Right, and the account that gave him the reward is also a new number. Can't it be that this is the tycoon himself giving himself a reward? Almost how else could a tycoon give a reward to a funny anchor who doesn't even have a voice? Alas, forget it, I thought it was a pretty girl. I didn't expect it to be a funny monster. I'll slip away when it's time for the raffle. Indeed. I double opened one. See you later. Just as the crowd thought that this was just an ordinary reward. Just then, the gift animation in the live broadcast room suddenly jumped out. Another treasure map. And the most important thing was that it wasn't just one treasure map. And instead, there were 10 rewards in a row. In order to prevent impulsive consumption, the teasing cat platform specially restricted the treasure map to only be given out one by one. This not only limited the impulse spending, but also allowed the treasure map's topping effect to achieve the best effect. At this time, the treasure map in the live broadcast room was still in a streak. 10, 20, 30. This wave of treasure map streaks made the people in the live broadcast room, who were still talking, suddenly quiet down. What is this? What is this? How can you brush so many gifts at the drop of a hat? And they are all $5,000 of this kind. Even if it is a diversion monster. This is too terrifying. Currently has a streak of 50, which can be a total of 250,000 able to pay a down payment in a third-tier city. For a while, more viewers also entered the live broadcast room from the announcement banners across the network in preparation for digging for treasure. When they saw the funny expressions on the screen, the crowd fell into deep thought. It is reasonable to say that even if this is a diversion, the current number of people is also quite a lot. If there is a prepared anchor or bandwagon surely now appeared, rather than until now are funny emoticons up. Could it be that they are brushing money to themselves? That's not impossible, but this situation is clearly a money-losing business. The anchor can only get a 40% commission of the gift. The more you brush, the more you lose, even if it is a little cute. It's impossible to brush like this. My God, now there are already 80 brushes. What kind of person is this anchor? He's so rich. I don't know, but it's not easy. Nonsense. Which person can casually brush hundreds of thousands of dollars? This kind of person who can brush hundreds of thousands of dollars with one emoticon. This is really the first time I've seen it. As more and more people were in the live broadcast room, Lin Xuan's identity became more and more mysterious, and many people even began to speculate if it was some rich family's son. However, this was all speculation, and the crowd didn't have full proof. At this time, the heat of the live broadcasting room also rose with the number of people, and even began to ascend to the homepage of some small recommended position. However, the cover of this live room was a comical one, and looked very out of place with the covers of the other live rooms. Of course, Lin Xuan naturally didn't know about this. He was still using his hand to keep tapping the treasure map on the screen. He had already rewarded over 100 treasure maps, but he had only used a mere $500,000 of virtual gold. This had to be tapped until when? Thinking of this, at this moment, he really wanted to pull out the person who designed this restriction on purchases feature and rub it hard on the ground. However, the person who designed this function said that he was also very innocent. Who knew that someone would send so many treasure maps at once? Normally, people would send up to 1 or 2 dozen at a time, but Lin Xuan sent several hundred at once. One by one, the treasure maps flew out, which meant that $5,000 had been spent, and everyone who entered the live broadcast room was watching Lin Xuan send out treasure maps. One by one, their eyes grew wider and wider as their hearts beat faster and their palms sweated. 200 sheets. This live room that only had a comical cover actually had someone sending out 200 treasure maps. That was a full $1 million. And this person didn't stop and continued to send treasure maps. 300, 400 sheets, 500 sheets. When it was sent to the 600th sheet, the streak in the live broadcast room finally stopped. My God, this is a tycoon running out of money. No, I don't know, but so far it should have exceeded the record ever set by the amusing cat platform. Yes, I just saw the notification sent out by the teasing cat platform. This one-time reward of 600 treasure maps has already exceeded the platform's record. What kind of person is this that can actually take out 3 million at once to make a reward, and the reward is still a slip? This person must be a bigot, a real bigot. I haven't really seen any diversion monster that can directly reward so much money. To be able to get 3 million rewards with a slip. Anchor 1 2 3 4 5 6 will always drop. God. Chapter 17, a slip on the front page. What the crowd didn't know, however, was that Lin Xuan wasn't stopping his combo because he ran out of money, but purely because his hands were sore. Even though it was only a simple 600 hits, he still couldn't afford to have sore hands. Lin Xuan rested for a while and opened the backstage of the live broadcast. At this time, the balance on the backstage of the live broadcast was showing exactly $1.5 million. After seeing the balance in the background, Lin Xuan directly chose to withdraw cash. Most of the time, withdrawals from this internet platform can be withdrawn directly. After binding on his bank card number, Lin Xuan withdrew all $1.5 million. A minute later, accompanied by the ringing of his cell phone, $1,200,000 had all been deposited into Lin Xuan's account. It seems like this method really works, but it's too tiring. But it can't be helped. Making money, it's definitely a bit tiring. If others could hear Lin Xuan's thoughts at this moment, they would definitely be cursing him for being shameless. This method of making money was still called tiring? It's simply not too easy. If it were up to me, I'd be able to tap my phone to death. Just as Lin Xuan was resting, the backstage staff also saw this scene. In theory, no matter if it was the amount of the reward or the number of people, this live room could have been directly on the rotating cover of the homepage. But the problem is that this live room, no cover, no content, even more so, no anchor, and even the screen is just an ordinary comical expression. The staff naturally ate it up and could only reflect it upwards. Lin Xuan assigned supervisor Lu Bo. Seeing this scene is also 10,000 surprised, then immediately in the background to find Lin Xuan's cell phone number. After pondering for a long time, Lu Bo decided to give Lin Xuan a call and ask, Hello, may I ask, are you Mr. Lin Xuan? At this moment, Lu Bo's tone was very respectful. This kind of tone would definitely be a shock if other anchors saw it. But at this time it was impossible for him to be respectful even if he didn't want to. After all, people could reward 3 million at once. They must be big tycoons. And the most critical thing is that he also has a commission. Although very little, but cannot help the base's big That's why he didn't dare to offend this big tycoon in front of him. Yeah, what are you looking for me for? Hello, I'm your supervisor. My name is Lu Bo. I just saw in the background that your live room was rewarded with 3 million. I want to ask if you recognize the person who rewarded you? He had only rewarded 3 million. How come a supervisor had approached him? Hearing Lu Bo's words, Lin Xuan's brows frowned slightly as he said unhappily, The person who made the reward is me. Isn't it permissible to make a reward to yourself? Hearing Lin Xuan's tone suddenly displeased, a cold sweat ran down Lu Bo's head in shock. Moreover, he hadn't guessed wrong. The person who had placed the reward and the anchor were both the same person. This is the naked big tycoon. If the tycoon was pissed off because of this reason, he was afraid that he would have to pack up and leave as well. So, he hurriedly said respectfully, Mr. Lin, you've misunderstood. We do allow you to reward yourself. I just wanted to ask this time if you need to log into the rotating recommendation spot on the homepage. Your current popularity and bounty amount has reached the rotating recommendation spot on the homepage. If you are willing, we will make some arrangements for you. Lin Xuan nodded slightly when he heard Lu Bo's words, so that was the case. Although the rotating recommendation position was a coveted existence for many anchors, it was really dispensable for Lin Xuan. Whatever, look after yourself. In the future, don't come to me for such trivial matters. I have to continue giving myself rewards. Lin Xuan said casually and hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, not only did Lu Bo not feel the slightest bit angry, instead he became more curious about Lin Xuan. From the sound of his voice, this person wasn't very old, and was most likely a rich second generation from a prominent family. And the last sentence he just said, does it mean that he will continue to reward? Thinking of this, Lu Bo didn't have the slightest hesitation and directly said to the staff at the side, arrange for 123 to be on the homepage. But, Supervisor Lu, what is the cover used for this homepage? Funny. Can't you see that his live room is funny? Slip. Although, the staff was a bit puzzled, they still did as they were told. This was still the first time that the amusing cat platform had an anchor that was using emoticons as the cover of the homepage rotation. Holy, did you guys see that? The anchor is on the front page cover. It's really on the front page cover. This is too fierce. And the cover is actually a funny one. Don't the administrators care? Administrator? You have to know that the ones who pay the administrators are the tycoons who rewarded the gifts. Do you think they'd be stupid enough to block their own gold master's father? No way. I'm going to go back and tell my anchors that there's a bigger gold master dad here. Me too. My anchor is cute looking, so I'm sure I can get the golden master dad's appreciation. When Lin Xuan's live room was on the cover of the front page, the number of people in the live room once again entered a new level of heat. There were quite a few anchors mixed in. At this moment, Lin Xuan's live room could be said to have completely caught fire on the amusing cat platform. Lin Xuan, however, did not have this feeling. Anyway, this live room, fire or not, in his own relationship is not very big. His purpose is to use this virtual gold out as much as possible. Who knows if there is a time limit on this virtual gold? In case there really is a time limit, wouldn't he regret it? And so, after resting for a few moments, Lin Xuan began his boring and uninteresting bricklaying life again. At that moment, the screen of the live broadcast room was once again filled with Lin Xuan's treasure map. My god, isn't this over? It's here again? The big probably went to charge up his money. This tycoon is also too fierce. He's already rewarded 3 million and he's still not satisfied? Big brother, godly tycoon, do you still lack a pendant on your thigh? I can be a free pendant. At the same time, one anchor after another also flooded into the live broadcast room. and as they looked at the treasure map that kept flying out, it would be a lie to say that they weren't envious. Some female anchors even sent out pop-ups saying, "Brother Godho, can you come to my live room to take a look? As long as you send a treasure map, I can do whatever pose you want. Brother, I can do it too. Package you satisfied. Uncomfortable package return. Me too, me too." Looking at the pop-ups on the screen, Lin Xuan however smiled and ignored them. For this kind of female anchor who recognized money but not people, he still really wasn't very interested. The saying that a watchman is heartless and a playwright is unrighteous was never wrong. After all, he has used this number before to go to the live room of those female anchors. The result is to go and people still see and not see the same. At this time, Lu Bo in the background looked at the crazy rising numbers. Cold sweat could not help but flow down. 500, 700, 1,000 sheets. Half an hour later, Lin Xuan had delivered 1,000 treasure maps before he actually stopped. It wasn't that he was out of money, but he was really too tired. Not only tired but also sleepy. No more brushing. I'm too tired from pointing. I'll do it again next time I have time. Chapter 18, Lin Xuan becomes famous. After saying this, Lin Xuan went offline after withdrawing all 3 million left on his account. Although Lin Xuan went offline, his live room instantly fell, causing many of the users within to drop frames badly. This is godly hero, isn't it? Those words are too domineering. Yeah, I think Godho feels too offended by this way of teasing the cat platform that can only send one at a time. I feel the same way. People have clicked 1,000 times in order to send 1,000 treasure maps. If he can send 1,000 at a time, wouldn't he be able to send more? Heavens, send more? How much would that cost? Brother Longcat v5. Brother Longcat is domineering. Lu Bo's eyes widened at this moment as he looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room with an incredulous face. He had been engaged in the amusing cats platform for so long, and this was the first time he had seen this. This might be the real God's hero. It's too domineering. Thinking of this, he hurriedly picked up the phone and instructed the staff at the side. Let the technical department hurry to cancel the purchase restriction of the treasure map. You can buy 100 sheets at a time. No, 1,000 sheets. 1,000 sheets? Supervisor Lu, will this be too much? It won't be. Just let you change it. I'll take the blame for anything that goes wrong. Lu Bo had a premonition in his heart. If today's treasure maps weren't sent one by one, Lin Xuan was afraid that he could have swiped more treasure maps. On the other hand, Lin Xuan was beautifully lying on a 700,000 large bed and sleeping. Don't say that this kind of bed is really comfortable to sleep in. It feels like the whole person is wrapped up in it. The next day, early morning, Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes along with an elegant melody. This immersive alarm clock was also one of the unique services in the suite. It let everyone staying here know that it was actually a pleasure to wake up. Glancing at the river where the morning light was rising, Lin Xuan picked up his cell phone from the side, ready to take a picture. But just as he waited for him to open it, he watched as his cell phone suddenly exploded. In addition to 99 plus text messages, there were even dozens of missed calls. Most of these calls were from the night. Fortunately for himself, every night he went to bed, his cell phone would automatically turn off, or else he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to sleep peacefully. However, who were these? After looking around, it turned out that they were all strange numbers that I didn't recognize. Could it be the people from last night's live broadcast calling? Lin Xuan was just thinking about another call coming through. Subconsciously, he connected. Just as he connected, he heard a female voice ring out, saying very nonchalantly, "You're Lin Xuan, right?" Lin Xuan frowned slightly. This tone sounded so beaten up. "Who are you? You don't care who I am. You scum of the earth. You will not die well." He, 2A. After cursing Lin Xuan, he hung up the phone before Lin Xuan could react. "Lin Xuan? What the hell is this? Why did you come up and curse yourself?" Thinking of this, he opened those unread text messages again. Good lord, all of them were text messages abusing himself, and they were all strangers. And from the words of those people, Lin Xuan could easily see that he had become a scum, or the kind of scumbag that could never be forgiven. Just as he was looking at the text messages, another call came in, but this time, the one who called wasn't a stranger, but rather Zhou Yuzhu, who he had met the day before. "Hey, Yuzhu, Lin Xuan, are you alright?" Zhou Yuzhu said with a hint of worry revealed in her voice. "Alright, I'm definitely fine. Why did you think of asking me this question?" Lin Xuan said with a smile. "Don't you know? No what?" The more Lin Xuan listened at this point, the more confused he became. This how he slept for a night and felt like he had traveled for more than 10 years in general. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Zhou Yuzhu sighed intolerantly. "Alas, it seems like you really don't know. You can take a look at the Weibo hit list and you'll know." "The Weibo hot list?" Hearing this, Lin Xuan clicked on the Scarf app. At this moment, The number one on the Bib Hot search list was the sensation he caused last night. Hashtag mysterious tycoon, angrily swiping 1,000 treasure maps in one night, breaking the record for teasing cats. Hashtag, it shouldn't be this one. After all, other than teasing cats backstage, no one knew who he was. And a close second. Hashtag disgusting man, in love for 3 years to hide his identity, cheated the girl of her youth and ran away. Hashtag, clicking on this topic, related content popped up, and at the top of the list was the content of a scarf posted by a girl named Innocent Girl Lin. This scarf content was a video. As soon as Lin Xuan saw the person on the cover, he knew that this person was no other than his ex-girlfriend, Zhang Linlin. In the video, Zhang Linlin tearfully recounted the events between herself and Lin Xuan. The words were touching, the voice was moving, and while she was sobbing in a small voice, she was revealing Lin Xian's disgusting, hypocritical behavior, and the whole person seemed pitiful to the core. However, the content of her videos were all very simple, and although they were long, most of them were just rehashed phrases, that she had given 3 years of her youth, and countless feelings to Lin Xuan, and that Lin Xuan was an unapologetic scum. Not only did he not say anything about Lin Xian's contributions, but he rendered Lin Xuan useless. It's close to just saying people who don't work, don't do anything and lie at home to eat. Watching this video, it's a normal person who doesn't understand what's going on between them would think that Lin Xuan is a scumbag. Zhang Linlin, on the other hand, was an innocent victimized girl. The Zhang Linlin in the video could be described as a movie star level performance, tearfully recounting the things that had been done to her. And she kept emphasizing her devotion to Lin Xuan without talking about Lin Xuan's devotion to their Zhang family in the slightest. All of the video lines, which were in the file, those contents were spoken by Zhang Linlin in an evasive manner. There wasn't the slightest mention of Lu Lan's comment about putting the name of the house under Zhang Zifan's name, but only kept emphasizing their Zhang family's dedication to Lin Xuan, and the consequences of this matter, especially at the end of the video. The scene of Lu Lan and Zhang Zifan lying on the hospital bed in hospital gowns and wailing, made those who didn't know fall directly into an incomparable sympathy. After watching the video, Lin Xuan then instinctively pulled open the comments section below. As he had guessed, the comments section had long since fallen at this point. My God, is there even this level of extreme scum in this world? Yes, this is also the first time I've heard of this situation. This kind of male is really a disgrace to our male face. Really is gas. So lovely girl, actually met this kind of scum, and still together 3 years. Why not meet me? I will certainly 100 obedience to her. What era is it? A rich second generation still play this level of trick. Really is disgusting to the extreme. That's right, miss, you don't be sad. Explode the contact number and home address of that scummy guy. I guarantee to come to the door to beat him up. That's right, expose him. It's better to explode the photos as well, so that other girls will stay away from this kind of scummy guy as well. And at the end of the video, Zhang Linlin said to the camera, Lin Xuan, I know you can definitely see this video. Let me tell you, my heart has always been yours. If you really want to leave me, then you pay me all the expenses for these 3 years. Otherwise I will expose all your information in the next video. It was clear that this time, Zhang Linlin or the Zhang family was preparing to use the power of the internet to deal with Lin Xuan, because at this point, this video had only been sent out for less than 5 hours. The number of plays in the bib had long since surpassed 1 million, and the comments had even reached tens of thousands. When Lin Xuan saw this scene, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought as well. Chapter 19 The Power of Money. Zhang Linlin hadn't even blown up her own identity, and she was already being manhandled by angry netizens to get her own information. If they really let Zhang Linlin burst out, then wouldn't they even dare not open their cell phones? If things got a little bigger, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to get out of the door by then. However, in the face of such a vociferous internet-wide crusade, Lin Xuan's heart wasn't very worried, because at the moment, the so-called direction of public opinion was that Zhang Linlin hadn't told the whole story. If Zhang Linlin could tell the whole story, even if public opinion wouldn't be on Zhang Linlin's side at that time, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to get out of the house. However, if he wanted to rely on public opinion to counter Zhang Linlin, then he would need enough prestige. Did he have that much prestige? Thinking of this, his gaze suddenly landed on top of the #1 hot search list. Hashtag mysterious tycoon, angrily swiped 1,000 treasure maps in one night, breaking the record of teasing cats. Hashtag, isn't this a ready-made reputation? Thinking of this, Lin Xuan entered the live broadcast room. At this moment, although a night had passed, there were still quite a few people in Lin Xuan's live room. There was no way around it. The impact of last night was just too great, and there were still quite a few people coming in one after another even now. There were even some people who had only found out about it by watching the news this morning, and each and every one of them were incomparably remorseful. If only they had gone to bed a little later last night. This kind of record-breaking thing who can encounter every day. And especially last night 1,000 treasure maps were brushed in a row. Some people even relied on coming in and digging for treasures all the way up to nearly $10,000. Forget it, let's see it again tonight. The godly big brother definitely has to work during the day. How can he be the same as a hobo like us? That's right, everyone disperse. I'll stay here once there's news of godly magnificent big brother. I'll notify you immediately. You notify us? Are you indeed not an overseer? That's right, I suspect that you are the overseer. I won't leave for a day if the divine magnate doesn't come. Lin Xuan looked at the pop-ups in the livestream and was a bit teary-eyed. But this was fine, he just needed popularity at the moment. So then, he clicked on the treasure map and was just about to reward again when he realized that the treasure map now actually had a quantity selection function. It seems that this Lubo's efficiency is not bad. Last night himself then complained and he added it the next day. Lubo had indeed added it to Lin Xuan in one night. But this kind of function was only unique to Lin Xuan. Everyone else who wanted it didn't have it. But really there weren't many people who would reward a few million at once like Lin Xuan. Just as the crowd was preparing to continue doing their own thing, abruptly, a message suddenly appeared on the banner of the live broadcast room. User 1000 seeks Totoro gifted anchor 123456 100 treasure maps. Everyone come and find the treasure. Seeing this banner, the entire platform exploded. I wipe. This, is the godly hero back again? It must be him. 100 treasure maps. This handout is too fierce. A one-time reward of 100. It seems like the upper echelons of the amusing cat platform also noticed godly hero's words last night. Isn't that right? A big man is a big man. Just one word and the amusing cat platform immediately agrees. Although this wasn't the time when the amusing cat platform was at its highest, there were still many viewers who came to Lin Xuan's live room from the treasure map connection at one time. At once, the entire screen was filled with divine hero Big Brother. Only, these numbers weren't even close to the rise in Lin Xuan's bounty. And they were even worse compared to the number of people who had watched that video of Zhang Linlin. However, Lin Xuan didn't care. Since Zhang Linlin and her family wanted to use fish theory to defeat themselves anyway, he would let them see what the power of fish theory meant. Just as the crowd waited for Lin Xuan to continue rewarding him, they suddenly saw the originally comical wallpaper livestream suddenly go black. Immediately afterward, the face of a clean-looking man appeared in the live broadcast room. Wow, is this the face of Big Brother Totoro? It feels so handsome looking. Indeed, especially those eyes, so movie star-like. Big Brother Longcat, I want to give you a monkey. Looking at the pop-ups on the screen that were like snowflakes, Lin Xuan smiled. Although the popularity of the livestream wasn't as much as it was over there last night, he believed that it was enough to give Zhang Linlin a counterattack. At this point, he cleared his throat and smiled. Hello everyone, I'm the anchor of the live broadcast room, as well as the one who was rewarding thousands seeking Totoro himself. Those pop-ups at this point were the viewers' own guesses, and now that they saw that Lin Xuan had actually admitted it, the live broadcast room once again boiled over. There were even a few anchors who couldn't help but kiss their asses. Mr. Horish, Big Brother Longcat is so wise and powerful. Can you come to my little brother's live room for a visit? Sister Zhou, little brother is so handsome. Come to my live room. I'll sing for you. Demon Sect Master, Longcat Big Brother. I have a lot of cool photos. Do you want to come to my live room to enjoy them together? Watching some of the pillars of the cat-teasing platform arrive at his live room, Lin Xuan's mouth smiled slightly. His own popularity wasn't enough, but adding them that was more than enough. Although most of those people were game anchors, their popularity was all very impressive. Thinking of this, he took the lead and came to Mr. Horish's live room. After all, Mr. Horish, as a senior in the live broadcasting world, and even more so, the head of the pillars of the amusing cat platform, naturally, he had to mean it. Teacher Horish sent a pop-up. Just interacting, not expecting Lin Xuan to actually come in. After all, Lin Xuan was now as someone who had rewarded millions of people, and he had a cool entrance animation no matter which live room he went to. So naturally, Teacher Horish and his viewers all knew that it was Lin Xuan who had come in. Welcome Big Brother Longcat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Warm welcome. Seeing the welcoming pop-ups, Lin Xuan didn't say much and directly sent 100 treasure maps. User 1000 seeks Totoro gifted Mr. Horish with 100 treasure maps. Everyone come and hunt for treasures. Seeing this banner floating up, the entire live broadcast room, and even the entire platform's audience boiled over. Holy, this Longcat is really a big brother. This $500,000 said reward. It's really a god, oh my Longcat brother. People are ruthless and don't say much. Throwing 100 treasure maps at the drop of a hat. Seeing 100 treasure maps, Mr. Horish's mouth closed with laughter, and he hurriedly said with a smile on his face, 10,000 thanks for the 100 treasure maps from Big Brother Longcat. If you want to play League of Legends in the future, tell me to give you free access to the king. Teacher Horish, forget it, you've become a diamond goalkeeper now. Lin Xuan looked at the pop-up screen and laughed. sending an emoji before arriving at the next live broadcast room. Chapter 20 Reversal. Just after entering the live broadcast room was similarly bristling with welcoming pop-ups. Seriously, this feeling of being admired by millions of people wherever you go was really good. This live room was Sister Zhou's, and she saw Lin Xuan enter. With a dab, she jumped up from her chair. Hurriedly, she shouted in a loud voice, "Wow, Big Brother Longcat, the Zhou family army welcomes Papa Longcat's visit to our humble abode." At the same time, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were also clear. "Welcome Daddy Longcat's visit to the humble abode." Without any nonsense, once again 100 treasure maps were sent out. Seeing these 100 treasure maps, Sister Zhou's pair of airfields all started bouncing up and down violently at this time. Then she made a kneeling expression and said in a very exaggerated manner, "Thank you for the 100 treasure maps from Papa Totoro." Lin Xuan then went to a few other influential live streams and rewarded each of them with 100 treasure maps, causing those anchors to just about go up and lick Lin Xuan. After doing this, Lin Xuan returned to his own live room. At this time, not only was the number of people in his own live room not less, but it had become more numerous. This was because most of the fans were fans of other big anchors. Lin Xuan had just rewarded them with 100 treasure maps, and it was too rude for them to just walk away. And from this hand, it was clear that Lin Xuan was definitely worth a lot of money, and might even be the son of some plutocrat bigwig. Even though these big anchors of theirs could get 10 million a year or something, this amount of money didn't even count as a fart in the eyes of someone else's plutocrat. Moreover, they couldn't be clearer about the reasoning behind having more friends. And the most crucial thing was that Lin Xuan had inexplicably rewarded himself with so many gifts, so he definitely had something to say. So they all rushed over with their own fans in the live room. Seeing the large number of popularity in the live room at this moment, Lin Xuan smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that each and every one of those anchors weren't little cuties. And the millions of dollars he had rewarded them with had finally had some effect. Of course, these millions were naturally virtual gold, and his own virtual gold had only been used 1% so far. The remaining 99% would take quite some time. Alas, this is probably the troubles of the rich. Alright, the main reason I showed up live today was to say one thing. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room instantly quieted down. Do all of you know about the unscrupulous rich second generation that is currently rumored on the internet, cheating girls out of their youth for 3 years? Hearing Lin Xuan's words, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room once again multiplied. I know, I even scolded that guy on my scarf at the time. Me too, that guy really isn't a thing. He's practically an unknown number of grades worse than our Longcat big brother. What the hell rich second generation? I think it's just a thug from the countryside who came up here and thinks he's upper class just because he got a sum of money from demolition. Ha-2-way. That's right, trash. It's just garbage and our dragon cat big brother are simply one heaven and one earth. Seeing these pop-ups, the corners of Lin Xuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. My god, these people are too ed up. However, those big anchors didn't say anything. After all, right now Lin Xuan's words weren't even finished. If they took the risk of picking up and saying the wrong thing, everyone wouldn't have any face. It was better to wait for Lin Xuan to finish his words before deciding. He cleared his throat and slowly said, "Actually, what I want to say is that the male is me." As the words fell, there was a moment of silence in the live broadcast room. Then a pop-up screen leisurely floated out, and it was none other than Sister Zhou's. "Papa Totoro, is the content in that scarf true?" "Naturally, it's true." Lin Xuan nodded. In response to this very dry response, the crowd in the live broadcast room however felt a little surprised. They all thought that Lin Xuan would have weaseled his way out of it. "So, on the scarf, Ms. Zhang said that you cheated her for 3 years. Is there such a thing? If the deception here refers to feelings, then it's definitely false. The feelings I've had for her these past 3 years can be seen in heaven and earth. Even though we're living in cohabitation, I'm the one who does all the housework and meals every day. If the deception here refers to property, then I can only ask rhetorically whether she is interested in my money or my person." Being asked this by Lin Xuan, Sister Zhou was somewhat speechless instead. Lin Xuan's sentence however was not a problem. If that woman had previously felt that Lin Xuan was a poor boy and then chose to break up, and then later found out that this poor boy was pretending to want to back out of the relationship, this would not be possible to agree to even if it was a saintly mother. After all, you are looking at my money, not my people. Then if you meet another than my money at that time, won't you leave yourself at any time? Just then, Lin Xuan suddenly looked at the camera and asked rhetorically, "Sister Zhou, can I ask you a question?" "Papa Totoro, go ahead. Do you have a younger brother?" "Sister Zhou, no. If you had a brother, would you put your brother's name on the real estate license between you and your boyfriend?" "Put my brother's name on it?" Hearing Lin Xuan's question, Sister Zhou was almost about to laugh in anger. "How is that possible? I bought the house with my boyfriend. Why should it be written in my brother's name? Hearing Sister Zhou's reply, Lin Xuan smiled faintly. So you understand why I broke up with her. At the same time, the others in the live broadcast room also understood. It turned out that all of this was Zhang Linlin she was to blame. It wasn't even Lin Xuan who wanted to initiate the breakup. And not only that, let me tell you the truth. I originally worked for more than $10,000 a month, of which $5,000 to Zhang Linlin is living expenses, $5,000 down to buy a house. The rest of the $5,000 also have to charge more than $3,000 game coins to her younger brother. And I myself can only consume $2,000 a month. You think that I'm still that yummy and lazy scummy guy in her mouth? After saying this, Lin Xuan held out his paycheck to the crowd. Then may I ask, where did this reward money come from? Sister Zhou and the others had some panic in their hearts. If this money was obtained by Lin Xuan through illegal means, they would be in trouble. Please don't worry about this. In fact, I have another identity, that of a charterer. But this charterer became a charterer after I broke up. I was just an ordinary employee when I was with her. After saying that, Lin Xuan took out the real estate license of the Jingmen mansion. Everyone can see that the time on it is different from the breakup time on Zhang Linlin's video. Teacher Horish said at this time. In other words, from beginning to end, it's all a drama directed by Zhang Linlin herself, just wanting to discredit you. Lin Xuan nodded. That's right, I actually really wanted to marry her at the time, but their family are all vampires. So in the end, I had no choice but to break up and deal with it, but then they knew that I had money, so they wanted to blackmail me. So that's why I made such a scene, wanting to ask all of you to help me seek justice. Devilish sect master, no problem. My devilish sect is the main word of justice. Brothers, let's go on. Rushed that woman's scarf. Mr. Horish, where is my Horish army? Follow me. Sister Zhou, this woman is too not a thing. Actually look at the ex-boyfriend Rich. Want to come to blackmail him? Really angry with me. I told you how could Longcat father be such a person. The Zhou family army charge. At this time the other viewers in the live broadcast room were also, one by one, furious. Although Big Brother Totoro was rich, but why should a rich person compensate you? Didn't you have a sense of guilt when you were looking for Big Brother Longcat for money all by yourself? Chong. At that moment, the entire live broadcast room opened their scarves. This situation even made the scarves slightly stuck. Those who didn't know thought that there was a cyber attack. Chapter 21, Confrontation. At this time, Zhang Linlin's family was still enjoying the special services in the hospital. In fact, they could have been discharged the next day. And even the doctors had told them to be discharged as early as possible so as not to delay other patients. But they just kept on not being discharged, even preferring to raise the price. Even this morning, when Lulan saw that things were actually fermenting so quickly, he even directly asked the hospital to arrange for them to be placed in a special class ward. Even though the price here was over $2,000 a day, they really didn't care. Who made Lin Xuan rich? Mom, your idea is really good, Zhang Zifan said with a smile while playing King's Honor. That's for sure. Do you think your mom I've lived all these years for nothing? Lulan smiled smugly as she lay on the luxurious hospital bed. On the side, Zhang Linlin asked with some uneasiness. Mom, do you think he will really compromise with us because of the pressure of public opinion? Che, that's for sure. Nowadays this society is an internet society. As long as public opinion once fermented, even the King of Heaven would have to avoid it. Think about it. Which one of those so-called movie stars can get out in one piece as long as they get caught up in a fish theory storm? And if that Lin Xuan kid is really rich, his family must have huge assets. You have to know that many of the large assets nowadays have black accounts. Even if we don't look into it, those enthusiastic netizens will surely find out. Good daughter, just wait for their Lin family to personally come to your door to make amends. I can make a deal with you. When the time comes, you must not casually agree. When the time comes at least have to get a set of villa. Your mom I live so big, really have not lived in a villa once, now can also live in a villa. Really is good, Lulan said with full of joy. You guys, alas. Zhang Linlin's father on the side, seeing his wife do such a lack of morality, did not dare to say anything. He could only smoke a cigarette on the side and silently stood by the window looking at the scenery. For this family, his words could no longer play any role, so he didn't even want to speak at home. Anyway, whether he said right or wrong, he didn't have the right to decide. However, just as the Zhang family mother and daughter were dreaming, Zhang Linlin's cell phone suddenly rang. It wasn't the ringing of a phone, but rather the alerts of messages, one after the other. Due to what Lin Xuan had said in the live broadcast room earlier, it had caused Teacher Horing and the others to step in to explain themselves. Which of Teacher Horish, Sister Zhou, Demon Sect Master, and the others weren't all existences with over 1 million followers in the huddle. As soon as they spoke out, they immediately stirred up 1,000 waves in the scarf. At the same time, the direction of public opinion also began to change a bit from happening. Wow, have you guys heard? This woman actually has a family of vampires. I heard. It is said that this man's house, not only do not write people's male name, but also write the name of the woman's younger brother. This is not the naked foodie demon. That's right. If I met this kind of woman, I don't give them 2 punches even if I have a good temper. This is not marrying a daughter. It's simply selling a daughter for a price. I told you, where there will be this kind of extreme male, obviously is this woman's own nonsense. Their own family are vampires, and they do not work, but also said that other men do not work. Even if people have money, that's also their own business. A woman herself thinks about other people's money every day. Isn't that just? And that brother of hers is also a shameless goods. Every month to find their brother-in-law to ask for a few $1,000s. This cheek is still really thick but then again, this man is really handsome. If he doesn't have a girlfriend, can he consider me? At the same time, under Zhang Linlin's scarf account, it was also occupied by angry netizens. Originally, they were all people who sympathized with her and had posted some comforting messages, but now they were all painting a different picture, all disliking her messages. Blogger, a vampire family like yours still has the nerve to post videos? I really feel shameful for your behavior. That's it. You don't work yourselves, and the man gives you $8,000 a month, and you still don't think it's enough? Such an important matter is actually said to be that the man doesn't go to work. Are you blind? Call the police. I think we should call the police for this kind of thing. This woman is just talking nonsense with her eyes open, maliciously guiding public opinion. I'm telling you, this kind of thing from you is a lack of and virtue. Be careful that your future children don't have that. The live broadcast army came here and spit by the way to show incense. This kind of woman is disgracing our women. Garbage. Scum. Looking at her message area all blowing up, Zhang Linlin's face also showed a flash of panic. Lu Lan, who was at the side, saw her daughter's face look so bad and quickly asked, Lin, what's the situation? Did something happen? Lin Xuan, he has already struck back at me online. It's just a counterattack. I thought it was much of a big deal. Lu Lan waved her hand very calmly. Come over here and I'll tell you what to do. Half an hour later, Zhang Linlin sent a second video to her scarf. In the video, Zhang Linlin first briefly explained the so-called writing her brother's name. Actually, this writing my brother's name is purely a rumor. A way for Lin Xuan to guide your ears. When I was buying the house at the time, I said that it would be written in both of our names. I didn't say that it would be written in my brother's name. In reality, does it matter whose name the house is in? Marriage is about two people living their lives together, not about who gets the house. If it's just all about who the house belongs to, then ask him why he doesn't just live with it. It was clear that he had agreed to buy the house, but suddenly he didn't. And not only that, he kicked my brother on the spot, and to this day he's lying in a hospital bed. Not only that, but also my mom was angry into the hospital. Until now he did not come to the hospital to see my mom and brother. Honestly, I do not know what to do now. This kind of man should not have a good death. Lu Lan and Zhang Zifan's voices also appeared in the video. Their acting skills could be described as profound. The wailing on the hospital bed made the audience in front of the screen watch with pity. If this kind of acting skill were to be seen by the professors of the Central Media University, they would definitely be crying and pulling the mother and son into the acting industry. Accompanied by Zhang Linlin's evasive video speech, the fish theory on the scarf had once again depreciated and punished, and even gradually became a situation where the two armies confronted each other. Not only did they spray each other on the scarf, but there was also a tendency for it to get more and more intense. Chapter 22 Yi Hao Group. Since Lin Xuan was directly outing the fans of his live broadcast earlier, his live broadcast at this time was also strongly attacked by the other side. Even his cell phone number had been directly publicized by some angry fans, causing his phone to not be able to turn on at all. And in the end, Lin Xuan could only turn on the whitelist function. Seeing this, Lin Xuan had come to realize just how terrifying internet violence could be. And just so far, even though the number of people supporting him and the number of people supporting Zhang Linlin weren't even close, it couldn't be helped that people had directly crossed over to the fans to spray him off. Just as Lin Xuan was contemplating what he should do next to retaliate, Zhang Linlin suddenly sent him a text message. Lin Xuan, I think you've also suffered from internet violence these past few days. I'm the same, so I'm feeling tired right now. Or else here, we'll both take a step back each. You compensate me $200,000, then we'll continue to get married, and you don't have to write my brother's name on the house. It'll be in both of our names. What do you think? Seeing the message sent by Zhang Linlin, Lin Xuan sneered. Was this Zhang Linlin crazy or stupid? This current situation, is it something she can end just because she wants to? Ding! Infinite choice system activating. Option 1, agree with Zhang Linlin's idea, reward Zhang Linlin's favorability plus 50. Option 2, reject Zhang Linlin's idea and dislike her, reward 51% of Yi Hao Group shares. Hearing the system's beep, Lin Xian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Were these two options really not insulting his intelligence? What use was this option one besides increasing Zhang Linlin's favorability? Moreover, this woman, Zhang Linlin, as a complete and utter foodie demon, coupled with Lu Lan, even if he married her his life afterward would definitely not be easy. But option 2 was different. Lin Xian has heard of the Yi Hao Group, which specializes in entertainment, and is located in a famous and prosperous area of Shanghai City. In terms of entertainment can be ranked in the country to the existence of the top 5. The market value is even reached a staggering 10 billion. If it was a direct and simple calculation of the shares, the current 51% of the shares, it was equivalent to Lin Xian's hands directly holding more than 5 billion, a full 5 Jingmen mansions. With assets like that, would he still care about a single Zhang Linlin? Thinking of this, he sneered into the phone. Zhang Linlin, is it true that if I take out $200,000 and give it to you, you won't ask me for any other dowry? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Lan on the side called out, "Brat, you want to fart eat? Do you know how many bosses there are out there? How many rich people want to marry my daughter? This $200,000 is just to accompany me in Zifen's medical expenses. The rest of the dowry, jewelry should be as much as it is, not a penny less. Kid, I'm telling you, you're lucky to have my daughter, so don't give me that crap." At those words, Lin Xian picked up his cell phone and yelled into the microphone, "I'm going to you. $200,000? You guys are dreaming. Just Zhang Linlin's ghostly appearance is still worth $200,000. 200 can't be more than that. And since there are so many rich people who want to marry her, why don't you let those rich people take over? Garbage." Lu Lan, on the other end of the phone, was so angry by Lin Xian's words that she couldn't utter a single word. At this moment, Zhang Linlin spoke out. "Lin Xian, do you think it's fun to make such verbal attacks? I'll ask you one last time. Do you still have feelings for me?" "Feelings? I'm sorry, I haven't had any feelings for you since I told you to break up with me at the real estate center back then." "Okay, you remember my words and I hope you won't regret it." Zhang Linlin hung up the phone after saying these words. Lin Xian also directly pulled Zhang Linlin into his blacklist. This kind of woman was just too brainless. He didn't have time to waste on him. Ding! The host has completed option 2. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 51% of the shares of the Yi Hao Group. Configuration shares are being modified. Modifying share information. Modification completed. At the same time, in the top floor office of the Yi Hao building located in Shanghai City, a silhouette walked into the office with quick steps. The middle-aged man behind the desk frowned slightly when he saw such an adventurous secretary. "What's wrong with you? After being a secretary for so long, you even forgot to knock on the door." "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, the main reason is that this matter happened very suddenly and needs to be reported to you immediately." "What is it?" "Just now the Zhou family announced to the outside world, their hands of the Yi Hao Group shares, all have been sold out." "Sold?" Yi Hao Group can bring hundreds of millions of dollars of profit to the Zhou family every year, and it was just sold directly? Hearing the secretary's words, Chen Jingxing rubbed his head and stood up. "To know, the Zhou family is a famous family in the country, although the Yi Hao Group is not very good in their family, but it is also considered to be a profit point. How can it be said to be sold? Unless, the object of buying is a huge giant like Zhou's family, or more horrible existence than Zhou's family." Thinking of this, Chen Jingxing's legs and stomach began to resist trembling. As the saying goes, when a new official takes office, he didn't want the fire to burn on his own body so soon. "Right, what's the name of the new chairman? And the photo as well as contact information for me." "Mr. Chen, I've already sent the identity as well as information about the new chairman to your mailbox. But what? But this information I don't know if it's true or not," the secretary said with some uncertainty. "What do you mean?" "This, you'll know if you take a look." Chen Jingxing clicked on Lin Xian's message and frowned. This information was too fake. Other than his age which looked like the real thing, the other information was also too fake. Right, 3 generations of farmers and himself as a programmer, and his information was all very ordinary, and it was the kind that was so ordinary that it couldn't be ordinary. Even a random one let out in the Yi Hao Group could be richer than Lin Xian's information. With this kind of information, it could be sold in the hands of the Zhou family to the Yi Hao Group, not to mention the rest. The purchase price of billions of shares alone would definitely be impossible to come up with. So there was only one possibility. That is that this information is fake and a cover-up. Regarding this aspect, Chen Jingxing had also heard a little bit about it, and generally the children of large families would come out to practice for a period of time. During this time, he was not allowed to use all the resources under his own family, so a separate company would be purchased for them. Thinking of this, Chen Jingxing's legs once again couldn't help but tremble. To be able to buy billions of dollars of companies to use as a testing ground for his own offspring, just how big was this person's background? no matter what. It was better to give his new boss a call to greet him first. Thinking of this, Chen Jingxing picked up his cell phone and called Lin Xuan, but before he could connect, he heard, "Sorry, the user you've dialed is in a call. Please dial again later." How come it's on a call just after calling? Could it be that his new boss was busy? The secretary at the side suddenly thought of something when she heard the busy tone and said, "Mr. Chen, I think Lin Dong may not be busy with official business, but because of public opinion." Chapter 23, Chen Jingxing's visit. Public opinion? Yes. Currently, Dong Lin, because of some conflicts with his previous girlfriend, has caused Dong Lin to become the target of public opinion, the secretary said as he handed the information he had collected to Chen Jingxing. Chen Jingxing took the information and looked at it. The more he looked, the tighter his brows frowned. This one called Zhang Linlin was too much of a thing, and it wasn't hard to see from Lin Xian's opponent's scenario that he really couldn't mobilize his own family's power right now. Or else this so-called Zhang Linlin was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to make waves. As for Lin Xian's reward on the amusing cat platform, that could only simply be attributed to, previously, Lin Xian's pocket money. That's right, tens of millions of pocket money. For the truly rich, pocket money is calculated by the billions. Since Lin Dong is now in trouble, if he steps in to help him out, won't he be rewarded by Lin Dong? Thinking of this, Chen Jingxing said to his secretary, "You find out all the information on Zhang Linlin and everyone in Zhang Linlin's family and give it to the public relations department. Remember that this matter is for Lin Dong, so it must be done beautifully, or else let all those people in the PR department roll away." "Okay, I understand." After saying this, Chen Jingxing felt something was wrong. "Forget it, you'd better let their PR department collect the information and give it to me. I'll personally send it to Lin Dong." "Okay." Lin Xian, on the other hand, was a bit confused at this moment, because he didn't know the phone number of the person in charge of the Yi Hao Group, so he could only call the customer service number and ask over there, only to be directly hung up by the customer service staff as if they were crazy. Ugh, forget it, it's better to wait for them to come to themselves. As for Chen Jingxing's previous calls, Lin Xian was naturally treated as a nuisance call. There was no way that there were just too many nuisance calls nowadays, basically several an hour. Forget it, it's better to go to the live broadcasting room first to see if there's any good solutions. Just after opening the app of the amusing cat platform, Lin Xian saw a very familiar person on the homepage, Zhang Linlin. At this very moment, Zhang Linlin was relying on the heat that this matter had brought her, and had directly opened a live broadcast. In fact, Zhang Linlin was just trying to get out of the way at first, so she'd just find Lin Xian and pay him back some money. But she never thought that this matter would actually become so big that even she herself hadn't thought about it. As the victim of this matter, she had attracted countless fans, especially when she opened the live broadcast room. The popularity in her live broadcast room was as high as hundreds of thousands. The number of followers was also rising dramatically, and it was only a matter of time before she broke through 100,000 followers. And because of the impact of this incident, after she opened the live broadcast, she gained the sympathy of many passers-by, and even received a lot of gifts. If you do some simple math, it almost comes to 3,000 or 4,000. This made Zhang Linlin, who was already a loafer, even more determined. Afterwards, as long as she didn't recognize the account and continued to turn black and white in the live broadcast room, wouldn't she be able to receive even more gifts? Thank you all for the gifts. It's only now that I know what it means to have true love on earth. In fact, when I was going through this matter, I considered committing suicide, but because of your existence, I decided to live well. Only by surviving well myself can I take the greatest revenge on this scum of a man. Lin Xian. Zhang Linlin looked at the gifts that kept picking at the gift box while holding a tissue in her hand, tears in her eyes as she sold her misery. This expression watched as the other viewers in the live broadcast room all rose up in pity. One after another swiped gifts and comforted. "Anchor, don't be sad. This is my breakfast money. I decided to brush a firework for the anchor. Yeah, it's just a scummy guy. There are 30 million leftover men in the country right now. There's no need to care about a scummy guy. I'll give the anchor a donut. I'll brush an ice cream. Go anchor." Due to the small number Lin Xian was using at this moment, Zhang Linlin didn't notice when he entered the live broadcast room. Seeing this woman in the live broadcast room, smearing herself in such a way, Lin Xian's heart, too, was slightly moved with anger. Just as Lin Xian was considering how to counterattack, the door to the suite suddenly rang. Who was it? Could it be those fanatical brainwashed fans? It shouldn't be. They could still find their way here? Thinking of this, Lin Xian came to the door of his room and looked out through the cat's eye, only to see that there were 3 people standing outside the door at this moment. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was around 40 years old but looked very lean, while the woman was dressed in a uniform and looked very sexy and charming. As for the rest of a person he is recognized, is the person in charge of this hotel Luo Wentao. at first met once. At this time Luo Wentao was standing behind the middle-aged man, looking very respectful, although he didn't know who the other person was, but judging from the dress, it certainly wouldn't be those brainwashed fans. Opening the door, Chen Jingxing and his secretary looked at the youth in front of them and said very respectfully, "Hello Lin Dong." This, Lin Dong? Hearing Chen Jingxing's name, Luo Wentao, who was standing on the side, his eyes snapped open, and his heart was even more incomparably shocked. This youth was actually the chairman of the Yi Hao Group? In fact, Luo Wentao had already heard the news of the new chairman from the gossip today, but did not confirm it. Now that he heard Chen Jingxing's name, then it definitely couldn't be wrong. As soon as he thought of this, Luo Wentao's body couldn't help but feel a coldness emerge. Luckily, he didn't make things difficult for him at that time, or else he would definitely be in trouble. At that time, he lost his job as a small matter, for fear that at that time in the country they can no longer continue to survive. After all, the influence of Yi Hao Group is not blown out of proportion. Thinking of this, Luo Wentao also hurriedly bowed respectfully, as did Chen Jingxing. Seeing this scene, Lin Xuan was completely confused. What is this situation? Why were all three people bowing to themselves, and they also addressed themselves as Lin Dong? Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of the system rewards from before. Thus, somewhat less certain, he asked, "You guys are from the Yi Hao Group?" Hearing this, Chen Jingxing continued respectfully, "Yes Lin Dong, I am the CEO of the Yi Hao Group, and the one next to me is my secretary. As for him, he's the person in charge of the hotel, Luo Wentao, and at the same time, this hotel is also the property of the Yi Hao Group." Hearing this, Lin Xuan also realized, no wonder he could find where he was staying so quickly. "I see, you guys don't have to be so polite, come in and talk." Lin Xuan waved his hand. Luo Wentao, who was on the side, sniffed and hurriedly said, "I won't go in, I'll wait outside. If there's anything you want to do, just order me directly." There is no way. This kind of time, even if Lin Luo Wentao two guts, he did not dare to go in. One is the chairman of the company, one is the CEO of the company, and he was at most a small person in charge. How could he be in the same room with them? Okay, then it's hard work for you. No hard work, no hard work. Chapter 24 Anchor PK. After arriving at the meeting area, the secretary hurriedly went over and brought over a cup of coffee for Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan received the coffee and nodded in satisfaction. "I have to say, it really is different having a secretary here." Lin Xuan sat on the main seat and looked at Chen Jingxing, who was standing in front of him. Actually, Chen Jingxing's appearance looked really good, comparable to the overbearing CEOs in TV dramas. Although it wasn't as good looking as actors in general, it was at least much better looking than those greasy uncles. At least from his appearance, he gave Lin Xuan a very reliable feeling. "Take a seat first, we're going to meet often in the future. There's no need to be so formal." Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Chen Jingxing's heart was delighted. Although he said out loud that he was the CEO of the Yi Hao Group, he was still a part-time employee, to put it bluntly, and especially in a situation like a shareholder resale, there was a high chance that the entire upper echelons of the company would be replaced all over again. But for Lin Xuan to say such words now, then the odds were that it proved that Lin Xuan didn't want to replace anyone, or at least didn't want to replace him. "Lin Dong, I heard today that you've recently encountered a bit of a problem, so I specifically asked the PR department to find some information to bring to you." Saying that, Chen Jingxing handed over a stack of documents with both hands. In fact, Chen Jingxing could have let the public relations department resolve the matter directly, but after thinking about it, he decided to request Lin Xuan's opinion, or at least reflect his sincerity. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to give Lin Xuan an attitude of taking matters into his own hands. Lin Xuan took the information and briefly flipped through it, realizing that it was all information about everyone in the Zhang family. Very detailed, even that bed in that hospital they were born in. "It's possible, you guys can find it all here. Lin Dong, you're too modest. Our group is originally an entertainment-oriented company. It's normal to have a little bit of road in this area." This sentence, Chen Jingxing really didn't say anything wrong. As the nation's premier entertainment enterprise, the ability to gather information was naturally very strong. Otherwise, if one didn't know the bottom of one's own artists, how could one cultivate them to become first-rate stars? "Lin Dong, in fact, there's no need for you to personally show up for this kind of small matter. Leave it to our PR department, and we guarantee that it can be done beautifully." Chen Jingxing opened his mouth and said, "Alas, that's a no-brainer. There are some things that would be cool if you personally step in to solve them yourself." Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile as he finished speaking. In fact, there was a lot of content within this information that even he himself had never heard of, and now it was all spoken out to see how they would resolve it. "Right, Chen Jingxing, you make a copy of all the electronic information in here for me." "Okay, Lin Dong, I'll let someone do it." Chen Jingxing very quickly went to explain. It had to be said that the efficiency of this big company was just high. Within 5 minutes, a USB flash drive appeared in Lin Xuan's hands. At the same time, teasing cat Liv, Zhang Linlin was still on live, relying on her own fame and good looks. In just 1 hour, she had harvested nearly $10,000 in gifts. Seeing this number of gifts, Zhang Linlin looked down on Lin Xuan more and more. Old me. I got 2/3 of your original 1 month's salary in just less than an hour of live streaming. It's a good thing we're not together anymore, or else where would we have a good life in the future? However, these words were all in her mind. As for her face, it was still very miserable and dejected. Here, I'm very grateful to all the great gift givers. Without you guys, I think it's very hard for me to survive this hurdle. Due to the good effect of the live broadcast, Zhang Linlin's SuperTube also opened PK business for her. This kind of PK business mainly still let both sides of the anchor to brush gifts PK, so that not only the anchor will gain, as the platform will also gain a lot of money. Ladies and gentlemen, just now my supervisor helped me contact a continuous PK. This is my first time piking. I'm a bit not quite daring. Do you guys think I should PK? Looking at Zhang Linlin's pitiful appearance, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately had their hearts melting and hurriedly sent out pop-ups. PK. It must be PK. That's right. Don't be afraid, miss. I've already charged all my pocket money for this month. I'll definitely help you win. Yeah, I've already charged my paycheck for this month as well. I promise to let you win. Go for it, missy. Seeing these pop-ups, Zhang Linlin was overjoyed in her heart. She didn't care where her viewers' money came from. As long as it came to her account, that would be fine. In the next second, Zhang Linlin clicked agree, and the screen split in two. Another anchor lady also appeared on the screen. After the two briefly exchanged pleasantries, they began to PK. Since Zhang Linlin's live room activity had always been high before, it didn't take more than a minute for the gift bars on Zhang Linlin's side to overwhelm the other party by an overwhelming margin. Xiao Xian looked at her own gift bar that was barely even 1%, and could only laugh helplessly and bitterly. Missy, there must be a lot of bigwigs in your family. That's for sure. Our family is full of bigots. Hearing such complimentary words, Zhang Linlin said very proudly, Ding! Unlimited option system in the process of launching. Option 1, help Zhang Linlin win PK, reward, Zhang Linlin's favorability plus 50. Option 2, help Xiao Xian win PK, reward, Villano, one of the Imperial Dragon Heavenly Pavilion. Just as Lin Xuan had just used his trumpet to watch the two PK, a system prompt appeared in Lin Xuan's mind. After seeing the prompt given by option 1, Lin Xuan couldn't help but spit out, is there any mistake? What's the point of asking for that smelly woman Zhang Linlin's favorability yourself? At this moment, as if the system had heard his question, it explained, Ding, a favorability of 80 or more will become the host's girlfriend, 90 or more will marry the host, and 100 will be with the host for life, never to be separated. Put. Hearing the system's words, Lin Xuan almost couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blood. Good lord, I'm going to be with this woman Zhang Linlin for the rest of my life? Then wouldn't I be drained of all my blood by her and her family? As for the Imperial Dragon Heavenly Pavilion, Lin Xuan had naturally heard of it after living here for several years. The Imperial Dragon Sky Pavilion was located in the south of Zhonghai City and was the most luxurious neighborhood in Zhonghai City. Although it couldn't be called number 1, it was still in the top 3. By the mountains, by the water, the ultimate luxury, the people who live there are almost all dignitaries. After all, ordinary people can't even afford to buy a nanny's room there. So was there even a need to consider this kind of option? Thinking of this, Lin Xuan didn't bother with nonsense and directly logged into Xiao Xian's live room with his large number. At this point, there was less than a minute until the end of PK, and looking at the gift bar she had backed to the extreme, Xiao Xian was filled with frustration. There was no way who let herself be just a small anchor. Just then, a magnificent banner appeared in her live room. It was, before Xiao Xian could react, she saw a series of banners floating up. User 1000 Totoro gifted Xiao Xian a treasure map. Let's come and hunt for treasure. User Totoro of 1000 searches gave a Xiao Xian a treasure map. Let's go treasure hunting. User Totoro gifted a treasure map to Xiao Xian. Let's hunt for treasure. Chapter 25 Interesting Things. When one treasure map after another popped up in Xiao Xian's live broadcast, the entire live broadcast room was abuzz. Wow, what's this? Did a big brother come to our live room? Chihiro's Totoro? Why does this name sound so familiar? How stupid. The big guy who previously set the Amusing Cats platform reward record. Yeah, it's really him. Looking at the reward tips that kept popping up on the screen, Xiao Xian's entire body was in a state of confusion. She was just a small anchor, and the largest reward she had usually encountered was only $50. Now that she had encountered this kind of almost crazy reward, she was at a loss. At this time, SuperTubes also noticed this scene. and seeing that Xiao Xian was still in a state of confusion, she hurriedly said via private message, "What are you still hesitating for? Why don't you hurry up and thank Big Brother Toho? Thank you Chances Totoro. Thank you Big Brother Totoro for the 10 treasure maps." After saying this, she finally slowed down, her pair of beautiful eyes snapped open, and she hurriedly thanked the camera again and again. 10 treasure maps was $50,000, and even after deducting taxes and platforms, it was almost $30,000. This was an existence that Xiao Xian normally wouldn't dare to imagine. As a small anchor, she had never thought about this kind of scene today. Even when she thought of the instant noodles she had eaten before, she couldn't help but shed some tears of excitement. In fact, before this, there were quite a few Tycoon big brothers who wanted to brush her with treasure maps, but she knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the sky, and all of these people had more or less said that as long as they rewarded, they would eat privately or come out to play. In this situation, even with the fingers of her feet, it was not difficult to figure out what exactly those people's intentions were. Seeing this sudden scene, Zhang Linlin on the other side of PK was completely dumbfounded. Originally, she had been assured of victory, but she was suddenly overturned, and it was still a completely crushing flip. Originally, her gift bar could have pressed Xiao Xian's gift bar into a line, but now it was the other way around. Someone else's Xiao Xian's gift bar could crush hers into a line. This situation was really something that no one had expected. Wow! What kind of Tycoon big brother did this opposite party meet? It actually gave away 10 treasure maps in one go. Yeah, this situation is too trenchant. However, why does the ID name of that anchor thanking just now sound so familiar? Chances Totoro. Holy, it's that super big guy who broke the record of the amusing cats platform before. That's right, I saw it too. This kind of big brother. It's too trenchant. When Zhang Linlin saw her own fans' words, she pretty much knew who the other party was offering. Seriously, to be able to give away 10 treasure maps at once. How rich was this kind of person's family? If only he could know him. At least much richer than Lin Xuan. Thinking of this, Zhang Linlin said with some acidity, "Beauty, your big brother is so powerful. Say it, how do you want to punish me?" This kind of PK actually requires the losing party to accept the winning party's punishment. This kind of is not a hard and fast rule, but it is something that needs to be followed, or else the next time you PK, there won't be anyone to swipe gifts for you anymore. Xiao Xian sniffed and said with a smile, "Missy, let me ask our family's big brother about this. Let him decide on the punishment this time." Xiao Xian's entire body was in a state of excitement at this time, and her small face looked red and very cute. "Have her come to my live broadcast room? Room number XXXXXXXX. Lin Xuan said directly in the live broadcast room. Seeing this scene, although Xiao Xian was a little puzzled but still followed Lin Xuan's words word for word. Hearing Xiao Xian's words, the people in the live broadcast room froze. Going to Big Brother Taheyo's live broadcasting room? And letting Zhang Linlin go? Could it be that he had a crush on her? No way. If he really had a crush on her, why did he still need to give Xiao Xian a reward? Just give Zhang Linlin a reward for 10 treasure maps. Although many people in the live room couldn't figure it out, they still came to the live room given by Lin Xuan, and Zhang Linlin was also very happy to agree. After all, she just wanted to get to know this Tycoon big brother, and now that people took the initiative to invite themselves to his live room, how could they possibly refuse? Xiao Xian watched for a while and also came to Lin Xuan's live room, and in an instant, there were quite a few more people in Lin Xuan's live room. Since the live room Lin Xuan used this time was newly open, so people didn't feel there was anything unusual about it. At this time, the live broadcast room was still dark and there were no images or sounds. However, the fans were swiping in succession. "Hey-oh big brother, you still lack of pendants? I've been specializing in thigh pendants for 30 years. "Hey-oh dad, do you have a boyfriend? I think the two of us go well together." Zhang Linlin also typed when she saw this. "Hello big brother, I'm Linlin." At this time, a noise suddenly came out of the calm live broadcast room, followed by a late passing voice. "Linlin, right. I have something interesting here. I don't know if you and your fans want to hear it." Zhang Linlin sniffed and didn't feel anything wrong. Instead, she smiled and joked. Yes, Linlin, I'm all ears." Xiao Xian and some of the fans who had heard about this also flocked in, and all of a sudden, there were tens of thousands of people in this newly opened live broadcast room as well. Seeing that it was almost time, Lin Xuan directly released the video footage that Chen Jingxing had given him. The video was of the sales hall, the content was very clear, and the sound was also very clear. "Lin Xuan, a few of us have discussed it. This house, we have to fill in Ziffan's name. Brother-in-law, just put my name. Isn't it just a few $1,000,000? This time, I'll listen to my mom." The content of the video was not long, only a few minutes, but these few minutes put out all the things that happened in the beginning, one by one. And after seeing the video displayed on the screen of the live broadcast, Zhang Linlin's entire body was completely dumbfounded. Previously, she had looked up this real estate on the internet. It was not a small company, so she believed that Lin Xuan was unable to get his hands on the video of this place, which was why she was spouting nonsense here. However, now Lin Xuan had actually directly taken out the surveillance video footage from when she had purchased the property at the time, which had taken her by surprise. But who would have thought that that so-called real estate company was nothing more than a branch of the Yi Hao Group? The chairman of the board wanted to monitor the video. It was not an easy task. After the video was played, Lin Xian's voice sounded once again. Gentlemen, this video is exactly what happened when I was preparing to buy a wedding house with Zhang Linlin's family at that time. Tell me if it's me who betrayed my trust, or if it's her Zhang Linlin's family that's heinous. My God, is this old woman the anchor's mom? This is too not a thing. That's right. Where would someone put their own brother's name on their daughter's son-in-law's matrimonial home? I was blind enough to give the anchor so many gifts before, but I didn't expect this to be the case. Yes, this anchor is a liar, specialized in coming over to cheat us out of our money. Garbage, still saying that the other young man is a scum. I think your family are all feudy devils. Ha-to-way, Zhang Linlin, can you have some face? Can you say this kind of words without blushing? After seeing the surveillance screen, the live broadcast room was instantly boiled up, and various pop-ups instantly exploded the entire live broadcast room. Chapter 26, Verbal Punishment. At this moment, the wind in the live broadcast room had also suddenly turned to Lin Xian's side, and those fans who had supported Zhang Linlin had all disappeared at this point. Although it wasn't very nice of Lin Xian to break up in public, and to kick Zhang Zifan in the face, it was also Zhang Linlin's family's own doing. If they hadn't demanded that the matrimonial home be in Zhang Zifan's name, Lin Xian wouldn't have broken up. If Zhang Zifan hadn't wanted to come up and punch Lin Xian wouldn't have kicked him. Nowadays, in this situation, as long as someone whose three views weren't twisted would basically choose to stand on Lin Xian's side, in particular, the group of fans that Zhang Linlin's had brought with her. Most of Zhang Linlin's fans were male, and at this time, when they encountered this extremely unjust situation, they naturally chose to support Lin Xian without any surprises. Seeing this, Zhang Linlin hardened her cunning defense. These dubs are all post-produced. We didn't say at the time that the house wrote Zhang Zifan's name. Post-produced? Good. You still don't admit it, right? Since that's the case, then I'll let you be convinced. After saying that, Lin Xian pulled up another period of time, which wasn't as clear as that video, but it was clearly real, as he had been recorded by someone else with a cell phone. In it, one could clearly hear what Lu Lan had said. Lin Xian, a few of us have discussed it. This house, we have to fill in Zifan's name. Exactly the same. Word for word. Not only that, but Lin Xian had also played the video of the salesman who was at the site at the time as well. The truth was also the same. Zhang Linlin, in this case, you don't need to be sophomoric anymore. If all of this is fake, then I would like to ask then what was the reason I proposed breaking up in the first place? That's, how would I know that? You don't know because what I said is the truth. Lin Xian's voice was extremely serious and filled with unquestioning. In front of the ironic truth, Zhang Linlin opened her mouth, unable to say anything. Also, you said that I'm lazy. I'm here to type out all of my bank flows for you to see, and by the way I even typed one for you. The next moment, 2 running water bills appeared on the screen. Lin Xian had an on-time paycheck every month, and although it wasn't a lot, it was still more than 10,000 a month. On the contrary, Zhang Linlin's income was only 5,000 per month, and all of this 5,000 was still from Lin Xian taking the initiative to call her. This was simply a naked vampire. Moreover, from the bill the crowd could easily see that this Lin Xian had also transferred money to the other one. I think you guys should be curious about the other one. I'll tell you right now that the other one is my original brother-in-law, Zhang Linlin's own brother Zhang Zifan's. But that's not the most shocking thing. What shocks me the most is that Zhang Zifan took my money not only not to play games or eat or drink, but to gamble. Hearing Lin Xian's words, not only the audience, even Zhang Linlin was stunned, a face full of disbelief. She knew about this matter of Zhang Zifan's gambling, but this matter was only known by their family. How did this Lin Xian know about it? I know you guys don't believe me, but there's no way this is the truth. Currently, Zhang Zifan already owes someone $1,300,000. It needs to be paid off within a month. And the reason why they want me to write his name is solely because of paying off that gambling debt. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the audience in the live broadcast room once again murmured, "My God, this is actually how this ends." Yeah, I just realized that most of what happened was made up by this female. The fact that it turned out to be something that's literally 2 different things from what she's talking about. Mud. This woman is a green tea eating and drinking other people's food, and as a result, she still wants to portray the other party as a scum. This woman really isn't a thing. That's right, it's not just this woman. their family is not a thing. To actually think of asking for their son-in-law's matrimonial home to pay off their son's gambling debts, this family is really all vampires. This kind of extreme family, I originally thought I'd only see it in movies and TV dramas. I didn't think I could actually encounter it in reality. Please remember the name of this woman and their family, and I hope that all other brothers and sisters will stay away from them in the future. Just now I also gave this woman a gift of more than $100. Really shameless. Old me is really blind. RNM, return the money. Seeing the group's anger in the live broadcast room at this moment, Zhang Linlin's face also gradually became grim. Although her face was very ugly, as if she had eaten a fly, she didn't think of giving up so easily and said through gritted teeth, "Could it be that this is the reason you played me for 3 years for nothing? I was with you before with all my heart and soul, and this is how you treat my feelings? In vain. I was loyal to you before. I'm really blind. You scum. You shall not die." Seeing Zhang Linlin start to shamelessly spill her guts, Lin Xuan couldn't help but be infuriated and laugh. "Zhang Linlin, I don't think you've understood the truth. We're in an equal romantic relationship. There's no such thing as who owes who. If it was because of my problems that I proposed a breakup, then it would indeed be me being scummy. But as of right now the cause of the breakup lies with you, so I'm just legitimately fulfilling my duties. Moreover, your family is now being pursued by the banker for a debt. This has nothing to do with me at all. It's entirely your brother's fault, in addition to the fact that you presumptuously swindled me out of my house. For this I reserve the right to pursue you for fraudulent behavior." Hearing Lin Xian's words, the netizens in the live broadcast room once again snorted and argued. "I'll go. This is simply naked behavior. I think this should be illegal. Yeah, I really feel like the man is the one being bullied from start to finish. Marred. If this falls on me, I'm going to slap that woman twice on the spot. It really pisses me off. That's right. At the expense of me also helping that stinking woman to scold this man at the beginning. I didn't realize that this man is the victim. In the future this kind of thing, we still have to put bright eyes, in case we don't pay attention. I'm afraid that we are going to be used as a knife. Disgusting. Yuck." Seeing that the live broadcast room was full of cursing herself, Zhang Linlin was immediately anxious and sweating. Just as she was considering what to do, a sharp knock sounded. Immediately afterward, 4 or 5 big men dressed in black came in from outside. The leading one just came in and looked around, and when he saw Zhang Zifen, who was lying on the hospital bed playing king, his icy voice abruptly sounded. "Zhang Zifen, you are really hiding here." Chapter 27, Thief's Heart. Zhang Zifen was horrified when he saw this. "How did you guys find this place? How did you find it?" "Naturally, it's thanks to your sister Ah. If it wasn't for your sister being so famous these days, we're afraid that we wouldn't really be able to find you." "What?" At this time, Lu Lan saw this and hurriedly came up and said in a kind manner, "Big brothers, didn't we agree to give us a month's time at that time?" The leader sniffed and pooh-poohed, glancing at Lu Lan. "1 month? At that time, what you said was that you guys could trick your son-in-law into getting the house. But now that things have come to this, do you think you still have a chance?" Hearing these words, Lu Lan looked to the side at Zhang Linlin and questioned, "Zhang Linlin, what's going on? Didn't we agree that we can settle that kid?" Zhang Linlin also cried out in anxiety. "Mom, this can't be blamed on me ah." Lin Xian didn't know where he knew about the live surveillance, and now the whole internet is starting to sneer at me. Humph, cut the crap. I'm here to get the money today. With that, the black-clothed big man was ready to drag Zhang Zifen away as well. Zhang Zifen cried out in fear. "Mom, you quickly save me. Big brothers, can you forgive us for 2 more days? We'll get you as much money as we can." Lu Lan at this time is really about to cry in a hurry. She is only this one baby son. Did not say anything, cannot let him have any accidents. 2 days? Over $1 million. You say you can get it in 2 days? You're teasing me. The leader reached out and slapped Lu Lan's face, laughing playfully. "It's definitely possible. Or how about this? If we can't come up with more than $1 million in 2 days, how about we give Zhang Linlin to you guys?" Hearing Lu Lan say such words, Zhang Linlin's entire body was dumbfounded, her eyes staring straight at Lu Lan as she shouted loudly, "Mom, you shut up. Big brothers, although my daughter has talked about boyfriends, she has only talked about one that is still at the stage of a great lady. If you guys don't mind, take her away to make money for you." Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Lan uttered these words. Hearing these words, the big man in black also sized up Zhang Linlin with interest. It had to be said that Zhang Linlin was quite good looking, and although it wasn't her first time, it wasn't impossible to make money. "Alright, since that's the case, then write a note. If you can't come up with the money in 2 days little sister you'll come with us." No problem. Lu Lan hurriedly nodded her head and responded. After signing the contract, the black-clothed big men left the middle of the ward one after another. At this time, Zhang Linlin also slowed down. "Mom, you guys want to sell me? Lu Lan looked at Zhang Linlin's questioning and hurriedly waved her hand. Gu, my little ancestor, what am I selling you for? This is a reprieve. A reprieve? That's right, it's a delaying tactic. I think the bell must be tied. I think Lin Xuan, that kid still has some meaning for you. As long as you talk to him properly, and then express your love for him, I think he should still come back to you. Seriously, if he doesn't have any feelings for you, do you think a second-generation rich boy would be obedient to you for 3 years? Hearing Lu Lan's words, Zhang Linlin also nodded. These words were indeed not wrong. However, Lin Xuan has blacked me out now. I can't see him at all. Zhang Linlin questioned as she thought of something else. Humph, what's there to be afraid of? Don't we have his parents' contact information? Talk to his parents. They will definitely agree. Thinking of this, Lu Lan took out her cell phone and called Lin Xian's parents. Seeing Lu Lan go to make the call, Zhang Linlin suddenly thought that she still had quite a bit of gift money on her live account. It wasn't much, but it was still tens of thousands of dollars, and since she wouldn't be live streaming in the future anyway, she might as well take it out now. However, when Zhang Linlin was just about to log into the amusing cat platform app, she suddenly saw a prompt box pop up. Hello user Linlin, according to the feedback from other users, you have illegal violations, so your account has been frozen. To get the latest news, please contact customer service staff. This is his account was frozen by the platform? Then wouldn't all of one's money be gone? Thinking of this, Zhang Linlin's entire face was suddenly ashen, but before she could figure out why, she suddenly saw her cell phone ringing, but an unfamiliar call. Zhang Linlin subconsciously connected it, and just as she did so, she heard an angry scolding sound resound from the phone. You shameless woman, go to hell. Before she could react, she saw more text messages ringing out. Those contents were all abusive to her and her family. At this point, the winds across the internet had long since shifted, and those who had originally attacked Lin Xuan had all turned to attacking Zhang Linlin at this point. The cyber violence that Lin Xuan had been subjected to earlier was now being countered several times over. At this time, the Nexon live broadcast platform she had created had all been attacked by netizens, and even the Penguin number, which she hadn't been using often, had been subjected to a barrage of curses at this time. On the other hand, Lin Xuan was lying comfortably on the hotel's large bed. As for the rest of the matter, there was no need for him to think about it. The bitter fruits that the Zhang family had produced on their own, let them pay for it on their own. It was fortunate that he had activated the system in the first place, or else he really would have become the unlucky man in the news. Afterwards, Lin Xuan received a private message from Xiao Xian, and after chatting for a while, she was actually a student at the art university in Zhonghai City. After adding a chat friend, after two people chat for a long time, actually found that the common topic is quite a lot, so another chat for a while to lie down and prepare to sleep. Just as he was getting ready to sleep, Lin Xian's cell phone rang. What time is it? Why is someone still calling me? But when he picked it up, it was actually his own mom calling. Hey, what's wrong with mom this late? Nothing. I just received a call from Linlin's mother, and their family has already apologized for what happened last time. I think the attitude is quite good, and Linlin also said that she wants to get back together with you. I think this girl is quite good, and now there are so many boys, or you should just make up with her. Anyway, you have been talking for so long. Hearing his mom's bitter words, Lin Xian's sleepiness was suddenly gone. This Lu Lan and the others hadn't died yet. They actually called their mom. Mom, their family is thinking about our house right now. Nonsense. Linlin has already cried and assured me that the house will be written in both of your names. You've been talking about it for so long. How can you say you're splitting it? Give her another chance. Mom, this marriage is not child's play. How about this? You go see her one last time tomorrow. Whether it works or not, I don't care. Alas. Fine. Lin Xuan sniffed and could only nod helplessly. Who let it be his own old mom who requested it? However, he himself had only gone over there to make a final end. As for the reason, Lin Xuan could just guess it with his toes. It must have been Zhang Linlin crying and begging her own mom. Otherwise her own mom wouldn't have been so forceful in letting herself go. In the end, the Zhang family was now thinking about this house. Otherwise where would they get the money to pay off that gambling debt? Their family is also a house in the 80s, sold out at most $1 million or so, not to mention whether it can be sold out in a short period of time. Even if it was sold, the family would basically be able to live in a rented house. Chapter 28, Packing Up and Leaving. The night was silent, and it was only at 10 o'clock the next morning that Lin Xuan lazily got up from his bed. There was no way the bed here was just comfortable to sleep in. As for the meeting place, it was actually this hotel, but it was only in the common lobby. After all, with Zhang Linlin's family's consumption level, they really couldn't afford to spend money in this hotel. Lin Xuan casually put on his slippers and t-shirt and walked down from the elevator. Just after arriving at the lobby, Lin Xuan saw Zhang Linlin and Lu Lan sitting in the middle of the lobby, as well as his former brother-in-law Zhang Zifen. Today, Zhang Linlin had dressed up in order to meet Lin Xuan, wearing a light red dress and light makeup on her face. Zhang Linlin's looks weren't bad, or else she wouldn't have amassed so many fans in a short period of time. At this moment, she looked exceptionally fresh and elegant under the light makeup, and her entire temperament became pleasing to the eye. Some of the waitresses passing by couldn't help but take a couple more glances towards Zhang Linlin at this moment. Lin Xuan. Zhang Linlin saw Lin Xuan walking over and hurriedly waved her hand at him. At this moment, where was Zhang Linlin's indifference from last time? She appeared extremely enthusiastic. If one didn't know about the previous events, they would have thought that these two were a couple in love. Seeing this, Lin Xuan just dragged his flip-flops and strutted over. Although this hotel is not allowed to go in without formal attire, but who let Lin Xuan pack the presidential suite for a month? As soon as Lin Xuan sat down, Zhang Linlin directly reached out and hugged Lin Xuan, appearing very intimate. Immediately afterward, she said with tears in her voice, her eyes watery as she looked at Lin Xuan in a petulant voice. Lin Xuan, I thought that you didn't want me anymore. I've been thinking about it for a long time, and I felt that I couldn't live without you, so I've thought about it, and I think it's better for us to go ahead and get married. On the side, Lu Lan also said with a red old face full of apologies. Yes, Xiao Lin, what happened before was our fault. We apologize to you. In addition, the house can be written in your and Lin Lin's name. The bride price and whatnot, you guys said it yourselves. Give a few hundred or a few thousand, you guys can say what you want. In fact, I'm only doing it for you two. As long as you two can still continue to be together, I can rest assured. Zhang Zifen, who was on the other side, also came up and said, brother-in-law, I know that I did things that hurt you and my sister. I promise that I will definitely clean up my act and be a new person in the future. Zhang Linlin also said fondly from the side. Lin Xuan, let's just follow the previously scheduled wedding process. After we get married, we'll go to play abroad together. Didn't you say at the time that we were going to travel to the Aegean Sea in Hawaii? I'm going to follow your lead this time, and we'll come back after we've had a good time abroad. Hearing the words of Zhang Linlin's family, Lin Xuan's mouth couldn't help but emerge with a smile. In order to pay off Zhang Zifen's gambling debts, they really were doing everything they could. I say, what's the point of this kind of acting on your part? If you hadn't heard from Xiong Cheng inside that I'm rich, you guys would have gone through all the trouble to come to me? Hearing this icy tone from Lin Xuan, Zhang Linlin's heart tightened slightly. One had to know that before she was in front of Lin Xuan, she was a goddess-like existence. Lin Xuan hadn't been complimenting her and pleasing her at all times. But now, Lin Xuan was filled with a condescending aura. An aura that Zhang Linlin had never seen exist before. But to be honest, the Lin Xuan at times like this instead made Zhang Linlin feel even more moved. However, hearing Lin Xuan's words made Zhang Linlin's heart half cold. Lu Lan, on the other hand, said somewhat anxiously, Little Lin, you've misunderstood. We're definitely not looking for you for the sake of money. It's purely for the sake of your and Lin Lin's feelings. Don't you even blush when you say these words. If I didn't have any money, would you still be looking for me in such 100 different ways? Lin Xuan directly disliked back. Lu Lan opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. I'm meeting you guys today solely because my mom promised you guys. Now that I've met you guys, leave early. Also remember that we were doomed from the time we first bought the house. We have no relationship at all in this life. You walk your sunny path, I'll walk my solitary bridge. Even outside, we treat each other as strangers. Hearing such desperate words from Lin Xuan, Zhang Linlin's eyes filled with tears. Lin Xuan, could it be that you're so heartless? Could it be that these 3 years of affection are worthless to you? Seeing Zhang Linlin with tears in her eyes, the waiter on the side was overjoyed. Thinking that he had found an opportunity to perform, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, Little brother, are you still a man? A little girl has apologized to you like this. What else do you want? Hearing the waiter's words, Lin Xuan frowned slightly. Who are you? Who am I? You don't need to care. If you don't apologize today, do you believe I'll kick you out? This hotel of ours is where you have to wear formal attire to come in. You're afraid you're not sneaking in. At this moment, Luo Wentao, who was watching from the sidelines, saw this and dashed over. Ever since he last knew that Lin Xuan was the new chairman of the Yi Hao Group, he had specifically told the security department to directly notify him whenever Lin Xuan came down, just in case someone was ungrateful enough to offend Lin Xuan. The previous Lin Xuan had only chartered the total suite for a month, and although he was rich, it wasn't enough to make Luo Wentao so cautious. But now it was different. His own real top boss, in case Lin Xuan was offended, he would definitely have to roll up his sleeves and leave. Thinking of this, Luo Wentao directly turned to the waiter and asked, You just arrived, right? Yes, Manager Luo. Seeing that the person coming was Luo Wentao, he didn't dare to pretend anymore and quickly said respectfully, In that case, then just pack up your things and leave. Why? After offending Mr. Lin, aren't you going to roll? Hearing Luo Wentao's words, the waiter lowered his head and slowly left. You've come at the right time. Kick these people out. In addition to telling none of them to come in from now on, Lin Xuan said to Luo Wentao, pointing at Zhang Linlin and the others indifferently. Yes, Mr. Lin. After saying that, Luo Wentao greeted a few security guards and walked over. Those who could work at the Marriott Hotel. Which one of them was not a retired professional soldier? Even if Lu Lan and Zhang Zifen wanted to play rogue, it was just a useless endeavor. Seeing the three thrown out, Lin Xuan nodded with great satisfaction. My breakfast is done, isn't it? It's done. It's made by the best chef in our hotel. Should I send it to the guest room for you? Or to the restaurant? Go to the restaurant. I have something to go out later. Okay, Mr. Lin. This way please. It was 10 o'clock at this time, and although there weren't many guests in the restaurant, the people present at this time were looking at Lin Xuan. There was no other reason, because at this moment, Luo Wentao was following behind Lin Xuan like a pug. This kind of scene made them, the guests, look really dumbfounded. Chapter 29. Perhaps this is the imperial treatment. Is this still the general manager of the Yi Hao Hotel? Why is he so polite to this young man? How do I know? When I came here yesterday, although I was smiling, it's a world of difference compared to this now. Moreover, since the restaurant was in the form of a buffet, but this was not a buffet for Lin Xuan, it was simply a proper meal. All sorts of delicacies came and went, almost putting Lin Xuan on a real table, and Luo Wentao was at his side serving tea and water. Despite this, there wasn't the slightest bit of displeasure on his face. Instead, he was very excited. One must know that the hotels under the Yi Hao Group were more than just his one. There are at least a dozen of them, but there is only one chairman of Yi Hao Group, and to be so close to the chairman is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If the heads of the other hotels knew about this kind of opportunity, they would definitely be envious and jealous. Seeing that the cup beside Lin Xuan was empty, Luo Wentao hurriedly spoke out and asked, Mr. Lin, what would you like to drink? I'll get it for you. A cup of watermelon juice. Remove all the seeds inside. All right. Upon hearing this, Luo Wentao hurriedly greeted a waiter over, and then he himself ran his ass off to the back kitchen to arrange watermelon juice for Lin Xuan. Soon, Luo Wentao carefully brought over a cup of freshly squeezed watermelon juice. Seeing this scene, the entire crowd of customers were dumbfounded. Isn't this a cafeteria here? When was the buffet restaurant treated so well? At this time, a young woman sitting not far away said in a petulant voice, husband, I also want to drink watermelon juice. This woman was wearing a very sexy dress, heavy makeup, and it felt as if even her weight would weigh quite a bit more after the entire person had been made up, and a balding old man in his 50s sitting beside her. The whole person was at a loss for words after being pampered by her like this. Waiter! The next moment, the old man raised his hand and called for the waiter. The waiter walked over and said with a smile on his face, Hello, glad to be of service. May I ask how I can help you? The old man glanced at the waiter and said in Lin Xuan's tone, Get me a glass of watermelon juice. The seeds need to be removed. I'm sorry sir, we're in a buffet area here. We don't provide this kind of service. Also this morning's breakfast drinks are only orange juice, coffee, soy milk and milk. There is no watermelon juice. Hearing the waiter's words, the young woman on the side still pouted. No, I want watermelon juice hubby. Seeing his girlfriend being so pampered, the old man took out his room card and said, I'm a customer of your hotel. Could what a customer says be a fart in your opinion? After saying that, he very proudly lit up the room card. Nightclub too, their own booking of the room price but, this hotel's middle of the upper room. A night but to more than $4,000. He did not believe. That looks all mixed brand of youth can still compare to their own not? Looking at the old man's room card, the waiter still smiled professionally and said, I'm really sorry sir. We only have orange juice, coffee, soy milk and milk over here, and no watermelon juice. That's good. Then bring me a cup of coffee. Remember to add less sugar. I'm sorry, we are a cafeteria over here. Please go and get your own food. Then why is it okay for him? And he's drinking freshly squeezed watermelon juice? The young woman pointed at Lin Xuan, who was not far away, and questioned, because this young man booked a month's worth of our hotel's presidential suite. If you also book a presidential suite for a month, we will serve you as well. Hearing the waiter's words, the young woman immediately hugged the old man's arm and started pampering him. Presidential suite? Hubby, let's book one as well. The old man's body trembled when he heard these few people. Presidential suite? It wasn't like he hadn't heard of it. It cost $38,000 a night, and a rental is still for a month. This young man's family wouldn't be running a money printing factory. Thinking of this, he smiled somewhat awkwardly. Let's just drink milk. Milk is good for the skin. He was just an ordinary company executive. Although he had a little money in his hands, It was impossible for him to directly open a presidential suite here, and it was open for a month at a time. Thinking of this, he glanced at Lin Xuan, who was idly eating a steak not far away. Although he didn't know this person's origin, this person was definitely not someone he could compare himself to, so it was better to keep a low profile himself. Just as he was about to pretend that nothing had happened, the woman on the side started pouting again. Husband, people last night so hard. A cup of watermelon juice, how in the presidential suite only? We are not unable to afford to live. Husband, you say yes, it is. Your sister, this presidential suite, they really cannot afford to live. And even if he can afford to live, will he live with a woman like you? It's really a dream come true. And what you last night hard? Obviously hard is me. Thinking of this, the old man dabbled and stood up. Seeing this scene, the young woman's heart rejoiced. Could it be that this is going to book themselves to the presidential suite? This presidential suite, they really haven't lived in. Wait to go in and make sure to take a few more pictures. At that time, in front of that group of sisters, she can pretend to wave again. But before she could be happy, she saw a black shadow appear in front of her eyes. Immediately after, two crisp slapping sounds suddenly rang out. Snap, snap. The old man ruthlessly gave the woman 2 slaps, and the woman's delicate face immediately swelled up, and her eyes were even more watery as she looked at the old man with a face full of disbelief. You actually hit me. What's wrong with hitting you? You still don't look at you like that. But also the presidential suite. Totally your grandpa. After saying that, the old man left her alone and walked out in a huff, only leaving behind the woman with a dumbfounded face. At this moment, Lin Xuan was holding up the watermelon juice, gently taking a sip and looking at the two with amusement. I didn't expect that I could watch a good show over a meal this morning. It really was a blood moneymaker. After breakfast, under Luo Wentao's respectful gaze, Lin Xuan drove away from the hotel in his Aston Martin. Following the navigation on the map, Lin Xuan arrived at the Royal Dragon Sky Pavilion. Before he even arrived at the sales office, the sound of the Aston Martin's airwaves had already gotten the attention of the entertaining security guards. Seeing Lin Xuan park his car, the security guard on the side hurriedly went up and helped him open the door. Sir, this way please. Thanks a lot. Lin Xuan nodded. Hearing Lin Xuan's words caused the security guard to freeze. Although he hadn't been working here for a very long time, he had seen quite a few tycoons, and all of those tycoons were eye candy. So how would they care about them? The security guards. It was really the first one like Lin Xuan who was easygoing and would even say thank you. After arriving at the lobby, Lin Xuan took out an ID card and said to the young lady at the front desk, I've come to get the key to Villa number 1. Chapter 30, someone in my villa? Villa number 1? Hearing these words, the receptionist lady was instantly shaken. The first villa, but the entire Imperial Dragon Sky Pavilion, the most luxurious villa, when the pricing is 300 million. Because of this high pricing, it has always been idle. But I did not expect that someone actually came to take the key of the first villa today. Moreover, the key is still a youth who doesn't look too old. Thinking of this, the young lady smiled as she took the ID card and said after identity verification, Hello Mr. Lin, identity verification is complete. This is your key. May I take you to villa number 1? As she said this, the young lady's eyes were filled with expectation. Lin Xuan didn't look very big, 26 or 27 at the most, and although his looks weren't very handsome, he could still be considered handsome. The most crucial thing was money. These days, money was the king, or else it wouldn't be much use even if you were handsome. Just as the young lady was sizing up Lin Xuan was also sizing her up, a height of around 1.68 m. Her face was painted with light makeup, and the spring-like smile on her face was comforting. Actually, then again, there wasn't a single average-looking salesgirl in this Royal Dragon Sky Pavilion. As a luxury district in Zhonghai City, every salesgirl is carefully selected, and there will be special etiquette training, including phrases, voice, smile, pace, even the eyes have specialized training, so their knitted brows and smiles give people a very comfortable feeling. After all, most people who can afford this kind of house are middle-aged men with successful careers. For middle-aged men, a gentle and lovely beauty can be much more seductive than others. In case people were happy, wouldn't they just buy it? Alright, it's my first time here as well, and I just happen to need an explanation, Lin Xuan said with a smile. Alright, Mr. Lin, my name is Shinjia. This is my name tag. This way please. With that, Shinjia drove the tour bus and led Lin Xuan towards the villa area. The tour bus wasn't fast, and taking advantage of this gap, Shinjia briefly introduced the general situation of the Imperial Dragon Heavenly Pavilion. Our Royal Dragon Sky Pavilion is divided into two parts, the villa area and the high-rise area. The place where we are currently located is the high-rise area, where the prices are relatively cheaper and more suitable for ordinary people to live. But the green occupancy rate and security quality here is still not as good as the villa area. The greening rate in the villa area can be ranked among the top 10 in the country. And our security personnel are all professional soldiers retired from the former special forces, or professional bodyguards from bodyguard companies. At the same time, there are also a series of supporting measures here, such as restaurants, gyms, swimming pools, KTVs, hospitals, and so on. Accompanied by Shinjiajia's introduction, the tour bus slowly traveled to the villa area. Looking at the scenery in the villa area, Lin Xuan finally realized that you get what you pay for. Expensive things only had one drawback, and that was that they were expensive. There were only 20 villas in total in the villa area, but the area covered was indeed larger than any of the previous high-rise areas. If one didn't know, one would think that this was a national ecological park with birds and flowers and pleasant scenery, not to mention how comfortable it was. Moreover, there was a barrier from the high-rise area into the villa area, and Lin Xuan took out his room card and gently pasted it. The next moment, a pleasant voice rang out. "Welcome home, Mr. Lin. I wish you a happy life." This kind of small detail made Lin Xuan nod with great satisfaction. After arriving at Villa Number 1, Lin Xuan finally saw his mansion. The maroon roof and white wooden fence emphasized the classical and solemn atmosphere. The raised foyer and imposing gate, the rounded arched windows and cornerstone masonry, showed off the elegance and nobility. Surveying the villa's exterior, Lin Xuan couldn't help but tsk his tongue. Those big and small horses living should be nothing more than that. At this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of someone talking in the villa. And it was also very noisy. It felt like there were not many people. At this moment, Shen Jiajia, who was on the side, seemed to have heard the sound as well and frowned slightly. Hearing someone in his villa, Lin Xuan directly walked over and pushed the door open. Just after pushing the door open, Lin Xuan froze, and with him, Shen Jiajia also froze, only to see that inside the villa, as far as the line of sight could reach, cameras, high tripods, lights, costumes and props, all of which were some of the equipment that could only be seen on the set. This is the wrong place for himself? How to come to the shooting site? Just at this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a black hat shouted with a walkie-talkie. "Cut! You guys have to pay attention. You're now lovers, but you're about to turn against each other, so you have to show a heartbreaking dismay. Understand? Good. On your marks, one more." Just as Lin Xuan was in a daze, a chubby woman suddenly came in front of Lin Xuan and questioned with an unkind face. "Who are you? And who let you in?" Lin Xuan didn't pay any attention to the fat woman, but instead glanced at Shinjiajia beside him. "This is Villa Number 1? Shinjiajia glanced at the markings outside the villa and nodded. "Yes, Mr. Lin, this is Villa Number 1. It's just that I'm really not clear about what's going on here. As long as this is Villa Number 1, that's fine." Lin Xuan nodded and looked back at the fat woman and smiled. "This is my home. Why can't I come in? Rather, it's you guys who are actually filming in my house without my permission. How dare you?" Hearing Lin Xuan's words, the middle-aged man wearing a black hat stood up and said loudly, "Fatty Yi, what's the situation? Why are there outsiders coming in? Hurry up and kick them out. It's a critical moment in the shooting right now. Don't have a little mess." Hearing the director's words, Fatty Yi hurriedly nodded with a smile. "Okay, Director Ma, I'll drive the two of them out." Fatty Yi was frankly a handyman here. She didn't dare to disobey what the director said, otherwise she would lose her job. And all of this was caused by these two people in front of her. Thinking of this, she looked at both Lin Xuan and Shinjiajia and said angrily, "Are the two of you going to go out by yourselves? Or am I going to call security over? Let me out. I can't enter my own home and I have to be told to go out?" Thinking about it, Lin Xuan was directly exasperated and laughed. "Are you out of your mind? This is my home. The ones who should go out are you guys. Your home? Are you out of your mind? Do you know how expensive a house here is? Also your house." Fatty Yi sized up Lin Xuan. His whole body was miscellaneous goods. The only thing worth anything was the watch on his hand, but who knew if it was an imitation? As for Shinjiajia, should be the sales lady here, and doesn't have any rights. Thinking of this, Fatty Yi became even more smugly arrogant and snorted. "Moreover, our crew and the owner of this villa have already signed a contract, and you're saying it's your house? You can't be dreaming." Chapter 31 Owner of Villa 1. Hearing Fatty Yi's words, Lin Xuan's face also became gloomy. In the next moment, a system beep suddenly appeared in Lin Xuan's mind. Ding! Infinite choice system activating. Option 1, ignore Fatty Yi's obstruction and continue to stay here. Reward, 100 million. Option 2, leave this place. Reward, none. Hearing these two options, a smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth. Having one's home occupied by someone else and not only not reacting in any way but also leaving. How much of a wimp does one have to be to do that? Seeing Lin Xuan suddenly laugh, Fatty Yi, who was on the opposite side of the table, spoke out. "Kid, you can't be crazy. Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave, we'll have to call security." "Oh, Then you call out. Lin Xuan shrugged indifferently and directly bypassed Fatty Yi and started to wander around the villa on his own. When Fatty Yi saw this, although he was a little angry, he didn't dare to directly block him. After all, Lin Xian's height was there, and although she herself was fat, she wasn't very tall, so even if she wanted to stop Lin Xuan, it was still somewhat unrealistic. Thinking of this, she looked to the side at Shinjia. You're the sales lady of the Royal Dragon Sky Pavilion, aren't you? We're experiencing this kind of problem right now. Aren't you responsible for solving it? Shinjia glanced at Lin Xuan and then at Fatty Yi, or she picked up her walkie-talkie to call for security. However, since Lin Xuan was brought by her, she specially called over even the sales manager. After all, there was no one other than the manager who had the key to the villa here, because this was a high-end neighborhood. All the keys to the unsold properties were in a special safe that could only be opened with the owner's ID. However, the manager of the sales office was an exception to this rule, and he had the right to get any of the keys in the safe. After all, some customers still needed keys if they wanted to see the villa. Seeing Shinjia call out for the security guards and the manager, Fatty Yi looked at Lin Xian's back and sneered. When the security guards come, I'll see how arrogant you still are. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 1 and receiving a reward of 100 million. Hearing the system's beep, the depression in Lin Xian's heart suddenly dissipated quite a bit. Although 100 million isn't much for Lin Xuan right now, at least it's money. In the end, it's still the system that understands me. Although he was in a better mood at the moment, Lin Xuan looked at the furniture that had been spoiled by the crew, and his heart was still somewhat unhappy. The original snow-white walls already had a lot of black scratches on them, and the bedroom bed was even more messy. All sorts of footprints of shoes were on it, and as for the bathroom with the highest usage rate, Lin Xuan just went in and directly covered his face. The smell was seriously. It felt like he had entered one of those public restrooms from the 90s. Where was this still a luxury villa worth hundreds of millions of dollars? It was simply a public restroom. Just as Lin Xuan was making his rounds in the villa, at the Royal Dragon Sky Pavilion sales office, a group of people in suits with extraordinary auras walked in from the front door. Mr. Chen, I didn't expect you to personally come this time. It really makes me somewhat flattered. A middle-aged man looked at the man next to him with an extraordinary appearance. His face was filled with respect. His body couldn't help but lower half a point. Alas, Mr. Hua, it's out of place to say so. The business dealings between our Yi Hao Group and your Royal Dragon Group will still be rare in the future. Chen Jingxing waved his hand and smiled. Although the words were said in a very polite and equal manner, everyone present knew that it was just a polite remark. Although Royal Dragon Group belonged to a big enterprise in Zhonghai City, in front of Yi Hao Group, it was still like a small witch. Mr. Chen, you're right. Our Royal Dragon Group still needs to rely on you to lift us up. By the way, I've heard that Yi Hao Group has recently changed to a new chairman. Can I take the time to meet him as a token of our Royal Dragon Group's appreciation? Mr. Hua, I really can't make the call on this matter. The most I can do is to ask for you. As for whether the new director will see you or not, then I can't guarantee it. Hearing this, Guo Qifan hurriedly said with a smile, Mr. Chen, listening to your words, I'll directly give you a 20% discount on the purchase price of Yi Hao Group today. He had simply dropped his jaw when he heard that Billion Hao had changed ownership just now. You have to know, before the Billion Hao Group is the Zhou family's industry. This Zhou's family is a nationally known large-scale family business. Can be in the hands of such a large family will be Billion Hao Group to buy down. Visible in the end the background of this person is how strong. It was even possible that this person was from a famous noble family in Yanjing. He, a boss of Royal Dragon Group, was nothing more than a reckless man. In front of such a famous noble family, he really couldn't even count as a shoe lifter. Hearing this, Chen Jingxing smiled and said, since that's the case, then I will thank you, Mr. Hua, on behalf of our Yi Hao Group. Generally, the Yi Hao Group would purchase quite a few properties in the Royal Dragon Group every year, and a part of them were end-of-the-year prizes for the employees, and the other part belonged to temporary living spots for the company's artists. After all, there were thousands of artists under the Yi Hao Group, and it would naturally be a considerable expense if they stayed in a hotel every time they went out. And the most crucial thing was that this kind of purchased house could sometimes become a shooting site. This also saved most of the venue rent. After saying that, Chen Jingxing walked towards the front while smiling, while Guo Qifan deliberately took a step slower to reveal Chen Jingxing. Hearing what these two said, some of the people who came to see the house couldn't help but deflate their mouths. Who are these two? Why are they talking so pretentious? Shoo, don't talk nonsense if you don't know. One of these two is the boss of the Royal Dragon Group, while the other is the executive president of the Yi Hao Group. What? Upon hearing these two names, the one who had just spoken immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Couldn't believe what he was hearing. The boss of the Royal Dragon Group. Didn't that mean that the entire Royal Dragon Heavenly Pavilion was his? The other one was even more terrifying. the executive president of the Yi Hao Group, the nation's premier entertainment company, and its industries are spread all over the country. No wonder Guo would be so respectful to Mr. Chen. After all, even the Royal Dragon Group was nothing in front of the Yi Hao Group. I didn't expect to see such a big shot here. Among the crowd, there were also quite a few people who recognized Chen Jingxing, and it spread for a while, causing the gazes of the crowd to change. I didn't expect that today, when I came to see the house, I would actually be able to see a big shot of this level. It was really worth it, especially if one could recognize such a big shot, even if it was just to get acquainted. It would be good, Although there were quite a few people present who wanted to get to know these two bigwigs, once they thought about their mere $10 million, none of them still dared to go forward. After all, these two are billions, tens of billions of dollars worth of bigwigs. One is simply like a budding newbie seeing a full-grade bigwig. How to chat. Mr. Chen, you sit first, I'll have someone print out the contract. Guo Qifan first respectfully let Chen Jingxing sit down, then looked not far away and greeted. Liao Bu Yuan, Liao Bu Yuan. At this time, a female sales lady walked quickly and said with some nervousness, Mr. Gua, Manager Liao has gone to Villa 1. Chapter 32, what can you do to me? The first villa? Hearing these words, Guo Qifan remembered. Yesterday received a notice that the first villa was sold, but I did not expect the owner of the villa to come so quickly to pick up the house. I don't know which one is the boss. If it wasn't for Mr. Chen being here, I would really like to go and get to know him. At this time, Chen Jingxing, who was sitting on the side, also froze a little when he heard this sentence. For the Dragon Sky Pavilion's Villa number 1, he had also heard of it, and before he wanted to buy it in the company's name, but then he saw the price and was still put off. There was no way. The unit price was really too expensive. The price of a set of Villa number 1 could simply buy 10 sets of houses in the high-rise area. At this time, after hearing that the first villa was sold out, his heart also began to this villa owner. Some curiosity. He looked at that sales lady and asked, then do you know if the person who came to pick up the house today is the owner, or the maid? Hearing Chen Jingxing's words, the sales lady hurriedly recalled. It should be the person himself. Half an hour ago, he came directly to the front desk with his ID card to get the key. At that time, it was Sister Jia who took him there. Only just now, he suddenly came to the phone to say that something happened over there, so Manager Liao went over. After all, Lin Xuan had come to get Villa number 1, so the sales lady was still very impressed with the whole thing. What? It wasn't Manager Liao who brought it there? Guo Qifan was stunned when he heard the sales lady's words. According to reason, the owner of the villa area is definitely to be received by the manager. If he is here, he will definitely be received by himself, unless it was the owner, who specifically specified that it was another sales lady. But from the looks of it, the Liao Bu Yuan at that time was not here at all. And the most crucial thing is that there was an accident later, and only then did Liao Bu Yuan rush over. This must be something that happened, to know that anyone who could afford Villa 1, which one is not a dragon amongst men? If he really offended a certain big brother, this royal dragon group of his own would still suffer? When he thought of this, he was a little difficult. On one side was the CEO of Yi Hao Group. People specially came here today, gave him enough face, can't directly leave people hanging here. And the other side is the owner of the first villa. These two cannot be offended. Seeing Guo Qifan's entanglement at this moment, Chen Jingxing laughed a little. Mr. Hua, since it's the matter of Villa number 1, let's go over there together to take a look, just to get to know the owner of Villa number 1. After all, more friends, more roads. Hearing Chen Jingxing's words, Guo Qifan's heart was relieved and he quickly said, you are right, Mr. Chen. Then, looking at the sales lady, he said, hurry up and arrange a tour bus to send us there. Yes, the sales lady nodded and hurriedly went forward to prepare. At the same time, inside Villa 1, Liao Bu Yuan rushed over with a few security guards. As the manager of the sales hall, Liao Bu Yuan was responsible for the entire Royal Dragon Sky Pavilion, including but not limited to security, cleaning, and greening. Nowadays, there was actually a brat who had slipped in. This was not good enough. Manager Liao, that kid just went to the guest room. When Fatty Yi saw Liao Bu Yuan bring the security guard over, his face showed a touch of joy, and he hurriedly pointed towards the guest room on the second floor, and said, seeing this, Liao Bu Yuan directly rushed up to the second floor with his security guards and surrounded Lin Xuan. Good big guts. What kind of place is this? Do you know, actually dare to break into a private house? Liao Bu Yuan looked at Lin Xuan and said coldly, trespassing? Lin Xuan sneered, pointing at the crew and the others not far away with a playful smile. Are you blind? Is it me who's trespassing, or is it them? Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Liao Bu Yuan's face changed slightly. These crew matters. As the manager of the villa area, it would definitely be a lie for him to say that he didn't know about them, but this villa hadn't been visited for a long time. and renting it out was a normal operation. When those people finished using it and then restored the things, then even if someone came to see the villa again later, basically no one would know. As for the owner of the villa, sorry, he hadn't really heard that anyone had bought Villa 1. Indeed, because the system's rewards were directly entered into the database, so even he hadn't heard of it. Kid, let me tell you, these crews paid to sign the contract, so at this point the villa already belongs to the crew. If you kid is sensible now, then hurry up and get the hell out of here, or else you'll blame us for being nonchalant. You're not polite? I don't believe it. What can you do to me? The moment these words came out, the whole place was silent. Even a silver needle falling to the ground could be clearly audible. Fatty Yi, looking at this scene, also laughed coldly in his heart. This kid is afraid that he is not really crazy. This kind of words all dare to say out. This is the Royal Dragon Sky Pavilion, and it is in a villa. Not to mention throwing you out. Even if I beat you up, it still don't beat you up for nothing. Who let you trespass? At this moment a depressing atmosphere enveloped the entire place, causing everyone's breathing to slow down. Good fellow, could this kid really be a madman? Ever since he himself became the manager of Royal Dragon Sky Pavilion, no one had really dared to speak to him like this. The few security guards on the side were also dumbfounded. This kid, is he really not afraid of death? Last time, there was a thief who came to Royal Dragon Sky Pavilion, but he was caught by Manager Liao, and he directly broke his leg. It seems like this kid is going to be finished this time. At least he'll have to break a leg, pretty much, and he's going to get slapped a few times this time. At this moment, the crowd was lamenting for Lin Xuan, but none of them dared to step forward. There was no way. The person with the most power here was here. Who dared to go up? At this moment, Shinjujia saw a scene and hurriedly pulled Lin Xuan, whispering, Mr. Lin, you'd better stop this for now. We can still discuss this matter. Discuss? How else can we discuss it? To make my house like this, and you still want me to discuss it? Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Liao Buyuan was on the verge of laughing with anger. Good. I've really grown in insight today. I really do know what it means to trick others into tricking themselves. Brothers, get on me and break one of this kid's legs. Shinjujia was anxious in her heart when she saw the security guards surrounding her, hurriedly blocking in front of Lin Xuan. She said, looking at Liao Buyuan with a straight face, Manager Liao, this behavior of yours has already violated one of the tenets of the Royal Dragon Group. If the upper echelons find out about it, you'll definitely be removed from your position. Dismissed? The higher-ups? Hearing Shinjujia's words, Liao Buyuan sneered. What the hell do you know? A new stinking woman? How many top brass do you know? I'm telling you to hurry up and get out of my way, or else I'll even beat you together. Shinjujia didn't retreat in the slightest when she heard this. Lin Xuan was originally brought here by her. Now that she encountered this situation, she definitely had the responsibility and obligation to protect Lin Xuan's safety, even though this was a praying mantis. Seeing that Shinjujia still wouldn't let go, Liao Buyuan angrily said to a few security guards, what are you guys still standing here for? Throw both of them out for me. As soon as Liao Buyuan's words fell, several security guards surged forward, eyeing Shinjujia and Lin Xuan intently. Lin Xuan was also pulling Shinjujia directly behind himself at this moment. Although he was timid and scared, he wouldn't let a woman stand in front of him to protect him. At this moment, his pair of cold eyes faintly scanned the surroundings, and despite the fact that these security guards were pressing at every step, he wasn't the slightest bit nervous. However, at this moment, Shinjujia was very nervous. She had only just graduated. Her courage just now was at least momentary, and when she was pulled behind Lin Xuan, her back was suddenly cold. Her small hands were even pinching Lin Xuan's clothes, not knowing what to do. Just as the crowd was just about to make a move, a commotion abruptly resounded outside the door. Chapter 33. Let's have the legal department come over. A group of people walked over immediately afterward. The leader was Chen Jingxing, while Guo Qifan had been half a step behind him. Liao Buyuan's face changed slightly when he saw the people coming, and he hurriedly jogged all the way over. Mr. Hua, what brings you here? This is the executive president of the Yi Hao Group, Mr. Chen. Yi Hao Group's Mr. Chen. Hearing these few, Liao Buyuan's face also changed slightly. In his heart, he was even more incomparably surprised. No wonder his own boss had to take half a step back just now. But how did they all come here today? At this time, Guo Qifan looked at the scene. His face slightly sank, looked at Liao Buyuan and said in a deep voice, what are you guys doing here? Mr. Hua, you don't know. There is a kid claiming to be the owner of Villa 1. Isn't this a daydream? No. 1 villas you know have all been in use for several years. It's because the number of people who can afford to buy them is just too few. Just as Liao Buyuan pointed at Lin Xuan, he said, but he didn't notice Guo Qifan's face change slightly. The owner of a number 1 villa? Could it be this youth in front of him? But before he could step forward, he saw Chen Jingxing on the side take the lead, bowing slightly at the youth in front of him and saying respectfully, "Good day, Lin Dong." Lin Dong? When Chen Jingxing said those two words, everyone was slightly stunned. Lin Dong? What Lin Dong? There was another chairman present besides Mr. Gua. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, they saw Guo Qifan on the side hastily stretch out his hands with a pleasing smile. "Lin Dong, I didn't expect you to actually buy a house here from us. It really flatters me. I hope you'll forgive me if there's any poor hospitality." Lin Xuan glanced at Guo Qifan and looked at his outstretched hands, ignoring them. This caused Guo Qifan on the side to be slightly embarrassed. However, he was also a person who had been mixed up in the shopping mall for many years, and his skin was already as thick as a city wall, so he didn't care about this. Only in his heart did he respect Lin Xuan even more. Because of this, it could only prove that Lin Xuan was from above. Only someone from above could ignore him so much. Seeing this scene, Chen Jingxing, who was on the side, also hurriedly came up to explain. "Lin Dong, this is Guo Qifan Guo from the Royal Dragon Group. Just now I was a little too excited. I forgot to introduce myself." At this moment, Guo Qifan's face was full of smiles, where there was the appearance of a group veteran. His gaze towards Lin Xuan was also full of blazing heat, so young to hold the absolute equity of the Yi Hao Group. Behind this kind of character, if one were to say that he didn't have some kind of big family background, who would believe it? It was only this fervent and aspiring behavior of Guo Qifan at this moment that shocked Liao Buyuan and the others on the side who didn't even dare to take a breath. At this time, Liao Buyuan's head was filled with question marks. What the hell is this situation? Why is his own boss shouting a person younger than himself called Lin Dong? Xinjiajia on the side also froze at this time. She, as a freshly graduated student, although she had only just stepped into society, but the Yi Hao Group and the Royal Dragon Group had still heard of it, and now that the top management of these two groups had actually seen Mr. Lin, they would actually be so respectful. This was too scary. And looking at Guo Qifan smile, if Guo Qifan herself was a woman, I'm afraid that she wouldn't have to marry Mr. Lin on the spot. At this time, Guo Qifan saw the security guards surrounding him and looked at Liao Buyuan and asked in a cold voice, "Liao Buyuan, what did you bring these security guards here for?" Liao Buyuan at this time still cannot guess what the situation, opened his mouth and could not say anything. At this time, he was just like being deprived of his soul, standing in place in a mute manner. His eyes were godless. Those around the security guards also panicked at this time. The original calm face also suddenly surfaced a cold sweat. It was as if they had been poured a basin of ice water from the head, making their bodies cold at this time. To know, although they have extraordinary skills, but to say the big day, it is only a security guard. Now a person who even their own bosses have to call out to Lin Dong. They will not be unlucky? Seeing that Liao Buyuan and the others didn't open their mouths, Guo Qifan looked at Xinjiajia again. "Tell me what happened just now." Xinjiajia sniffed, glanced at the crowd and said in a low voice, Guo Dong, Mr. Lin initially came to pick up the house, but after entering the room, he saw that his house was occupied by a human crew, and as a result, he called out to manager Liao. As a result, as soon as manager Liao came in, on what? Guo Qifan heard Xinjiajia's words, his face suddenly turned iron blue. To know, he had spent a lot of money and thought in order to climb into a relationship with Yi Hao Group. If it was because of this waste of Liao Buyuan that caused him to lose Yi Hao Group, at that time, even if he were to rake Liao Buyuan alive, it would be difficult for him to relieve his anger. Say it. Seeing that Xinjiajia had not yet spoken, Liao Buyuan said loudly again, his voice echoing throughout the villa. As soon as manager Liao came in, he let Mr. Lin out, but I didn't agree at that time, so manager Liao was ready to let the security guards throw me out with Mr. Lin. What? Hearing these words, Guo Qifan's eyes instantly filled with blood. He turned his head to look at Liao Buyuan. The anger in his eyes was burning. Fortunately, he had come in time. If he really let Liao Buyuan throw Lin Xuan out, at that time, Lin Xuan was afraid that he would use the full power of the Yi Hao Group to mess up the Royal Dragon Group. At that time, he was afraid that he would be able to go to the side of the road to beg for food. Thinking of this, he directly rushed to Liao Buyuan's face and directly slapped him across the face. Splat! Accompanied by a crisp ringing sound, Liao Buyuan was directly slapped to the ground. However, at this moment, how could he still dare to resist? He could only lower his head and not say a word. At this moment, he really regretted it too much. Had he known that he wouldn't have rented this one villa to the theater group. Some time ago, a theater group had found him and rented the villa at a price of 100,000 a day for a total of 10 days. And today was the last day. If Lin Xuan hadn't happened to come over today, he could have gotten over $100,000 in rent directly, but he didn't expect Lin Xuan to suddenly come over today. When he thought of this, Liao Buyuan couldn't help but feel a touch of anger towards Lin Xuan. If it wasn't for him, could he have become what he is now? He clenched his teeth, his eyes staring at Lin Xuan with a deadly glare as he said in a deep voice, "Dong Lin, today I really didn't know your identity and rushed you, but after this crew is done filming, they'll restore you to your original state. It's guaranteed to be exactly the same." Ha! A sentence came out and Lin Xuan fell back with a cold laugh. Identical? You think a broken mirror can really be restored? Then what do you want? Liao Buyuan looked at Lin Xuan and said through clenched teeth, "It's simple. We're all civilized people. We don't engage in any fighting. Just follow the normal laws for this kind of thing." After saying that, Lin Xuan glanced at Chen Jingxing. "Have the people from the legal department come over immediately." Chapter 34 Preparing to make a move. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingxing immediately took the phone out and called out, Law department? Yi Hao Group's legal department? Hearing these words, Liao Buyuan completely sat paralyzed on the ground at this moment. To know, the legal department of the Yi Hao Group is not a dry meal. After all, the entertainment circle is often a lot of gossip. This kind of gossip will lead to the interests of the star and other brands involved. So this situation is very much in need of the legal department to step in. Lin Dong, your house is not idle, and there is no resident. You are so rich, there is no need to be so calculating. Comparison? I'm sorry, I'm a person with no other advantages, just like to calculate. My own house is my own house even if no one lives in it for 100 years. No one else can touch it, so without my permission, you can't even come in. Do you understand? At this time, Chen Jingxing hung up the phone and walked over. Dong Lin, the people from the legal department have already departed, and are expected to arrive within 20 minutes, and they expect to need the defendant to pay $30 million in compensation based on what I dictated. $30 million? Hearing this figure, Liao Buyuan's entire body was completely dumbfounded. He had only earned more than $1 million, and he was asked to compensate $30 million? At once, Liao Buyuan's entire face turned pale. It seemed that he was afraid that he would only be able to spend the rest of his life in prison. Thinking of this, Liao Buyuan threw back his head and cried. His voice was very miserable, but none of the people present sympathized with him. This kind of self-inflicted situation is still to be borne by oneself. Right at this moment, Fatty Yi walked over from the distance. She was trying to see if the situation over here was over, but just as she walked in, she saw a group of people surrounding this place, and in the center, there was a person who was squatting and crying. She had thought that the one crying was Lin Xuan, but she had never expected that it was actually Liao Buyuan, and at this moment, Lin Xuan was still standing in place. Seeing this scene, Fatty Yi's entire body was confused. Why hadn't this person left yet? This Liao Buyuan was really a waste of space. He couldn't even get rid of a brat by now, and he was still crying here. As for the other few people, she didn't recognize them. Unusual dress? Sorry for working on the crew for so long. What kind of people had she not seen before? Those stars, even the first line of big-name stars she has seen. And look, and that kid standing so close. Must also be a level. At this time, director Ma Pai-jin also walked over and rushed at Fatty Yi angrily. Are you finished? Is it easy for me to make a TV series? How come it hasn't been dealt with until now? And there are more and more people. Seeing these people, Ma Pai-jin, as an 18th line director, naturally wouldn't recognize them and said in a deep voice to Fatty Yi, I'll give you 5 more minutes. If they're still here after 5 minutes, get the hell out. But before Ma Pai-jin could leave, he saw a man rushing over and throwing a slap on his face. Slap! With a crisp ringing sound, Ma Pai-jin directly fell to the ground. Even one of his teeth fell out. You actually dare to hit me. Do you know who I am? I'm a famous director in the entertainment industry. Ma Pai-jin covered his mouth with one hand and looked at Chen Jingxing with his eyes on the verge of bursting into anger. Chen Jingxing took out a napkin from his suit pocket, wiped his hands, and lightly glanced at Ma Pai-jin. This person really doesn't know what's good for him. Actually dares to talk to Lin Dong like this. He was really impatient. At this time, seeing that the director had disappeared, the other actors also came over. Director, are you still filming or not? I told you my time is precious, a brightly dressed actress said as she looked at the manicure in her hands. Sister Hua, we're definitely filming, but there are a few troublemakers here. We can't film with them here. When Ma Pai-jin saw the person who spoke, he hurriedly climbed up from the ground and quickly walked to her and laughed. This person's name was Wang Yihua, who was currently a little-known actress in the entertainment industry, and this time the shooting of the drama was mainly relying on her fame, so Ma Pai-jin was still kissing ass as her name suggests. How many of them? Wang Yihua glanced at Lin Xuan and the others, her brows slightly furrowed with displeasure. Do you guys know who I am? I'm filming here, and you guys actually dare to make trouble here? The voice was very sharp, even making the ears of those present slightly uncomfortable. Before, Wang Yihua was fine, but in recent times, as she had caught fire, her character had also turned a bit egotistical. especially playing big names. That was even more self-taught. And seeing how young Lin Xuan was, she didn't even put him in her eyes. I'm giving you guys a chance now. Apologize to us and leave obediently. Otherwise don't blame us for being rude, Wang Yihua said. The two company bodyguards beside her walked up and stopped in front of the crowd. This is my home. You're telling me to get lost now? Who the hell are you? Lin Xian's gaze swept across Wang Yihua's face and said nonchalantly, your house? When Wang Yihua heard Lin Xian's words, he kept glancing at his body as if questioning the truthfulness of those words. At this moment, Shen Jiajia, who was on the side, hurriedly stepped out and said, that's right, this villa number 1, is indeed Mr. Lin's property. Hearing Shen Jiajia's words, a flash of surprise passed through Wang Yihua's eyes. She had been filming here for so long, so she naturally knew the value of this set of villas, and she didn't realize that the youth in front of her was actually the owner of this villa, looking quite rich. But, that is all. Seriously, 300 million is an astronomical figure for ordinary people, but for their showbiz stars it is just an ordinary figure. Even if it was her, it was only a matter of time if she wanted to afford this villa. So what? We signed an agreement with Liao Buyuan. During this period, we have the right to use everything in the villa, even if you are the owner of the house. Moreover, the TV series we are filming now, if it catches fire in the future, you are afraid that this house of yours will have to appreciate quite a bit. It's good that we didn't ask you for money, Wang Yihua said very proudly. This brain circuit of yours? It's a shame to be a star. I think you should go to a mental hospital and become a patient. That would be the most suitable for you. Lin Xian almost laughed in anger. Good lord, this woman is simply a brain circuit ghost, signing so-called contracts with other people without the house owner's permission, and saying so loudly that her drama was going to be a hit. It really wasn't who gave her the billion. I'm giving you one last chance now. Immediately take your crew and get the hell out of here. I can leave you guys alone. Lin Xian looked at Wang Yihua and said in a deep voice. You. Hearing these words, Wang Yihua's entire face instantly turned iron blue, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Marred. This brat really doesn't think that he's marvelous just because he has $2 stinking. Good. Count on you to be ruthless. Bodyguard, throw this kid out for me. At that instant, two burly men walked out, their gazes grim as they looked at Lin Xian in front of them. Looking at such a lean Lin Xian, these two were on the verge of laughing out loud. With such a small physique, you're still spreading wildness here? Truly living out of patience. The two of them were both professional bodyguards, with a body of flesh and a height of over 1 meter 9. Lin Xian, who was only over 1 meter 7, was no different from a child in front of them. However, at this moment, Lin Xian didn't have the slightest bit of fear. His gaze looked at the two of them and said indifferently, you guys are preparing to use force? Since that's the case, let's see whose man is more powerful. Chapter 35 Removal from the Entertainment Industry. In the next moment, suddenly, from behind Lin Xian, a dozen or so equally stout hulks walked out. Some of them were bodyguards from the Royal Dragon Sky Pavilion, while others were bodyguards brought by Qin Jingxing. Seeing this scene, let alone the two bodyguards, even the entire crew was dumbfounded. What is this? How could there be such a big battle? When the two bodyguards saw this, they were immediately goaded in their hearts. There was no way. At this kind of time, even if they wanted to get on, it was impossible. Although it was said that they could fight one against several, but these were ordinary people. If they really met the same professional security personnel, then basically they could only fight to a draw. If they encountered better professional quality and stronger ones, they would not be enough for others to fight. Wang Yihua also froze at this moment and frowned. It seems that force really can't solve it. Kid, let me tell you, don't think that just because you have a lot of people, there's no way I can do anything to you. Do you know how many fans I have? There are millions of fans on the scarf. If you offend me today, you beware of being cyberstormed. Cyberstorm me? Before that, net violence me has long been unknown in which foot washing city as a massage lady. Just with you still net violence me? Okay, you don't believe me. I'll shoot the video now. You're just waiting to be cyber raped. Wang Yihua looked towards Lin Xian and took out her cell phone from her pocket, saying while filming, did you guys see this? It's just this guy. When I was filming a drama, he inexplicably ran over and interfered with our filming. Sisters, make sure to memorize his appearance in the future. If you see him outside, make sure to walk around. Don't get bitten by him. This kind of person looks like he has mad dog disease, and this kind of person is an orphan. But before she could finish, she saw Lin Xian smack her cell phone to the ground with one hand. What are you doing? Wang Yihua said with her arms crossed and a bullish expression. An orphan? The thing Lin Xian hated the most in his life was when people scolded his parents. He wasn't considered very angry when they cursed him, but cursing his parents, that wouldn't do. What am I doing? Didn't you say I have mad dog disease? Isn't it normal for me to bite people with mad dog disease? This woman really doesn't know what's good for her. She's given her a step down and she's actually not going to get down. Swearing and cursing here. She's really a crazy person. Wang Yuo looked at Lin Xuan, her eyes filled with anger, and said word for word, I'm telling you, if you move me today, I'll make sure that you go to jail and lose your name. I said so. Oh, since that's the case, try it then. After saying that, Lin Xuan swung his right hand out, landing solidly on the left side of Wang Yuo's face. Snap! A crunching sound came out as Wang Yuo was directly slapped to the ground by Lin Xuan, covering his cheek with his left hand. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the youth in front of him, and those people from the crew. When they saw the scene, their eyes also widened one by one. This young man, is also too impulsive. Even if you live in your house, you can't hit people. Moreover, even if you hit someone, you find someone with no background to hit. As a result, you actually look for Wang Yuo to fight. You really are living impatiently. This Wang Yuo is a second-tier star who is currently famous. If you hit her so openly, won't you have to suffer later on? On the side, Ma Paijin was overjoyed in his heart. Good. You guys are finally fighting. Just now, Ma Paijin had been slapped by Qin Jingxing and was precisely holding back his grievances. Although he wanted to utilize the power of public opinion, he was just a small 18th line director with few fans. Where did he get the power of public opinion? But now Wang Yuo was different. He was a second-tier star. She had millions of fans. If she were to speak out, there would definitely be countless fans to help her. And then wouldn't she be able to get her revenge in the meantime? Good. You actually dare to hit me? You really are all eaten up with bear heart and leopard gall. Wang Yuo covered his face and stood up trembling, his eyes staring dead ahead, his hair disheveled like a madman. You dare to hit me? In that case, don't blame me for not being polite. I will definitely let you in. You'll just wait for your family to die. Ha! My family breaks up and dies? Lin Xuan glanced back at Qin Jingxing and said in a very flat voice, how long will it take to get this woman removed from the entertainment industry? Qin Jingxing sniffed and hurriedly said, one sentence is enough for a minor star who doesn't make the grade. Remove her from the entertainment circle? An unimpressive starlet? One sentence was enough? Hearing the conversation between the two, the crew was stunned, including Wang Yuo. In the next moment, Wang Yuo suddenly laughed. Ha, really laughed me to death. Removing me from the entertainment industry? And one sentence is enough? Kid, you two couldn't have run out of the same hospital. Do you know who's behind me? Sun Chao, the executive manager of Haiqing Entertainment. Haiqing Entertainment Company? Sun Chao? Hearing these names, the eyes of those on the crew snapped open. No wonder this Wang Yuo, who had been in obscurity for so many years, suddenly caught fire, not realizing that he was hugging this big tree of Haiqing Entertainment Company. Sea Green Entertainment Company was a medium-sized entertainment company, and it was also a company that had a very promising future recently. It is said that it can produce several famous stars every year. Hearing her words, Qin Jingxing conveyed them all word for word through his cell phone. Seeing Qin Jingxing's operation, Wang Yuo didn't have the slightest worry. Who wouldn't be able to act? Soon after, Qin Jingxing hung up the phone and looked at Wang Yuo in front of him with amusement. His eyes were full of teasing. This Wang Yuo is really a thug look. It was no wonder that he had always been obscure, and suddenly became hot by relying on a single movie, so he naturally had the look of a tycoon. However, this kind of person could only be like this in Haiqing Entertainment. If it was placed in the Yi Hao Group, it would really be a big catch. Every year, Yi Hao Group cultivated a dozen or so first-tier stars, not to mention this kind of second-tier stars. Just 5 minutes after Qin Jingxing hung up the time, Wang Yuo's cell phone rang, and the one who called her was not someone else, but Wang Yuo's manager. However, Wang Yuo didn't feel anything wrong and picked up and said, Hey, Sister Ming, I'm shooting a movie right now. I've encountered a little thing. Can you help me deal with it? It's just a kid who doesn't have the eyes. But before she could finish her sentence, she heard an angry roar suddenly coming from the phone. What are you talking about? What ungrateful kid? Who have you offended, do you know? Now the above has already started to place notices. You are completely finished. What? Hearing these words, Wang Yuo's entire brain went blank. His eyes froze in place with a lifeless look. Chapter 36, No one will escape. How could this happen? How did she get blocked when she was fine? Thinking of this, she hurriedly said to the person on the phone, how could it be like this? My boyfriend is the manager of Haiqing Entertainment, Sun Chao. He won't just sit back and do nothing. In fact, most of the reason why Wang Yuo was able to play a big game here with complacency was on Sun Chao's shoulders. If it wasn't for Sun Nest's face, how would Wang Yuo have dared to play big here? And he wouldn't even be able to catch fire. Sun Nest? Oh, you still expect him? I'm telling you, you'd better not go to him or he can beat you to death. Why? Because it's because you offended someone you shouldn't have, causing him to be fired by Haiqing Entertainment as well. As for you, I think you'd better prepare some money. When you return to the company, all the products you've endorsed will have to pay the corresponding liquidated damages. Hearing this, the cell phone in Wang Yihua's hand slipped to the ground and shattered. Her own dream of being a star had just been lost. Immediately afterward, she stared at Lin Xuan with a deadly gaze, her voice trembling as she said, "Who the hell are you?" "You, Chen Jingxing, who was on the side, let out a cold laugh. "You don't even recognize him. Do you have the nerve to hang out in the entertainment industry?" Lin Dong is the chairman of the Yi Hao Group and the largest shareholder of the Yi Hao Group. The chairman of the Yi Hao Group? Hearing these words, Wang Yihua's entire body froze. At this moment, she finally understood why he let himself quit the entertainment industry with just one phone call, while telling Sun Chao to get lost. Because he was the chairman of the Yi Hao Group, the nation's top entertainment group. Not to mention himself, even if it was a first-tier big-name popular star, as long as they were willing, they could make that person disappear from the entertainment circle forever in a short period of time. This is the horror of the Yi Hao Group. Now think about it, really ridiculous. I actually said those words in front of him. Really, the public gate playing big knife. And the sight of Ma Pai-jin at this time is also scared all over the body, trembling. Originally thought it was an ordinary person, at most a bit of money, but did not expect actually the chairman of the Yi Hao Group. Wang Yihua, a second-tier star, could be shut down with a single word, let alone an 18th-tier director like himself. Thinking about it, his legs couldn't help but tremble. However, Lin Xuan was too lazy to talk nonsense with this kind of shrimp. He looked towards Guo Qifan and smiled faintly. "Mr. Hua, I didn't expect your group to be quite rich in business, not just responsible for selling houses, but also renting them." One sentence let Guo Qifan's forehead immediately surfaced a touch of cold sweat, but also let him fall into the 9 heavenly basalt ice. His body is cold. The group of security guards next to him also lowered their heads at this time, not daring to look at Lin Xuan. Lin Dong, this time it was my mismanagement that produced such trash as Liao Buyuan. In this way, in order to express my apology and make up for the loss of this villa, I will separately send you another set of villa. Although that set of villa is not as big as villa number 1, but it's not that much smaller, and its supporting facilities are all very complete, and the decorating style is the same as that of villa number 1. Do you think it's okay? Ever rented it out? Lin Xuan glanced at Liao Buyuan. Liao Buyuan hastily shook his head and said, No, absolutely not. This is only the first time I've rented it out. It's mainly because they've taken a liking to this villa number 1 and rented it out to them. If there's a next time, I think we, Yi Hao Group, can change our real estate cooperation. I think there should be a lot of real estate groups happy to cooperate with us. Naked threats. However, Guo Qifan continued to smile compensatingly without the slightest bit of displeasure. It couldn't be helped. Who made him the chairman of the Yi Hao Group? And the price that the Yi Hao Group paid for buying buildings every year was an astronomical amount. If the Yi Hao Group really let the word out to sever the partnership with the Royal Dragon Group, not to mention that the business of the Royal Dragon Group would suffer losses, other real estate industries would definitely contact the Billion Hao Group immediately and start suppressing themselves. After all, competition would happen in any industry. If one didn't grasp it well, it would be snatched away by others. Therefore, Guo Qifan could only say with a smile on the side, Lin Dong, don't worry about it, I'll make sure you're satisfied this time. At those words, Lin Xuan nodded. At this moment, a cool voice rang out from outside the house. Dong Lin, we're late. The crowd looked around at the voice, and their breaths couldn't help but stutter, only to see that outside the villa, a dozen or so people dressed in Western clothes were standing not far from Lin Xuan, looking at him with a face full of respect. Although there were different ages amongst these people, both male and female, their eyes were filled with confidence, and even their aura between their hands and feet gave off a sense of oppression. One of them, a middle-aged man, walked quickly to Lin Xuan and said very respectfully, Good day Lin Dong. Good day Mr. Chen. Chen Jingxing sniffed and said with a smile, Lin Dong, this is the general manager of our Yi Hao Group's legal department. His name is Zhou Yangjia. If you encounter some problems in the future, you can directly look for his. No matter how big or small the problem is, Manager Zhou can easily solve it. Mr. Chen is too modest. I am just an ordinary person. An ordinary person? Hearing these words, Guo Qifan at the side almost couldn't help but jump up. For the others present, they might not have heard of Zhou Yangjia's name, but for him in the business circle, he had naturally heard of Zhou Yangjia's name. In the business circle, the second most important may be a lot, but the first important will always be the legal department. As long as there is a strong enough legal department, you can make your company in various places can be a little bit of advantage. Although just a little bit, but each place to accumulate. It is not a little bit. And Zhou Yangjia is the king of the legal profession. It is said that in his hands of economic cases, the winning rate of up to 90%, to help the Yi Hao Group to avoid directly or indirectly, economic losses up to hundreds of millions of dollars. If this kind of talent is still an ordinary person, then what does he count himself as? Lin Xuan nodded and said to Zhou Yangjia, "These people are filming inside my villa without my permission. What should I do about this situation?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yangjia looked at Ma Paijin and the others and said with a smile, "Dong Lin, the fact that they are filming within your villa without your permission has seriously infringed on the privacy of the person in question, and at the same time, they are also uploading these filming contents for profit. This behavior has already violated the law. In this case, we can pursue the responsibility of all participants as well as the platform, and make economic claims. If the claim amount is too large and others are unable to compensate, a corresponding term of imprisonment will be carried out." Imprisonment? Hearing these words, some of the people in the crew's eyes snapped open, their faces full of disbelief. Wasn't he just filming a TV series, but it would actually be this serious? Thinking about this, everyone in the crew's eyes were filled with despair. It seemed that from today onwards, all of their fates were going to be changed. Chapter 37 The Most Luxurious Villa. Where did Ma Paijin have the slightest fighting spirit at this moment? Even Wang Yihua had already turned into an ordinary person. Whether he, an 18th line director, lived or died might just be a matter of someone else's words. I'll leave the rest to you. Lin Xuan and Zhou Yangjia gave an explanation before taking the lead and leaving the villa. Then Chen Jingxing and Guo Qifan and Xin Jieja followed quickly. Seeing Chen Jingxing and Guo Qifan following, Lin Xuan smiled. "You guys shouldn't follow. All of you should be busy with your own things. I'm just coming to look at a villa. There's no need for so many people to follow. To look at something like a house, it's fine to have a sister follow. It's still not decent for two big old men to follow behind. As for those who don't understand, they still need to go back and review more study materials." Guo Qifan sniffed, and in his heart, he also understood what Lin Xuan meant, and quickly smiled and said, "Good, good. Lin Dong, you casually stroll around. If there is anything you do not understand, just ask Jia Jia Good. She will certainly be dedicated to serve you well. Next time if there is an opportunity, I will definitely entertain Lin Dong." "Right, your name is Jia Jia, right?" Hearing Guo Qifan's words, Lin Xuan looked at Xin Jieja and asked. Hearing Lin Xuan ask himself, Xin Jieja hurriedly replied, "Yes, Mr. Lin, my surname is Xin, called Xin Jieja. You can call me Jieja." "Good, Jia Jia, your performance today makes me very satisfied. Let's put it this way, that position of manager Liao will be handed over to you to be competent. I don't know if Mr. Guo has any opinions?" "No opinion, no opinion." Guo Qifan sniffed and quickly waved his hand and said, "Jia, although just entered the company not long, but her strength is enough to be competent in this sales department manager position. Jia, you cannot let down Lin Dong's high hopes." Xin Jieja heard these words as if she was dreaming. He is just a freshly graduated college student. Originally is here to internship mixed experience, but did not expect that this just worked not a few months to become the sales manager of the Dragon Sky Court. This is simply a dream, but now is certainly not a dream. Xin Jieja quickly said with a smile, "Mr. Guo, Mr. Lin, I definitely won't let you down. Alright, let's go. Let's go see my new villa." After saying that, Xin Jieja brought Lin Xuan to the entrance of another villa. Standing in front of the new villa, although this villa wasn't as large as Villa 1, it was still very luxurious. At this time, Xin Jieja took a step over and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, since this villa is being used for the first time, your biological information needs to be entered." Lin Xuan sniffed and nodded to follow. He was naturally still clear about all of this. Currently most villas used electronic locks within the villa, such as access cards and the like. But how could the Imperial Dragon Heavenly Pavilion be an ordinary villa? So the latest biological locks were used here. Not just fingerprints, but also iris pupil as well as facial recognition. This not only strengthens the security within the villa, but also prevents other jokes from being made because of forgetting the access card. "Mr. Lin, the villa's biological passwords have all been set up. Congratulations on officially becoming the owner of Villa number 3. In addition, this villa also has an exclusive elevator and a private underground garage." Although Xin Jieja was a new intern, she was very familiar with the construction within the villa, and even understood the details of the decoration within the villa. After all, if you wanted to truly fit into a line, you had to understand what most people didn't. Otherwise you'd never be able to get into this line. "Mr. Lin, this is the noblesse imported from Germany. Hand-carved opposite door." Looking at the front door of the villa, Lin Xuan nodded. Even though this villa didn't have $300 million, the selling price was $230 million. It truly deserved to be a villa worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Just a single front door was worth a lot of money. Lin Xuan gently pressed his fingerprint, and the thick carved copper door slowly opened. Judging from the thickness, it was feared that not even a normal rocket could shatter it. "Mr. Lin, The first thing we come to when we enter is the villa's hall. This hall is 8 meters high. The crystal chandelier in the middle is Baravirtos from Italy, handmade, while the floor here is all made of marble. Shinjuja looked at Lin Xuan and introduced him lightly. Mr. Lin, this is the built-in elevator within the villa. There are 5 floors, 3 above ground and 2 underground. Accompanied by the slow opening of the muted elevator doors, Lin Xuan stood on the top floor of the villa. At this moment, he finally understood what the heavenly pavilion was, facing the Yangtze River, overlooking all living beings. At this moment, Lin Xuan could clearly see the entirety of Zhonghai City. Whether it was a bridge or an elevated structure, he could easily see it all. But the next moment, he felt something was wrong. Wait a minute, this glass, it's actually a full dozen square feet in size. Seeing Lin Xuan's somewhat shocked gaze, Shinjuja said with a smile, Mr. Lin, the piece of glass you're facing right now is carefully crafted by Rainers from Belgium, with an integrated design, and the glass can withstand a 12-step typhoon. Meanwhile, the curtains on both sides of the window are pure silk curtains. Hearing Shinjuja's introduction, Lin Xuan was also somewhat slightly surprised. Although he had seen villas on television before, it was only on the surface. Nowadays it seemed that expensive things only had one drawback, and that was that they were expensive. The luxury in the villa had long since exceeded Lin Xuan's imagination. As for the kitchen and bathroom, even though he hadn't looked at them yet, Lin Xuan knew that the price of decorating these 2 places wouldn't be much cheaper either. It could be said that the entirety of the villa at the Imperial Dragon Heavenly Pavilion was made out of money. After looking around again, Lin Xuan nodded with great satisfaction. However, he didn't leave Shinjuja to do anything. After receiving the phone call, Lin Xuan drove back to the hotel. At this time, within the hotel's presidential suite, Lin Xuan was having the waiter pack up his clothes and other things, and was preparing to move them together to the villa later on. After all, during this period of time, Lin Xuan had bought a lot of clothes and shoes one after another, and it was too troublesome to keep them in the hotel until it was time to move them. So Lin Xuan was prepared to move some of them away first. However, of course, not by himself. In the past, it was do-it-yourself, but now that he's rich, how can it still be do-it-yourself? Half an hour later, Mr. Lin, all your things have been loaded into your car. Is there anything else I can help you with? No, thanks a lot. You're welcome. Hearing the waiter's words, Lin Xuan stood up and was just about to prepare to leave when he saw a group of colorfully dressed young women walking outside the hotel's main door. Although the group was dressed very fashionably, they were very noisy. Before they even got close they could be heard. They were chattering away. I'm telling you guys that the afternoon tea of this place, but it's very expensive. This time I'm paying the big head. I'll shoot first. Okay, you shoot first, then I can be next. I'm still the one who grabbed the voucher for this hotel. No problem, but all of you remember, the things in this place can't be moved. You can only move it after the last one is taken. You understand? Why? Can't we even have a drink? What drinks? How expensive are the drinks in your package? 88 a cup. Drink you buy ah. Chapter 38. Your family's silver is called diamond. Hearing these people's words, Lin Xuan's brows furrowed as he looked to the waiter at the side and asked, what are these people doing? Why are they so noisy? The waiter sniffed and returned very respectfully. Mr. Lin, they've come over to clock in for afternoon tea, because our hotel's afternoon tea is very famous, so it often attracts many women. Hearing the waiter's words, Lin Xuan could probably guess what these people were here for. Weren't they the fake celebrities that the internet often talked about? However, Lin Xuan didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards these gold-digging women. After all, the damage that Zhang Linlin and her family had done to him was still fresh in his mind. At this moment, Lin Xuan's cell phone rang, and it was none other than Shinjuja's. Sir, the car from the property has already come over. Okay, I'll be in the lobby now. I'll be right out. Ever since that day's incident, Shinjuja hadn't become the manager of the Royal Dragon Sky Pavilion, but instead had become Lin Xuan's personal butler. Although she was a housekeeper, her power in the Royal Dragon Sky Pavilion was enormous. There was no way who let her master be Lin Xuan. In fact, this butler was requested by Shinjuja herself, and for such a request, Lin Xuan naturally had no reason to refuse. Besides, in a villa that big, living by yourself is simply too boring. Having more people is much more lively. Just walked out of the hotel, saw a white Elfa parked in front of the hotel, and Shinjuja was standing next to the Elfa. At this time, she was in a white OL professional wraparound skirt, and her high heels were white as were her clothes. There were no stockings on top of her legs, but they looked very slim. Wearing this set of clothes, she was simply the same as Qin Jingxing's secretary at that time, and even from the temperament did not lose to Qin Jingxing's secretary. One had to know that Qin Jingxing's secretary was handpicked from hundreds of people. Seeing Lin Xuan walk out, Shinjuja hurriedly walked forward and said very respectfully, Sir, this is the property's car. What's your room number? I'll go help you pack up and send it back to the villa. No need to be so troublesome. I've already asked the hotel staff to pack it up, Lin Xuan said as he waved his hand. Immediately after, 2 waiters walked out with 2 boxes of clothes each, slowly placing them in the car. Seeing that everything was ready, Shinjia once again said respectfully, "Sir, then I'll go back for now. If you need anything, you can directly inform me." "Alright, take your time on the road." Lin Xuan watched Shinjia go far away and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions in his heart. Could this be what it felt like to be a senior in the past? After seeing Shinjia leave, Lin Xuan once again returned to the hotel. Although the villa could be directly occupied at the moment, the hotel was, after all, paid for, and it would be a waste if he didn't live there. If he was rich, he couldn't afford to waste it. At this moment, those fake celebrities were still clocking in and taking pictures, so Lin Xuan returned to his room after taking a look around. Lying on the large bed in his room, Lin Xuan felt a little bored. Thinking of this, he rolled over and went to the computer that came with the hotel. Although the average hotel's matching computers were all pretty trashy, the computer here was clearly a top-of-the-line computer. In fact, Lin Xuan still quite enjoyed playing games, but then due to various reasons such as work and Zhang Lin Xuan played games less and less often. But now that these worries were gone, of course he could start playing games happily again. In the past, my skills were so bad, it must have been the computer. Now that I have a good computer, I can definitely kill it. Seeing that it only took less than 5 seconds to boot up, Lin Xuan thought firmly in his heart. As for his own problems, non-existent. It must be the computer's problem. Of course, playing by himself was definitely no fun. It must be fun to find a young lady to play with. Looking for Zhou Yuzhu? She doesn't know how to play games. Xiao Xin? Doesn't seem to be a game master either. Shun Jiajia? Forget it. After thinking for half a day, Lin Xuan actually couldn't even find a single girl. Since that's the case, might as well look for them from the app. In fact, this idea, Lin Xuan had already had it, only that he had neither the free money nor the time before, so he had been delaying it, and now he felt like he could try it out. Thus, Lin Xuan took out his cell phone and placed a Bishop app. This was an app that specialized in finding escorts, so there were a lot of young ladies in it. But it was important to realize that there were still a lot of pits in this kind of software. For example, the pseudo-voice Big Brother. Lin Xuan had personally seen people who practiced their lowly voices hard to cheat, and that lowly voice was truly indistinguishable from male or female. There were also some people who used this software to mess with colors. Lin Xuan this is also the first time to use this kind of software, so he casually flipped through 2 pages and saw a pretty good girl, so he clicked in. Nickname, Happy Watermelon Eater. Brief introduction, Heroes Alliance 1 Area Diamond. Stimulate the battlefield high player. The King of Glory Big God Passerby. Seeing the young lady's personal introduction, Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. This accompanying player looks like a good level. At least the different categories are involved, and they're all high-level players. Taking a look at the price, 20 an hour wasn't too expensive. Since that's the case, then it's you. Lin Xuan clicked the order button below and placed an order to try first. Soon after, the other party sent over his game ID, Little Mariko. This name, it was quite kawaii. Soon after, Lin Xuan opened League of Legends and pulled the other party in. As soon as the other party came in, Lin Xuan heard a very sweet-sounding voice ringing out from his headset. "Hello, little brother." "That what? Missy, your voice is quite nice. It's not the legendary sound card warrior, is it?" Lin Xuan said with some skepticism. After all, this kind of voice was just too good to listen to. It even made Lin Xuan feel a bit unrealistic, a bit like the voices of characters in the second dimension. How could that be? "Little brother, don't doubt people so casually. Okay, I'm an amateur voice actor," Mariko said with great certainty. "Fine. If you say you're a voice actor, then you're a voice actor. Then again, are your skills really at the level of a Zone 1 diamond?" Lin Xuan continued to ask again. For things like voice acting, Lin Xuan doesn't care. It doesn't matter if it's a voice card warrior anyway. A good voice is fine, but whether the technique is good or not is the key. After all, if he spends money and still loses, that's too comfortable. Well, yeah, I win. Of course it's a District 1 diamond level law. Although, little Mariko said it with great certainty, her voice still contained a hint of a heartfelt feeling in it. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan directly clicked on the other party's account information. Just seeing little Mariko's account information, Lin Xuan was dumbfounded. This isn't said to be a District Diamond? How the hell is this Meow Silver? Or Silver 4? Your family's silver is called a diamond? Chapter 39, Ghost Talent of the Escort World. Seeing this, Lin Xian's head was filled with black lines. Then he rushed at Maya and asked, "You're damn well teasing me. Aren't you a silver? Or a silver goalie? Do you have the nerve to write diamond in your profile?" Mariko was obviously aware of her situation as well, and said with a smile after a little bit of contemplation. Boss, this is something you don't know. Although this is silver, but that doesn't mean my real strength is silver. What does that mean? Lin Xuan asked with interest. Boss, think about it. Every time I play, my teammates either hang up or give it away. Even if I'm a grandmaster, it's impossible for me to hit diamonds. Don't you think so? And I'm the SVP of our side in every game. And the previous bosses have called me the diamond in silver. So my level is diamond. After hearing little Mariko's explanation without blushing, Lin Xuan shook his head helplessly. There were so many escorts in the escort app. Why had he found such an oddball? Hearing this, Lin Xuan also said blindly, it's just a diamond amongst the silvers. I'm jokingly called the king amongst the golds. Even professional players can only lose when they meet me. Wow. Little brother, are you that powerful? Then it seems that today, the two of us will definitely be able to sweep the opposite side of the road. Sweep? Yeah, but instead of sweeping the opposite side, we'll be swept by the opposite side. In response, Lin Xuan could only be indifferent. Anyway, he had only ordered one game. Big deal. He would just cast 15 later. After entering the game, Lin Xuan was considering what hero to use when little Mariko took the lead. Boss, how about the two of us play lower road? That's fine, but what's good to play? I see that Ash Nurse is quite powerful right now. How about you Ash and I Nurse? Mariko said seriously. Hearing these words, Lin Xuan, who was a veteran driver, understood the ambiguity in the words in an instant. Immediately afterward, a wistful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Quite good, but I'll ice you Angel. What do you think? Well, it's fine. Mariko had just finished speaking when she felt something was wrong. Azure? Angel? How can these two play the lower road? However, since this was what the boss was going to pick, she naturally didn't care. Just as Mariko was about to pick a hero, Lin Xuan could be heard laughing in her headphones. Ha, I didn't expect you to have such unique tastes. Little Mariko was slightly stunned. Unique tastes? What did that mean? Wait, I azure you Angel. I feed you. Mariko thought about what Lin Xuan had just said, and after reading it twice over, her entire body felt bad. Ow. Boss, your tastes are too heavy. I'm about to throw up my lunch. At the same time, Mariko made a vomiting sound and said, Ha, just kidding. It's better if I ash you milkmaid. Hurry up and pick someone, there's going to be no time. Lin Xuan laughed. Let you lie to me and say you're a diamond yourself. If you don't make you sick to your stomach, do you really think that little master I've been living for nothing for so many years? In the end, the two of them chose an Ash plus Milkmaid bottom lane combination. Since Lin Xuan's wasn't as high as little Mariko's yet, this time their opponent was also a brass plus silver combo. Wait, we'll play again when we get to level 6. Slow down a bit in the early stages. The game had just started, and Lin Xuan said to little Mariko, no problem. I'll make sure that I don't lose a single drop of blood in the first 6 levels. Little Mariko said confidently. However, the game hadn't even started for a minute when Mariko was taken a blood by the other team because of her face exploring the bushes. Moreover, this blood was taken by the opposite side's bottom lane. Seeing this, the corners of Lin Xuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This is what you call not losing a single drop of blood? Good guy. Where do you add a drop of blood not to drop? Simply a tube of blood directly lost. Little Mariko also know that this is their own problem. Hastily, somewhat embarrassed to compensate for the smile. Boss, this is they in me. Not my own initiative, want to go on. Alright. Hearing little Mariko's words, Lin Xuan also sighed helplessly. There really are too many pits on this accompanying app, so I'll be sure to change it when this game is over. However, before this game was even finished, he already wanted to change one. Friendly hero killed by enemy. Friendly hero killed by the enemy. Friendly hero killed by the enemy. As these beeps came one after another, Lin Xuan was completely dumbfounded. This was too much of a send. It wasn't just little Mariko sending herself, but she was also bringing Lin Xuan along with her. After all, their own auxiliary on, if they are still on the sidelines to fill in, that is simply the behavior of selling teammates. As a result, Lin Xuan's record went from 000 to 050, and little Mariko's record was even more outrageous. In just under 10 minutes, she had already sent 10 heads. Seeing this kind of combination on the lower lane, the other teammates were also dumbfounded. How can this still be played? There was even an old man who was directly broken by this kind of data and directly greeted Mariko's family. As expected, once the 15 minutes were up, the 5 surrender buttons lit up almost instantly. There is no way. It's not that you don't want to play. It's really impossible to play. The opposite side of the lower road less than 10 minutes to a big piece in hand. This kind of situation, unless it is a professional player personally manipulate. Otherwise anyone who comes is losing. Just after exiting the game, Lin Xuan said unhappily to Xiao Maru, alright, let's just take this game as me dropping out. We'll meet again afterward if we don't change Green Mountain. It couldn't be helped. This kind of game wouldn't change his state of mind even if a Taoist monk came. Seeing that Lin Xuan wanted to dismiss himself, little Mariko hurriedly said anxiously, Hey, boss, this time it's my fault. It's so cold on our side. Our hands are a bit bad. Why don't we play another game? I'll consider this game free for you. I've already turned the air conditioning on. Next game I promise to show you what it means to be a diamond-type player. Seeing how confidently Mariko said, Lin Xuan could only grudgingly start another game as well. 15 minutes later, with 5 green surrender buttons instantly lighting up, this game still ended in defeat. Looking at the two people's double super ghost performance, Lin Xuan couldn't bear it anymore completely. I say, don't call yourself a technical player if you're damn technically incompetent. Stop it. I'm going to give you a big bad review. Hearing that Lin Xuan was going to give himself a bad review, little Mariko hurriedly explained, Boss, listen to my explanation. In fact, actually my specialty is not League of Legends. We can go eat chicken. My chicken eating is, but Crown of Glory. But in the end, she still looked a bit hardened. Hearing this tone from little Mariko, Lin Xuan growled in his heart, I'll believe the hell out of you, you bad little girl. Chapter 40, Canyon Ghost Seeing. However, after little Mariko had pulled off her best trick, 1 cute, 2 petite, 3 warm hearts, Lin Xuan still decided to play one last game with her. However, there was still a prerequisite for this, and that was that it must not be pitched, and if it was a different game and it was still so pitched, then the money would be refunded directly. Hearing the other party directly say refund, Lin Xuan knew that this time Xiao Maru must be confident. After saying that, the two exited League of Legends and opened Jedi Survival. These games came with Lin Xuan's computer, so they didn't need to be downloaded or anything like that. After entering the game interface, little Mariko said confidently, Boss, this game is my forte, you just have to follow me all the way. I promise to take you to successfully eat chicken. Although this was something that little Mariko said with great certainty, Lin Xuan only took it as a whisper. After all, what she had said up until now was basically a lie, and there was still a question mark over this statement. However, 5 minutes later, he finally realized that what this girl's accompanying player had said was all false. What chicken eating big brother? Crown of Glory? Fake. All of them are fake. Not even 5 minutes after the game started, just licked to the 3rd level set was another team directly signed for delivery. The entire signing process did not take half a minute. If this is a game, it's okay. After all, professional players will not be able to fall into the box. However, the two of them had started 5 games in 5 minutes. A battle royale-like game was hardened by the two of them completing the skydiving simulator. After the 6th game of the skydiving simulator, Lin Xuan finally couldn't help himself. This was called Big Brother? If this was called a Big Brother, I'm afraid that there were no rookies in the entire chicken eating game. However, on the other side, little Mariko, still clenching her teeth again, explained, Boss, listen to me. I'm really not lying to you. This other side of the people hanging, boss, you know that this game hangs a lot of people. Otherwise that shot I would have already hit their heads. Alright, stop talking and just refund the money. Lin Xuan didn't want to listen to her explanation anymore and said directly to her. As soon as she heard Lin Xuan say the word refund, little Mariko's head got a little big. It had only been a day since she had taken this one order. How could she just refund it so easily? So, little Mariko could only say again, Boss, how about we change another game? Let's play Sugar Bean Man. I can run to first place with all my polyjuice. Hearing that little Mariko was still talking about changing games here, Lin Xuan didn't even want to care. No, refund the money. Seeing Lin Xuan being so tough, little Mariko could only use her own stunts again. Boss, don't want it, let's go play something else. Don't, refund the money. Boss, don't, refund money. After 10 minutes of negotiation between the two, Mariko helplessly grabbed his double ponytail, looking at the computer screen with a face full of despair. She herself had just played the game for so long, and she hadn't even earned back the electricity bill. How can one refund money so easily? But one can't be so rogue as to not refund the money. What should I do? Just at this moment, Mariko's eyes moved slightly. Then she said into the microphone, Boss, look at this. We don't play games today. Let's chat. Chat? Sorry, I don't even know you. How can the two of us chat? Lin Xuan sniffed and said indifferently as he laid back in his chair. Anyway, tonight in the afternoon, there wasn't much to do, so chatting with this little girl was fine. At least her voice was really nice. Boss, don't say that. It's because the two of us don't know each other that we need to chat together to improve our feelings. Little Mariko said with a smile. Right, boss, how about I tell you a few jokes? If you find them funny, how about not refunding your money? Hearing the word joke, Lin Xuan was also instantly interested. Ever since he had married Zhang Linlin every day for the spare money to buy a house, he really hadn't laughed properly. If this accompanying game today could make him laugh, the money really didn't matter. Okay, if you can really make me laugh happily, I won't refund this money. As soon as he heard that he could not return the money, the little pill's heart was instantly delighted. Okay, you just please be nice to you. This morning I went to the market to buy vegetables. I asked the vendor, you have played pesticides on this vegetable? The vendor thought about it and said, should not hit. Is this, you sure you're telling a joke? Why is it so cold? Lin Xuan only felt chills all over his body when he heard this. Don't be anxious, I'll say another one. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Mariko hurriedly found another joke in her own mind and said, A. Do you want to experience what it's like to be a big official? B. I dream of it. A. Then let you experience it. B. Sure. How to experience it? A. I-ching, make me a cup of tea. After saying that, Mariko asked with a slight smile, Boss, how do you feel? Did you get off on a laugh? Lin Xuan smiled a little at his words. It's indeed a bit funny, but you're all out of these segments. Let me tell you some new ones. Yeah, yes, Mariko said with a quick nod. Listen up. Lin Xuan smiled slightly then said, this weather is quite awkward. It's hot if I don't turn on the air conditioner, and if I do, I'll have to go buy one. Hello everyone, I'm the Moon Lord. If you want to have an object, please transfer 50 to me and note the name of the person you like. I will let you know what it means. The gods can't help you. Recently always heard the mysterious tinkling sound by walking into the science program team. Investigation turned out to be my poor tinkling sound. Vacation does not stay up late. Then your vacation for nothing, then others less than half. Go to the convenience store to buy mineral water. The boss took a bottle of Waha mineral water to me. Asked in passing, how much? The boss said, $2. I picked up the mineral water, pointed at the package and said to the boss, isn't the suggested retail price on it 1.5 yuan? The boss said back, I don't accept it as suggested. After saying this, Lin Xuan heard the other party's loud laughter coming from his earpiece. Goo. I can't. My stomach is pumping with laughter. Hearing little Mariko's laughter, Lin Xuan smiled slightly. This little girl, she's quite interesting. Although her gaming skills are thievingly bad, her person is very energetic. After a while, little Mariko said again, Boss, should we start another game? Okay. Lin Xuan smiled and nodded. In fact, games really were the most important thing to have fun. Boss, what shall we play this game? Play Happy Hero. Happy Hero? Ah so. And so, throughout the afternoon, a combination nicknamed Canyon Ghosts appeared in Summoner Canyon. One Aso, one Galen. The two of them on the lower road could be described as God blocking being killed by God, Buddha blocking being killed by Buddha, and the time of a game didn't even exceed 16 minutes, because 15 minutes is already more than full surrender. There is even an old brother. Encountered the two of them twice in a row. The second game directly played half of the road. It couldn't be helped. Playing with the two of them really did raise your blood pressure. For an entire afternoon, Lin Xuan and little Mariko had been messing around in the canyon until the two's game accounts were blocked. There was no way around it. The two were giving it away simply too fiercely, and even the system couldn't stand to look at it anymore. Seeing that her game account was blocked, Mariko said with tears in her eyes, Whoa, it's over. This is my only game account. Forget it, it's only for 7 days. 7 days. I won't be able to take a single order in 7 days. Forget it, you'd better not rely on the game for food. If it wasn't for me getting a new one, you'd really be eating bad reviews. Lin Xuan said with a smile. Add a WeChat friend. Although your game isn't good, it's still quite happy to chat with you. Fine, boss, but I can definitely take you flying next time I come. After saying that, the two of them added their Weixin friends before going offline. After getting offline, Lin Xuan looked out of the window at the moon that had already hung high in the branches long ago, and couldn't help but feel a little hungry. I didn't realize that this is an afternoon of playing. Playing games is really a waste of time. It's time to go eat. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan casually put on a short sleeve and hotel slippers and went out. Chapter 41. How can anyone wear slippers to eat here? Although as a guest of the Marriott Hotel's presidential suite and also the Marriott Hotel's big boss, Lin Xuan was perfectly capable of ordering food in his room. However, he had spent the afternoon nestled in the hotel, so he naturally wanted to go downstairs to move his muscles. Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Xuan. Hello. Good evening, Mr. Lin. Good evening, Mr. Lin. This way please. May I ask which floor you're going to? I'll press it for you. Second floor restaurant please. Okay, the second floor is here, please. After coming out of his room, Lin Xuan encountered every hotel employee and took the initiative to greet them with a smile on his face. Even when Lin Xuan entered and exited the elevator, there were people who specifically stopped the elevator doors. The entire hotel, basically, entertained Lin Xuan as if he were a god. There was no way around it. This was the dull and boring life of the rich. After arriving at the restaurant, Lin Xuan casually found a seat by the window and sat down. Soon a beautiful young waitress came over and handed over a menu and asked, Hello Mr. Lin. may I ask what you need to eat? Lin Xuan took the menu and looked at it briefly. A foie gras, an Italian vegetable soup, a Wellington steak medium rare with white nice sauce and a vegetable salad. Finish with pancakes and a latte with half sugar and light cream for your drink. Yes, just a moment. After saying that, the waitress retreated. Soon an exquisite dinner was served. Looking at the delicious food in front of him, Lin Xian's fingers twitched and he directly feasted on it. At the same time, not far from Lin Xuan a tall, heavily made-up woman was holding a cell phone and broadcasting live. Hello, good afternoon everyone. I'm your favorite beautiful anchor woman Yao Yao. Can you guys guess where I am right now? Saying that, she turned her cell phone to the surroundings. Seeing the opulent hotel behind her, the people in the live broadcast room swiped their pop-ups. Wow, such a luxurious hotel. It must cost quite a bit of money. Based on my years of hotel experience, I know that a night here starts at almost 1,000. Is the anchor hitching a ride with a tycoon bigot? A tycoon? Ooh, I've lost my love. Seeing the compliments in the live broadcast room, Yao Yao couldn't mention how happy she was, but her face still had a look of disappointment on it. Ugh, I didn't get hitched to a tycoon big brother. I'm here alone right now. If you guys don't believe me, you can come snipe me. I'm currently in the restaurant of the Marriott Hotel in Shanghai. Marriott Hotel? Hearing these words, the water users in the live broadcast room once again frantically swiped their pop-up screens. Anchor is rich. He can afford to go to the Marriott Hotel. Upstairs, I'm from the countryside. Can you say what level the Marriott Hotel is? Of course it's top class. And it's all about Western food here. Basically a meal down is not enough without a few $1,000s. Several $1,000s. A meal? Hold the grass. Anchor 666. Seeing this, Yao Yao sighed and pretended to be in neat pain. Where do I have the money? This meal is what I saved by eating instant noodles for a month. You guys look at my face now that it's starved and thin. Seeing that because of weight loss, and deliberately dieting resulting in a thin face, the water friends in the live broadcasting room were immediately heartbroken. Really? Goddess Yao Yao, you've suffered. I'll reward you with a rice ball. Yes, I got paid today. I'll reward you with a blood vial. I'll use this month's living expenses to send you a high energy warning. At that moment, gifts floated up in the live broadcast room, and Yao Yao couldn't be happier in her heart as she watched. As the anchor of the amusing cat platform, she naturally couldn't forget to ask for gifts for this kind of operation at all times. Now these viewers are all very chicken thief. If they don't use a little bit of small means is really not good to ask for the gift. Tonight to come here to eat, her main thing is to want to come here to card. After all, the Marriott Hotel in Shanghai is also very famous. Can eat a meal here to card. Not only can rise popularity, later go out can also blow. Wouldn't it be great to know one or two rich second generation? Thinking of this, Su Yao Yao started taking selfies. After taking a few shots, she suddenly felt that something was wrong somewhere. Wait, what is behind herself? Only to see that behind herself, a man wearing short sleeves and slippers was eating Western food while crossing his legs. At the same time the other leg was still shaking regularly, simply the same as the diners in the roadside stalls. With just one glance, Su Yao Yao's brows furrowed. After two more glances to make sure she hadn't misread it, all of a sudden, her originally good mood suddenly became uncomfortable. Was this a mistake? How could her luck be so bad today? It was not easy to come to this kind of luxurious hotel restaurant to have a meal. How come she met this kind of person? And this kind of person is sitting right behind himself. When he is live broadcasting, he is surely in the camera. This is also too much of a scene, right? Also, this Marriott Hotel is not a 5-star hotel. When did a 5-star hotel let this kind of person in? Could it be that she sneaked in while others weren't paying attention? Thinking of this, Su Yao Yao beckoned a waiter over. Hello ma'am, may I help you? Soon a waiter came over and asked respectfully. Su Yao Yao didn't say anything. Instead her eyes glanced twice in Lin Xian's direction. Then she said, if anything, if I remember correctly, this Marriott Hotel of yours is a 5-star hotel, so it's reasonable to say that only people in formal attire can come in. But I think your rules here are fake, right? Look at that person over there, wearing a sweatshirt and flip-flops before coming to eat. Don't you guys care? Su Yao Yao said while pointing the camera at Lin Xian, just to let the viewers in the live broadcast room know that she wasn't being unreasonable. As expected, the viewers in the live broadcast room saw the scene and also started spraying up. Holy, what is this? There are still people wearing sweatshirts and flip-flops in a hotel of this caliber? That's right, actually sitting behind our Yao Yao little fairy. Can't be a lewd man. Fancying the beauty of our family's little fairy Yao Yao? Too disgusting. This man is really too disgusting. Wanting to rub heat on himself just like that? Brothers, who is this man? Let's explode him together. Although there weren't many people in Su Yao Yao's live room, these people, most of them, were hardcore fans, and as soon as they saw Su Yao Yao being subjected to this kind of situation, each and every one of them immediately jumped out to argue in favor of their house anchor. There were even some people who ran directly to the Marriott Hotel's bib, asking the Marriott Hotel to give an explanation. However, the waiter's next sentence caused Su Yaoyao and her live broadcast room to fall silent. "Ma'am, this gentleman has already subscribed to the presidential suite here with us. If you subscribed to the presidential suite, you could have come in wearing sweats and flip-flops as well. By the way, our presidential suite here is 38,000 a night. You are very welcome to book it, ma'am." Chapter 42, Doesn't your conscience hurt when you say that? Hearing the waiter's words, Su Yaoyao's entire body froze. She knew that the waiter's words must be true, or else the waiter would definitely suffer if he was found out. Presidential suite. It's still a monthly subscription. 38,000 a night. Wouldn't that be over $1 million a month? You know, this more than $1 million in Zhenghai City, although cannot afford to buy a house, but pay a down payment can still be, if in the location of some of the places, and can even buy a second-hand house. And this person can spend more than $1 million here to live in the hotel. The hands of the assets must be more than $1 million. At least millions, even tens of millions existed. Otherwise after this month, wouldn't he be living on the streets? Right at this moment, she suddenly saw the key that Lin Xuan had pinned to his waist. It was Aston Martin. For Su Yaoyao, who was familiar with all kinds of license plates, she naturally saw the Aston Martin's badge. Aston Martin's automobile in the Great Calling Country was priced at a minimum of $1.81 million, and that was still the price of the bear car, if it landed as long as it was $2.3 million or more. This price was enough to make most people stop at it for a few lifetimes. Although she is a little famous net red, but a month is only 10,000 out of the nod. Most of them still rely on the fans' reward. If this few years or can't do anything, she is afraid that can only enter the factory. Thinking of this, Su Yaoyao's gaze towards Lin Xuan changed. Didn't she come here today to find a rich man? Now that the rich man was right in front of her, how could she hesitate? When she thought about the tone she had just used just now, she was a bit scared, but seeing that Lin Xuan was still over there eating at his own pace, Su Yaoyao let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he hadn't heard her when she spoke just now, otherwise how else would she be able to hook up with rich people? At the same time, in her live broadcast room, a heated discussion began. Wow, 38,000 a night or a month, so rich to be dressed so plainly? This you don't understand, right? The real rich people wear simple, although simple, but the clothes are customized by special people. The selling price is not cheaper than some famous brands of big money. In fact, I now want to know how the anchor feels about being punched in the face. Just now also said that people dressed in an indecent way to sneak in, not knowing that people are just going downstairs to casually eat a casual meal, while the anchor is punching the card so hard to come once. Ahahaha, I think it's not just the anchor. Most of the people in the live broadcast room I think were also slapped in the face. Alas, I've just been slapped in the face. Maybe this is the gap between me and the rich. Me too, old sky. Why am I dressed like a rich person but I'm not a rich person? For the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, Su Yaoyao on the other hand didn't have any displeasure. Who cares if he hit his face or not, as long as he is a rich person? It's enough. Thinking of this, Su Yaoyao took out her makeup mirror and organized her makeup. After making sure that there were no problems, she revealed a smile that she thought was the most charming, strolling over to Lin Xuan's opposite side and said with a smile, "Hello, may I ask if this seat is taken?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan smiled and said, "No one, but don't you dislike sitting with plainly dressed people?" Hearing these words, the corner of Su Yaoyao's mouth twitched, and her face instantly became embarrassed. Unexpectedly, he had heard all the things she said to the camera and the waiter just now. In fact, she herself didn't think about it. It wasn't even a few meters away, and what she had just said was purposely a bit louder, so if she still couldn't hear it, wouldn't she be deaf? Thinking of this, Su Yaoyao said very seriously, it's actually those words just now were me being too superficial. I'm really sorry. I think that the only way for two people to understand each other better is to communicate deeply with each other." At those words, Lin Xuan picked up a napkin on the side and wiped his mouth, saying with a smile, "Then do you think we have a common language between us?" "Of course there is, since we're able to dine together. It proves that there's still a great deal of fate between us." Lin Xuan couldn't help but laugh at these words. "Good fellow, you don't even blush when you tell yourself lies? If the waiter hadn't told you that I rented the presidential suite for a month, you would have felt that there was fate between us, instead of having bad luck? Really? Then what if I told you that I'm a person with especially many flaws, and that I have violent tendencies and especially like to hit women?" "No problem. I'm a person who likes to hit women's. Hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. If you don't hit me for a day, I'm still in a hurry with you," Su Yaoyao said with a serious face as if she didn't care. "Is that so? What about the fact that I'm already married? This I don't think is a problem either. I can be your mistress. Mistress 4, Mistress 5, Mistress 6 are all fine. as long as the two of them love each other, no matter how many people there are, it's not a problem. Su Yaoyao said seriously again. Oh, actually, I have other fetishes, such as picking up garbage, sweeping the streets, washing toilets and whatnot. Hearing this, Su Yaoyao's face slightly stiffened as she hesitated. Picking up garbage? Sweeping the streets? Washing toilets? That's right, and I especially like to bring my other half along. Lin Xuan nodded very seriously. Well, I think this kind of thing is also an attitude towards life. Whether it's picking up garbage or sweeping toilets, not only can you beautify the environment but you can also exercise. It's simply a healthy way of life. Su Yaoyao held back the vomiting feeling in her heart and continued. Lin Xuan was stunned when he heard her words. Good lord, this woman is too tough to hook up with a rich man. As far as this? At this moment, Lin Xuan really wanted to stand up and ask her, doesn't your conscience hurt when you talk like this? At the same time, there was a storm of pop-ups in Su Yaoyao's live broadcast room. Oh my god, is this still that Me Too anchor? Actually agreeing to go and wash toilets and sweep the streets with others? Don't be sour. If you also had this much money, not to mention washing toilets, even if you said you wanted to sleep in the toilet every day, she would agree. Alas, indeed, there is a saying that is not wrong. Money makes the devil work. The way I look at the anchor's eyes, I feel like I'm going to sprout little stars. Lin Xuan looked at Su Yaoyao's cell phone and asked, do you like apples or pears? Su Yaoyao froze. Apples. Well, I actually like to eat them both, and sometimes I even put them together. After saying that, Su Yaoyao revealed another wintry smile. Obviously, she felt that this answer of hers was flawless. However, the next moment, Lin Xuan shook his head. Sorry, I like watermelons, so we're still destined to be together. After saying that, Lin Xuan directly got up and left the restaurant. It was only directly until Lin Xuan left the restaurant that Su Yaoyao reacted in a daze. This is leaving? Isn't one's charm high enough? When she had come out on dates since she was a little girl, only she had left first. When had someone else left before her? For a moment, Su Yaoyao clenched her hands and gritted her teeth. You wait for me. One day, I will use all means to make you fall in love with me. But, at this time she suddenly forgot a serious thing. It seems that she still does not know his name. Chapter 43, Auntie Jing. After leaving the restaurant, Lin Xuan directly left the hotel on foot. Looking at the brightly lit streets of Zhonghai City, Lin Xian's heart couldn't help but sigh quite a bit. Although he had lived in Zhonghai City for several years, it was just a 2-point line between his rental house and his company, and after so many years, he really hadn't experienced the nightlife of Zhonghai City properly. At this point in time, it was still early, so why not go to the surrounding night markets? Thinking of this, Lin Xuan directly took a big step towards the busiest street in the neighborhood. Jinan Street was a commercial street not far from the Marriott Hotel. Not big in itself, but very historical. So for so many years, this place has only been purposefully constructed and has not been rebuilt on a large scale. Although Jinan Street was very lively during the day, its real bustle still had to wait until the night. At night, the whole Jinan Street comes alive with food stalls everywhere. Grilled squid, oysters, scallops, leeks, autumn swordfish, and a variety of meat skewers, spicy hot pot, flower armor fans. There was an endless stream of people coming and going, and the aroma of the barbecue curled around, causing Lin Xuan, who had just finished eating, to gaze sideways. Seeing this, Lin Xuan felt that this was the real nightlife. Although the Western restaurant was quiet, but for the Oriental people still this kind of fireworks with lively is the real nightlife. Boss, 5 skewers of leeks, 5 skewers of lamb, and 2 more scallops. Lin Xuan found a free table and sat down, skillfully ordering his food. There were simply too many people here, and it was hard for himself to find an empty seat. Although there were a lot of people, the efficiency of the store was quick, and someone soon came over with a plate of food. Looking at the kebabs in front of him, Lin Xian's fingers twitched and he hurriedly picked up a skewer of mutton and nibbled on it. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from beside him. Xiao Xian, it's you? Hearing these words, Lin Xian stopped eating the skewer and turned his face, only to see a middle-aged woman in professional attire looking at Lin Xian with a surprised expression. Looking at the woman's familiar yet unfamiliar face, Lin Xian couldn't think of where he had seen this person before. Seeing Lin Xian's bewildered expression, the middle-aged woman smiled and said, I'm Aunt Jing. When you were little, you used to dine at my house. Only after hearing the woman's words did Lin Xian suddenly remember. When he was a child, his own family still lived in that kind of silo similar to the one in the movie Kung Fu, and at that time, Aunt Jing's family lived right next door to his own house. Because his own mom's handicraft is really not good, so he was often attracted by the food at Aunt Jing's house, and even sometimes still rely on not to leave. Was his own dad with a tree branch to carry back? At that time, Aunt Jing's family also had a daughter named Shua Hui Hui. When she was small, she often called him brother after herself. However, Due to the development of the city, the silo was demolished, and he had no contact with Auntie Jing's family. I didn't expect to actually see them here. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan smiled and said, Aunt Jing, you're also in Shanghai ah? It's really too lucky. Have you had dinner? Do you want to eat something together? After saying that, Lin Xuan was ready to order a few more dishes from the boss, but Aunt Jing on the side said with a smile, Xiao Xian, don't waste your money. Aunt Jing, I've already eaten. I didn't expect that after so many years, the little mouse that was dawdling at Aunt Jing's house has actually become such a tall young man. If it wasn't for the fact that his back is really similar, it would have almost made Aunt Jing not recognize him. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan also smiled and said, where is it? It's still Aunt Jing that you've taken good care of yourself. After so many years, you're still as beautiful as you were back then. Egu, little Xian's mouth is still so sweet. Auntie has long since gotten old. It's still better for you youngsters. After saying that, Auntie Jing sized up Lin Xuan for a few moments and suddenly asked when she thought of something. Right, little Xian, do you have a girlfriend now? A girlfriend? Hearing Aunt Jing's words, Lin Xuan couldn't help but faintly freeze. Then he let out a bitter smile and shook his head. Ever since he broke up with Zhang Linlin, Lin Xuan really hadn't looked for a girlfriend again. Although there were those who were in ambiguous relationships, they were only ambiguous. In that case, then have you considered our family Hui Hui? Hui Hui? Hearing Aunt Jing's words, Lin Xuan let out a bitter smile and hastily waved his hand in rejection. Aunt Jing, I think that I'm still considering my career right now, and it's better to talk about matters of men and women later. Upon hearing this, Aunt Jing smiled faintly. You youngsters all talk the same way. Fine then, but eating here isn't clean. Are you free to come to Aunt Jing's house for a casual dinner this week on a double holiday? I remember your favorite dish at my house was braised pork ribs. As soon as I cooked this dish, you followed the scent like a kitten. Aunt Jing laughed, as if she had returned to a decade or so at this point, the time of that silo. At those words, Lin Xuan touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. Aunt Jing, there's no need to bother with this. What's wrong? You've grown accustomed to eating outside, so you don't want to eat Auntie Jing's meals? Come give me your cell phone number. I'll call you on my double days off. Seeing Auntie Jing in this thunderous manner, Lin Xuan could only report his cell phone number to Auntie Jing. Alright, little Xuan, it's a deal. I'm bringing the company out for dinner today, so I won't be staying long. After saying that, Aunt Jing walked towards the distance. Looking in the direction that Aunt Jing's walked away from, one could indeed see a group of young men and women sitting not far away. Seeing Auntie Jing walk over, they rose to greet each other. Although the surroundings were very overly noisy at this time, and it was impossible to hear the conversations of those people, from the respect shown in their eyes, they could still guess that Aunt Jing's status was quite a bit higher than theirs. It seems that Auntie Jing's family is doing quite well after all these years. After sighing, Lin Xuan picked up a cup of cola and raised his head ton and drank it. In the midst of a windswept meal, Lin Xuan returned to the hotel by the same route. There were no words for the rest of the night. The next day, Lin Xuan just woke up not long before he saw the phone ringing. Picking it up to see that it was Chen Jingxing calling, after picking it up Lin Xuan asked while brushing his teeth, Hello? What's up? Lin Dong, someone sent an invitation yesterday, I wonder if you're going? What invitation? It's from the Xia family. In fact, this has been a practice before. At this time of the year there will be some of Shanghai City's gentry holding some cruise ship parties, inviting celebrities from all walks of life, famous ladies as well as some of the big celebrities with big names to attend. Hearing Chen Jingxing's words, Lin Xuan nodded and spat out the mouthwash in his mouth. Alright, I know. I'll go and take a look when the day comes. Seeing that Lin Xuan had some interest, Chen Jingxing hurriedly said, Lin Dong, if you want to go, I can recommend someone to you. It's the young proprietor of the Bai Group. He's about the same age as you, and he's a shrewd person, so you can ask him to help lead the way for you, so that you don't run into some trouble when the time comes. Hearing Chen Jingxing's words, Lin Xuan pondered for a little while, but still nodded. After all, it was his first time attending a party of this level. Having someone to lead the way was naturally quite a bit better than going alone. Alright, then I'll leave it to you to make the arrangements. Okay. After saying that, the two hung up the phone. Chapter 44, Ever seen such a brazen person? Putting down his cell phone, Lin Xuan picked up the teacup on top of the table and took a sip. This time, the so-called cruise ship banquet should just be the same as those malefactors in the TV series. Eating, drinking and having fun. Although it wasn't much fun. But now that he was the chairman of the Yi Hao Group, it wasn't much of a big deal to go and meet them. But who would be good to bring? After all, people are all have female companions. Their own one person to go is also too right. Thinking here, he picked up the phone to Zhou Yuzhu dialed over. At this time, Zhou Yuzhu had just gone to work not a moment ago, and after seeing Lin Xian's phone call, she hurriedly walked outside to connect. In fact, according to the store's regulations, It was forbidden to receive any calls that had nothing to do with work during the workday. But who let Zhou Yuzhu become the deputy store manager now? Since the last time Lin Xuan consumed a pass here, especially after her relationship with Lin Xuan was known to the store manager, her status here simply skyrocketed. Just coming in for about half a year, she became the store's deputy store manager, looking at the other salesmen with envy. But it could only be envy. Who made their boyfriends not as rich as Lin Xuan? Lin Xuan, why did you think of calling me? I'm still at work. What work? Do you have time? Accompany me to a party in a couple days. A party? What kind of party? Just a regular cruise party. Ordinary? Hearing Lin Xuan's words, the corner of Zhou Yuzhu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Could a party attended by someone who could casually take out over $1 million to buy clothes be ordinary? By then there would definitely be people of about the same level by now. And just thinking about it made Zhou Yuzhu's palms a little sweaty. This, or forget it. I'm just an ordinary small staff. That kind of upper-class people's party is not suitable for me at all. It's fine. It's just an ordinary party. You're in the store. I'll be right over. Wait a moment. Before Zhou Yuzhu could finish, Lin Xuan hung up the phone. Seeing the hung-up call, a touch of warmth surfaced on Zhou Yuzhu's face, and she muttered under her breath, still so acute after all this time. Half an hour later, Lin Xuan drove to Zhonghai Century City once again. As soon as Lin Xuan entered, the entire fifth floor of Zhonghai Century City was abuzz. This one, however, was the god of wealth who had wildly bought millions in an hour at that time. Mr. Lin, this is our store's newest product. Would you like to come in and take a look? Mr. Lin, our Chanel store has recently come out with a pop-up product. Would you like me to introduce it to you? Mr. Lin, we have several other products over here. Why don't you go over and take a look? Mr. Lin. A group of people surrounded Lin Xuan and introduced him. There were even a few good-looking sales clerks who kept throwing winks at Lin Xuan. Seeing the scene, an unknown girl said disdainfully while drinking milk tea. Who's this guy? Why are all these waitresses crazy? The looks are just like that. The scene just now. I thought I had met some star. The boy sitting behind her skimmed her. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. I just happened to see him when I came here to play last time. It is said that he bought millions of things wildly within an hour continuously. Count. Millions? Hearing these words, the milk tea in the girl's hand was almost dropped in shock. Counting millions of things? She stared with rounded eyes and a look of disbelief. Immediately afterward, her face suddenly changed. Her eyes filled with little stars as she looked at Lin Xuan, murmuring excitedly, "Oh my god, is he the god of fortune you guys were talking about before? He's quite handsome. If I could be his girlfriend, I would be willing to live a few years less even if I had to." Seeing this expression on the girl's face, the boy behind her had a look of contempt. "Good guy. You just said that this man looks just like that. Why do you have the face of a nymphomaniac now? Perhaps, this is the ability to pay money." Lin Xuan naturally didn't go in with them, but instead went directly to the Gucci store where Zhou Yuzhu was. Seeing Lin Xuan come, the Gucci store's store manager Lu hurriedly walked out and respectfully said, "Mr. Lin, you're here to find Yuzhu, right?" As the words fell, store manager Lu hurriedly said to the inside, "Yuzhu, Mr. Lin is here. Why are you still inside?" Store manager Lu, "I have guests here. There's no way to go away." At this time Zhou Yuzhu was also helpless. She had just finished placing the call and a guest came in and specifically named her to introduce. Introduced on the introduction of it. Did not expect an introduction is more than 20 minutes. And the most critical is up to now did not buy a piece of clothing. Hearing Zhou Yuzhu's voice, Lu's store manager frowned slightly. She had thought that the guest was simply looking around, but she didn't think that he actually didn't leave after such a long time. Thinking of this, store manager Lu gave Lin Xuan a slight bow and apologetic smile, then walked over and smiled as she said to the youth, "Hello, this employee has something else to do right now. I'll let another salesman serve you. Is that all right with you?" The youth sniffed, skimmed a glance at store manager Lu, said with a disdainful voice, "Another one? I'll tell you the truth. If it wasn't for the fact that you have a beauty like Miss Zhou in your store, I wouldn't even look at it." After saying that, he deliberately revealed the watch on his wrist. A Patek Philippe Nautilus worth 220,000, a symbol of the properly rich. In the past, as long as he slightly showed this watch, not to say that the girl in front of him would immediately go with him, but she would at least come to a Sichuan opera face, immediately and enthusiastically holding her wrist and chatting with herself. He believed that this time will be the same. Although this watch fell in the eyes of Lu shopkeeper slightly stunned, but it was only for a moment. Then it was with a fish pass. Glanced at him, his heart was even more disdainful. Cold snort. Ha, a 220,000 Nautilus also has the nerve to show off his wealth in front of Mr. Lin. He's wearing a Vacheron Constantine that's over $800,000. Although shopkeeper Lu's heart was disdainful of this youth, her face still maintained a harmless smile. I'm really sorry, Zhou Yuzhu. She really has something going on right now. If you're not satisfied with the other shopkeepers, please go to another store. Eviction order. A naked expulsion order. Hearing that, store manager Lu drove him away so quickly and did not hesitate to give an expulsion order. This youth immediately became furious. He is also the general manager of a large company, and in the country is also considered a famous entrepreneur. Over the years, which is not flattering himself. Flattering himself? How come when he arrived at this store, he was even expelled? This store manager Lu simply doesn't know what's good for him. Humph. After a cold snort, the youth took out a business card inlaid with a gold border and looked at Zhou Yuzhu with a blazing gaze and said, "Since Miss Zhou has something to do, then I won't bother. I'm the general manager of Mingxiang Group, Fan Changping. If in the future Miss Zhou wants to change her job, you can contact me directly. There is my contact information on it. The salary is not to say how much, at least it's much more than here." A sentence. The meaning is self-evident. Go to that. I work wages are certainly quite a lot, but you certainly also have to pay a little price. Hearing Fan Changping say this, Zhou Yuzhu's face changed, but she still smiled brightly. Thank you for your concern, I'll consider this matter myself. Right now I'm fine working here, so I'll trouble you to worry more. If I really look for your help, I'll definitely tell you. Oh, don't be too busy to refuse. You can accept the business card first, in the future in case it will be used. Fan Changping smiled and handed Zhou Yuzhu his business card. Zhou Yuzhu how do not know. Fan Changping's meaning, at that moment, is to receive also not receive also not. However, right at this moment, a hand appeared in front of Zhou Yuzhu and picked up the business card. Glancing at the information on the business card, Lin Xuan sneered. Manager Fan is really skillful with this set of sayings. I wonder how many times I've done this kind of thing. Also haven't thought that there are such brazen people. You really opened my eyes today. Chapter 45. Does this speak human language? Seeing Lin Xuan's actions, Fan Changping's face instantly darkened. As the general manager of Mingxiang Group, no one had ever dared to treat him like this. Even those in the top management only dared to stand respectfully when they saw him, not even daring to say much. But this Lin Xuan in front of him dared to speak to him with such a tone and attitude, simply not putting him in his eyes. Only, in front of Zhou Yuzhu, he was not in a position to directly tear his face off with Lin Xuan. After all, he was still prepared to show his gentlemanly side in front of Zhou Yuzhu. Good. Very good. Fan Changping stared at Lin Xuan with a cold smile. Kid, you're the only person who's made me so angry in so many days. You're really arrogant. Don't you know what the consequences of arrogance are? Arrogant? Lin Xuan sneered. Doesn't manager Fan think he's arrogant? Good. Count on your courage. Fan Changping gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Xuan, wishing to immediately grab Lin Xuan and beat him up. But in the end, he forced himself to hold back his inner rage. I don't know your name? Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan said indifferently. Lin Xuan. Fan Changping repeated, then snorted coldly. I'd like to see how long you can run wild. I will make you pay the price. With that, Fan Changping turned around and left. Seeing Fan Changping leave, storekeeper Lu's heart was also secretly pleased. Humph, a poor man dares to pose in front of Mr. Lin. He's simply looking for death. Seeing Fan Changping leave, Lin Xuan then looked at shopkeeper Lu and said with a smile, today, it's okay for Yuzhu to even take a vacation, right? Hearing Lin Xuan's words, store manager Lu nodded his head without the slightest hesitation and said, it's fine, it's certainly not a problem. Seeing that store manager Lu was so uptight, Lin Xuan didn't ink a word and directly bought a few pieces of clothing in the store, then looked at Zhou Yuzhu and said, Yuzhu, take a look at which ones are good and buy a few for you as well. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Zhou Yuzhu froze slightly. Froze for what? I still have to buy quite a few things this afternoon. Aren't you a salesman in this store? You buy a few evening dresses and such first. A single sentence caused Zhou Yuzhu to freeze in place for a long time. Lin Xuan looked at Zhou Yuzhu's expression, shrugged helplessly, and said to Lu, the store manager at the side, you pack up those dresses, and bring me 2 pairs of high heels. Following the line of sight of Lin Xuan's finger, store manager Lu instantly became excited. These were all limited edition models. Each one of them cost more than $100,000. 3 skirts plus 2 pairs of high heels totaled close to $500,000. Plus the few dresses Lin Xuan had just bought. It was almost $1 million. This is too rich. It's true that rich people are rich people. Whereas just now, Fan Changping looked for more than 20 minutes, but ended up not buying a single thing, and foolishly revealed a watch, which turned out to be not even half as expensive as Mr. Lin's price. That look is really a 250. If he is not the store manager cannot swear words, would have been that kid, to spray the dog's blood, payment, delivery, basically all in one go. Lu store manager looked at Lin Xuan. A pair of eyes almost looked straight. At this time she only hated why she was not born 10 years later, so she can also pursue Lin Xuan openly. As for the other salesmen, they were all dumbfounded. that paying action. It's simply too dashing. If there's a man who can pay for me so dashingly once, I'd be willing to do anything. A little girl humped her hands, her face flushed, her eyes fixed on the paying Lin Xuan. That's right. I wish I could find a boyfriend like him. Don't be paranoid. How could someone possibly look at you? I know. I'm just thinking about it. Don't hit me like that, guys. Here. When Lin Xuan handed those 3 dresses and shoes to Zhou Yuzhu, Zhou Yuzhu quickly waved her hand. No, no, no. These are too expensive. I can't have them. Lin Xuan said with a smile as he shoved these things into Zhou Yuzhu's hands. Expensive? It's only a few $100,000? Expensive? It's only a few $100,000? This is considered valuable? Do you think this is human language? Alas, everything is precious in this day and age, but the least precious is money. This is something that doesn't come to life or go to death. There's no use in keeping it. Only by spending it can you realize its greatest value. Don't you think? Hearing Lin Xuan say in a serious manner, Zhou Yuzhu opened her mouth, but still swallowed back the most wanted words in her heart. I'm afraid that people will live and the money will be gone. The store manager on the side, Lu, had come over. How could he not see Lin Xuan's intentions? Seeing that Zhou Yuzhu had not yet responded, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, Yuzhu, this since it is Mr. Lin sent, then you accept it well. Besides look, this Mr. Lin send these things is certainly to thank you. Since people have the heart, then you accept it well. Then, thank you. Alas, talk about thank you or not. Let's go look at the other things. After saying that, Lin Xuan pulled Zhou Yuzhu out of the Gucci store. If you wanted to go to a party of that level, a watch was naturally indispensable. Zhonghai Century City belonged to a shopping mall that took the high-end route, so there were naturally all sorts of famous brand watches. Last time, Lin Xuan had bought a watch at Vacheron Constantin, but this time he didn't go to Vacheron Constantin again. Instead he brought Zhou Yuzhu directly to Patek Philippe in the watch section. Although Vacheron Constantin had a high style, it was still slightly inferior to Patek Philippe. As a world-renowned luxury brand, Patek Philippe's price is also expensive, where the entry-level 4910/10A012 is 89,000, not to mention one of the flagship-level watches. However, the reason why they dare to sell so expensive, nature is the bottom line. After all, these watches can really be passed on to the next generation as heirlooms. It is said that Patek Philippe often spends more than 10 years training a watchmaker, and that each of its watches is produced in-house from start to finish and run for at least 200 hours before leaving the watchmaking workshop. It's this, along with over 100 years of cultural heritage, that makes Patek Philippe the king of watches. Just as he walked in, there was a beautiful sales clerk looking towards Lin Xuan who had walked in, hurriedly walking over with quick steps, his body gently bending down, with a trademark smile on his face as he looked towards Lin Xuan and said, "Hello sir, may I ask how I can help you?" Lin Xuan nodded and said, "You can directly recommend a few watches to this lady." Okay. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, the smile on the beautiful sales clerk's face deepened as she looked towards Zhou Yuzhu and said, "Hello, the several models over here are the latest ladies' watches this year, all of which fit your temperament very well." Zhou Yuzhu looked along the clerk's finger, only to see a few exquisite women's watches fall into her eyes, but after seeing the price tag underneath, Zhou Yuzhu hastily frowned. "Lin Xuan, this is too expensive." "Right, let's just change to another store." The cheapest of these watches was $120,000, and the expensive ones were more than $300,000. In a luxury store of this level, Zhou Yuzhu didn't feel proud of herself. Instead she was uncomfortable and couldn't wait to leave. After all, the prices here were several levels higher than even Gucci's. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan smiled and was just about to say something. At this moment, an old woman with heavy makeup, carrying an LV bag, skimmed the two of them with a disgusted look on her face. What Patek Philippe for no money? Young people nowadays, they just like to pretend that they don't have money and still come to places like this. Chapter 46, I'll take them all. The old woman glanced at Lin Xuan and blurted out to the clerk, "Shopkeeper, I'm here to get a watch." Where the word watch was concerned, she even purposely increased the pitch a few times. One must know that there were many people who came to Zhonghai Century City, but very few could really afford a Patek Philippe. "Alright, just cut the crap," the middle-aged man who came with her, seeing this scene, hurriedly persuaded. "Say less my ass, you punk thing, I really don't know how I saw you back then, you really are a wimp." The middle-aged man sniffed and could only lower his head. Seeing this, the salesman on the side could only hold an apologetic whisper. "Sir, I'm really sorry." They will leave after taking the watch. Although this middle-aged couple was making a lot of noise here, these salesmen didn't dare to do anything to them. After all, they had bought watches here several times and were worth hundreds of millions of dollars. This kind of level of people, a small salesman cannot afford to offend. Soon, an exquisite watch was brought up by the salesman. It was a Patek Philippe complicated women's watch, 18K rose gold with diamonds, case inlaid with 141 diamonds. At this time the watch in the light of the irradiation appears to be glittering. Seeing this, the old woman hurriedly took it out and wore it on her own hand and repeatedly tasted it. A few moments later, she nodded in satisfaction and looked to the side at Lin Xuan with a face full of complacency, as if to say, "See, this watch is worth $410,000. If you can't afford it, leave before it's too late, so you don't have to disgrace yourself here." Right at this moment, a familiar system beep sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Ding! Infinite choice system activated. Option 1, take show Yuju and leave, no rewards, and obtain the title of Shrinking Turtle. Option 2, buy a watch, reward, Joe Yuju's favorability plus 5, doubled cashback once. Option 3, buy all the styles in the counter, reward, Joe Yuju favorability plus 15, 10 times cashback once. Hearing the system's beep, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Who would show up when you need him the most? A brother? A friend? Or perhaps parents? None of them, only the system. It's the only one that will appear when you need him the most. Seeing this, Lin Xian looked to the side at Joe Yuju. Yuju, since you don't have a fancy, then, Lin Xian hesitantly stopped. Finally leaving? Humph, I'm sure there's still some self-awareness. While the old woman was about to take the opportunity to taunt her 2 more times, Lin Xian continued to speak. Then let's buy all the watches in this counter. As the words fell, the entire Patek Philippe store fell silent as they looked towards Lin Xian, their eyes snapping open, unable to believe what they were hearing. He actually said that he was going to buy all the watches in this counter? All of the watches? Crazy. This person is definitely crazy. You have to know that the counter in front of him is more than 20 watches, and this is not a kiosk. This is the world's first watch Patek Philippe store. A watch costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. These 20 pieces would cost at least $10 million. Hearing this, Zhou Yuju's face changed color. Although she knew that Lin Xian had made some money recently, it was impossible for him to buy so many. At this moment, the old woman on the side suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, young man, you've come over here to make a joke, haven't you? This is Patek Philippe. It's a watch seller, not selling radishes. And you want the whole counter? Were you buying vegetables? At those words, Lin Xian didn't get angry. Instead, he sat down and slowly took out a bank card from his own pocket and placed it in front of the counter. I'm only going to say this once. Take one of each of all the watches in the counter. Or, I'll go buy it from the Vacheron Constantine across the street from you. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the salesperson who was just about to persuade her froze. And it was only then that she noticed that what Lin Xian was wearing in his hands was none other than the Vacheron Constantine longitudinal series, valued at $800,000, which was twice as expensive as that old woman's watch. Gulp! The shopgirl only felt her throat go dry at this moment. This is the real god of wealth. If he is offended, run to the opposite side of the Vacheron Constantine to purchase a few dozen more. Even if the store manager does not open herself up, she herself does not have the face to continue to do it down again. You please wait a moment, I will go to inform our store manager. After saying that, she hurriedly twisted her head and ran inside, and due to running too fast, she almost tripped in the middle. But a moment later, a middle-aged man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses walked over quickly. Hello sir, I'm Ren Tai, the store manager of Patek Philippe's flagship store in Century City, Shanghai. May I ask your name? Ren Tai walked over to Lin Xian's body and handed out a business card, asking very respectfully. Lin Xian saw the information on the business card and casually placed it on the counter. Seeing this, Ren Tai didn't get angry but continued respectfully. Mr. Lin, you just said that you want to purchase all the goods in the counter. Is that true? Humph. Lin Xian nodded. If it wasn't for the system's stipulation that he could only purchase the items in this counter, he was afraid that he would have bought the entire Patek Philippe all over again. Anyway, not only did he not spend any money this time but he also made money. How could one miss out on such a good thing? Besides, money was meant to be spent. As long as it was spent happily, it was done. Qian, Ren Tai shouted to the salesman on the side. Hello Mr. Lin, there are currently 23 watches on this counter, of which 21 are currently in stock, for a total price of. The female sales clerk named Qian hurriedly pressed the calculator and then said with a somewhat trembling voice, $13,422, $300, $42 million. Hearing this figure, everyone else had a hint of surprise in their eyes. To know, this figure was able to buy several houses in Shanghai, or buy a villa. This was the dream of many people in Shanghai. Now this youth actually used so much money to buy a watch, and there were only 21 pieces. At this time, some of the people around who had been looking at the watch had stopped their movements and looked over. Although there are a lot of rich people in Shanghai City, most of these people are counting real estate. including houses and cars, as well as companies to have so much value. There weren't many who could take out tens of millions of cash at once. At this moment, they really wanted to know if this youth could really take out this much money at once. 42 million. When Zhou Yuzhu heard this figure, her white teeth lightly bit her lips, her face full of disbelief. This figure was able to buy all of Gucci's styles once. Kid, you're pretending quite a bit. I hope you'll still be this relaxed when you check out later. The old woman glared disdainfully at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan didn't get angry, he just smiled faintly. I say, old lady, if you have nothing to do, go square dance in the square. What's the use of being a long-winded woman here? Boss mom? A long-winded woman? Hearing these words, the old woman's entire face darkened. Although she was also in her 50s, the thing she hated the most was when people called her a big mom. This time, Lin Xuan had not only called it, but also added an old in front of it, even in front of such a large crowd. This simply made her storm out. What did you say, you little brat? Chapter 47, putting it on for you. The old woman was just about to start cursing when she heard Lin Xuan teasingly say, I say, old lady, you're so old, don't you even know how to control your temper? In case you get a cerebral hemorrhage, you might be paralyzed. Do you want to lie in bed and look at the watch you're wearing at that time? Brat, you actually dare to curse me. Let's see if I don't tear your mouth apart. The old woman was somewhat delirious with anger at this point, directly wanting to rush up and tear apart Lin Xuan's mouth. Seeing this action, a coldness surfaced in Lin Xuan's eyes. This old woman was really short-tempered. But before Lin Xuan could make a move, the security guards from Patek Philippe on the side rushed up and brought the old woman under control. Seeing this, the old woman yelled at the two security guards, What are you doing? Quickly let go of me. At the same time, her fat body kept struggling. But in front of the strong security guards, this kind of struggle is just like a mantis, generally powerless. At this time, Ren Tai, who was on the side, said seriously, MS1, although you have purchased a watch from Patek Philippe, you are not a member of Patek Philippe. And now that Mr. Lin has purchased more than $10 million worth of watches in one go, he's already a senior member of Patek Philippe. If you still want to make a move here, we can only have the security guards kick you out. Although Ren Tai's words were very euphemistic, the old woman knew that if she really continued to be this rude, she was afraid that she would really be thrown out by the security guards. Thinking of this, she stopped struggling and looked at Lin Xuan and glared fiercely. You pay? I'd like to see how you pay. Lin Xuan didn't pay any attention to her. Instead he handed Xianxian his bank card. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Swipe the card? Don't have an insufficient balance by then. Although the old woman didn't make a move, her mouth still couldn't help but scoff. Mr. Lin, we erased the change for you. The total is 13,420,000. Please enter the password. Xianxian said as she took over the POS and operated it for a bit before handing it over to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan took the POS and entered the password on it. Drip, 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 drop. As the last confirmation button was pressed, everyone at the scene held their breath. They really wanted to know if this mediocre stored value card could really swipe out more than $10 million. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I don't know how long it took, only to hear a crisp sound of successful payment ringing out, and the hearts of everyone present were jolted. This was successful. 42 million was spent just like this? Or was it with a savings card, and not a credit card? Thinking about this, everyone looked at Lin Xuan's face, hoping to try and see a hint of a meaty expression. But at this moment, Lin Xuan's face didn't have an expression of physical pain, and a smirk even surfaced. Because at this moment, a system beep appeared in Lin Xuan's mind the next second after the payment. Ding! Host chooses option 3. Zhou Yuzhu favorability plus 15. Obtains 10 times cashback once. Ding! Host spends 13,420,000. Cashback of 134,200,000 has been credited to the host's card. Seeing this, where did Ren Tai dare to hesitate? He directly greeted all the salesmen and began to help Lin Xuan pack the watches, while the old woman on the side had her face frozen in place. She had just said that she didn't have the money to still come to a place like this, but now not only had she come, she had also bought 21 watches, a total of more than $10 million, and she had only bought a $410,000 watch, which wasn't even as expensive as a fraction of someone else's. That's something. This was the gap. For a moment, her face was cloudy, green and white. This behavior of Lin Xuan's was tantamount to directly slapping her hard on the face with a fiery pain. At this moment, Ren Tai, who was on the side, walked over and said with a smile on his face, Mr. Lin, this is the bill for your current consumption, a total of 13,420,000 yuan. At the same time, these are the 21 watches you purchased this time. After saying that, several sales clerks immediately placed a Patek Philippe handbag gently in front of Lin Xuan. Ren Tai, on the other hand, handed over a diamond gold card with both hands. Mr. Lin, since your consumption this time exceeds 10 million, you will automatically become a diamond gold card member of this store. And in the future, you can use this card to enjoy VIP level treatment at any of Patek Philippe's stores, as well as enjoying a 10% discount on your consumption. 10% off. That was close to saving tens of thousands of dollars. Thinking about this card, other watchers were incredibly envious in their hearts. But to get this card, one had to spend a full $10 million. Thinking of this, the crowd shook their heads again. Lin Xuan took the card and casually put it away, then looked at Zhou Yuzhu and asked with a smile, "Yuzhu, which watch do you like?" Seeing this, Zhou Yuzhu somewhat shyly pointed to one of the pieces, the white gold diamond watch that was priced at $610,000. The salesman on the side, seeing this, hurriedly and sensibly helped Lin Xuan open the box and present it with both hands. Seeing this watch, Zhou Yuzhu's eyes instantly became somewhat complicated. Left-handed? Right hand? At those words, Zhou Yuzhu subconsciously extended her left hand out, but then immediately retracted it. This was a watch worth $610,000. Such a valuable thing. What if he touched it? Don't move. Lin Xuan gently grabbed Zhou Yuzhu's white wrist, and suddenly a snow-like white wrist appeared in front of everyone's eyes, accompanied by the crisp sound of a butterfly clasp. The Patek Philippe worth $610,000 was successfully worn on Zhou Yuzhu's left wrist. Lin Xuan, thank you. Zhou Yuzhu's pretty face was slightly red, shy and timid, completely disorganized. Where would there be a woman that could resist this kind of temptation? This was simply like a domineering president in a TV series. Quite good looking. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. Really da? Hearing Lin Xuan's praise, Zhou Yuzhu became even more shy, her beautiful eyes carrying a few hints of joy, a few hints of excitement, and even a few hints of anticipation. Of course, do I look like I'm cheating? Lin Xuan smiled. Yes, it does look good on you. Right. I think it really matches your temperament. On the side, Ren Tai and the other shopkeepers chimed in. Seeing this scene, the old woman's entire body looked a little unsteady on her feet. She had come to buy a watch before, and although Ren Tai, the store manager, was very polite, it was only superficial politeness, but now that she was facing Lin Xuan, this was really polite. It was almost like going up and kneeling. However, it couldn't be helped. Who let others directly smash tens of millions of dollars? Thinking of this, the old woman hurriedly took the man aside and prepared to sneak away. However, before she could walk out of the door, Lin Xuan's voice came from behind her. I think this watch of mine is still a bit unimpressive. It's only 3 times as expensive as that old lady's watch just now. Meow. 3 times. A watch that cost over $1.2 million was actually still not up to par in Lin Xuan's eyes. This was still a clear-cut slap in the face. It was simply rubbing salt into her wounds. Hearing this, the old woman's pace quickened, and at this moment, she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. She and the middle-aged man had fought for most of their lives, but in the end, they were still no match for that young man. No, this should be far worse. Really, far worse. Chapter 48. This is the life of a rich man. Let's go. I'll buy you some more jewelry next. In the next few moments, Lin Xuan brought Zhou Yuzhu with him and began to frantically sweep up goods within the mall, and spent money without blinking an eye kind of way. At first, Zhou Yuzhu was still a little shocked by Lin Xuan's way of spending money, but later on, she was already numb. This was truly numb, because later on, a shirt and a tie would cost tens of thousands of dollars. 2 hours later, Lin Xuan and Zhou Yuzhu walked out of the shopping city hand in hand in front of everyone's respectful gazes. As for the things the two of them bought, that was naturally carried by someone for them. Not far from the two of them, 2 supervisors from Shanghai Century City were following behind Lin Xuan with large bags. These 2 were the same 2 people who had helped Lin Xuan carry his things the last time he came shopping. They had never expected that this time, it was still Lin Xuan who had asked them to carry things. However, the 2 of them didn't have the slightest complaint. Arriving at the sports car, the 2 helped Lin Xuan carry the things onto the car, and Lin Xuan took out 2 gold leaves from the car and handed them to the 2. Thanks for this time as well. Upon hearing this, the 2 looked at each other, but still took the cigarettes and thanked him. Let's go. I'll be looking for you guys to move the goods next time I come, Lin Xuan said with a smile, and then stepped on the gas, disappearing into the distance with the roar of the engine. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, a bitter smile couldn't help but appear on the faces of the 2 supervisors. I didn't expect that we 2 supervisors of Shanghai Century City would actually become a cargo mover. However, being able to help Mr. Lin move goods is also a blessing that we have cultivated in our previous generations. Yeah, the last time Mr. Lin sent me cigarettes I only smoked half a pack after so long. This kind of cigarette is really too precious. Every time I take a puff, It feels like I'm smoking money. After sighing for a while, the two of them took the cigarettes and returned inside Century City. In the sports car, Lin Xuan looked at Zhou Yuzhu sitting in the co-pilot and said with a smile, "Come back to the hotel with me tonight, so you can experience the feeling of a presidential suite for once." Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Zhou Yuzhu nodded, her pretty face even reddening directly to her ears. The top floor of the Marriott Hotel. With a ding, the elevator doors opened and Lin Xuan and Zhou Yuzhu arrived at the door of the presidential suite together. Lin Xuan took out his room card and swiped it, and the two of them walked inside the presidential suite together. At this time, the sun was setting and the afterglow of the setting sun flooded the entire bedroom. There was a soft and cozy blanket spread under the coffee table in the living room of the room. The view outside the window was unobstructed, and in the corner of the bedroom there was an oversized floor-to-ceiling glass window overlooking the city. The decoration of the entire presidential suite was extremely luxurious, filled with high-grade elements everywhere. Zhou Yuzhu looked at the luxurious and solemn interior, her eyes filled with marvel. Although Zhou Yuzhu had worked in the Gucci store all year round, she had never stayed in such a luxurious room. Every single thing in here was an existence that could only be viewed from afar for her. Whether it was the opulent decoration, or the hundreds of inches of TV, or a small cup, she felt very unusual, although she did not know if it was psychological, but it was all practically there. With all this, the mood became a little complicated. Was this Lin Xuan's life? Various thoughts flashed through Zhou Yuzhu's head, and she didn't know how to describe her mood at the moment. Lin Xuan didn't notice all of this, but instead brought her to a guest room and asked with a smile, "How about you take a look at this room?" Zhou Yuzhu looked at the room in front of her and subconsciously nodded with her mouth open. It was truly worthy of being a presidential suite. Just one guest room alone was more than 50 square meters in size. Moreover, the equipment here was very complete, and it was also a floor-to-ceiling long window. Standing here one could have a perfect bird's-eye view of the scenery of Zhenhai City. Since you like it, then you can rest here for a while first. After saying that, Lin Xuan directly left the room carrying his things, leaving Zhou Yuzhu alone in the middle of the room, looking around in confusion. What is this? This situation? He just left without looking back? Seeing Lin Xuan leave so dryly, Zhou Yuzhu was somewhat skeptical of her own charm. Could it be that her makeup was spent? Taking out her makeup mirror, she looked at it. No, still so beautiful and attractive. Forget it, or take a beautiful bath first. After all, it is not easy to come to the presidential suite once. Naturally, you can't leave without using anything. Thinking of this, she was just about to pull the curtains closed when she heard an AI voice ringing in the room. "Hello master, I am the intelligent butler. I detected you pulling the curtains. May I ask if you want to sleep or take a bath?" Bath. Hearing the voice of the artificial intelligence in the room, Zhou Yuzhu froze and said subconsciously. Originally, she thought that this was her hallucination, but when she raised her hand and prepared to pull the curtains, she found that the curtains actually began to close automatically, while the room's lights became warm in color. At the same time the voice of the intelligent butler sounded again. "Hello, according to your needs, I've already closed the curtains for you, and at the same time turned the lights to a warm color. Today's temperature is 18 degrees and the water temperature is adjusted to 40 degrees. It has been prepared and you can take a bath at any time. If you feel that your needs are not enough, you can directly say the words milk bath, sea salt bath, rose bath to me, and I will change the bath water for you. This is too advanced. Could this be the presidential suite?" Zhou Yuzhu secretly said in her heart. At this instant, Zhou Yuzhu felt like she was dreaming. All of this felt unreal to her, and it even made her feel like she had traveled here to a technologically advanced world. But it was all true. This was the banknote power of money. 20 minutes later, Zhou Yuzhu finished bathing and put on a clean outfit and walked out of the room. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Lin Xuan, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, looked over, eyes full of stunning colors, only to see that in front of him stood a girl, dressed in a white short-sleeved t-shirt, blue jeans, black board shorts, long hair to her waist, looking very pure, as if she were a neighboring sister as cute and moving. Even for a moment, Lin Xuan felt that he had traveled back to his high school days, when the two were still in love, sitting together on the grass, looking at the sunset in the distance, discussing the future. This scene, however, was only a momentary occurrence. Immediately afterward, Lin Xuan returned to his senses, a faint smile on his face. "You're still so beautiful," Lin Xuan said appreciatively. This was the most sincere feeling in the depths of his heart. At those words, Zhou Yuzhu's cheeks flushed. "Thank you. Your mouth is still as sweet as it was then." "Ha ha, that's for sure. Otherwise how could I have chased after you who was the colonel's flower back then?" Lin Xuan sniffed and laughed, then asked, "Do you want something to eat?" Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Zhou Yuzhu also felt her stomach getting a little hungry. "Sure, let's go downstairs and eat." "There's no need to go downstairs. You can eat upstairs. Upstairs? Could it be that you ordered takeout? At this moment, the door to the room dripped and butler Chiu walked in from outside. First, he bowed slightly to Lin Xuan and Zhou Yuzhu. Then he took out 2 menus and handed them to Lin Xuan and Zhou Yuzhu with both hands respectfully. Mr. Lin, Ms. Zhou, this is tonight's menu. May I ask what I need to eat? Seeing a scene, Zhou Yuzhu couldn't help but be staggered. Even the butler had one. And the service was really attentive and so on point. This was perhaps the life of the rich. Chapter 49, The Divine Magnificence Birthday. Yuzhu, you order first. The chef here is not bad. It's said to be made by the chief chef, right? Lin Xuan gestured with a smile. Hearing Lin Xuan's question, butler Chiu replied very respectfully. Yes, the meals in the presidential suite are all personally cooked by the head chef of this restaurant. The flavor will definitely not disappoint you. Zhou Yuzhu nodded and didn't refuse. After all, after strolling around with Lin Xuan for the whole afternoon, at this point, she was still really a little hungry. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuzhu gently nodded and took over the menu, starting to flip through it. Although this recipe book was not thick, the variety in it was very complete. Whether it was the Chinese style of Sichuan, Lu, Guangdong, Huaiyang, Fujian, Zhejiang, Hunan and Benjamin, or the Western style of German, Russian, American, Italian and English, it had everything. Only the price, but left her slightly shocked. A simple small onion with tofu are more than 200. As for steaks and such, nothing was below 4 figures. But think about it, of course, after all, the Marriott Hotel was a real 5-star hotel. The chefs here all make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. As for the head chef, they were all in the millions. After looking at it for half a day, Zhou Yuzhu didn't know what to order, and could only smile somewhat awkwardly and say, Lin Xuan, this is better for you to order. I really don't know what's good to eat. Seeing this, Lin Xuan smiled and took over the menu. Smoked steak, dry-fried silver snow fish, 1-piece plum ginseng, almond sweet cake, and lastly, a dragon gin strawberry. What Lin Xuan ordered this time were all Michelin signature dishes. Although they were expensive, they were delicious. Soon, butler Chiu personally pushed a food cart and brought in the two's dinner. It smells so good. Looking at the food in front of her, Zhou Yuzhu sniffed with her nose and couldn't help but say in intoxication, right, another bottle of Merlot wine. Lin Xuan said to butler Chiu, Merlot wine. Hearing those words made Zhou Yuzhu's eyelids jump. While the average person might not have heard of this name, she naturally still had a slight understanding of it as a luxury goods salesperson. Although Merlot wine was not as famous as Lafite and Latour and Romanée Conti in terms of fame, but in the wine world, it is the real king of wine. Especially the Merlot wines of 1998 are a myth. The Merlot wines that came out that year, each bottle exudes complex aromas of black fruits, caramel, mocha and vanilla, with a pure, concentrated, full-bodied taste, sweet tannins with a hint of acidity, and a long-lasting aftertaste. Although it is not well known in China, it is very famous in other countries, especially in Europe. It is also one of the most representative wine varieties in Europe. Because of this, the price of Merlot wine is also very expensive. A bottle is usually a few tens of thousands of starting. A little better is to be more than 100,000. The average person simply can't drink it. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuzhu waved her hand. Lin Xuan, forget about this wine. It's too expensive. Not expensive. It's not as good as a watch. Lin Xuan signaled to butler Chiu and smiled back. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Zhou Yuzhu opened her mouth. This does seem to have been said correctly. Come. Don't think about it, eat first. Seeing this, Zhou Yuzhu didn't hesitate. Picking up the knife and fork prepared on the table, she tasted a piece of steak. At that moment a pair of eyes snapped wide. This texture is not too good. The meat was tender and chewy. The texture was excellent, and it melted in her mouth, giving her an indescribable feeling on her taste buds. However, these weren't enough to make her marvel. What surprised her even more was that the cream in this steak had a light fragrance, and it was very smooth. When she ate it, she didn't even feel the flavor. It was simply like an art in general. How is it? Yuzhu, is it alright? Seeing Zhou Yuzhu's appearance after taking a bite, Lin Xuan couldn't help but ask with a smile. Only after hearing Lin Xuan's voice did Zhou Yuzhu come back to her senses from her surprise. It's delicious. Soon, the Merlot wine was also served and it had been awakened. Come on, clink one. On the table, Lin Xuan and Zhou Yuzhu pushed cups together as if they had endless topics to talk about. Lin Xuan poured red wine for Zhou Yuzhu, and as the sheer red wine went down, the two of them opened up their conversation. After the wine and rice, the two lay on the sofa and watched the TV not far away. Zhou Yuzhu glanced at the bag of Patek Philippe on the table and said with some curiosity, Brother Xian, didn't you buy 21 watches? How come there are only 17 pieces left now? You have to know, this is no ordinary watch. Ah, Patek Philippe. One piece would cost several $100,000. If you lose 2 of them, you've lost half your house. Oh, I sent those 2 pieces to my parents. Seeing Zhou Yuzhu's somewhat worried look, Lin Xuan explained with a smile. Just now, when Zhou Yuzhu was still taking a bath, Lin Xuan had Luo Wentao send 2 of them over to his parents. Anyway, his parents hadn't used anything good for most of their lives, and now that he had money, he naturally wanted them to enjoy it. So that's how it is. But brother Xian, your parents should be a big deal. Although Zhou Yuzhu and Lin Xuan were high school classmates, she had never met Lin Xian's father. Lin Xian's mother had met him a few times, but after so much time had passed, her impression wasn't very deep, especially seeing how rich Lin Xian was nowadays. She naturally equated Lin Xian's parents with those rich entrepreneurs, especially those rich people on TV who went out and were transported in luxury cars and surrounded by people in front and behind them. Big shots? Just ordinary peons. Lin Xian thought about it and said very seriously, small citizens? The corner of Zhou Yuzhu's mouth couldn't help but twitch at his words. A father who could take out more than $10 million at once to buy a watch and live in a presidential suite was a commoner. Seeing that Zhou Yuzhu didn't believe it, Lin Xian took out a map and pointed to a small dot on it and said, it really is a small citizen. Look at them living in Tingda County right now. Tingda County? Hearing Lin Xian's words, a look of doubt surfaced on Zhou Yuzhu's face. Brother Xian, since your family is so rich, why don't they come to live in Shanghai City? Instead they're in such a remote place? Not to mention anything else, just the $10 million spent today would be enough to buy a very nice residence in Shanghai City. It can't be helped. My parents are getting older. Naturally they like to go back to their old home. And in Tingda County the air is fresh, the birds and flowers smell good, and there are still people they know, so it's a very comfortable place to live. If we let them come to Shanghai, I'm afraid that within a week, they'll be thinking of going back. After saying that, Lin Xian remembered that he hadn't given his parents any more money since the last time he called back the $3 million for the house. If it wasn't for Zhou Yuzhu suddenly mentioning it, he had almost forgotten about such an important matter. Thinking of this, Lin Xian took out his cell phone and called his parents 5 million according to the original card number. In fact, at first, Lin Xian wanted to call 10 million, but for his parents, who had been so decent all their lives, suddenly giving them so much money was a bit hard to explain, so he might as well give them a little less. However, a few moments later, Lin Xian's cell phone rang. Seeing the call, Lin Xian didn't have any surprises. After all, suddenly $5 million had arrived on his card. Surely he had to ask, hello, Mom. Chapter 50. Sleeping is not time but money. At once, a strong country dialect came out of his mouth. Mom, don't worry, this money is what I earned from stock speculation before, and I earned a lot, so you don't have to worry. As for this money directly in the old family to buy a set of houses, or directly buy villas. Anyway, the old family's villas are not expensive. A square foot at most only 10,000 by a 200 or 300 square feet can be. As for the rest, you can plant flowers, raise fish, or you and my dad can go out for a trip. Anyway, you've both worked hard for most of your lives. It's time to take a break. Lin Xian explained for half a day, finally letting his parents believe what he said. After listening to his mom, his eyes revealed a look of relief. You child, don't always think of the two of us. This money I will still give you to save up. We are now living already can. By the way, your sister is going to go to Shanghai City next month to take the exam. Recently has been clamoring to go to you. Before I finished, I heard a clear voice coming from the cell phone. Brother, how are you doing in Shanghai City now? I'm going to go to Shanghai City next month for my art exams, so I'll go find you to play then. Hearing his sister's words, Lin Xuan remembered that the university that his sister had always wanted to take at that time was the Shanghai City Art University. I didn't realize that time had passed so quickly and the art exam was coming up next month. Thinking of this, the corner of Lin Xian's mouth surfaced with a smile. He knew his sister's character. She had always been a man of her word, saying that she would definitely come to find herself. However, at the thought of seeing that little girl again, a touch of warmth surged through Lin Xian's heart. Although his sister had grown up, she was still a little girl who never grew up in Lin Xian's eyes. Alright, call me when you get here. I'll pick you up at the station then. Yes. After hearing Lin Xian's tone of agreement, the little girl instantly danced with joy. Like Lin Xian, the little girl hadn't left the county before she went to university, so she especially longed for a bustling metropolis like Shanghai City. Therefore, as soon as she heard that her brother had promised to let her come to Shanghai to look for her brother, she immediately jumped up and down with joy. Alright, don't be so happy that you forget the main thing. If you don't do well in the art exam by then, see how I'm going to clean you up, Lin Xian said in a stern manner. After the little girl heard Lin Xian's words, she immediately skimmed her mouth and retorted, brother, don't underestimate me. I'm working very hard right now. Oh, fine, you're good, right? You return the phone to our mom first. Hearing his sister's tone of pride, Lin Xuan couldn't help but say in a hurry. Although the little girl was very naughty, she immediately returned the phone to Lin's mother upon hearing Lin Xian's words. Mom, that's it. You'll first buy a house in your hometown. The money from the previous purchase was also given to you guys. It adds up to more than 8 million. It's still quite good to buy a small villa. The old home, that place. A villa is only 3 to 4 million. Plus decoration is almost more than 5 million. Right. Don't forget to buy Mang that girl some nice clothes. She's 18 after all. So feel free to buy some nice clothes. This sentence, although Lin Xuan said it casually, fell on Zhou Yuju's ears, but it was filled with shock. A few $1,000,000 for a random villa, and it was still one of those small cities, where people usually bought a lot of houses for investment, preferring to spend a few million on a big toilet in a big city rather than buy a villa in their hometown. But for Lin Xuan, this few million is sprinkled in the small county of the old home, buy villas, and just to give the old man at home to raise pension, planting flowers. This really is the rich man's mind. Millions of dollars spent and a few $100 almost, not even blinking an eye. And from the tone of voice just now, you can also hear that his parents even think that Lin Xuan doesn't have enough money to spend. What the hell? Lin Xuan just spent $10 million on a watch today. Can this not be enough? As Lin Xuan's parents, they naturally knew how much their son spent. Could it be? In an instant, many thoughts popped into Zhou Yuju's head, and she couldn't even believe this. But after seeing such a bland expression on Lin Xuan's face, she was certain that all of this was true. No way. This thought was just too frightening. Thinking of this, she shook her head vigorously, trying her best to shake off the chaotic thoughts in her head. Seeing this scene, Lin Xuan laughed. What's wrong with you? Nothing. After saying this, Zhou Yuju picked up a glass of red wine on the table and viciously poured a mouthful into her mouth. Seeing this scene, Lin Xuan was dumbfounded. This is the situation? Is she drinking or is she drinking water? At the same time, Zhou Yuju was also dumbfounded. She just wanted to feel some dry mouth and wanted to drink some water. But she didn't realize that what she took was actually red wine. Although the price of this wine was not expensive and the taste was very good, but it couldn't be drank with the same tons and tons as anyone else. Thus, in the next moment, Zhou Yuju felt her entire body float up a bit. Immediately afterward, the entire person stuck to Lin Xian's body like a plaster. Even after dragging and pulling several times, Lin Xuan had no way of dragging her away. Since this was the case, then Lin Xuan naturally wouldn't be polite. After all, he wasn't a saint, so how could he sit back and not get upset? Arrangements must be made. Lin Xuan, who usually woke up on time, had unprecedentedly started to stay in bed this time. Looking at the sun shining high outside the window, Zhou Yuju snuggled into Lin Xian's arms, her fingers drawing circles. Brother Lin, how long have you booked a guest room here? This presidential suite bed is so comfortable to sleep in. Saying that, Zhou Yuju touched the mattress, feeling the comfort coming from it. At those words, Lin Xian's mouth smiled slightly. Then he extended a finger and wiggled it. A week? Zhou Yuju said subconsciously when she saw this finger. She had specifically checked on her phone yesterday. This room cost 38,000 a night, and Lin had opened a room for a week in one go. That was $266,000. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuju's eyes were filled with admiration. You have to know that the most expensive room you've ever stayed in before was just over 200 a night, and Brother Lin was directly staying in the presidential suite as soon as he arrived. And the key thing was that it was booked for a week at once. This was too terrifying. However, at this time, Lin Xuan shook his head. You're wrong. It's not for a week. Not a week? Could it be 10 days? It's a month. Put. Hearing this, Zhou Yuju's entire body froze. $38,000 a night for the president. Directly booked for a month? No wonder there was a personal butler. It was only then that Zhou Yuju remembered why those staff members had looked at themselves very respectfully after she and Lin Xuan entered the hotel yesterday. It turned out that Lin had directly booked a presidential suite here for a month. At this point, it suddenly occurred to her that she appeared to have been lying in bed for 10 hours. 10 hours? That was $15,000. Only then did Zhou Yuju feel that what she slept last night was not sleep, but money. For every second she lay in bed, several red ticket votes burned away. At this moment, Zhou Yuju's worldview was once again refreshed. Chapter 51, Good Day Lindong. The two of them slept until noon before crawling out of bed to eat, and after eating, they returned to bed to discuss life once again until the next morning. Because Qin Jingxing had already told Lin Xuan via phone yesterday that he was going to go sailing today, Lin Xuan and Zhou Yuju had woken up a little early on purpose. At this moment, Lin Xuan was wearing a white suit coupled with white leather shoes, white from top to bottom, and with the Cartier's long sword brooch on his chest, he was as side-splitting as a nobleman on TV. On the other hand, Zhou Yuju on the other side was wearing a long navy blue dress. Her hair was coiled up, revealing her slender neck. The necklace she wore on her neck was also white, and she also wore a diamond hairpin on the top of her head, and her feet were in high heels, with the latest Patek Philippe on her wrist. The whole person looked dignified and elegant, but at the same time with a few flirtatious moments, looking very charming. Lin Xuan looked at Zhou Yuzhu and said with a smile on his face, "It seems like you're really good at wearing gowns." Hearing Lin Xuan praise himself, a trace of shyness immediately surfaced on Zhou Yuzhu's face, but her eyes were filled with happiness as she said, He, of course, after all, you picked it out. Alright, let's quickly go out." At the same time, Marriott Hotel downstairs, more than 10 black cars are parked in the hotel downstairs waiting. These sedans, in addition to a stretched version of Rolls-Royce in the middle, the others are all colorful Mercedes-Benz big G-top version. Retail price is not less than 3 million, and around each car, there were big men in black suits, looking very imposing, just like the bodyguards in TV shows or movies. At this moment, all of these black-clothed big men were looking at the entrance of the Marriott Hotel with a kind of awe, as if they were waiting for something. Of course, these are not the key points. The key point is that in front of the passenger door of the Rolls-Royce in the center, stood a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had a sturdy figure, a tough face, and was wearing a straight suit, a suit that looked clean and gave a very competent feeling. If someone recognized it, they would definitely exclaim out loud. This person was not someone else, but the CEO of Yi Hao Group, Chen Jingxing. It should be known that normally Chen Jingxing traveled with only 2 or 3 cars, but now there were more than a dozen of them. This kind of battle is too exaggerated. This scene made quite a few passers-by stagger. My god, what the hell is this situation? How come so many cars are parked at the entrance, and none of the cars here are less than $2 million? I also don't know, but looking at the appearance of these people should be waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Even if they are waiting for the emperor, they can't park at the entrance of the Marriott Hotel. Doesn't the Marriott Hotel care about this? Don't you care? It's really ignorant. Do you know who is standing next to the Rolls-Royce passenger door? A person said with disdain. Hearing this person's words, the surrounding people immediately gathered around and asked curiously, "Older brother, do you know who he is? It looks like barbarian spirit status shouldn't be low, right? It should be the secretary of some group's boss." Secretary? He is the CEO of Shanghai City's Yi Hao Group, Chen Jingxing. Yi Hao Group, Chen Jingxing. Hearing these few people, everyone around them showed a look of disbelief. For these people to be able to stay in a 5-star hotel like the Marriott Hotel, their own social status wasn't low, so naturally they had heard of the great names of the billion Hao Group and Chen Jingxing. This can't be possible. I remember the last time I saw an important meeting on TV out are vice presidents. How today Chen personally ran over to pick up people? Could it be that the person Mr. Chen picked up is even higher than his status? Thinking of this, the faces of the crowd changed dramatically once again. That's right. I recently heard a little bit of wind outside. It is said that it was a month ago that the chairman of the Yi Hao Group was changed, and it turns out that all of the Zhou family's equity in the hands of the Yi Hao Group was acquired by a mysterious person. What? Was acquired? The crowd was shocked beyond belief at this time. How could they not know that the Zhou family's industry in Shanghai, although it could not be the first, but it was one of the most important enterprises? Surprisingly, the shares of Yi Hao Group were acquired by someone. This is simply too incredible. Is this news true? A person couldn't help but ask. Of course it's true. This news was told to me by a friend of mine, who is a mid-level leader in the Yi Hao Group, and this matter is still something he overheard in the mouth of the leader. My god, how much money would it cost to acquire a group of this size? I remember that the Zhou family was originally in the entertainment industry, and their current family is also in the ascending stage, and even still competing with a few of the old families in front of them. There is simply no reason to sell all of the shares of the Yi Hao Group. This can only mean that this acquisition of the Yi Hao Group people from the hands of the Zhou family has a great background. It even exceeds the Zhou family, making it so that they have to sell even if they don't. Could it be that it's Yanjing's male son who came from Yanjing? Thinking about this, the hearts of the people were all shocked beyond measure. It's said that up until now that mysterious person hasn't come out, but it seems like we should be able to see it today. Then does that mean we can see that person today? It should be possible. I reckon. It should be a young master, perhaps the son of a certain family. Hearing these words, those people's hearts were immediately filled with curiosity, wanting to see what this mysterious person actually looked like. At this time, many people who wanted to enter or go out of the hotel, seeing this situation at the entrance, did not dare to enter directly from the main entrance, and at this time, they stopped at the entrance of the hotel and waited. Even the people inside the hotel have consciously made an empty road, lest they offend someone who cannot be offended. The next moment, along with the elevator door opening, 2 figures slowly walked out of the elevator with a smile on their face, completely without feeling that at this time, the hotel's road leading to the front door had already been cleared out. At this time, a small netizen was holding a cell phone and snapping at the inside of the hotel, wanting to see what kind of person it was that could trigger this kind of scene. It was then that she saw two people suddenly blocking her camera, and frowned slightly. Who are you guys? Don't block my line of sight. Wanna rub off on the heat? Go rub off elsewhere. Don't block in front of my camera. Ah! The small netizen grinned greatly and shouted at the two. The rest of the people were also smiling with their faces at this moment, ready to see which unlucky person dared to strut around so much. Only, in the next moment, Chen Jingxing was seen taking the lead and walking over, his face very respectful. Immediately behind him, the dozens of bodyguards bowed collectively. Good day, Lin Dong, the voice echoed within the Marriott Hotel, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Chapter 52 Chu? Get the hell out of here. Chen Jingxing's voice echoed inside the entire hotel, and when they heard it, the eyes of the crowd almost stared out. Lin Dong? Could it be that the young man just now was the new chairman of the Yi Hao Group? Thinking about this, for a moment everyone's hearts were shaken beyond belief, regardless of whether it was a passing hotel guest, or a hotel attendant on the side, or a netizen who ran over to rub the heat by looking at the situation. At this time, their hearts were all shaken. Legend has it that the person who bought the absolute holding of Yi Hao Group from the hands of the Zhou family, the face of the small netizen who was just now laughing at the two men with a big grin suddenly changed, hurriedly looked toward the surroundings, to determine the surrounding people at this time did not look at him again, hastily put away the phone, and then Gray ran away. This does not run cannot. Ah, who is the other party? The chairman of the Yi Hao Group, and the most crucial thing was the strength behind him, at least stronger than even the Zhou family. This level of people, if they heard their own words just now, I'm afraid that when the time comes, it's not as simple as blocking yourself from the entire network. At this moment, although Zhou Yuzhu had some excitement and nervousness in her heart, she didn't show it. If she truly wanted to become Lin Xian's woman, then she must adjust her mindset properly and not be as shocked as she was at what she saw. At this moment, Chen Jingwei came up and respectfully said, Dong Lin, the fleet is ready. You can leave at any time. Hearing this, Lin Xian waved his hand and said, set off now. With so many cars blocking the entrance to the hotel, there's no way for them to do business. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Luo Wentao, who hadn't uttered a word on the side, hurriedly smiled and said, Dong Lin, what are you talking about? As long as you're willing to do so, it's fine to have a luxury car show here. Forget it, I don't have that many luxury cars. Lin Xian shook his head and said, ha 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 ha, Lin Dong is too modest to say so. As young and promising as you are, and as the future heir of the Yi Hao Group, not to mention this Marriott Hotel's lobby, even the entire Marriott Hotel isn't a problem. Luo Wentao hurriedly said curtly, alright, stop kissing ass, Mr. Chen, let's set off. After saying that, Lin Xian took Zhou Yuzhu on his arm and sat in the back of the Rolls-Royce, while Chen Jingxing sat in the co-pilot's seat and said to the driver at the side, depart. Hearing Chen Jingxing's order, the convoy slowly started and slowly left the entrance of the hotel. Watching this line of convoy leave, the crowd standing in front of the hotel only slowly eased out of their shock. At this time, two waiters from the Marriott Hotel were chatting with each other. Alas, did you guys just see what Lin Dong looked like? Didn't pay too much attention. I was really surprised just now. I've been in a state of disorientation just now. Alas, I'm the same way. But the woman beside Lin Dong just now I did look twice. Wow, isn't that good looking? Then isn't this nonsense you're saying? That beautiful woman is not even enough to describe her half as a fish in the water and a flower in the moonlight. Especially her figure. Front and back. Simply a man's dream figure. I go, so exaggerated. He honestly, did you just now have a single thought about that beauty? What do you call this? What do you mean by thinking about it? That's honorable. Okay, I'm a 7-foot man. What kind of beauty haven't I seen? What kind of woman haven't? Just as he was still bragging non-stop, he saw Luo Wentao staring at himself with an iron face and was so scared that he hurriedly stopped, only to see Luo Wentao reach out and pat the waiter's shoulder. Pack up your things and report to the finance office now. Dare to chew on Lin Dong's back? Get the hell out of here. At the same time, in front of the headquarters of the Bai Clan Group in Zhonghai City, 3 figures stood at the entrance, while around the 3 stood the numerous senior executives of the Bai Clan Group. Although the White Group is quite small compared to the Billion Hao Group, it is also a group with a market capitalization of more than $1 billion. At this moment, a younger boy among the 3 looked at the middle-aged man beside him and asked, Dad, do you think the new chairman of the Billion Hao Group will really come in person later? Hearing this, the middle-aged man glared at the youth. Then how can it be fake? This news was told to us by your Uncle Chen. Don't say anything wrong when you see them later, or see how I'll punish you. Saying that, the middle-aged man's gaze looked towards the distance, his eyes full of anticipation. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the youth was obviously a little surprised. I remember correctly, the Billion Hao Group before is the Zhou family's industry. can buy this kind of group from the Zhou family's hands? Almost to more than 5 billion More than 5 billion. It was sufficiently equivalent to 10 of their by clan groups. That's why I will go over with you this time. I heard your Uncle Chen say that the new director is about the same age as you. If you can climb up the ladder with him, why would we worry about not being able to go to the next level in the Bai family? Speaking of this, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with anticipation. It was important to know that due to the market during this period of time, almost most of the businesses in Zhonghai City had experienced a relatively significant drop, and their Bai family was naturally no exception. So as a small and medium-sized family, they could only look for their own backer, and now in front of them there is a best choice. That is, the Yi Hao Group. If they could really climb up to the Yi Hao Group, their Bai family could even soar into the sky. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man glanced at the young girl standing beside the youth and said with a smile, "How you? If you can gain Lin Dong's appreciation this time, I'll let Xianer's parents come to our home to talk about the marriage between you." Hearing his father's words, Bai Hao Yu's eyes also lit up. Then he said with some excitement, "Dad, is this true what you said?" Hearing his son's question, the middle-aged man nodded. "Naturally it's true. I'm as good as my word. As long as you can make friends with Lin Dong, I'll have someone pick up Xianer's parents to come to Zhonghai City, and the two families will talk about your marriage face to face." "Good. As long as you can let Xianer's parents come to your home to talk, I will definitely not let you down." After Bai Hao Yu finished speaking, he looked at the young girl beside him with some excitement. At this moment, the young girl was also looking at Bai Hao Yu with somewhat moist eyes. The two had been waiting for this sentence for an unknown amount of time, and now they finally heard it. Xianer herself was a child of a poor family. She and Bai Hao Yu met and fell in love in college, and at that time, she didn't know that Bai Hao Yu was the young proprietor of Bai's group, but then Bai Hao Yu's father, that is, the chairman of the White Group, Bai Xiangji, knew about this naturally did not agree. He has always been preoccupied with the situation of the door to the right family. However, Bai Hao Yu and Xianer had deep emotions before, so there had always been some separation between Bai Hao Yu and Bai Xiangji. Therefore, just now when Bai Hao Yu heard that Bai Xiangji could say such words, naturally his heart was overjoyed. Of course at this time Xianer's heart even more understand that the person waiting down must not be small. He must not say the wrong thing, otherwise the consequences are afraid to be difficult to bear. At this time, a car roar sounded from afar. The crowd turned their heads towards that side to see several cars slowly parked in front of the company. Chapter 53, Opportunity Knocks. Lin Dong is here. Seeing the caravan that had come, Bai Xianyuan hurriedly led a group of executives to hurriedly greet them and receive Lin Xian down. "Hello Lin Dong. It's really better to see you after hearing about you for a long time. It's only when I get to see you today that I realize what it means to be a dragon and phoenix amongst people." Bai Xiangji saw Lin Xian step out of the car and hurriedly walked up with a big smile on his face, his tone very respectful. Seeing Bai Xiangji's expression and tone, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile slightly in his heart. This person was really interesting. Coming up to pat himself on the back. He hadn't even been the chairman of the Yi Hao Group for 2 months yet, and then he directly said that it was better to hear 100 things than to see them. It was true that what the book said wasn't wrong. These people in business had thick skin. Although it was the first time Lin Xian had seen Bai Xiangji, just now in the car Chen Jingxing had introduced these people. The slightly older one was the current president of the Bai Group, Bai Xiangji. The younger one beside him was his son Bai Hao Yu, and the beauty beside Bai Hao Yu was naturally his girlfriend Su Xian. Seeing Bai Xiangji so enthusiastic, Lin Xian naturally agreed with a smile. "You're Mr. Bai, aren't you? How are you?" "Hello there, I'm Bai Xiangji." At this moment, Bai Hao Yu, who was standing behind Bai Xiangji, saw that Lin Xian had become the chairman of the Yi Hao Group at such a young age, and he became even more respectful of Lin Xian's status and position. At this time, Zhou Yuzhu also walked down from the car. Seeing Zhou Yuzhu walk over, Bai Xiangji naturally enthusiastically walked up to shake his hand. But his handshake this time was just a touch, without the slightest bit of dragging. Bai Xiangji chatted with Lin Xian for a while longer, then proposed, "Lin Dong, do you want to go in and sit down for a while? I just bought a small bag of fine de Hong Pao from Luoyang a few days ago. It cost me more than $5 million. Do you want to taste it?" Hearing this sentence, the side of Bai Hao Yu are a little stunned. His old man went to Luoyang, he knows, but did not expect to actually spend $5 million to buy a small bag of big red robe. The key is that he, as a son, actually do not know. To know, the big red robe is a kind of superb tea. The market price is relatively expensive, but it is some rich tycoons love to drink tea, because the big red robe on the odor is particularly sensitive, can smell through the tea leaves that rich aroma. This is an extremely rare tea. Although this tea was very precious, Lin Xian glanced at his watch and waved his hand. "Forget it, it's not too early today. Next time if there's a chance to come back to your place for tea. Also good. But this big red robe I will definitely leave for Lin Dong." Looking forward to your next arrival, Lin Dong. After saying that, Bai Xiangji glanced at Bai Haoyu behind him. Haoyu, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry over to meet Lin Dong? Upon hearing this, Bai Haoyu hurriedly walked up. Bai Xiangji pulled Bai Haoyu and said with a smile on his face, Lin Dong, this is my dog's son. His name is Bai Haoyu. This time, let him show you the way. Good day, Lin Dong. Bai Haoyu also hurriedly walked forward and greeted respectfully. And Su Xian, who was standing on the side, also greeted Lin Xian, but a tremor clearly filled her tone. Seeing the appearance of the two, Lin Xian merely nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. Seeing Lin Xian with such an expression, Bai Xiangji's heart also sighed slightly. It was true that Chen Jingxing had guessed correctly. This kind of Yanjing's outgoing son naturally couldn't look at a small company like his own. But in response, Bai Xiangji was still full of smiles, and when he was just about to say something, he saw Zhou Yuzhu on the side suddenly ask curiously, Su Xian, are you graduated from Zhanghai University of Finance and Economics? Hearing Zhou Yuzhu's sudden question, for a moment, Bai Haoyu and Bai Xiangji were both a bit puzzled, but Bai Haoyu was the one who immediately reacted. After glancing at Su Xian, he immediately understood the meaning of Zhou Yuzhu's words and also hurriedly said to Zhou Yuzhu, yes, Xianer is a graduate of the Zhanghai University of Finance and Economics. Hearing this, Zhou Yuzhu then said, then did you work in the student union? Hearing this, Bai Haoyu also looked directly at Su Xian. Su Xian was originally timid. Seeing so many people looking at herself, she hurriedly nodded her head somewhat nervously. Yes, but the working time wasn't very long. Freshman to sophomore year in the student union propaganda department stayed for a while. Then do you still remember me? I was the head of the propaganda department in there at the time. Hearing Zhou Yuzhu's words, Su Xian was also slightly stunned, and then suddenly thought of something, and then said in surprise, Minister Zhou. Zhou. Seeing this, Lin Xian also looked curiously at Zhou Yuzhu. You guys know each other? Aha! When I was in college before I was the head of the publicity department in the student union for a while, and Su Xian was a member of it at the time. That's why I've been paying attention to her just now, and the more I felt the resemblance, that's why I asked. I didn't expect that after so many years of not seeing you, you've actually gotten prettier and prettier. Hee, where is it? It's clearly you, Sister Zhou, who has become even more beautiful. When Su Xian heard Zhou Yuzhu praise herself, her face instantly flushed slightly. Seeing this sudden scene, Bai Xiangji's heart suddenly rejoiced, worrying about how to draw closer to Lin Xian. He didn't expect the opportunity to come now. He hurriedly smiled and said, I didn't realize that Xianer and you used to be university classmates. Then it's just as well that you guys can catch up and chat along the way. Hearing Bai Xiangji's words, Su Xian also nodded her head repeatedly. Yes, Sister Zhou, we haven't had much contact since we graduated, and now to meet here is a kind of fate. Aha! Zhou Yuzhu nodded. Miss Zhou, Miss Xianer and my son are also on the verge of tying the knot recently. When the time comes, you and Director Lin, but you must come. I'll have to toast you then. Hearing Bai Xiangji's words, Su Xian and Bai Haoyu on the side were stunned. Just now, although his father said that he would let Su Xian's parents come over to talk, but only to talk, success or failure is still another story. As a result, now suddenly said directly to get married. This transformation is also too big. However, Bai Haoyu wasn't stupid, and naturally knew that all of this was because Su Xian knew Zhou Yuzhu, who was Lin Xian's girlfriend. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. At that time, if there's time, I'll definitely go. Alright, it's not too early now. Let's set off now. Bai Haoyu finished looking towards Zhou Yuzhu and Su Xian and proposed, Lin Dong, you see that the two of them haven't met for so long. Why don't you guys just get in my car and I'll drive you? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and gestured at Chen Jingxing, who also naturally retreated clearly. Although the Bai Group was only a small company compared to the Yi Hao Group, the car that drove it also had a multi-million-dollar Maybach. Immediately, the group drove the Maybach towards the harbor, while Chen Jingxing and the other vehicles followed behind. Chapter 54, The Empire Cruise Ship. This kind of convoy of dozens of vehicles walking down the road naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Wow! You guys, look at what's that? What a long convoy! I don't know which son of a family this is traveling. This convoy is really long. Whatever. I'd better hurry up and take a picture of it, and post it online later to earn some clicks. Yeah, it's the first time I've seen so many limousines moving together. It would be nice if I could recognize the people sitting inside the cars. Just you? I think it's better to forget about it. There are quite a lot of girls that other gentlemen know. Don't say it's so real. Let me dream or not. This time, Bai Xiangji had also put in a lot of effort in order to show off his Bai clan, sending out all the luxury cars to greet Lin Xian, and the price of one car was more than $1 million. When the crowd saw this fleet of cars, they were all talking for a while, and there were even quite a few people who had taken out their cell phones and snapped pictures of the fleet. Half an hour later, a line of convoy slowly drove into the East Harbor. Although this line of convoy is very conspicuous outside, but in this East Harbor seems a bit plain and ordinary. At this moment, the large East Seaport Harbor was already filled with all kinds of luxury cars. The worst of them were over $500,000, and the ones with over $1 million accounted for more than 80% of them. If a person who didn't know passed by here, they would have thought that they were having some kind of luxury car show. It could be seen that the number of people in this cruise party was so large and the level was so high, and not far from the East Seaport Harbor, a huge cruise ship was parked at the harbor. Lin Xuan got out of the car and couldn't help but nod his head as he looked at the luxurious cruise ship in front of him. This cruise ship was simply too beautiful. The cruise ship was white all over. Its skin was coated with an incomparably shiny skin that was like white jade, and it also gave off a faint white light, making it look exceptionally divine. And on the four corners of the ship's body, there were 4 huge jewels inlaid. These 4 gems were quadrangular in shape, emitting a faint silver aura on the white cruise ship, and looked very dazzling. Lin Xuan had also once heard that rich people had established such a luxurious cruise ship in the East Sea, but he didn't know the exact location. Now that he had seen such a luxurious cruise ship with his own eyes, his heart was also very much in awe. Lin Dong, this cruise ship is called Deep Sea Princess. It was built by the British chief shipbuilding master Foster Tobias over a period of 10 years. The whole length is about 230 meters. The width is more than 80 meters. The height is about 50 meters, 80,000 tons of weight, and it can carry more than 3,000 passengers. It is the biggest cruise ship in the whole of the city of Shanghai. At the same time, there are all kinds of entertainment setups on it, and there is even an 800 square foot high altitude garden. Bai Xiangji got out of the car and led several people into the mooring of this luxury cruise ship and introduced. Although the cruise ship was high, the average person could only stay in the middle and lower levels of activities, and only those who had gotten an invitation could directly enter the upper levels of the cruise ship. Lin Dong, up there are some young masters and young ladies about your age, so old men like me won't go up to join in the fun. Bai Xiangji laughed and left straight away, although he also had an invitation. In order for his son to be able to get close to approach Lin Xuan, it was naturally best for him to leave early. Lin Xuan nodded and looked to the side at Chen Jingxing. Mr. Chen, you should also move around on your own. Seeing the two leave, Bai Hao Yu took the lead. Dong Lin, let's go up first. Lin Xuan nodded and took the outdoor elevator reserved for VIPs. The elevator was made up of fully transparent tempered glass, and from the elevator, one could see the entire sea. Seagulls were flying over the sea, and the sea breeze was blowing gently, bringing with it a refreshing scent of seawater. Lin Xuan stood inside the elevator, looking at the beautiful seascape outside, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The scenery here, it really is beautiful. At this moment, Bai Hao Yu was also looking at the scenery outside and couldn't help but marvel as well. This seascape is really beautiful. Bai Hao Yu couldn't help but marvel as well. The elevator stopped after rising for some distance. After stepping out of the elevator, he looked at the deck in front of him. At this time, on the deck, there were many young men and women standing, each one of them dressed magnificently. They were either clad in gowns or evening gowns, or wearing suits or princess costumes. In short, everyone was well dressed and graceful, with the appearance of a rich son. Although the looks of those women couldn't be called one of the best, their temperament was extraordinary. Their demeanor was generous and decent, and at a glance, one could tell that they were women born into large families. However, this kind of individual was after all a minority. Most of them still had a Netflix face, and there were even some popular stars right on the silver screen, despite how unrivaled they usually were on or off the screen. Here, they were merely other people's female companions. Some people even looked at them with disdain. Maybe to the fans they were high-up stars, but to these people they were nothing more than a showgirl. In front of the sons and daughters of all the great families, these playwrights were naturally not worth mentioning. As soon as Lin Xuan and the others approached the deck, they immediately attracted the attention of most of the people present. Lin Xuan was dressed in a white suit, with sword brows and starry eyes, handsome and upright, revealing a high degree of coldness, as if a god had descended to earth, giving off a powerful sense of oppression. Zhou Yuzhu, on the other hand, was dressed in a tight-fitting evening gown, elegant and unassuming, just like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens, so that all the women present couldn't help but be eclipsed and ashamed of themselves. As for Bai Hao Yu, he was dressed in a black suit, looking like he had a cold, domineering air, but with a gentle flavor, giving people an extremely comfortable feeling. Although Su Xian's appearance was not as good as Zhou Yuzhu's, she was also very pretty, causing many of the men present to secretly gulp a little. Wow, who are they? So handsome looking. I know that the one in the black suit is Bai Hao Yu, the son of Bai Group, and the pretty girl by his side should be Bai Hao Yu's girlfriend Su Xian. As for the remaining two, I don't know. I see that those two people's appearance and demeanor are truly extraordinary. It feels a bit like they came from somewhere else. a gaze landed on Lin Xuan and Zhou Yuzhu, and instantly the two became the center of attention in the entire hall. Some of these gentlemen were very covetous of Zhou Yuzhu, but they could only stop because they didn't know Lin Xian's identity. Although Lin Xuan was used to this kind of attention, Zhou Yuzhu was a little flustered in her heart. However, Lin Xuan shook her small hand, which made the tension and uneasiness in her heart recede for the most part. Chapter 55, Acquaintances. Looking at the people in front of him, Bai Haoyu introduced Lin Xuan one by one. Dong Lin, the one over there wearing gold-rimmed glasses is Gui Yunfei, the second son of the Guo family in Zhonghai. The one on the other side wearing a long burgundy gown is Zhao Shuefei from Zhao's Medicine in Zhonghai. After listening for a while, Lin Xuan waved his hand. He really didn't have much interest in this kind of rich second-generation eunuchs. Although he had been listening here for a while, some of them did have great insights into some situations or other aspects, and could even pipe in. In the face of such people, what cold windows and hard work was still really a kind of irony. One so-called end point couldn't even reach other people's starting point. Want to reverse them? Or some whimsical? Of course, this kind of people, although there are but not many, and they have their own small circle, it is difficult for others to enter. They will not easily make friends with others. But most of the ones here are still the same as the rich second generation on TV dramas or news. They generally look a bit fat, and there are more or less one or two beauties following beside them. Most of these beauties were also some kind of internet celebrity or some kind of movie star, and the whole thing looked very greasy. Although they were around 20 or 30 years old, they all looked very weak, and some were even very pale. Seeing that Lin Xuan had little interest, Bai Haoyu naturally didn't continue with the introduction, but instead proposed, Lin Dong, do you want to go in and play 2 games? Play 2 games? Hearing Bai Haoyu's words, Lin Xuan also roughly understood what Bai Haoyu meant in his heart. What else could the majority of the rich kids of Zhonghai City gather together to play? Playing games? That was a game played by ordinary people. There was only one way to play at a gathering of this level, and that was gambling. Although this kind of public gambling was illegal in China, it was not a problem on the high seas. Although Lin Xuan knew what Bai Haoyu meant, Zhou Yuzhu on the side asked curiously, play 2 games? Play what? Miss Yuzhu, this is naturally a casino. There is a luxurious world-class casino on this ship. In fact, many of the gentry here come on board just for the casino. Hearing Bai Haoyu's words, Lin Xuan nodded. Many of these Zhonghai City gentry were usually extravagant and arrogant beings, so it naturally wouldn't be very strange for them to come to this kind of luxurious cruise ship to gamble now. Alright, then we'll go in and play a couple games to try our luck. After saying that, the 4 of them walked towards the casino located on the 18th floor of the cruise ship center. Just after entering the casino, Zhou Yuzhu and Su Xian couldn't help but cover their mouths, for no other reason than that the venue here was just too big, and it was decorated in a golden splendor. No wonder it could be called the world's top casino. This level of decoration and scenery, and it was still on a cruise ship. However, it wasn't even the high seas yet, so most of the people in the casino were just sitting around chatting at this point. Lin Xian's 4 also casually found a place to talk to each other. At this moment, the door to the casino was pushed open again, followed by a few people slowly walking towards the inside. Seeing a few people walk in, some people immediately let out soft cries, only to see the man at the head of the slender and tall. Appearance is not bad, wearing a blue suit. In the lapel of the suit is pinned a golden flower, looks very dazzling, but his face looks a little pale with age. Even let a person have a kind of feeling that walking cannot walk steadily. The corners of his mouth carried a disdainful smile, as if he regarded those around him who wanted to talk to him as ants or even bedbugs. His left hand was also holding a demonic woman in a long fuchsia dress. The woman was tall and slim, and her face was quite delicate, and she looked a bit demonic, but her pair of seductive eyes made many of the males in the room couldn't help but look at her a bit more, and even had the urge to take her into their arms and kiss her. However, this kind of thought just disappeared as soon as it appeared in their minds, for no other reason than because of that young man, the male son of Mingxiang Group, Lu Qifan. My goodness, this is young Lu, isn't he? I didn't expect him to actually come this time. Yeah, I basically didn't seem to have seen him in the previous years. I even wanted to befriend him then, but it turned out that I didn't meet him even once. I mustn't miss it this time. Forget it, there are too many people who want to befriend Lu Xiao. You'd better save it. But the beautiful woman beside Lu Xiao is really good looking, especially her pair of beautiful eyes really make the heart and soul swing. Yeah, I don't know where Lu Xiao found the beauty. Don't look at it, it must be Lu Xiao who found it from the entertainment industry. Have you guys forgotten the relationship between Mingxiang Group and China Vision Entertainment? With the existence of China Vision Entertainment, what kind of beauty can't be found? China Vision Entertainment? If I remember correctly, isn't Mr. Lu's family mainly in the restaurant business? How is it related to China Vision Entertainment? You don't understand. Although Mingxiang Group isn't in the entertainment business, the boss of Mingxiang Group, that is, Lu Xiao's father is the younger brother of the chairman of China Vision Entertainment Group. What? China Vision Entertainment's own brother? Hearing this, the youth couldn't help but be surprised. China Vision Entertainment is the top entertainment company in China that is on par with Yi Hao Entertainment, and its artists can be said to occupy half of the domestic movie and television industry. China Vision Entertainment with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars? No wonder you can find such a special thing. My mouth can't help but drool at the sight of this woman. Seeing Lu Qifan walking over, many people surrounded him, but Lu Qifan didn't have the slightest interest in this. He directly asked the few youths behind him to block those people who had surrounded him away. Seeing these people's actions, Yi Hao skimmed his mouth and said disdainfully, I really don't know what this Lu Qifan is fooling around with. If it wasn't for the fact that his second uncle is the chairman of China Vision Entertainment, their Lu family would have gone bankrupt long ago. Yi Hao naturally knew that Hua Vision Entertainment and Yi Hao Entertainment were antagonistic, and as their clan group wanted to climb the tree of Yi Hao Group, they naturally stood wholeheartedly on the side of Yi Hao Group. So when they saw Lu Qifan, they naturally wouldn't give Lu Qifan any good looks. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Lin Xuan also looked over curiously. When he saw Lu Qifan's appearance, Lin Xuan also couldn't help but shake his head. This kind of person becoming a second-generation rich person was really a waste of the entire society's resources. Apart from eating, drinking and having fun, it was practically nothing. However, just as Lin Xuan was about to withdraw his gaze, suddenly two very familiar figures appeared in his line of sight. Originally, he thought it was an illusion, but when he looked again, he was indeed right. It was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Zhang Linlin, and her younger brother, Zhang Zifan. Chapter 56 Asking for Trouble. Hadn't the two of them lost all their family's money because Zhang Zifan was a good gambler? As a result, because she couldn't pay her debts, wasn't Zhang Linlin also taken by those debt collectors? How did she end up here? Seeing this, there were countless question marks in Lin Xian's mind. However, when he saw Zhang Linlin and Lu Qifan behaving intimately, he still probably guessed something, and just in that instant, Zhang Linlin also followed her line of sight to see Lin Xian, who was looking at her, and instantly, her eyebrows raised and the good mood in her heart vanished. How did I see him here? It's really bad luck. At this moment, Zhou Yuzhu was still holding Lin Xian's hand, and from Zhang Linlin's perspective, the two of them looked even more intimate. What's wrong? Seeing Zhang Linlin in this state, Lu Qifan also followed the line of sight to Lin Xian and the others. Zhang Linlin knew Lu Qifan's temperament. As long as he lit a fire himself, he could instantly burn himself. Thinking of this, she pretended to be indifferent and said, Lu Xiao is nothing. I just met my previous boyfriend. I didn't expect him to actually show up at this kind of high-end occasion. It really is a bit of a surprise to me. Previous boyfriend? Hearing Zhang Linlin's words, Lu Qifan didn't feel anything. As a modern man and woman, having ex-boyfriends is really too normal. However, he did remember that Zhang Linlin had told him about her ex-boyfriend before. At that time, the two of them belonged to the movement after. Zhang Linlin lying in Lu Qifan's arms and Will and Lin Xian happened contradictions to add oil and vinegar said again. At that time, Lu Qifan was furious after hearing it. He really did not think that there was such a man in this world. Bearing in mind that he had $2, he treated his girlfriend so recklessly. This kind of man can still be considered a man? At that time, Lu Qifan directly said, Lin, don't worry. Next time if I see you I will definitely help you teach that kid a lesson. Oomph. So it was him. It's really like stepping through iron shoes and finding no place, but getting there was no effort at all. Moreover, he was still talking with Yi Hao in front of him with such laughter. Really, the more he looked at him, the more angry he became. Yi Hao, although there is no contradiction between the two, but at this moment it is different. Since you are talking and laughing with my enemy, then you are naturally my enemy. Young Lu, don't be angry. Zhang Linlin saw Lu Qifan trembling with anger and hurriedly persuaded him. Young Lu, he and I are in the past. I only want to spend the rest of my life with you now, so let's not think about those unhappy things. After saying that, Zhang Linlin's eyes suddenly slid down with 2 drops from the corner of her eyes, looking very sad. Seriously, this kind of acting skill of crying when you say crying, if it was seen by a big director, would definitely directly pull it over to be the female lead. Although Lu Qifan is a rich second generation, he is also a human being, and still the kind of person who basically has no brain. Seeing Zhang Linlin crying so sadly, he hurriedly persuaded, Lin, I understand what you mean, but if this bad breath is not taken out, it's hard to dispel the anger in my heart. Zhang Linlin's acting skills were indeed very good, and with her crying like this, Lu Qifan's heart had long been in a mess. At that moment, Lu Qifan directly hugged her waist and walked towards Lin Xian and the others. Behind him, a few other youths also hurriedly followed when they saw this. On the other hand, Zhang Linlin on the side was secretly delighted in her heart. She looked towards Lin Xian, the corner of her mouth lifting into a cold smile. Humph, Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, what's so great about you having a bit of money? I didn't think that I would be able to climb the big tree that is the Lu family, right? And after all is said and done, you're nothing more than a rent collector. Collecting rent only. Can you really move the Lu family's big tree? She wanted to give Lin Xuan a complete and utter humiliation this time, to get back at Lin Xuan for humiliating her earlier. Humph. Lin Xuan, I'll see how you can still run this time. If I don't make you kneel down and beg me this time, I won't be surnamed Zhang. Zhang Linlin narrowed her eyes. Her eyes were like a sharp knife, shooting directly at Lin Xuan, itching to kill him directly with her eyes. She couldn't wait to break Lin Xuan into pieces right now to ease her hatred. Back then, if she hadn't met Fan Changping, who had helped Lu Qifan find a beautiful woman halfway, she was afraid that she would have been sold somewhere by those debt collectors. Therefore, her hatred towards Lin Xuan now was like a torrential river, unceasing and unending. She couldn't wait to throw Lin Xuan's bones to the ground. On the other side, Lin Xuan and the others were still talking and laughing. At this point, the cruise ship had already set sail, but it would still take a bit of time before it could actually come to the open sea. Moreover, this was the sea, and although this kind of cruise ship itself carried a signal, the signal here was just enough to make a phone call and send a text. Want to watch video shaking sound or forget it? After all, the signal is really too poor, and use so many people, so at this time the crowd is very bored, have to sit in their seats to look east and west, hoping to see what interesting things. Just then, I don't know who said, "Look guys, what's happening over there?" The gazes of the crowd were drawn over, only to see Lu Qifan walking over to a youth with an unpleasant expression on his face, his voice icy cold. "And your name is Lin Xuan?" At this moment, Lin Xuan was chatting with Bai Hao Yu, when he suddenly saw that someone else was calling him, and his tone contained ill will. At that moment, Lin Xuan's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he said with an equally unkind tone, "I'm Lin Xuan. What is it that you're looking for me for? What's the matter? Do you recognize Zhang Linlin?" After Lu Qifan finished speaking, he pointed to Zhang Linlin on the side and sneered. "Recognize? Just an ex-girlfriend. But what does this have to do with me? What's the relationship? I heard that not only did you do a lot of nasty things to her before, but you also bullied her. I just want to help her find justice." Seeing that Lin Xuan didn't say anything, Lu Qifan snorted coldly. "What? Don't dare to admit it? Admit it? It's not like I did it. Why would I admit it?" Lin Xuan secretly laughed in his heart. Was this guy out of his mind? What Zhang Linlin says is what she says. Could it be that he believed it just based on a few words from Zhang Linlin? If that was the case, this guy's brain was too simple. Seeing such an expression on Lin Xuan's face, Zhang Zifan on the side had long since been unable to resist his inner urges and directly jumped out and shouted, "Do you know who you're talking to? Use that tone of voice." When Lin Xuan heard this, a mocking smile instantly surfaced on his face. "Yo, Zhang Zifan, shouldn't you be out working to pay off your gambling debts at this time? Why are you screaming here?" "Humph, my gambling debt has long been paid off by Mr. Lu." This is Mr. Lu, who is the young director of 10x Group. "You'd better put away your high and mighty expression," Zhang Zifan said in a villainous manner. "You'd better put away your lofty expression," said Zhang Zifan in a villainous manner. Lin Xuan couldn't help but sneer when he heard Zhang Zifan's words. "It seems like you're the only one with that expression here. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, a burst of maniacal laughter came from the side. The crowd followed the sound and saw Bai Hao Yu standing up from his chair staring at Lu Qifan with a deadly gaze. "Lu Xiao, our two families have been well watered since ancient times. I don't offend you, so don't come and offend my friends." "Your friend?" Hearing this, Lu Qifan looked towards Bai Hao Yu. "Bai Xiao, I'm not looking for you this time either. I'm just looking for Lin Xuan. I think it's best if you don't ask for trouble." Asking for trouble? Bai Hao Yu glanced at Lin Xuan, and knew that this was the right time for him to stand up for himself. If he backed down at this time, the Bai family wouldn't have much of a foothold in Lin Xuan's eyes in the future. Thinking of this, he stood directly in front of Lin Xuan, his eyes staring at Lu Qifan. "Lu Xiao, don't think that my Bai family is afraid of you. I'll put my words here today. Whoever dares to move him here, that would be an enemy of my Bai family." Chapter 57, the gambling game begins. One sentence immediately made his position clear, and Bai Hao Yu could indeed replace the Bai family. His words caused everyone present to be shaken. Although the Bai family's market capitalization wasn't large, it was important to realize that the Bai family did all the security business. Generally, the security personnel needed for stars to go out and perform, or whatever concerts, were all supplied by the Bai family. If there was really a conflict with the Bai family, then the Bai family had many ways to deal with each other. The moment these words came out, who in the audience could not be afraid? Although many of the people in the audience's families were richer than the Bai family, but let them directly offend the Bai family, they were really not willing to do so. Lu Qifan was also trembling with anger when he heard Bai Hao Yu's words. He never thought that this Lin Xuan actually knew Bai Hao Yu. However, he didn't really dare to directly confront Bai Hao Yu. Although he was stupid, he wasn't so desperate. Just as the two sides were at a stalemate, the radio inside the casino suddenly rang out. Dear all visitors, this high seas banquet will officially begin in 5 minutes. At the same time, the casino within the cruise ship will also be opened at the same time. Please all customers who wish to participate to exchange their chips in advance to avoid delaying the tour. Hearing the voice on the radio, the corner of Lu Qifan's mouth couldn't help but emerge with a smile. The reason why he came to the cruise ship this time was for the casino. After all, their Lu family had been in a stormy situation for a long time now. Although they were backed by the Huazhou Group, their business had not been good for a long time now, and they were still being oppressed from all sides. That's why he specially hired 1,000 kings to follow him on the ship, just to make some money so that he could go back and continue to maintain his status as a great young man. But since making money, it would be better to make money from this person in front of him, so that he can make money and also finish out his anger. Wouldn't it be 2 birds with 1 stone? Thinking of this, Lu Qifan looked at Lin Xuan and said, let's put it this way, we're all civilized people and we're all meeting in this casino's lounge. How about splitting the winners and losers with a bet? Bet on what? Casinos naturally bet on money, but we had some conflicts before. How about we bet on a demand in the first game? If I win, you have to promise me one thing. If you win, I also promise you one thing. How about it? Lu Qifan said with a smile. Forget it if you don't dare. Hearing Lu Qifan's words, Yi Hao stepped forward and whispered to Lin Xuan, Dong Lin, this young Lu came to take the initiative to bet with you this time. I'm afraid that there's a fraud. Hearing this, Lin Xuan also began to ponder. Just as he was considering whether to agree, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Infinite choice system activating. Option 1, agree to the bet with Lu Qifan, reward, King of 1,000 Kings gambling technique. Option 2, decline the bet with Lu Qifan, awarded the title of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Hearing the system's beep, Lin Xuan's head was filled with black lines. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, still in a green shell. Isn't this the entire verdant prairie on his back? This kind of choice? Definitely choose one. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan didn't hesitate to look directly at Lu Qifan in front of him and said with a smile, alright, since you want to bet then I'll accompany you to the very end. But when the time comes for you to lose you don't want to disown me. No problem, with so many people present to testify, whoever loses or wins must fulfill their promise. Hearing Lin Xuan directly agree without hesitation, the smile in Lu Qifan's eyes became more and more obvious. He had learned some gambling techniques from a gambling master before, and although he hadn't learned them very well, it was still more than enough to deal with an ordinary person who hadn't been exposed to any gambling techniques. Moreover, he didn't come alone this time. Among the youths following behind him was Ma Wenyuan, the chief disciple of Ouyang Qian, who was known as the King of Thousands. In order to invite this person to come out, their family has spent a lot of money. If this time can't make all the money back with interest, this is to lose money. However, as long as there was someone sitting on the fence, it would be difficult for them to lose even if they wanted to. Seeing the conversation between the two, everyone present looked over with curiosity. Have you guys heard? This person actually made a bet with Mr. Lu. Yeah, not only that, just now that person actually dared to talk to Lu Xiao like that. He really is impatient with life. It seems like this kid is going to be finished this time. I remember last time there was a guy who talked to Lu Xiao like this, and he was directly thrown into the sea by Lu Xiao to feed the sharks. It's a pity. This person is quite handsome. If he offended not Lu Xiao, maybe there are people to help him speak. It's a pity. Whatever. Let's go take a look. Zhou Yuzhu looked towards Lin Xuan at this moment and pulled his hand. Lin Xuan, don't be impulsive. Rashly opening a bet with someone on such an occasion is obviously someone else's trick. Seeing this scene, a cold smile immediately surfaced at the corner of Zhang Lilin's mouth. Lin Xuan, I didn't expect that you'd learn to hide behind a woman after only a few days of not seeing each other. Zhang Linlin, I should be the one to say this to you. Right now your skin is thicker than a wall. Hearing Lin Xuan's sarcastic tone, Zhang Linlin's pretty face changed slightly. Humph, just keep your mouth shut. Later on when you lose, I'll let you know how miserable you'll be for offending me. Zhang Linlin, humph, I'm just afraid that it won't be me who loses at that time, but you. Lin Xuan wasn't afraid in the slightest, his eyes looking at her coldly. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd of onlookers were all talking. Look at this person. He's too arrogant. That's right, just by virtue of him, he's also worthy of fighting with Zhang Linlin? That's right. There are really all kinds of people in this world. It's really hilarious. Hey, this person is also bold enough to talk like this. This is the first time I've encountered such a person. He's asking for death. No way. I see that he seems to be quite familiar with the Bai family. Even if he loses, at most he will lose a little bit of face. It should not be how it is. Very familiar, so what? Even if the White family is no longer big, it's just a small family. People Lu family is backed by the Huazhou Group. At that time, even if you want to take that kid a hand, This White Hao is afraid that is also a fart, do not dare to let go. Hearing the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, Zhang Linlin was secretly pleased in his heart. Humph, I'd like to see how you'll end up dying. At this time he had heard the system's beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 1 and obtaining the King of Thousand Kings gambling technique. Upon hearing the system's beep, a cold smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of Lin Xian's mouth. In the next moment, a huge stream of information surged into his mind. All sorts of knowledge regarding gambling techniques irrigated towards Lin Xian like a tidal wave, and in an instant, Lin Xian felt as if he possessed an encyclopedia of the gambling world. Fake shuffling, betting on dice cups, all the gambling arts were presented in Lin Xian's mind, even gambling on stones. At this moment, Lin Xian had a trance-like feeling. This gambling art was simply too divine. He had never thought that the original gambling technique could be so powerful. Chapter 58, Is it a willingness to be defeated? When he thought of this, Lin Xian's heart was filled with excitement and thrill. He hadn't thought that he would actually have the honor of obtaining such a strong gambling technique. Afterwards, he looked towards Lu Qifan and said with a smile, since we've both agreed to this bet, why don't we start betting now? Hearing Lin Xian's words, a hint of disdain flashed through Lu Qifan's eyes. Humph, let's follow the old rules. I'll go first. If you don't want to lose too much, let you go first. Don't waste my time. If you don't dare, you can choose not to bet. I can understand that too. Just start straight away. I don't have much time. How do you want to play? Lin Xian shrugged indifferently, looking towards Lu Qifan and said indifferently, tell you what, let's start with a simple game. It's also a warm-up. On the gambling table, Lu Qifan said with a smile on his face, whatever I want. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Qifan slightly froze, then said with a smile, in that case, let's play a game of guessing the dice first. I'll throw and you guess the size. What do you think? Lin Xian nodded. Seeing Lin Xian agree so easily, the smile in Lu Qifan's eyes became more and more obvious. He had learned some relevant gambling skills before, especially dice shaking. This kind of dice shaking, he could shake out as many points as he wanted. Even if Lin Xian could guess, as a swindler he could naturally easily flip the dice face over, thus changing the size of the dice. But this kind of maneuver could definitely be seen if it was a professional swindler. But the people present were all about the same age as him. Besides Ma Wenyuan behind him, he really didn't believe there was another professional Taza present. Moreover, even if there was someone here who could tell, whether or not they dared to say it was a different matter. After all, his reputation as Lu Xiao was not a fake. As for Lin Xian, he had already known Lin Xian's general situation from Zhang Linlin's side, a kid who liked to pretend to be an ordinary person. How could he possibly be a Taza? Therefore, this bet, Lu Qifan was bound to win. Lu Qifan grabbed the dice cup with one hand and started shaking it. Cluck 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 cluck. As Lu Qifan's hand shook more and more intensely, the dice shook and collided violently in the dice cup. After 10 seconds or so, Lu Qifan slammed the dice cup directly onto the table's tabletop with a pop. Wearing a cold smile and looking at Lin Xian with a gloomy voice, Mr. Lin, big or small? There were a total of 3 dice in the dice cup. Each dice had a total of 6 sides, while the size was the number of the 3 dice facing upwards in order to add up, where 1 to 10 was small, while 10 to 18 was large. Looking at Lu Qifan's expression, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Lin Xian's mouth. This kind of dice guessing was as simple as elementary school math. 1 plus 1 in his eyes. He didn't even need to use his eyes. He could hear the size of the dice by listening. Lin Xian didn't even think about it and directly blurted out, small. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Qifan's eyes flickered slightly, and a trace of consternation quickly crossed the depths of his eyes, because Lin Xian had guessed correctly. But this kind of guessing right was nothing to him. As long as the dice cup was still open, now he could do something about it. He can now directly use the magic of the dice to change the size of the dice cup unknowingly. While thinking this way, Lu Qifan's hand rhythmically tapped on the bottom of the table. Due to the fact that this kind of professional gambling table was very thick, and the environment present was also a bit noisy, so the sound of tapping was almost unheard. However, this kind of action was visible to Lin Xian. Seeing Lu Qifan's little maneuver, a sneer emerged slightly from the corner of Lin Xian's mouth. Trying to change the size of the dice in the dice cup through the vibration of a finger tapping on the table? You want to cheat on such a simple guess? This brat is also too untalented. Lin Xian's eyes flashed a trace of disdain, and then his heart moved, and he also slightly tapped on the table a few times. This kind of action similar to habitual, so that the people present did not have the slightest notice. Even Lu Qifan himself did not feel that there was any problem. On the contrary, he already felt that he had successfully changed all the dice in the dice cup. Thus, he looked at Lin Xian and said with a slight smile, Mr. Lin, are you sure it's small? If you lose, I hope you can formally apologize to Lin. Hearing this, Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and glanced at the confident Lu Qifan indifferently. Fine, you just open. Good. As the words fell, Lu Qifan directly took the lid of the dice cup in his hand. At that moment everyone present was dumbfounded. And at that moment, Lu Qifan looked at the expressions of the people around him and couldn't hold back the laughter in his eyes. Mr. Lin, I wonder if you're willing to give in this game. Mr. Lin, you've got it all wrong. You've lost and you're still asking others to give you a hand? Seeing this, Lin Xuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. At the same time, the others couldn't help but hold back their laughter. But some of them didn't dare to laugh out loud due to Lu Qifan's status. However, Bai Hao didn't have the slightest scruples and said with a big laugh, "Ha ha ha, Lu Qifan, are you often with the woman that? So you are now a little bad with the brain, ah? 224, you tell us this is big? And you still want Mr. Lin to give you a hand job? It's really funny." Hearing Bai Hao's words, Lu Qifan's face sank violently. He had never seen someone who dared to speak to him like this. This was simply living out of patience. But before he could snap, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. 224? Thinking of this, he hurriedly looked at the dice in front of him. 2, 2, 4. It added up to a total of 8. Small. Seeing this scene, Lu Qifan's entire person was instantly dumbfounded. How is this possible? How could it be small? I have moved the dice should be big. And this is not when he is the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing is that this set of numbers is the numbers he shook out at the beginning. This means that the cheating he did just now was of no use? How can this be possible? Although this kind of means is not very clever, but also after a long time training out, how could it fail? In the end, where did it go wrong? The youth behind Lu Qifan was also slightly frowning at this time, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Just now Lu Qifan's maneuver. He had seen it. In his eyes, this maneuver had no problem at all. But how could it fail? He looked at Lin Xuan, who was not far away. His eyes narrowed slightly, and after looking for a long time he did not see anything wrong with Lin Xuan. It seemed like the only explanation at this point was that Lu Qifan must have made a mistake this time. Mr. Lu, I wonder if you're resigned to this game. Lin Xuan looked at the shocked Lu Qifan and said in the exact same words he had used earlier. Chapter 59, you'll just do 10 squat jumps. Upon hearing such a mocking statement from Lin Xuan, Lu Qifan's face instantly turned ironic. When had he ever been spoken to like this? This was simply a naked slap in his face. Abominable. Although Lu Qifan wanted to get angry when he saw Lin Xuan in this state, he knew at this moment that if he got angry now, he was afraid that there would be no way to proceed with the bet later. Moreover, this situation would also cause him to lose face, so it was simply a case of the loss outweighing the gain. Thinking of this, Lu Qifan could only hold back his anger as he looked at Lin Xuan and said, "Just say it directly. What do you want me to do?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan smiled. "Alright, since you're so pained, then I won't say anything difficult to ask. You can just do 10 squat jumps directly." Squat jumps? Hearing Lin Xuan's words, everyone present was slightly stunned. Good lord, this person was actually asking Lu Xiao to do squat jumps. This was simply a deliberate attempt to get on Lu Xiao's nerves. Although this kind of movement was normal, but for someone like Lu Qifan, who was known to have weak kidneys at first glance, making him do squat jumps was simply torturing him. Lu Qifan was stunned when he heard Lin Xuan's words. Then he looked at Lin Xuan angrily. "Are you playing with me? How could I possibly be playing you?" Lin Xuan shook his head, then laughed. "Didn't you just ask for anything and everything? I didn't even ask for anything difficult. I just asked you to do 10 squat jumps and that's fooling you?" Speaking here, Lin Xuan appeared to have thought of something and said with a snort, "Could it be that you're not so weak that you can't even do 10 squat jumps?" Hearing this, Lu Qifan laughed back in anger. "This is simply a joke. How could I not be able to do 10 squat jumps? Isn't it just 10 squat jumps? I'll show you right now." Then, under the odd eyes of the people around him, he began to laboriously do squat jumps. Although this kind of squat jump didn't seem to be very tiring, it was actually very tiring to do. And this was only for ordinary people. For people like him who had their kidneys dug out by the female color all year round, it was even more tiring. That's why he started to pant and sweat after doing 4 of them. While the surrounding people saw this appearance of Lu Qifan, they laughed out loud. It feels like today Lu Xiao can't finish these 10 squats. This is only doing 4 and already like this. There are still 6 behind. Yes, this is also too funny. I didn't expect this Lu Xiao's kidneys to be weak to this extent. Lu Qifan was mortified by the voices around him. He glared fiercely at the people around him, and seeing his appearance, the people around him shrunk. Although he was laughing happily just now, but it was based on the fact that Lu Qifan didn't discover himself. Now that Lu Qifan had discovered himself, if he was still laughing so recklessly, then he would definitely engine Lu Qifan's hostility. Lu Qifan didn't care about those people either. Then he turned his gaze back to Lin Xuan and said through gritted teeth, "Kid, you better not regret it later. There will be a time for you to cry later. This one mistake was nothing. There must have been something wrong there just now. As long as he won later he would definitely make this kid pay for it." Hearing Lu Qifan's words, Lin Xuan shrugged indifferently and said with a smile, "Whether I cry or not is my business. You're just going to finish the remaining 6 squats now." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhang Zifan on the side rushed out and shouted, "Surname Lin, didn't you just win once? Don't get carried away." Lin Xian looked at Zhang Zifan and sneered, saying, "You're saying I got carried away? Let me tell you, who are you to talk about complacency with me? If it wasn't for the fact that you've called me brother-in-law before, I would have already slapped you across the face, and would still let you chirp here." Zhang Zifan was speechless with anger at Lin Xian's words, but he didn't dare to say anything after seeing Lin Xian's icy gaze, for fear that he would be in the same situation that he was in last time when he was kicked off by Lin Xian. Lin Xian spoke without mercy and didn't care about Zhang Zifan, whose eyes were on fire. Instead he directly said to Lu Qifan, "Young Master Lu, are you still doing it or not? I've already waited for all the flowers to be thankful. Your hallowed Lu Xiao won't even be able to finish 10 deep squats." Lin Xian's voice wasn't loud, but every sentence went straight into Lu Qifan's heart. Thinking of this, Lu Qifan couldn't care less and gritted his teeth as he began to continue doing deep squats. Although he was sweating profusely from doing it, the scene was also very comical. The great young man of the Lu family actually lost in the casino of a cruise ship doing deep squats in front of people. If this kind of thing were to be rumored, he was afraid that he would be laughed to death. But where would the current him be in the mood to care so much? All he wanted to do now was to hurry up and finish doing these 10 deep squats before starting a new bet. This time he had to win against Lin Xian. This kind of disgraceful thing he would never allow to happen. 5, 6, 7, 10. Finally Lu Qifan finished the 10 deep squats with the effort of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Taking the towel handed up by Zhang Zifan on the side, he wiped his sweat and looked at Lin Xian and said, "Kid, just now the dice counted as a win for you, but if you really have the guts, why don't we play 2 rounds of real gambling?" "Real gambling games? Whatever." Lin Xian indifferently spread his hands and said, "Play whatever you want. I'll play with you to the end." "Humph, I hope you still have that kind of confidence later." Lu Qifan looked at Lin Xian in front of him and thought darkly in his heart. After suffering a defeat just now, he must get his face back at the gambling cards this time. As for the failure just now, it must have been caused by some uncommon mistake on his part. Otherwise how could he have failed? So the face he lost just now must be reclaimed once again. If he didn't win tens of millions of dollars against Lin Xian today, his name wouldn't be Lu. Otherwise, if today's situation was spread around, he wouldn't have to mix in Shanghai City anymore. After pondering for a little while, Lu Qifan said with a smile, "Alright, in that case, let's play 3 cards." Lin Xian was a little dazed, not realizing that the more advanced one he was talking about turned out to be 3 cards, but for him this level of 3 cards really wasn't much of a challenge. 3 cards was considered a multiplayer card game that was played a lot in China, and the rules of the game were very simple. It was just one person with 3 cards, and then see who had the better card. However, there are other ways to play. Of course, that is the case of many people. If there are only 2 people, other ways to play has become a little ribbed up. The first thing was to memorize the cards. As long as you memorize the cards behind them, you're good to win. As for the rest, it was just icing on the cake. "Fine, let's play 3 cards then, but will the bet between us still be the same as just now?" Lin Xian nodded indifferently and looked towards Lu Qifan as he asked. "Naturally, I don't need to use the stakes from earlier. After all, just now, he had almost given away his old life in order to do those 10 deep squats. How could he still play deep squats? How about we go for $1 million a game now?" Chapter 60, Going Out Without Reading the Yellow Calendar? After saying that, a smile appeared at the corner of Lu Qifan's mouth. He didn't just come this time to humiliate Lin Xian, but most of all to help his family earn money. After all, during this period of time their Lu family had sort of encountered an economic crisis. The family's money had begun to shrink a bit, otherwise he wouldn't have come to a casino in a place like this, and had even spent a lot of money to ask Ma Wenyuan to come with him. He brought a total of $300 million in cash this time, with the aim of earning $1 billion. Although $1 billion seems to be a lot, it's just a number in a casino. It's not even as good as the money flow of an hour in some places, and most of the people here are rich kids, basically win a few rounds down. This $1 billion can be said to be a breeze. Since that was the case, then the target of $1 billion would start from Lin Xian's side. 1 million? That's too little, simply $10 million a game, Lin Xian said after some thought. Indeed, this 1 million was really nothing to them. Only 10 million would be slightly more impressive. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Qifan naturally won't not agree. He himself wants to make money quickly. He was afraid that saying 10 million at the beginning would scare this kid away, so he said 1 million a game. I didn't expect this kid to be so arrogant, directly on 10 million a game. In that case, don't blame yourself for being ruthless. Thinking of this, Lu Qifan also cannot help it, directly called to a Lotus officer. Let her shuffle cards. While the dealer shuffled the cards, Lu Qifan stared at the dealer's shuffling hands. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, watched the dealer shuffle the cards just as Lu Qifan did. Soon, the Dutchman arranged the shuffled cards directly on the table, while dealing out one card each for both Lin Xuan and Lu Qifan. Lin Xuan picked up the card in his hand and looked at it. It was a queen, while Lu Qifan's hand was a K. He already knew the card in Lin Xuan's hand from the shuffling earlier. A Q only. Naturally it wouldn't be bigger than his own. Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Xuan and said with a smile, "Do you want to raise the stakes?" Lin Xuan shook his head. "Fine. Since you're not raising, then I'll raise. I'll add another $10 million. Lu Qifan looked at Lin Xuan with a playful expression in his eyes. After saying that, the latter once again dealt a card to each of the two. Lin Xuan's hand was still a queen, while Lu Qifan's hand was a king. At this rate, unless Lin Xuan's last card was a Q and Lu Qifan's was not a K, he would win. Thinking about this, Lu Qifan's heart became even more excited. He didn't expect to win $20 million in the first game. However, he knew that although his last card wasn't a K, Lin Xuan definitely wasn't a Q either, so he was sure to win this game. So he looked directly at Lin Xuan and laughed. "Are you adding this round?" "No." Lin Xuan still shook his head. "Fine. Since you're not adding, then I'll add. I'll add another 10 million. Suck. Another $10 million was added again. Hearing Lu Qifan's words, everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air. To know, this could mean that whoever lost this game would have to give $30 million to the other party. Although these people were all born into the nobility of the rich second generation, but it is also impossible to play a game directly 30 million off. If their parents found out, they would break their legs on the spot. In fact, Lu Qifan usually do not dare to play, but in this case, naturally have to be more courageous. Otherwise this billion is afraid to win until the monkey years and months. After saying that, the Dutchman once again dealt the last card to both Lin Xuan and Lu Qifan. This time Lu Qifan didn't even turn over his own cards, because he knew he had already won. So he directly threw the 3 cards straight out. "Don't ink time, I'm releasing them directly." Seeing the cards that Lu Qifan had released, a gasp rang out in the room. 2 kings and an 8. Although this kind of card wasn't the biggest, it was still an existence that could eat a lot of cards. Seeing this scene, Lin Xuan clapped his hands and laughed. "I thought what kind of card you had. It turns out to be 2 kings and an 8. You dared to chase $20 million with this kind of card. It's really awesome. Humph, cut the crap. Hurry up and open the cards." Lu Qifan glanced at Lin Xuan and said disdainfully, "What time are you wasting here? Wait and immediately take out the $30 million. If Lin Xuan couldn't take out the $30 million, he could guarantee that Lin Xuan wouldn't be able to get off this boat. However, this thought of his had obviously fizzled out, because what Lin Xuan had thrown out wasn't 2 queens plus a singleton. Instead, it was 3 QS. This was a leopard. Seeing the card Lin Xuan had revealed, everyone present let out a gasp of surprise. "My god, what kind of hand does this person have? I didn't expect that this was only the first game and he directly drew a leopard. This hand luck is too heaven-defying. Yes, I've been playing 3 card games for years, and I've only gotten a couple of leopards, and to get a leopard in the first game is really lucky. Looks like Lu Xiao lost this hand." At this time, the crowd's voice of discussion, Lu Qifan has automatically shielded, his mind at this time a blank. Even the face is also instantly ugly. How was this possible? The cards in Lin Xuan's hand should have been 2 queens and a miscellaneous card. How could it be possible that there were 3 queens going on? Not only him, even Ma Yuan, who was standing behind him, was filled with shock. His thoughts were the same as Lu Qifan's at the moment, but he had been watching from the side just now and hadn't noticed anything wrong with Lin Xuan at all. This was too strange. It was possible that it could have been Lu Qifan himself just now, but how could this situation be explained now? Could it be that he himself had memorized the wrong cards as well? This was simply a joke. As the heir to the 1,000 kings, how could he himself not even be able to remember the cards anymore? Could it be that Lin Xuan in front of him was also a 1,000 arts expert? However, he didn't have any evidence at this point, so this could only be speculation on his part. After all, just now he had been staring at Lin Xuan, and hadn't found anything wrong with the other party at all. After all, at his level, he didn't believe that apart from his own master and a few very famous 1,000 kings, he would be able to get his hands under his nose and still go undetected. After checking the cards of the 2 of them, the Dutchman announced in public, "This round is won by Mr. Lin." Hearing the dealer's words, a smirk appeared on Lin Xuan's face. "Mr. Lu, did you not read the yellow calendar before you left home today? You lost $30 million in the first game. I'm afraid you're going to lose all your money today." Hearing Lin Xuan's words, a flash of anger surfaced on Lu Qifan's face as he coldly looked at Lin Xuan and said, "Lin Xuan, don't be complacent. This game has only just begun. Don't get complacent too early." Upon hearing Lu Qifan's words, Lin Xuan however laughed and said, "Young Lu, you don't need to provoke me, but I'm not scared at all. But let me tell you, if I lose you out of pocket, the one beside you will immediately leave you. As soon as Zhang Lin, who was beside her, heard Lin Xian's words, her face immediately turned gloomy. Looking at Lin Xian, she said with a displeased face, Lin Xian, you're not fanning the flames here. I have a very deep bond with Lu Xiao, not to mention that he's broke. Even if he becomes a beggar, I won't leave him. Zhang Lin said these words touching. Uninformed people really thought she was some kind of chaste martyr, but as her ex-boyfriend, Lin Xian knew all about her character. At that moment, he didn't bother to talk to this kind of nonsense, and directly said to the dealer, let's start the second game directly. Chapter 61, Convincing You. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the latter looked at Lu Qifan, who was very stifled at the moment, and said with some urgency, just start. I can't believe how many times you can use your luck. After the Dutchman answered, he started the second game. This time, the dealer was still responsible for shuffling the cards, and when he shuffled the cards, Lu Qifan's eyes couldn't wait to look directly at them. He didn't believe that he could still remember wrongly this time. Soon the dealer finished shuffling the cards. He also memorized the cards in his heart. At the same time he also used a small movement below and Ma Wenyuan exchanged the right and wrong cards. Seeing that he and Ma Wenyuan's cards are the same, his heart immediately rejoiced. He should know that Ma Wenyuan's card memorization has never been wrong since he left the school, so he can definitely win this time as long as he plays according to the normal way. Of course, this small action of his would naturally not escape Lin Xian's eyes. Sigh. I didn't think that I would have to play such a kindergarten-only trick for this kind of tournament. It's really too humiliating, but since you dare to play such a childish game, then I'll let you try what it means to be a true master. Lin Xian said darkly. He didn't mind teaching this Lu Qifan who didn't know any better. Of course, this thought of Lin Xian's was not known to Lu Qifan, but what he did know was that this time, his cards were definitely bigger than Lin Xian's. Along with the dealer's deal, Lin Xian's first card was still a queen, while Lu Qifan's hand was an ace. Seeing the ace in his hand, the smile on Lu Qifan's face grew even wider as he looked towards Lin Xian and said with a smile, how about this game do you add? I can beat you with or without a raise, so in order for you to lose less, I won't raise. Lin Xian said with a faint smile and waved his hand. You. Hearing these words, Lu Qifan's face instantly turned ironic. What did these words mean? Could it be that Lin Xian had any more cards? But he didn't believe that Lin Xian could cheat. So what if he could cheat? Could he still be more powerful than Ma Wenyuan behind himself? But it's just pretending to be a god. Since you're not going to raise it, then I'm going to raise it. I'll raise it by $30 million. Lu Qifan looked at Lin Xian and said slowly, $30 million? Hearing Lu Qifan's words, the people around him revealed a look of surprise. My god, this young Lu's handwriting is too big. This game's reserve is $10 million. Now he's already lost $30 million himself. If he still loses this game, he's going to lose close to $100 million in 2 games. That's right, this really deserves to be Lu Xiao. Some time ago I also heard that the Lu family is in a financial crisis. Now it seems to feel that it is false. If the Lu family is really in a financial crisis, how would Lu Xiao come up to spend so much money to gamble? Today is really not in vain. This time it's really an eye-opener. The first game of $30 million is already very scary. I didn't expect the second game to appear $40 million just at the beginning. This is too fierce. That's right, although our bets aren't small anymore, but at most it's only a few million. Lu Xiao's start is 10 million. Really, people still can't be compared to each other. Hearing the crowds boasting, the expression on Lu Qifan's face became even more complacent. He just loved this feeling of being touted high and mighty. In the second round of cards dealt, Lin Xian's hand was a king, while Lu Qifan's hand was also a king. This time, there wasn't the slightest change from the order in which he had memorized the cards. The last one must be a queen, so in the end his card must be an AKQ straight. Lin Xian, on the other hand, according to his memorized cards was QKJ, a miscellaneous deck of cards only. Thinking of this, he looked up at Lin Xian, the smile on his face intensifying, and there was even a hint of disdain and mockery flickering in his eyes, as if he was saying, let's see how you die this time. Plus, Lu Qifan continued to speak as usual. Lin Xian didn't say anything, just shook his head. Fine, since you're not adding, then I'll add another $30 million. The purpose of his visit this time was to make money. Now that he was certain that he had no problems remembering the cards, why would he still need to win 10 million? It was only natural to win a little bit more if he could. After all, he invited Ma Wenyuan to come, but spent a lot of money, not to make more money. He is to lose. Another $30 million was added, and although the people around were still a little shocked, they had already counted on adapting quite a bit. Together with the last game, this is already $100 million. Yeah, this Lu Xiao is also too ruthless. Oh my god, such a large amount. I can't believe this is all true. There's nothing you can do if you don't believe it. Who made it so that we don't have a company similar to China Vision Group behind us to help support us? This $100 million is our family's turnover for a year. The surrounding people once again murmured, looking at Lu Qifan with envy in their eyes. This kind of big gamble was just too good to be true. Lin Xuan looked at the confident Lu Qifan and didn't say anything, still shrugging his shoulders. However, this expression, but looked at the side of Zhou Yuju's heart panicked. She looked to the side of Bai Haoyu. Bai Young, brother Xian did not need to bet so big. Miss Yuju, just rest assured. Since Lin Dong chose to make a big bet with Lu Qifan, that proves that Lin Dong must be sure of himself. Bai Haoyu looked at Zhou Yuju and comforted her. In fact, at this moment, Bai Haoyu also wanted to advise Lin Xuan not to gamble so heavily with Lu Qifan. After all, this $100 million chip was just too big. But then on second thought, as the president of the Yi Hao Group, this 100 million seemed to be really nothing. But, Zhou Yuju's heart was still worried, but she didn't know what to say. Miss Yuju, you can rest assured. I know Lin Dong's character very well. Since he chose to do this, then there must be his reasoning. Well, I know. At the same time, the lotter dealt out the third card. Seeing the card in his hand, a look of excitement immediately surfaced on Lu Qifan's face, and he had even seen the scene where he would win $70 million later on. Ha ha, I'll definitely win this round. My cards are definitely bigger than yours this time. Lu Qifan thought in his heart, then looked at the Dutchman and asked, I can open my hand in this game, right? The Dutchman nodded and said, open the cards. Lu Qifan picked up the 3 cards on the table and lifted them directly and said, AKQ straight, please allow me. Seeing the cards that Lu Qifan opened out, the entire room immediately let out a splash of amazement. No wonder young Lu dared to add so much. I didn't expect it to be a straight. Yeah, the chances of opening a straight playing 3 cards is just too low. Lu Qifan, looking at the AKQ on the table, said with a smile, open your cards quickly. I don't have much time. Hearing Lu Qifan's words, a smirk surfaced on Lin Xian's face. I say, Mr. Lu, it's just a straight. Are you so convinced that you can definitely win? Cut the crap. You open your cards quickly, or else you'll have to let the lotter directly declare you a loser. Lu Qifan said with a cold smile. In that case, I'll let you be convinced. As the words fell, Lin Xian threw out the 3 cards he was holding directly. Seeing the 3 cards that Lin Xian threw out, everyone froze. Lu Qifan's eyes even widened, the smile on his face instantly stiffening with disbelief. Flush. Chapter 62 You cheat. Seeing the 3 cards that Lin Xian threw out, the crowd couldn't help but see a hint of shock spread across their faces. My god, this is actually a flush. Yeah, no wonder he's so confident. It looks like Lu Xiao lost again this time. Shoo, keep your voices down. Can't you see that Lu Xiao's face is very ugly right now? Right. Hearing the prompting of the others, that person glanced at Lu Qifan, and seeing that the other party did not look at himself, his heart was sort of relieved. At this time Lu Qifan where there is the mood to care about what other people say. He at this time the whole are as if struck by lightning generally froze in place. His mind is blank, even forgot to react. How is this possible? He is actually a flush. This time there was no problem with the numbers, but Lu Qifan had forgotten about the situation with the suits. Generally speaking the straight is just bigger than the loose cards and pairs, but it's enough after all. The probability of loose cards and pairs appearing is close to 90%, and he just remembered the cards without any problem. But that's how it keeps adding up. Damn. At this moment, Lu Qifan's heart was filled with anger, and this feeling of being teased made Lu Qifan's entire body tremble. In the end, he could no longer hold back and violently slammed the table. You. Lu Qifan reached out and pointed at Lin Xian, his voice trembling as he said loudly, you cheated. You must have cheated. Hearing Lu Qifan's words, everyone present was startled. Out. Cheating? Not only other people, even Ma Yuan at this time is also full of surprise to look at Lu Qifan, although he is also an expert cheater, but he will never outside casually identify others cheating. After all, this kind of thing to talk about evidence. Otherwise it is slander. If it is not, then it is a disgrace. If it is serious, then it will be chopped off directly. Previously, so many of their eyes had been fixed on the card table, and they hadn't seen Lin Xian make any moves at all. Could this be that Lu Xiao, losing sharply, has led to irritation? It wouldn't be out of the question. After all, it's only been 10 short minutes, and you've lost $100 million. In this situation, the average person would really have to lose their eyes. That's right. I also think that this time it should be Lu Xiao who lost his eyes. After all, I have just been staring at the other person. He has not made any moves from beginning to end. It's a pity. This Lu Xiao is the future hope of the Lu family, and he was just wasted. Yes, it's a pity. I'm afraid no one will bet with this kind of person anymore. This kind of person's cards are just too bad. Hearing the murmurs of the people around him, Ma Yuan couldn't help but frown as well. And he also looked at Lin Xuan, as if he wanted to find out the answer from Lin Xuan's face. Unfortunately, Lin Xuan's expression was bland, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. Hearing Lu Qifan's words, a cold smile surfaced at the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth as he looked at Lu Qifan and said coldly, "You said I cheated. Do you have any proof?" Upon hearing this, Bai Hao Yu, who was on the side, also stood out and said with a cold smile, "That's right, young Lu, you can't afford to lose, can you? If you really think Lin Dong cheated, may I ask if you have evidence?" "That's right, it's a joke to shout that someone cheated here when you don't have evidence." Hearing Bai Hao Yu's words, Lu Qifan was also a bit speechless. He really didn't have any evidence yet, but his intuition told him that Lin Xuan must have moved. Otherwise, how could this card be a flush? As for how Lin Xuan had turned the card into a flush, he had no idea. Xiao Lu. At this time, Ma Yuan walked behind Lu Qifan and spoke in a low voice. Hearing his words, Lu Qifan's face gradually eased. He knew that at this time, even if he was angry, it would be of no use because he really had no evidence. Moreover, if this kind of nonsense continued, it would make so many people present think that he couldn't afford to lose. Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Xuan and said, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. You didn't cheat, but my hand really isn't working today, so I'll let this one behind me take the place of the rest of the bets. Do you think it's feasible?" Lin Xuan glanced at the person behind Lu Qifan and smiled lightly. "No problem, coming to the ship is just for fun anyway, but you owe me $100 million now, don't you forget it." Lu Qifan looked deeply at Lin Xuan and said, "This naturally won't be forgotten. It will be calculated together when the bet is over." Humph, still calculating? Waiting for Ma Yuan to show you what it meant to lose. Although he had lost 100 million to Lin Xuan now, he was sure that Ma Yuan would help him earn it back. "In that case, let's do this for now," Lin Xuan said with a bashful smile. Immediately afterward, Ma Yuan, who was standing behind him, stepped out and looked towards Lin Xuan, the disdain in his eyes unmistakable. His gaze towards the people around him as if he was looking at a preserved chicken. Condescending. "My name is Ma Yuan, under the tutelage of Ouyang Qian." As the words fell, many of the people present trembled. Although they weren't regular gamblers, they had more or less hung out in this circle for a while, and naturally knew Ouyang Qian's name. Hiss. At this moment, a sound of cold air being sucked backward rang out, but there were still some unknown people who looked aside and asked curiously, "What's going on with you guys? Who is Ouyang Qian? Is he really powerful?" "Shoo, keep your voice down. Haven't you even heard of Ouyang Qian? This person is more than powerful. He's practically a legend in the gambling world." "Legend? Is that so exaggerated?" "Oh, let me tell you, Ouyang Qian when he was young traveled all over the world, basically see a casino directly into, and then earn a pot full of money and then out. And no matter whether it is a casino within the master or the town of thousands of kings or not one of his rivals, he was honored as the saint of thousand by the people in the circle. Later he suddenly retired from the world. Has not heard of his information for many years. I did not expect that he actually received a disciple. Thousand saints." Upon hearing these two words, the people present were silenced for a moment, and not a single person dared to speak again. Seeing the expressions of the people around him, a cold smile surfaced at the corner of Lu Qifan's mouth. The amount of money he had spent was really not wrong. Later on, he would let Ma Yuan win back all that he had lost. "Kid, are you scared?" Lu Qifan looked towards Lin Xuan, who hadn't said anything, and sneered. "Afraid?" Hearing these words, a sneer couldn't help but appear on Lin Xuan's face. "I say, young Lu, haven't you separated the facts yet? You expect to rely on someone who just came out and want to win against me? It's really naive, let alone a mere Ma Yuan. Even if his master Ouyang Qian personally came over, he wouldn't be qualified." Chapter 63, nothing more than that. Not qualified enough? A single sentence caused everyone present to clamor once more. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, at this moment, everyone present looked at Lin Xuan with an expression of looking at a monster. Did I hear wrong? What was he just saying? Ouyang Qian coming here isn't even a match for him? I think this kid is simply crazy. After winning 2 games at the hands of Xiao Lu, he's drifted off. He doesn't know who he really is. That's right, still saying that Ouyang Qian isn't qualified. Who does he think he is? The king of thousands? Even if he's really the king of 1,000 kings, what can he do? He, Ouyang Qian, is an existence that is honored as the 1,000 saints. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Ma Yuan waved his hand to silence the crowd, then looked at Lin Xuan and said in an icy voice, "Good. This is really the first time I've seen someone who dares to insult my master like this. Well, kid, you don't really think that you think you're great just because you won 2 games against Lu Xiao by virtue of luck? How about the 2 of us play 2 games? Just as Lin Xuan was about to speak, a system beep suddenly appeared in Lin Xuan's mind. Ding! Infinite choice system activating. Option 1, agree to Ma Wenyuan's request and reward the King of Soldiers' inheritance. Note, the King of Soldiers is the one who takes the head of the enemy as if it were a bag, and the King of Soldiers is the King of Soldiers, and contains not only fighting, but also infiltration, reconnaissance, and a series of inheritance of vehicle driving, etc. Option 2, refuse Ma Wenyuan's request and reward him with the title of Shrinking Head Turtle. Seeing the words Shrunken Head Turtle, the corners of Lin Xuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Good lord, this system feels like it lets itself in every time. But even if the system doesn't demand it, he can't ignore Ma Wenyuan's provocations. Meanwhile, Ma Wenyuan looked at Lin Xuan's delayed response and sneered. I say boy, is that all you know how to talk? If you really don't dare anymore, then just say so, and I won't make things difficult for you. It's just that you have to make it clear to the people around you that it's you who have retreated to me. Ma Wenyuan. Hearing Ma Wenyuan's words, a teasing expression surfaced on Lin Xuan's face. Humph, selfless brat, still wanting me to back down? Say what you're playing directly, I'm in a hurry. As soon as his words fell, Lin Xuan heard the system's voice appear in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 1 and obtaining the inheritance of the King of Soldiers. In the next moment, a strange sensation once again filled Lin Xuan's body. This time, the sensation was somewhat similar to the King of 1,000 Kings inheritance, but it wasn't the same, because this time, it wasn't just the sensation in his mind and hands, but even the muscles all over his body had a strange feeling. This feeling didn't last long though, just a few seconds, but after the truth, Lin Xuan realized that not only had his fighting skills improved a lot, but his other carrier driving, insight, and even his firearms had all improved drastically, as if he had been doing these things since he was a child, and there were even a lot of indescribable changes. Could this be the changes brought about by the King of Soldiers? Lin Xuan laughed, then looked at Ma Wenyuan and said with a smile, have you thought about it yet? I'm in a hurry. Humph, since that's the case, let's settle this in one game. If I win against you, all the money you won against Yun Lu just now will be returned to Yun Lu, and at the same time, you have to leave behind one of your hands. Hearing Ma Wenyuan's words, for a moment the surrounding people's faces changed. Lose a hand? Then wouldn't you be an invalid for the rest of your life? Hearing this, a look of panic also surfaced on the faces of Zhou Yuzhu and Bai Hao Yu, but after seeing Lin Xuan's still watery face, they still didn't say anything more. Then what if you lose? Lin Xuan said with a smile as he rubbed a paper ticket in his hands. Humph, if I lose I'll also waste one of my own hands, and lose you $100 million. Ma Wenyuan said confidently. Let him lose? Don't dream of it. Other than his master Ouyang Qian, only a few king tasses who didn't go out for years could make him lose. As for Lin Xuan, don't dream about it. It simply doesn't rank well. Alright, since you're so bold to answer, you so what? After saying that, Ma Wenyuan looked to the Lotus officer at the side and said, deal the cards directly. I'm going to show this kid what is called true gambling skills. Hearing Ma Wenyuan's words, the dealer nodded and directly began to deal the cards. This time when the lotter shuffled, everyone looked at Ma Wenyuan. They also wanted to see what was different about this Ouyang Qian's closed disciple, only to see Ma Wenyuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the lotter's hands. At the same time, his mouth was even chanting, and although the crowd couldn't hear what he was saying, his state of mind made them secretly shout, truly worthy of being a disciple of the 1,000 saints. This kind of card memorization technique is simply unheard of. It's simply amazing. That's right. I still really don't see where this kid got the confidence to bet with him. Originally one Lu Shao 100 million can be. Directly take the money to go away does not smell? Actually arrogant, and Ma Wenyuan bet. This is afraid of a penny cannot get, but also be removed a hand. You can't blame anyone else for this kind of thing. It was clearly his own doing. The crowd whispered, then looked in Lin Xuan's direction, only to see that he actually didn't even open his eyes at this moment, as if he was resting his mind with his eyes closed. Seeing this expression on his face, he gently shook his head. I'll go. This guy can't be preparing to give up. What can he do if he doesn't give up? After all, he is Ouyang Qian's disciple. Even if he is an ordinary person who knows a little bit of 1,000 techniques, how can he possibly win against Ma Wenyuan? But before their words could fall, they saw Lin Xuan faintly shake his head. Ma Wenyuan, you've lost. A single sentence caused Ma Wenyuan on the opposite side of the table to look at him angrily, a pair of eyes staring at Lin Xuan dead in the face. What did you say? Now that the cards haven't even been dealt, you're telling me that I've lost? Who do you think you are? A god or a prophet? In fact, as he said this, Ma Wenyuan also knew what the cards in his hand were. After all, as people of their level, basically after the cards were shuffled they knew exactly who was winning and who was losing this game. Although this time their own cards are not as good as the other party, but does not mean that they can not cheat. In fact, Many people feel that the gambling table is to see the luck. This kind of probability is completely cheat children. In fact, the real gambling table is to see the 1,000 techniques. There is no 1,000 techniques in your mouth. The so-called win or lose is in the hands of other people. Hold. Someone wants you to win, then let you win. Some people do not want you to win, then let you lose. Simply do not be too simple. There are even times when several people at the table, including the dealer, are cheats and only one of them is a point, the black language of the gambling table, compared to a white man who knows nothing. There are even times when the Taza will let another point win a lot, while the real Taza will win little by little, in which case even if someone feels that something is wrong, they will still look for the point that wins more, and no one will notice the real Taza at all. So gambling is something you should not touch, do not even think about it. Chapter 64, Juggling. Kid, don't rely on your mouth. After saying that, Ma Wenyuan looked to the Lotus officer at the side. Deal the cards. This time, both of them did not execute the intermediate raising session, and directly began to match the last 3 cards. Ma Wenyuan looked at the 3 cards in his hand and smiled, casually touched the top of the card, and directly replaced the 3 aces. The technique is so fast that even with a high-definition camera there is no way to see clearly. After the change, Ma Wenyuan directly showed the 3 aces and laughed coldly. Leopard, leopard. Seeing the 3 A's that Ma Wenyuan lit up, everyone present froze. This is truly worthy of being Ouyang Xian's close disciple. Just coming up with a hand of 3 aces leopard. It seems like this kid is going to be finished this time. Yeah, triple ace leopard can basically eat 99% of the cards. TSK, it seems that this time really didn't come in vain, and I can actually see this kind of scene. At this time, Ma Wenyuan took out a dagger from his own waist and looked at Lin Xuan with a smile. Are you going to do it yourself? Or are you going to let me do it? Although his face was filled with a smile, it made people feel as if they were falling into the 9 heavens of Xian ice, and their bodies were freezing cold. Are you sure you've won? Lin Xuan shook his head with a cold smile. Lin Xuan, what do you mean by that? You're not trying to cheat, are you? Now that Mr. Ma has opened 3 aces, you should hurry up and keep your promise. Otherwise, I'll definitely make sure that you can't walk out of this place today. When Zhang Zifen saw the 3 aces come out, he couldn't hold back any longer and jumped right out, pointing at Lin Xuan and shouting. He had waited for a long time for this kind of scene. If he didn't take advantage of the situation now, how could he pay back the kick that Lin Xuan had kicked him with in the first place? However, before his words fell, he saw Lin Xuan gently throw the cards he was holding onto the table one by one. A 2, a 3, a 5. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the crowd trembled violently, secretly saying that it was not good. Even Ma Wenyuan, who was steadily sitting on the table, was astonished at this time. This is impossible. I clearly removed all 235 inside. Before Ma Wenyuan finished, he felt that he said the wrong thing and hurriedly closed his mouth. Yes, you did remove the 235, but are you sure the cards you removed are still in your pocket? I see that this so-called disciple of the 1,000 saints of yours is nothing more than that. You. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Ma Wenyuan looked at Lin Xuan with eyes that were practically on fire. But he still subconsciously touched the pocket where he had put the cards. Sure enough, it was empty. He had taken back the 235 that he had specifically taken away when God didn't realize it. This first leopard of his could only be taken out with 235. So he took advantage of the dealer dealing the cards in the beginning and just took 235. But he didn't expect this Lin Xuan to actually take the 235 he took back into his own hands. This is impossible. How is this possible? How is it possible for someone to take the cards from his own pocket without God realizing it? Thinking of this, he was trembling with anger. This time not only lost his face to nothing, even his master's reputation was lost to nothing. This kind of thing, if it was known by his own master, how would this make him explain to his master? You, Ma Wenyuan pointed at Lin Xuan, shivering and unable to speak. You dare to steal my cards? Hearing Ma Wenyuan's words, Lin Xuan was almost about to be laughed out of breath. I said, I'm the only one who changed my cards? You didn't change your cards? And even if I say I changed them, do you have proof? You didn't even catch me in the act, so what makes you say I switched cards? At those words, a touch of killing chance appeared in Ma Wenyuan's eyes. I am afraid that this person's skill is not below his master. If he enters the gambling circle in the future, I am afraid that it will be a certain threat to his master's reputation as well. Just as he was calculating in his mind what to do later, he saw Lin Xuan turn around and look at himself. Since you lost this game according to the previous rules, lose me 100 million and waste one of your own hands. Lose one of your own hands. In one sentence, the momentum was out, causing Lu Qifan and the others to be slightly stunned. To know, this losing 100 million, is just some money, at best it is more, but the people present seriously can all take it out. Although it is a little difficult, but no one said that they can't take it out. But this one hand, can be different. Although nowadays medicine is very developed, broken hands and feet can be connected, but even if it is connected, that the result is basically equivalent to waste, at best. Daily life. Want to continue to engage in this kind of industry? Then it is simply impossible. And as the most important thing in gambling is the hand, not to mention broken, even if a finger is missing, it is impossible. Thinking of this, Ma Yuan let out a cold smile. Let me lose a hand, then let's see if you have the ability. In the next moment, his right hand clenched his palm into a fist, and a sound of breaking wind resounded, before he swung out violently towards Lin Xuan. Seeing this scene, the people at the scene froze. None of them had expected this Ma Yuan to actually suddenly strike. Not good. In an instant, Bai Hao Yu, who was standing not far from Lin Xuan, reacted extremely quickly and directly rushed out, blocking Lin Xuan's face. Although he was nominally here to play with Lin Xuan, he actually had another task, which was to be responsible for Lin Xuan's safety. If the chairman of the Yi Hao Group were to be harmed by his side, not to mention that his own father wouldn't let himself go, at that time, other bigwigs were afraid that they wouldn't be able to choose the Bai family's security services either. After all, even such an important person could be killed in front of the eyes of the White family's son, which was simply a disgrace. At this moment, Bai Haoyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he floated directly in front of Lin Xuan's body. Seeing Bai Haoyu's actions, Ma Yuan, who had rushed up, had a cold smile appear on his face. Self-importance. In the next moment, Ma Yuan's feet pointed, and his entire body suddenly took off into the air, like a dragonfly pointing at water, directly crossing over Bai Haoyu. Seeing this scene, Bai Haoyu was startled in his heart and hurriedly turned back to look at Lin Xuan, saying loudly, "Lin Dong, be careful." But at this moment, Lin Xuan was still standing in place as if he hadn't heard. Seeing this, Ma Yuan sneered, "Careful? What's the use of being careful? What's wrong is that you shouldn't be so arrogant. People who haven't even grown their wings, don't be so arrogant. Otherwise in time, when you grow up in the future, you will definitely be a scourge. It would be better to get rid of you now. Remember, don't be so arrogant in your next life. Don't think that you're a bit capable and jump right out, or you'll die as early as you are now." Zhou Yuzhu, who was on the side, was also shocked when she saw the scene, although she wanted to step forward to help Lin Xuan fend it off. But naturally, her reaction and speed were a bit slower, so she could only watch as the dagger in Ma Yuan's hand got closer and closer to Lin Xuan's neck. At this moment, she could see the scene of Lin Xuan falling into a pool of blood later. Ha ha, this kid is finally going to die. He really doesn't know any better. Watching this scene, not far away, Lu Qifan then narrowed his eyes slightly. A cold smile even surfaced at the corner of his mouth. On the side, Zhang Linlin was somewhat puzzled and asked, "Young Lu, why is this Ma Yuan so powerful? Isn't he Ouyang Qian's disciple? Could it be that he has also learned fighting skills?" Lin, you don't know about this. Although this Ma Yuan is Ouyang Qian's disciple, he also has a master. What? There is another master? Hearing Lu Qifan's words, Zhang Linlin's eyes snapped open, her face full of disbelief. That's right. Although it is somewhat impossible for a person to worship two masters at the same time, Ma Yuan does have two masters, one of which is Ouyang Qian while the other is the underground boxing champion Zhuo Zizan. Hearing this name, although Zhang Linlin didn't understand it, she also knew that someone who could be compared to Ouyang Qian would definitely not be simple enough to be here. It seemed like Lin Xuan was indeed going to die this time. When it was too late, the dagger in Ma Yuan's hand probed directly into Lin Xuan's body like a snake but a meter in front of him. Looking at the cold light on the dagger, everyone present didn't dare to look on. Needless to say, the next scene must be blood splattered in all directions, heads falling to the ground. That scene is afraid to see will have psychological shadow. As expected, the next moment a scream resounded throughout the casino. Chapter 65, Are you convinced? Ah! A miserable scream rang out at once, and some of the timid girls couldn't help but scream, and then secretly opened their eyes to look not far away. But at this time, they momentarily opened their eyes violently, looking at the not too far away with an incredulous face. Even Lu Qifan was dumbfounded at this time, opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. This scream was real, but it wasn't from Lin Xuan, but from Ma Yuan. Only to see Ma Yuan's left hand holding his right wrist which had been broken off long ago, not caring about the pain in his hand, his face full of disbelief. "You, who the hell are you?" Just now, Lin Xuan's speed was just too fast, so fast that he didn't even see it before he felt a sharp pain coming from him, and then he only saw his right hand break off from his wrist in unison. On the other side, when Bai Haoyu saw this scene, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He hadn't thought that the chairman of the Yi Hao Group was actually so powerful. Just now, if Ma Yuan's strike had come at him, he really wasn't sure that he could easily stop it. It seems that this Lin Dong, not only is the gambling skill superb, even the fighting has also reached the level of the level. At this time, collapsed on the ground Ma Yuan. Looking at Lin Xuan, who was playing with his dagger in front of him, a pair of eyes began to resist, trembling up, even filled with fear. This person's fighting skills were definitely above his own. If he was still so ungrateful and entangled, he would definitely be unable to escape death. At this moment, where he still had the will to resist, he could only kneel on the ground without caring about his bleeding right hand, and kept kowtowing on the ground as if he were pounding on garlic. Mr. Lin, I'm wrong, it's because I have eyes and don't know Tai. I was wrong, please forgive me this time. You were wrong? Lin Xuan glanced at Ma Yuan. A hint of teasing flashed in his eyes before he let out a cold laugh and said, then let me ask you if you're convinced that I broke your arm. When Ma Yuan heard Lin Xuan's words, his body couldn't help but tremble. His forehead was already covered in bean-like beads of sweat, but he continued to kowtow on the ground and begged for mercy, saying, serves, this arm was originally mine to lose to you, how can I not obey? Hearing Ma Yuan's words, Lin Xuan squatted down and looked at Ma Yuan and patted his face. Then I'll ask you again. I'm going to make a public spectacle out of you. Are you willing to serve? Convinced. Ma Yuan was already shivering with fear. How would he dare to go against Lin Xuan's wishes? He hurriedly nodded his head in response. Right now, he only hoped that Lin Xuan would spare his cheap life. As for the rest, he couldn't care less. Seeing Ma Yuan in such a state, Lin Xuan nodded his head in satisfaction. Very well, since you're cooperating like this, then I'll let you off this time. If you're ever ungrateful again in the future, be careful with your little life. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Ma Yuan's heart hanging in his throat finally fell. Thank you, Mr. Lin, thank you. Humph. Seeing how dogged Ma Yuan was, Lin Xuan couldn't help but let out a cold snort from within his nostrils. Then he directly stood up and walked towards the distance, not even bothering to look at Ma Yuan one more time, and then looked to Lu Qifan, who was on the side. Lu Young, according to the rules just now, he lost me, so now you will lost me 200 million can you have. But before Lin Xuan's words fell, he saw that Ma Yuan, who was like a dead dog on the side, suddenly jumped up and directly threw a punch at the back of Lin Xuan's neck. Not only was it a punch, but in the center of his hand was a tiny iron needle. Seeing this scene, everyone present was startled. I didn't expect this Ma Yuan to actually be dead set on playing sneak attack. However, at this moment, Lin Xuan was still carrying him on his back, and didn't seem to be moving at all. Seeing this scene, everyone present thought that Lin Xuan would have a hard time escaping death. However, at this moment, Lin Xuan's mouth surfaced with a light smile. Rubbish! In the next moment, his eyes turned fiercely cold and the dagger in his right hand attacked towards Ma Yuan's left hand like a shadow. The movement was so fast that it pierced through Ma Yuan's left hand in almost the blink of an eye. There was a plopping sound. In the next second, Ma Yuan's left hand was directly pierced through by the dagger, and bright red blood instantly sprayed out, coloring his entire upper body into bright red. Ah! Ma Yuan watched as blood instantly splattered within the palm of his left hand, the pain causing him to cry out miserably and his entire body to fall to the ground. Seeing Ma Yuan's miserable state, everyone present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Who in the world was this youth? Killing and decisive. And judging from his age, he was at most in his 20s, but the maturity in him was like that of a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. This was simply impossible. Looking at Ma Yuan, who had collapsed in a pool of blood, Lin Xuan squatted down and picked up the silver needle that had fallen to the ground. Seeing the silver needles glowing with silver light, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth. Just you still want to sneak up on me? If that's the case, then you're on your way. A single sentence caused everyone present to be astonished beyond measure. Even Lu Qifan, who was on the side, looked up sharply. What is this? This situation? How is it that a good gambling game is going to have a human life? And the person who died was still Ma Yuan, which if his master knew, not to mention Lin Xuan, even if it was himself, their Lu family was afraid that it would be difficult to escape the consequences. Thinking of this, Lu Qifan, who hadn't said anything, hurriedly spoke up and advised, Mr. Lin, this time I'm wrong. I'm willing to give 200 million immediately with both hands, but also ask you to leave him alive. His master, in addition to the Thousand Saints Ouyang Qian, there is another, is the underground boxing champion Zhuo Zizong. Hearing these three words, Bai Haoyu's eyes widened violently with a look of disbelief. It would be fine if others didn't know these three words, but he was naturally very familiar with this name as the young proprietor of the security group. Although security belonged to the White Road Enterprises, it was still important to have a good relationship with the underground organizations. This would not only allow you to get the latest news from their mouths, but also make the chances of the target you are protecting being attacked lower. Otherwise, if you offend an underground organization, and they desperately attack the target you are protecting, although you can protect it, but once or twice is okay. But if they attacked all the time, and even got it once, then you can stop doing this security company. After all, people can attack 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, but as long as you succeed once, you will basically be discredited. Thinking of this, Bai Haoyu hurriedly stepped forward and persuaded Lin Dong, this person must not be killed. Only, before Bai Haoyu's words fell, he saw Lin Xian's right hand gently shake, and the silver needle that was still in his hand directly disappeared into Ma Wenyuan's brow. Chapter 66, Those who insult me will be killed. Put. A soft sound came. Ma Wenyuan's pupils instantly shrunk, followed by his eyes staring straight at Lin Xian, his eyes full of unwillingness. At the same time, his mouth was still saying something, but at this point, he couldn't make a sound at all. A few seconds later, Ma Wenyuan couldn't hold on any longer, and directly fell headfirst, without a trace of life. Seeing this scene, Lu Qifan pointed at Lin Xian, his face filled with anger and horror. You actually killed Ma Wenyuan. It wasn't just Lu Qifan, even Bai Haoyu, who was on the side, had a face full of panic at this moment. Even though he had been through a lot, there was no way he could stabilize himself at a time like this. Lin Dong, you're still impulsive. Lin Xian turned his head and snorted coldly. Impulsive? This person has no one in his sight. He insulted me first, and then he wanted to kill me when he couldn't compete in the gambling arts. If it wasn't for the fact that I've practiced some, I'm afraid that the one who's lying on the ground at this time would have been me already. And now that I've given him a pain in the ass, I've already been merciful to the core. Hearing this, Bai Haoyu also understood the past and sighed. Since their Bai family wanted to be with the Yi Hao Group, they had to stand together. I understand, Dong Lin, I'll talk to my father, and our Bai family will use all resources to investigate Zhuo Zitsong. With a single sentence, Bai Haoyu immediately made his stance clear. Zhuo Zitsong? Who is he? Hearing this name, Lin Xian also asked with some curiosity. Hearing Lin Xian's question, Bai Haoyu sighed slightly. Dong Lin, actually, this name is the reason why underground forces are involved. In fact, the society we live in nowadays doesn't just have above-ground ones, there are also underground ones, and these underground forces usually don't appear in front of ordinary people. It would be a joke to say that those so-called fighters are underground forces. In fact, the underground forces are huge in scope and intricate. Among them there are specialized black boxing casinos, and Zhuo Zitsong is one of them. It is said that Zhuo Zitsong's young age to worship at that time shocked the rivers and lakes Huban boxing air as a teacher, and later defeated the master, and then looked for other people as a teacher. According to the rumors there are no less than 4 masters. Later when he was 19 years old he joined the underground black boxing ring to start fighting black boxing. After joining the black boxing ring, he almost never suffered a single defeat. Hearing Bai Haoyu's words, Lin Xian nodded. For someone like Zhuo Zitsong, he really hadn't put much thought into it. To put it bluntly, he was just a black boxer with an exaggerated battle record at best. Besides, this was not ancient times, nor was it a boxing ring where one-on-one fights were necessary. To be honest, if he really dares to come to find himself, then directly spend $100 million to reward his head can be. Although the underground forces were intricate, if it was put out in the name of the Yi Hao Group, I'm afraid that it would attract a lot of people to come and collect the mission. Thinking of this, Lin Xian skimmed aside Lu Qifan. When Lu Qifan saw Lin Xian looking at himself, his face changed slightly, and then his entire body began to tremble involuntarily. At this moment, not to mention Lu Qifan, even some of the juniors behind him, their bodies began to tremble at this moment. Zhang Zifan on the side was even more pale. He didn't expect that he actually saw someone kill someone, and still so lightly. If he hadn't been propping up the table, he was afraid that he would have collapsed on the floor, scared out of his wits. Usually, they were all pretending and flaunting behind Lu Qifan, just never thought that today they actually kicked a piece of iron plate, an iron plate that was enough to break their legs. Lin Xian looked to the side and Lu Qifan snorted coldly. 200 million, will you give it to me in cash or by check? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Qifan hurriedly took out a checkbook from his pocket. His hands kept trembling as he wrote down the figure of 200 million on it. Then he tore it off and handed it over with both hands. Mr. Lin, this is a check for 200 million, you please take it. The next moment, the casino's entrance suddenly swarmed with people, followed by dozens of bodyguards dressed in the costumes of Yi Hao Group and Bai's security company rushing in. Immediately after that, Chen Jingxing and Bai Xiongji also took big steps and hurriedly came towards the inside. At this time, their faces were anxious, obviously holding fire to come. Seeing so many people walk in, some people around hastily get out of the way. At this time this situation, who dares to go up? Lin Dong, are you alright? Chen Jingxing came to Lin Xian's side and looked at Ma Wenyuan, who had fallen to the ground, and said. At the same time, He glanced at Lu Qifan and the others. Lu Qifan's body went ice cold at this glance from Chen Jingxing. He knew who this person in front of him was, the executive CEO of the Yi Hao Group. Why did he appear here, and also called this person Lin Dong? At that moment, a pair of eyes snapped wide. Simply could not believe what he thought of. Could it be that he is the chairman of the Yi Hao Group? The chairman of the Billion Ho Group is not the Zhou family? How when did it become a surname Lin? However, at this time, Zhang Lin on the side was the first to ask. What did you just call him? Lin Dong? Hearing Zhang Lin's words, Chen Jingxing glanced at her. This is Lin Dong, the new chairman of our Yi Hao Group. May I ask if you have any comments? Hiss. Hearing Chen Jingxing's words, shocking waves rippled through the hearts of everyone present. No wonder he could ignore Ma Wenyuan's words just now, because the chairman of the Yi Hao Group could really care less about whether it was Zhuo Zitsong or Right Zitsong. At this moment, the teasing smiles on some people's faces had gradually become frozen, and then transformed into a bitter look. There were even some who were trembling in fear because they had just mocked Lin Xuan. My God, I didn't expect this youth to actually be a director of the Yi Hao Group, but I heard that the Yi Hao Group isn't owned by the Zhou family? When did it change? I'm not sure about the specifics, but I have a friend who was a high-ranking person in the Yi Hao Group who told me that it was about a month or two ago that the Yi Hao Group suddenly changed its chairman, and it was an all-share acquisition. What? All-share acquisition? If I remember correctly, the Zhou family has 60% of the shares in Yi Hao Group. Is it possible that 60% of the shares have been acquired? My God, this is almost nearly $10 billion. In fact, I cannot understand is why the Zhou family to put the Billion Group out. Billion Group this period of time is basically a steady profit not lose business. How will directly on the sale of? Yes, could it be that this person's origin is not small? At this moment, quite a few people started to talk about it. They never thought that such a young man would actually have such a terrifying origin. Pairs of eyes stared at Lin Xuan in death. After all, just now, Chen Jingxing's words had really frightened them. This young man in front of them was only in his 20s, yet he was richer than even their parents. Chapter 67, Dog Bites Dog. Billion Ho Group. Chairman. Lu Qifan kept muttering under his breath, as if he was deprived of his soul, standing mute and motionless in the distance. How could he not think that this person actually Billion Ho Group chairman? If he had known this he would not have come to find him trouble in the beginning. Thinking of this, he stared dead on at Zhang Lin at the side, his eyes filled with anger. If it wasn't because of her, how could he have offended Lin Xuan? If it wasn't because of her, how could he have lost $200 million straight away? And the most crucial thing was that Ma Wenyuan was actually dead. Although he didn't kill him, he was the one who invited him. And if it was Ouyang Qian or Zhuo Zitsong who found out about it, he would definitely have to be counted on. Thinking of this, he directly slapped Zhang Lin's face. This is all because of this woman. If it wasn't for her instigating from the sidelines, how would he have become in this situation now? Feeling the fiery pain on her cheeks, she looked at Lu Qifan with a face full of panic. Young Lu, what happened to you? What's wrong? Hearing this innocent expression on Zhang Lin's face, Lu Qifan instantly felt a nameless fire surging to his heart. He immediately grabbed Zhang Lin's collar and slapped her hard with another slap. You're still pretending to be innocent to me here, aren't you? You clearly knew that Mr. Lin was of this level of status. Why didn't you tell me? And told me that he's an ordinary person who just got a few houses due to demolition and relocation? Are you kidding me? The chairman of the Yi Hao Group. You actually said that he is an ordinary person? Seeing Lu Qifan's angry look, Zhang Lin was also in a panic at this time. She hurriedly explained. Lu Xiao, I didn't lie to you. I was with him when he was really just an ordinary person. Not only that, when he took a little more than 10,000 a month, even the car can't afford to buy. This has really all told you. I didn't say half a lie. Oh, you didn't lie to me? An ordinary person will suddenly become the chairman of Yi Hao Group? An ordinary person would own a property like Jingmen Mansion which is worth nearly $1 billion? You don't have to say anything else. When I go back and check it out, I'll immediately sweep you out of my villa, as well as your father, your mother, and your younger brother. All of them get the hell out of my villa. Also, your brother doesn't have to work in our Lu family anymore. I'll make sure that you'll all end up on the streets. By the way, I helped your brother pay off his gambling debt. You better pay me back every cent, or else I'll make sure you know what it means to be unable to live or die. Hearing Lu Qifan's words, Zhang Zifan on the side was instantly shocked. The only reason he was able to jump in front of Lin Xuan right now was entirely because of Lu Qifan. Now that Lu Qifan wanted to kick himself out, how could he accept it? Thinking of this, he immediately rushed to Lu Qifan's front, kneeling in front of him and begging for forgiveness. Lu Xiao, don't be angry. My sister and I both know it's wrong this time. Just spare me this time. However, before he could finish, he was kicked to the ground by Lu Qifan. The strength of this kick was much stronger than the one Lin Xuan had given him earlier, and immediately, he directly rolled several times in a row. Blood spilled out from the corner of Zhang Zifen's mouth from the kick, and his entire body slumped to the ground, unable to get up for half a day. Roll. You can't help yourself. Don't think I don't know what you've been doing in my company. Lu Qifan looked at Zhang Zifen, who was lying on the ground wailing in pain, and viciously said, "The company bill inexplicably missing 3 million. I asked the company's finance, she said it was you who borrowed it in my name. In fact, if it was placed before, this 3 million is really nothing, but now at this kind of time, if you don't take out this 3 million, I'll sell your whole family to the north to dig for coal." What? Go to the north to dig coal? Just thinking about the black coal color of those people's faces, Zhang Linlin couldn't help but feel a wave of panic in her heart, and she hurriedly looked at Zhang Zifen at the side and pointedly said, "Zhang Zifen, what did you borrow that $3 million for? Didn't your gambling debt Lu Xiao already pay it off for you?" Hearing his sister's voice, a flash of panic surfaced on Zhang Zifen's face. Speak quickly, or else I'll break your legs right now." Seeing Zhang Zifen stammering, Zhang Linlin immediately scolded anxiously. I took it to the casino." Casino? Hearing those two words, a flash of panic immediately surfaced in Zhang Linlin's heart, while a bad feeling surged through her mind. "Then, how much money do you have left then?" "No more, it's all gone." Speaking here, Zhang Zifen suddenly howled. In fact, he began to borrow this 3 million originally wanted to go to do business, but so long did not gamble handsome-ish, then went to the casino he often go. The result is the same as the previous several times. The original agreed to play $1,000, lose and go. As a result of losing 1,000 thought of losing 10,000. Anyway, they still have 3 million, so from 1,000 to 10,000, and then to 100,000 a million. In the end, he lost all the $3 million he borrowed. In fact, at the beginning, Zhang Zifen was really scared, afraid that Lu Qifan would come to him to ask for the 3 million, but for such a long time did not come to find himself. Zhang Zifen even thought that Lu Qifan did not even find the 3 million, so even forgot about this kind of thing. At this time, Lu Qifan's face was very ugly. He really felt that he was not blind to see Zhang Linlin at first. When he couldn't bear it anymore, he continuously slapped Zhang Linlin countless times as if he was crazy, and cursed angrily in his mouth. "I can go to you. You all are vampires in this family. You stinking female cousin. Lousy, even if I die, I will send all of your family to the north to dig for coal." Zhang Linlin was beaten with blood continuously coming out of her mouth. Her cheeks were also red and swollen, and her whole pretty face was also bruised. Pitifully lying on the ground, letting Lu Qifan beat and scold her. Lu Qifan scolded while beating. "Stinking woman, I'll let someone send your family to the north now. When will you pay back all the money you owe me before you leave?" After saying this, Lu Qifan took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Seeing this, Zhang Linlin's face instantly turned pale, and her entire being completely collapsed down. She had racked her brains to get on Lu Qifan's rich second generation, but she didn't expect it to turn out this way after only a short while. This was all because of Lin Xuan. If it wasn't for him, she would still be a rich second-generation boyfriend, and none of their family would have been driven north to dig for coal. Thinking about this, she couldn't wait to break Lin Xuan into pieces, but at this point in time, where did she have the ability to do so? Lu Qifan's phone call had just hung up but a few minutes ago, when they saw a dozen or so dark shadowy figures walk in and drag the two of them, Zhang Linlin and Zhang Zifen, out like wild dogs. Seeing this scene, Lin Xuan on the other hand smiled faintly and said to Zhou Yuzhu on the side, "Let's go. This dog-eat-dog drama is over." Chapter 68, Too Fierce. After saying that, Lin Xuan pulled Zhou Yuzhu's hand and walked towards the outside. Up until this point, Zhou Yuzhu's entire being was still in a state of confusion. However, feeling Lin Xuan pulling her hand, Zhou Yuzhu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated crazily and her face filled with redness. She finally understood at this moment why Lin Xuan could just buy so many clothes at that time. Why he could buy so many pieces of Patek Philippe. He could even afford to stay at the Marriott for a month. It turned out that all of this was because he was the chairman of the Yi Hao Group. At this moment, Lin Xuan could definitely be considered the top tier of people in Zhonghai. Looking at the man beside him, his resolute face, Zhou Yuzhu felt how lucky she was at this time. Lucky that she was his first love. Lin Xuan and Zhou Yuzhu walked in front, and Chen Jingxing and the Bai clan's father and son followed behind. A group of black-clad bodyguards opened the way to escort them, and when the surrounding people saw this scene, they all rushed to leave. It wasn't until Lin Xuan and the others went out that a sigh of relief was felt within the entire casino. The original oppressive feeling dissipated all of a sudden. After all, the atmosphere just now was simply too depressing. So depressing that the entire crowd felt somewhat breathless. It was only at this moment, with Lin Xuan and the others leaving, that the crowd seemed to have taken a breath. I couldn't have been dreaming just now. That person just now couldn't really be the chairman of the Yi Hao Group. It should shouldn't be a dream. I also saw it just now. My ghost 60% of the shares of the Yi Hao Group. This is enough to buy 5 or 6 of my family's company. Yes. And the most critical thing is that he can actually buy this shares from the hands of Zhou's family. This is really too horrible. I heard that recently Zhou's family has begun to prepare to vigorously develop the internet business, but I did not think that actually put the most critical entertainment industry to sell. Alas, these and we can have nothing to do with it. But I think the most tragic still has to be the Lu family, especially Lu Xiao. It really is a loss of a lady and a soldier. Right, and the most critical thing is that Ma Wenyuan actually died here. This cruise party is organized by the Lu family. At that time, if Ma Wenyuan's master comes to the door, it will be hard for the Lu family to escape the responsibility. Forget it, these things have nothing to do with us. But in the future, you can go out and look carefully. I really did not expect that beside Bai Haoyu is actually the chairman of the Yi Hao Group. It seems that this time, the Bai family is afraid to take off. After saying these words, the eyes of the crowd could not help but show a touch of envy. After all, being able to befriend the Billion Hao Group was not a bad thing in any way. After walking out of the casino, Bai Xiangji was just about to come up and apologize to Lin Xuan, but was stopped by Lin Xuan waving his hand. The reason for today's matter is all because of my personal grudge against him. It has nothing to do with you guys. A rich second generation who could be mesmerized by even Zhang Linlin was simply as cute as a little cutie. There wasn't any difference, and still pretending in front of him was simply the same as a jumping clown. Since there was a helicopter here, Lin Xuan and the others took the helicopter back to downtown Shanghai ahead of time. Originally, I wanted to bring you to have a good time, but I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing, so I'm really a bit embarrassed, Lin Xuan said somewhat helplessly as he looked at the night outside. In fact, he had wanted to bring Zhou Yuzhu over to have a good time this time, but he really hadn't thought that this kind of thing would actually happen. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Zhou Yuzhu hurriedly shook her head. It's fine, I actually already feel very satisfied to be able to come with you this time. Really? An hour later, the helicopter was parked on the tarmac of the Bai clan. Dong Lin, it's already dinner time. Do we want to go for a casual dinner together before we leave? Bai Xiangji walked up and took the lead. Lin Xuan glanced at the time and nodded. Indeed. I was having too much fun with them earlier, I actually forgot about the time. Let's go eat now. Mr. Chen, let's go together. Hearing Lin Xuan agree, Bai Xiangji quickly said happily, good, let's go to the Marriott Hotel then. It just so happens to be your company, but I'm definitely buying the bill this time. You mustn't refuse. Lin Xuan smiled in an unmistakable manner. When Bai Xiangji saw this expression on Lin Xuan's face, the stone in his heart sort of quietly fell to the ground. In fact, he had just been in the helicopter and was afraid that Lin Xuan would take this matter to heart, thus causing the friendship between the two parties to fade. After arriving at the back down, Lin Xuan and Zhou Yuzhu got into the car driven by Chen Jingxing, while Bai's group got into their own cars. Seeing the Rolls-Royce in front of them, Bai Xiangji glared at his son at the side. What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to accompany Lin Dong to relax and get to know people? How did you make such a mess? Hearing his dad's words, Bai Haoyu's face was full of helplessness. Dad, today's matter really doesn't blame me. I just brought Lin Dong up not long ago, and then I saw a few people take the initiative to come up and provoke. In fact, if it was someone else, I would have just blown away. But the one who came up was Lu Qifan, and I couldn't tear my face off with him, so there was an argument, and then I saw that things had gotten so big that I could only call you over. All these things I said are true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xianer. She was all beside her at the time. But seriously, I really didn't expect that Lin Dong's gambling skills were actually so high. The disciple of the Thousand Saints Ouyang Qian, Ma Wenyuan, actually didn't win a single game in his hands. Really? Hearing Bai Haoyu's words, Bai Xiangji was also surprised. At that time, Bai Haoyu's phone call just said that things are a little urgent, naturally did not mention the matter of Ma Wenyuan, and later saw Ma Wenyuan's body. Bai Xiangji did not recognize him, so did not care too much. Now it seems that the new chairman of this Billion Hao Group, the head is not small. Moreover, the most crucial thing is that Lin Dong's hands aren't bad. At that time that Ma Wenyuan actually didn't recognize Lin Dong after he lost to him, and actually tried to sneak up on him. Looking at the shocked expression on Bai Haoyu's face, Bai Xiangji's face sank. What? He actually dared to make a move against Lin Dong. This is simply looking for death. By the way, did you rush up at that time? Dad, don't get excited. I haven't finished talking yet. Bai Haoyu saw his dad's appearance and quickly said, of course I rushed up, but that Ma Wenyuan's hands were just too powerful, easily bypassing me. But what I didn't expect was that Lin Dong actually directly grabbed the white blade with his empty hand and broke one of his hands back. When Bai Xiangji heard these words, channels of cold sweat continuously surfaced above his eyebrows. One must know that even the top bodyguards of their company, wanting to take a white blade with their empty hands in the hands of someone who had practiced with weapons was an impossible task. It wasn't just a matter of having good mental qualities and being able to resist the pressure that the dagger put on you, but also having quick eyes and quick hands, and not being able to have even a hint of hesitation. In fact, in terms of the strength that Lin Xuan was displaying right now, even without the title of chairman of the Yi Hao Group, they would all befriend him. After all, people who could have this kind of fighting skill were rare even within their security company. If Lin Xuan joined their security company, they were afraid that he would be able to directly offer an annual salary of $10 million. This was already the top salary in the bodyguard industry. At this moment, Bai Xiangji already had a completely new understanding of Lin Xuan. He had originally thought that this Lin Xuan was just the son of a big family who had come over to buy a company to practice on, but now it seemed that he wasn't just that. He had great strength of his own, and possibly had even traveled abroad to train. Immediately, Lin Xuan instantly became tough in his mind. Thinking of this, he looked to the side and said to Bai Hao Yu, you've done a good job this time. Wait for a while, you'll bring Xianer's parents to Shanghai, so that both of our families can meet and familiarize ourselves with each other. Really? Hearing these words, a touch of happiness surfaced on the faces of Bai Hao Yu and Su Xian at the side. They had waited too long for these words. Chapter 69, Raising Money. When he arrived at the Marriott Hotel, Luo Wentao was already waiting at the entrance. During the night, a few people had a good time drinking and talking. It wasn't until after 10 o'clock that they left. Lin Xuan and Zhou Yuzhu, on the other hand, went straight back upstairs to the presidential suite. Brother Xian, I'm going to take a shower first. Just after returning to the room, Zhou Yuzhu said to Lin Xuan with a smile, taking a shower? Do you want me to take you with me? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhou Yuzhu couldn't help but let a blush appear above her pretty face. Buzz. Right at this moment, the cell phone placed in his pocket suddenly shook, opening it to see that it was actually a group message from his university. Seeing this, he said to Zhou Yuzhu, you go take a shower first. I still have things to do. Good. Seeing Zhou Yuzhu go into the bathroom, Lin Xuan clicked on the group message. Just as he entered, he saw his class president from college, Song Yuhao, saying in the group, at all members, all students, I just received news that our former class teacher Qin is sick. With Song Yuhao having sent the message in the group, the class group that had been silent for a long time exploded. What's the situation? What's wrong with teacher Qin now? Yes, teacher Qin was quite good in the class at the time. Why did she suddenly fall ill? Alas, she even helped me at that time. I really hope she's safe. Pray. JPG. Seeing the students' questions, Song Yuhao hurriedly said in the group, I also just received the news. I heard that teacher Qin is sick and has already been hospitalized. What exactly is the reason for this? I now don't know for the time being. Seeing this, more students asked, what's wrong with teacher Qin? What kind of illness? Is it serious? Do you need help? Yes, class president. What's going on here? Class leader, hurry up and ask. Seeing the messages in the group, Lin Xuan was also very anxious in his heart. At the time, everyone's living conditions in the university weren't great. So many people would save money by the end of the month. That's why he also received assistance from teacher Qin at that time. So now that teacher Qin was sick, he naturally couldn't remain indifferent. Okay, all of you students, you all don't panic. I'll go and ask right now. If it's nothing major, you all just simply express your feelings. If there's anything, I still hope that all of you students can lend a helping hand. No problem. Class president, you go and ask now. Not long after, Song Yuhao once again bubbled in the group. Everyone, I'm afraid that teacher's illness is a bit of a problem this time. Hearing Song Yuhao's words, the group once again exploded. Class president, could this teacher Qin be some kind of bad disease? How is this disease solved? I don't know. The teacher didn't say, and it's not convenient to disclose it now. Let's forget about this for now. I'd better ask about Mr. Qin's current situation first. Good. Then class president, you should hurry up and ask. Hearing the words from the group, Song Yuhao replied in the group once more. Everyone, I just asked. People said that this disease is neither good nor bad. In fact, it's just one word: money. As long as the money is in place, this disease isn't difficult to cure. Soon, Song Yuhao sent another connection in the chat group. Okay, all students, I've gotten a donation connection in water drop fundraising. Not much else to say, I'll take the lead first. I'll donate 3,000 yuan. Seeing this donation link, everyone reached out and donated to Mr. Qin on it. I'll donate 1,000 yuan. I bought a car this month, so I can only donate 2,000 yuan. I just quit my job last month, so I can only donate less. 800. Since Mr. Qin had a good personality in the class and was loved by the students, the donation connection for this water droplet fundraising soon reached 10,000 yuan. After another 10 minutes, the water droplet fundraising had reached a full 50,000 yuan. At this time, Song Yuhao said in the group again, I just looked at the total of 63 people in our group right now. but only 56 of those who have donated right now have donated. What are the remaining 7 of you doing? At Xiang Wunmin, at Tan Qingxin, at Li Boda, at Lin Xuan. Are you guys not seeing it, or are you pretending not to know? Also, how come one other person just donated $20? You either don't donate or you don't donate. What do you mean by donating at $20? It's not enough to cover Mr. Qin's registration fee. However, at this moment, Lin Xuan didn't see Song Yuhao's at this moment, he was looking at the water drop fundraising page that Song Yuhao had just sent. This water drop fundraising was not initiated by Song Yuhao. Looking at the name of the person is a girl's name. It should be Mr. Qin's daughter. After all, at that time in the school Lin Xuan still saw a few times Qin teacher's daughter. At that time, or a little girl. Now should have gone to high school it. Just as Lin Xuan was browsing through the water drop fundraising page, Song Yuhao was still out there constantly at Lin Xuan. At Lin Xuan, you're just being a shrunken head turtle. Are you good at it? When you were so poor inside the school that you could only eat steamed buns, wasn't it Mr. Qin who helped you through the hard times? And now you're here being a shrinking violet? At Lin Xuan, are you still a man? You don't even dare to come out and say something? At Lin Xuan. At Lin Xuan. However, no matter how much he cursed, Lin Xuan never came out. Lin Xuan, you coward, coward, you shrunken head turtle, you goon. Seeing that Lin Xuan hadn't been bubbling up, Song Yuhao continued to at him non-stop in the group. I'm going. Just after launching the water drop fundraising page, Lin Xuan saw dozens of messages at himself in the group, and they were all from Song Yuhao. After reading these messages, Lin Xian's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. Nima, it's not like I'm the only one in this group who didn't give. Why should I be the only one to be at me? In fact, speaking of which, at that time in school, himself and this class president really weren't dealing with each other very well. There was no other reason at the time. It was because of sheer displeasure. At that time, Lin Xuan was the famous school grass in his class, and the class president Song Yuhao had always held a grudge against him, so no matter what he did, he liked to yin and yang Lin Xuan a bit. Later, after graduation, Lin Xuan had forgotten about it, but he didn't expect the Song Yuhao to actually remember it until now, and in his current situation, he just wanted to make Lin Xuan lose face in front of his classmates. Seeing Song Yuhao in this kind of eccentric situation, Lin Xuan said with some impatience, at Song Yuhao, if you want to donate money you can donate it, don't keep looking for me. As for my money I'll give it to Mr. Qin myself, so I won't bother you with it. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Song Yuhao continued to say in the group in a conspiratorial manner, give it to the teacher yourself? I see that you simply don't have the money to give it to the teacher. I haven't even seen your name on water drop fundraising until now, so if you want to donate, donate quickly, or else just say you don't have the money. We won't laugh at you anyway. Chapter 70 Xiao Shui has grown up. In fact, when this sentence was said, even he himself wouldn't believe it. Graduating for so long and actually having no money. This kind of thing wouldn't be exempted from mocking the other party no matter who he said it to. Why do I have to go through the water drop fundraising? Can't I just give it to Mr. Qin personally? Lin Xuan said indifferently. Seeing the message sent by Lin Xuan, the corner of Song Yuhao's mouth lifted into a cold smile as he said, it's not that I'm talking about you, Lin Xuan. It's not okay for you to do this. If you have the ability you should donate money to Mr. Qin yourself. I'm sure with your ability you definitely won't run out of money. Hearing Song Yuhao's words, Lin Xuan snorted coldly. It's just a donation. What's not to do? I can donate to Ms. Qin myself. I don't need to go through you, Song Yuhao. With that, Lin Xuan didn't bother to waste any more words with Song Yuhao, and directly closed the message inside the group. At this time, the bathroom door opened, and Zhou Yuzhu walked out with wet hair, wearing a nightgown. Seeing Lin Xian's speechless expression, he quickly asked, Brother Xian, what's wrong? Nothing. I have something to go out for a bit tomorrow. You can just eat by yourself then. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhou Yuzhu didn't ask anything more. After all, a smart woman naturally knew what to ask and what not to ask. Early the next morning, Lin Xian arrived at Jishan Hospital, a private hospital located in the center of Zhonghai. Jishan Hospital is one of the largest hospitals in Zhonghai City, and its predecessor was a famous international hospital, but due to the transformation and reform, the hospital also changed from a public to a private hospital. Although so, but its hospital strength is still the country's top 3 hospitals. So at this time just after 8 o'clock, but at this time the entrance to the hospital has already been overcrowded, and even appeared in a long line of the situation. But for Lin Xian it wasn't a big deal because he hadn't driven a car at all to come today. Instead he had come on a bicycle. This bike was the TRX Madoni 9 that he had asked Chen Jingxing to buy for him earlier, worth more than $100,000. As for why he asked Chen Jingxing to buy the bike, it was entirely for the sake of not getting stuck in traffic. There is no way The downtown area of Shanghai City is really too congested. No matter what level of car you drive can give you the traffic jam of skepticism. So if you want to go to the city directly, riding a bicycle is the most convenient. And the bicycle is also lightweight. No matter what the road can ride. Even if you cannot ride, can also be carried away. Simply do not be too convenient. And this 10x Madoni 9 is still a fighter in the bike. The whole body carbon fiber. And from no matter what aspect is a bike in line with the aerodynamics. In order to meet this point, the whole car does not even have a bear outside the line. Seeing a bike weaving in and out of a car, a Civic driving owner couldn't help but poke his head right out and curse. You ride a bicycle to drag a hair off, but also dare to overtake my car. If it's not a traffic jam, I break 103 seconds. Hearing his words, the owner of the car on the side is coldly laughing. Shabby, really do not know the fearless What the hell did you call me? Civic car owner, heard this sentence, suddenly angry turned his head to look, but saw the other side is driving a big G after the whole person is abashed down. No way. This year can afford to drive a million level of luxury cars, which is not a powerful people. Their own this can only afford to drive more than 100,000 cars. How can he be angry with him? Despite this, his face still looked very ugly. Seeing that he was unconvinced, the owner of the big G snorted coldly. People's bikes can buy you a car, and you're still calling them broken bikes? I'm just saying it casually. After saying that, the Civic owner hastily twisted his head back, his face red. After arriving at the inpatient department of Jishan Hospital, Lin Xuan directly came to the 10th floor. After seeing the few words above the building sign, Lin Xuan's eyes trembled slightly. This was tumor. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan directly followed the number of the inpatient department above the water droplet chip to the ward where Teacher Qin was. The moment he had just entered the ward, Lin Xuan felt a sense of suffocation. The person lying on the hospital bed was no one else but Teacher Qin. At this time, she was in a bottle. Her entire face was frighteningly pale. Her cheeks had lost a lot of weight, and she looked extremely haggard. And beside the hospital bed was a young girl wearing a school uniform. The girl's long hair was flowing, her skin was delicate and smooth, and she looked as beautiful as a porcelain doll. Moreover, the girl looked very pretty, with delicate features that were simply like a work of art. Teacher Qin, you're awake? Hearing this familiar voice, the girl jerked her head up to look at Lin Xuan standing in the doorway, and instantly let out a cry of surprise. Your brother Lin Xuan? After making sure that she wasn't mistaken, the girl's eyes instantly reddened and tears flowed uncontrollably. She hadn't expected to see Lin Xuan at this time. For a while, Lin Xuan's family had been trying to pay for his sister's schooling, so Lin Xuan had always said that he didn't need living expenses to work outside. At first, nothing happened, but then the boss of the part-time job actually deducted his wages for no reason, which resulted in him only having enough money left to live for 2 weeks after paying the tuition fees, and in the end, he had to go to Mr. Qin's house to rub his face in the food for those 2 weeks. At that time, this little girl was only in elementary school age. The result did not think that this turn of the eye has become a high school student, so his feelings towards little Snow was equivalent to being his second sister. Little sister Snow, it's me. Before Lin Xuan could finish, he saw pounced over and sobbed softly in Lin Xuan's arms. Brother Lin Xuan, my mom she. Seeing the pearly rain like Xiao Shui, Lin Xuan also had a sore nose and gently touched her head. Don't worry, Teacher Qin will definitely get better this time. Didn't you say that you were also going to take Teacher Qin out on a trip? Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Xiao Shui choked a few times and gently nodded. At this moment, Lin Xuan suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why did he feel something touching in front of him? Could it be? At this moment, Lin Xuan reacted to the fact that the Xiao Shui in his arms at this moment was no longer the young student from years ago, but rather a young girl like a flower. At this time, Xiao Shui also seemed to feel a trace of dissimilarity. Suddenly thought of something, hastily broke away from Lin Xuan's embrace, her face full of scarlet. That, little Snow, you've grown up. Seeing this scene, Lin Xuan could only touch his nose in embarrassment and said with a smile, grown up? Could it be that he had really grown up? Could it be that he really? Is it really that obvious? Chapter 71, Cheating Love? Teacher Qin heard the sound of the two conversing, and at that moment, she also slowly opened her eyes, and seeing that it was Lin Xuan, she said in a breathless voice, Little Lin, why are you here? Just as he saw Teacher Qin trying to sit up, Lin Xuan stepped forward and helped him down. There's no need for you to get up. Teacher Qin, I heard that you've fallen ill and have come to see you, Lin Xuan said softly. Hearing Lin Xuan's reply, Teacher Qin's heart was also very grateful. Good, little Lin. You've got the heart. Have a seat. Okay. Lin Xuan nodded. Then he found a chair and sat down. Teacher Qin also smiled when she saw this and looked at Xiao Shui, who was at the side. Xiao Shui, you pour a cup of water for your brother Xiao Lin. Okay. Xiao Shui sniffed and hurriedly got up and poured a cup of water for Lin Xuan and handed it over. Lin Xuan took the cup of water and smiled and said, "Thank you, little sister Snow." Right. Lin Xuan was just about to ask how much money was still missing from this surgery when he heard a cackling laughter suddenly occur from another person in a hospital bed off to the side. The sound was so loud that those who didn't know thought it was the scene of some comedy movie. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's brows couldn't help but frown. One must know that what Teacher Qin needed right now was a quiet atmosphere. And this behavior of giggling every now and then was just too obnoxious. How could it be suitable for Teacher Qin's recuperative treatment in such an environment? This person is really too annoying. Xiao Shui, who was on the side, couldn't help but say as she heard the giggling sounds coming from the hospital bed. Hearing this, Lin Xuan nodded and asked, "Little Snow, is that person usually like this?" Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Little Snow frowned and nodded. "That's right, it's like this sometimes. He'll even be here with his cell phone broadcasting live." "Then didn't you guys give feedback to the hospital?" Lin Xuan frowned as he looked at Su Huihui, who was laughing on the side. "Feedback. Every time the nurse comes, she behaves well, but as soon as the doctor leaves she immediately shows her true colors." Speaking of this, Xiao Shui sighed somewhat helplessly. It couldn't be helped. There was really no way to manage this kind of rogue person relying on the hospital. At this moment, the door to the ward was opened and a man in his 30s walked in carrying a bag of food. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, his eyes froze slightly. Seeing the man walk in, Su Huihui on the hospital bed directly sat up. "What are you doing? Don't you know that I haven't eaten breakfast yet? You didn't come until now. Do you want to starve me to death?" Hearing Su Huihui's words, Yu Ziqiang said with a pleasing face, "Huihui, you don't know that the road outside is blocked, and there are many people selling breakfast. By the way, let me tell you, I saw a bicycle worth more than $100,000 today when I was stuck in the traffic jam outside. That bicycle is really handsome." "Ah, handsome? What's the point of being handsome? In the end it's still not a bike." Su Huihui skimmed her mouth, said with a disdainful face, and then grabbed the breakfast in Taiziqiang's hand and took out a fried chicken leg from it and immediately gobbled it up. "Egu, Huihui, you eat slowly, don't be in a hurry, no one in you grab," he said and opened another bottle of Coke and handed it over. Su Huihui took the Coke and once again gulped and drank it. After drinking a large mouthful of cola, Su Huihui did not care and let out a huge long burp. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's frown deepened. This person was too rude. And this is a ward. It's not like anyone would care if you were eating like this in other places, but you're eating like this in a ward and making such a big commotion. Do you think you're in a high-class independent ward? Lin Xuan really didn't want to see this kind of impolite person, and looked to the side of Mr. Qin and said, "Mr. Qin, what would you like to eat in the morning? I'll go and buy some for you." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Xiao Shui, who was beside him, hurriedly said, "Brother Lin Xian, you don't have to go through the trouble. I've already boiled millet porridge at home. Just take it to the microwave and heat it up." Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded his head, reaching out to take the lunchbox, stroking Xiao Shui's little head smilingly. "Good, then I'll take it to heat it up." 10 minutes later, Lin Xian was just about to push the door in with the warmed millet porridge when he heard Su Huihui's screams coming from inside. "Wow, thank you, no tears, no traces for the 100 hearts. Muah. Thank you to Dark Knight doesn't understand my loneliness for sending 66 blood vials. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I've received everyone's gifts. Thank you all for your support of my family Huihui. My family Huihui will definitely work hard to survive and won't fail everyone's love and support. This, what is this situation? Is he here in the hospital? Or has he entered a certain Netflix live broadcasting room? This girl wouldn't really take herself as a star." Hearing Yu Ziqiang yelling inside, Lin Xian couldn't hold back any longer and walked in with a black line on his face. As expected, Yu Ziqiang was holding his cell phone and talking with a smile on his lips. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he felt even more contempt for Ziqiang and Su Huihui. Me. Where did this person come from to be such an oddball? Not to go to a mental hospital, to stay here to do what? In fact, Lin Xian had already guessed what the identities of these two people were. They were the kind of liar anchors on the news who said that they had something or other wrong with them and then acted pitiful to trick others into sympathizing with them. Thinking of this, Lin Xian directly placed the millet porridge on the table and rushed at Su Huihui. "Hey, I say, can you pay attention to quality? This is a hospital, not outside. And there are other patients here. You're yelling here. Do you not consider the feelings of the other patients?" Hearing Lin Xian's scolding voice, Yu Ziqiang stood up and walked towards Lin Xian. "You who do you think you are? Pacific police officer? You're too lenient? It's none of your business if my brother Chang is live streaming here." "None of my business? My teacher is resting here, and you're affecting her rest. You tell me, what's it to do with me?" Lin Xian's eyes stared deathly into Yu Ziqiang's eyes, not backing down. If these two people were live streaming outside, It was none of his business what they were live streaming, but here in the ward it was his business. People's patience here to rest well. You are good in the morning on the live broadcast here to engage in the clamor. How do people rest? If they don't rest well and their condition worsens, are you responsible? Rest? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Yu Ziqiang glanced at Ms. Qin lying on the hospital bed and sneered. Do you know what department this is? This is the oncology department. After getting this, do you think that starvation is enough just by resting? Sooner or later, you're going to die. Isn't dying early or late the same as dying? Chapter 72, Who's kidding you? Boom! Hearing these words, Xiao Shue's body on the side suddenly swayed, and her face instantly became as pale as paper. As teacher Qin's daughter, the last thing she wanted to hear was these words. Hearing this, Lin Xian also became furious, directly rushing forward to grab Yu Ziqiang's collar and start cursing. Nima, who are you cursing you? I'm telling you, you'd better not let me catch a chance. Otherwise, believe it or not, I'll make you unable to broadcast live for the rest of your life. You dare to threaten me? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Yu Ziqiang's pupils suddenly shrunk as he glared at Lin Xian with a fierce expression. Do you know who I am? You just dare to threaten me. Hearing Yu Ziqiang's words, Lin Xian didn't feel the slightest bit of fear as he looked straight into Yu Ziqiang's eyes and sneered. Aren't you just an anchor? Who do you think you are? Ha! Anchor? Do you know how many fans I have? And how many fans I have across the platform? Hearing these words, Lin Xian's heart couldn't help but laugh. How many? I'll tell you, the millions of fans of my amusing cat platform. Last year's best newcomer king. Yu Ziqiang gleefully held his cell phone to Lin Xian while shooting his middle finger. This kind of action drew a lot of cheers in the live broadcast room. Brother Chang v5. This kind of person should be taught a good lesson, lest they think they're so arrogant. That's right, Brother Chang is a good man, waiting on the sidelines day and night for his wife. Alas, I feel that it's a bit of a shame that someone like Brother Chang isn't recognized as a moving figure. Without further ado, I'll first swipe 10 Debao swords for Brother Chang to gather a little bit of medical expenses for my sister-in-law. Hearing Yu Ziqiang's words, Lin Xian couldn't help but be on the verge of bursting into laughter. Is a million fans on the amusing cat platform a lot? What kind of newcomer king is that? There's a hammer for that. Thinking of this, Lin Xian grimaced. I'm going to give you one last chance to shut down your livestream, or I'll really make you regret it. Regret? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Yu Ziqiang let out a laugh. Kid, I'm telling you, nowadays it's a society of law and order, and I'm still on live. So many people are watching. If you really dare to make a move on me, I'll make you lose all your money at that time. Lin Xian didn't say anything but instead directly took out his cell phone and dialed Chen Jingxing. Although Lin Xian didn't have the contact information of the top management of the amusing cat platform, but the Yi Hao Group, as the top giant of domestic entertainment companies, even the amusing cat platform had to give a few looks. After all, there are a lot of stars who will also go directly to the live broadcast on the teaming cat platform, if they really offended the Yi Hao Group. At that time, I'm afraid that the teaming cat platform's own traffic will be instantly less than a large part of it, and at that time, I'm afraid that it's useless to cry. So to do the smallest thing, the teaming cat platform will agree to it without any reason. Within a minute, block this person's amusing cat platform account and live room. What? Blocked his own live room and account? For a moment, Yu Ziqiang and Su Huihui couldn't help but let out a loud laugh when they heard Lin Xian's words. Ha ha ha, kid, I say, are you crazy? Who do you think you are? And you want to block my account and live room? After saying that, he looked to the camera to sell his misery. Brothers, look here, there's actually a person who wants to block my live room. What do you guys think I should do now? I won't have a way to beg for my life when the time comes. Seeing Yu Ziqiang's appearance, the audience in the live room said, Brother Chang, afraid of a hammer, I'll send you an airplane to beat the hell out of him. That's right, don't be afraid, Brother Chang, we are your loyal fans. Go up and the hell out of him. At that time, no matter how much the medical expenses are, our brothers will help you pay for it. Brother Chang, do you still have the girl you shot yesterday? She's so cute. If you show our brothers again, I'll directly swipe 10 Ultra Flames. Seeing the contents of the live broadcast, Yu Ziqiang couldn't help but be overjoyed and quietly aimed the camera at Xiao Shui, who was not far away. Seeing the camera aimed at herself again, Xiao Shui exasperatedly said, Brother Lin Xian, he's pointing it at me like that again. It's fine, he won't be able to dance for much longer, Lin Xian said with a smile as he held onto Xiao Shui's small hand. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Yu Ziqiang let out a light laugh and looked at Lin Xian as if he was dreaming. I say, brat, there's no need to be so tough talking at your age. Talking too much makes it easy to end up badly. Whether it ends well or not, you'll know later. Lin Xian looked at Yu Ziqiang. The two of them were at cross swords. Right at this moment, a few pop-ups suddenly popped up in Yu Ziqiang's livestream. You guys don't think this guy looks a bit familiar? Look familiar? I also realized when you said that. Isn't he Lin Xian? the black screen god hero who had a conflict with that female last time. Lin Xuan? The black screen divine hero? What the hell? Some unknown viewers asked in the live broadcast room at this time. You all don't know about this? About a month ago, this divine hero had a conflict with a female, and as a result, he swiped tens of millions of dollars for himself overnight, and it was a black screen state. It caused that live broadcast to go up in flames overnight. Later on, it even angrily swiped nearly $10 million for other anchors. What? Really? 10 million? It's definitely true. Right now his reward record is still at the top of the amusing cat platform. No one can break it at the moment. Seeing the voices in the live broadcast room, Yi Ziqiang's brows also wrinkled slightly. A black screen godly hero? He had heard about this before, and he had even gone into the live room that day to grab amusing cat coins. Could this be true? Combined with what Lin Xuan had just said, Yi Ziqiang's face instantly became ugly. At this time, more and more people in the live broadcast room realized that Lin Xuan was the person who was number one on the gift list back then. Thinking of this, Yi Ziqiang's body trembled and a sardonic laugh surfaced on his face. You are the Mr. Lin Xuan from the cat teasing platform, right? Ego, I didn't recognize him at once just now. I'm really sorry. It's really a big water rushing over the Dragon King temple. I didn't know that this is your benefactor. I understand. I'll bring my wife to move out later. What do you think? What responded to him was Lin Xuan's cold face. You know to wimp out now? Too bad it's too late. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, anger rose in Yi Ziqiang's heart. He had already gone soft, but he was still so unforgiving? Even if he had rewarded him so much, so what? He was the newcomer king. Millions of fans. Would the cat teasing platform really give himself up? Right at this moment, he suddenly realized that his live room was closed. At this time, there was only a logo of the Amusing Cats platform and a line of words. This live room is suspected of violating the law, and is in the process of indefinite rectification. I wipe. This. What is this situation? Seeing this scene, Yi Ziqiang's entire body was speechless. Could it be that there is something wrong with his cell phone? Before Yi Ziqiang could restart his cell phone, he heard Su Huihui, who was at the side, say loudly, Brother Chang, the black information that we spent money to suppress earlier is all up now. What? When Yi Ziqiang heard this, he hurriedly picked up his cell phone and saw it. As expected, they had actually had a fraudulent situation in this regard before, but it was all in the past, and the two of them had spent some money to clear themselves of all of it. But now these previous black materials have emerged like bamboo shoots after the rain, and there is a feeling of intensification. Seeing this, Yi Ziqiang's face suddenly changed greatly. Now even his previous black material also dug out together. Now even if the future change a number also have no way, unless they change a face to go. For a moment, Yi Ziqiang's heart was suddenly half cold as he looked towards Lin Xuan, his face full of despair. Lin Xuan looked at Yi Ziqiang and let out a cold laugh. Brother Chang, you don't think I'm joking with you, do you? I'm a person who never jokes with strangers. Chapter 73, VIP Ward. For a moment, Yi Ziqiang's face was gloomy as he glanced at Lin Xuan, finally realizing Lin Xuan's power. The reason why he was able to reward himself so much before was completely indifferent. After all, he had money. Moreover, the things they had done before had been rehashed. It wasn't just the people on the Amusing Cat platform who knew what they had done before. Even the netizens in the entire network knew what they had done. One could see that he was nothing more than an insignificant speck of dust in front of others. Brother Chang, don't be in a hurry. Anyway, the money we've earned in this period of time is enough for us to have a good time. If we don't go live, we don't go live. Su Huihui looked at Yi Ziqiang and said, yes, he did earn a lot of gift money during this time. As long as all cash out, he will go out to play for a period of time. Anyway, the memory of the internet is time limited. As long as after a period of time he will casually make up a story. It is not as good as properly can continue to come back to mingle. But when he clicked on the embodiment of the revenue center in the account, the whole person suddenly froze. What is this situation? Only to see a prompt box pop up on the cell phone screen, your account has been blocked. Please contact customer service. Finished, it's over. We can't get into our account. Seeing this, Yi Ziqiang said with a trembling voice. What? We can't get into our account? Then all that money of ours? Won't it all be impossible to withdraw it? Hearing Su Huihui's words, Yi Ziqiang could only nod helplessly. It's like this. Then am I still hospitalized? Hospitalized? Still hospitalized my ass. Old me is not sick per se. If I can't make money, what the hell am I still hospitalized here for? After saying that, the two of them fled directly out of the hospital in a grayish manner. Seeing the two people this kind of gray slipping escape, aside ready to go to shout people's Xiao Shui, is also a face of question mark. These two people just left? Seeing the two people who ran away, Lin Xuan didn't pay much attention to them whatsoever. when a system prompt reappeared in his mind afterward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 1, obtaining ownership of the Jishan Hospital. As expected, the next moment, Lin Xuan's cell phone rang. Seeing his cell phone ring, Lin Xuan smiled faintly and went to the door to connect it. Just as he connected it, he heard a very respectful voice coming from the phone. Hello there, are you Mr. Lin? It's me. You are. I'm Guming Yuan, the president of Jishan Hospital. I just received a notification that you've acquired our hospital, yes? Hearing this, Lin Xuan nodded. That's right. Gu. Hello Lin Dong. Would you like to visit our hospital first? Although Jishan Hospital belonged to the private sector, but the costs in it were the same as the public sector, so the specific consumption still needed the support of the group behind it. So anyone who was able to acquire a private hospital was invariably a large corporation. So, just now Guming Yuan also specially checked Lin Xian's information. The results of this do not check, it does not matter. A check shocked. This Lin Xuan was not only the owner of Jingmen Mansion, but also the chairman of Yi Hao Group. When he thought of this, there was no reason for him not to be polite. Lin Xuan definitely couldn't say that he was here now. Otherwise Guming Yuan would definitely bring a group of people to look for him, and by then there would definitely be quite a few more people who knew about it. Still, he didn't want so many people to know right now. No need. Specifically, I'll come and visit sometimes, but I'd like to give you one thing. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Guming Yuan quickly said, no problem, just put 1,000 hearts into it. Lin Dong, I promise to do a beautiful job for you. After saying that, Lin Xian hung up the phone and went back to the hospital room. Not a moment after he returned, a nurse knocked on the door and entered. Qin Xianjing in the first bed. Prepare to be transferred to the VIP ward later. VIP ward? What is this situation? Hearing the nurse's words, both teacher Qin and Xiao Shui were surprised. When did they say that they wanted to switch to the VIP ward? Although whatever configuration in the VIP ward was quite a bit better than the ordinary ward, the price was also quite a bit higher than the ordinary ward. This was simply an unaffordable existence for them. The high cost of medicine is already too much for them to bear, and now there is a VIP ward. How can they afford it? Could the hospital have made a mistake? The name of someone else is mistaken for their own? Thinking of this, Ms. Qin asked in confusion. Nurse, are you mistaken? I didn't apply for a VIP room? At this moment, Lin Xuan, who was on the side, came over and said with a smile, Teacher Qin, don't worry about it. I know the dean here. I told him about your situation. So even if you go to the VIP ward, the cost of this is the same as the regular ward. Although Lin Xuan could just let Ms. Qin stay here for free, but that would definitely cause Ms. Qin to arouse suspicion. It would be better to continue transferring Teacher Qin at the current cost, in which case even if he wasn't here there wouldn't be any more of those two people from before. After all, the VIP wards were all one-person rooms, which was also very good for Teacher Qin's rest. So that's how it is. Xiao Lin, thank you so much. I know, please. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Teacher Qin nodded and couldn't help but glance at him with a complex glint in her eyes. She hadn't thought that her previous student could actually know someone of this level. It really was a bit unbelievable. You're welcome, Teacher Qin. It's just a show of hands, Lin Xian said with a smile and waved his hand. Just a short while after Xiao Shui and Lin Xian moved Teacher Qin away from the general ward, Song Yuhao and his group arrived. Are we going the wrong way here? Seeing the empty ward at this point, the crowd couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It can't be. I just specifically looked at the information of the ward on the water droplet chip, and this is the place. How could there be no one at all? Could it be that Mr. Qin has gone out? It's not right. The problem is that there are no living utensils in this ward. How come it doesn't look like someone is living here? No, it can't be that something happened. The crowd saw this and rushed to the nurse's station to ask about the situation. When the nurse heard the crowd, she looked at the ward record book in her hand and said, it's like this. Because of Mr. Lin's request, the patients in this ward have already been transferred to the VIP ward, so you guys can go directly to the 20th floor to find them. Chapter 74. I don't know where you got that face from. What? VIP ward? Didn't he say he can't even come up with the money for the operation? How suddenly went to the VIP ward? Could this be a mistake? Suddenly, Song Yuhao thought of something and asked rhetorically, Nurse, the Mr. Lin you're talking about, isn't his name Lin Xian? When the nurse heard this, she subconsciously nodded. That's right, it's Mr. Lin Xian Lin who requested the replacement. Hearing the nurse's words, Song Yuhao gritted his teeth in anger. This Lin Xian was simply nonsense. Mr. Xian's medical bills hadn't even been put together by now, and he had taken the liberty of having them moved to the VIP ward. Didn't he know how much the VIP ward cost per day? When he thought of this, his heart burst with anger. Inside the VIP ward on the 20th floor. Wow, it's so big here. and the decoration is so beautiful. There are even flowers. Xiao Shui looked at everything inside the VIP ward and danced with excitement. Snowy, be careful. Don't touch the things here. The things here must be very expensive. We can't afford to pay for them if they are broken. Teacher Qin looked at Xiao Shui, who was looking around, and quickly spoke. It's fine. Everything here belongs to the hospital. Even if it's broken, it's still the hospital's and none of your business. Lin Xuan said with a smile as he looked at Xiao Shui, who was overflowing with youthful maidenhood. This little girl's nature was really similar to Ms. Qin. Thinking about it, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but outline a smile. This feeling wasn't bad at all. Oh, Xiao Shui answered, but she still wasn't quite at ease in her heart. Teacher Qin, little Snow, you guys wait here for a while now. I'll go and help you with the formalities first. I'll be back later. Lin Xuan looked at Teacher Qin and smiled. After saying that, he walked out the door. However, just as he was waiting for him to walk out, he encountered Song Yuhao and the others walking out of the elevator. Song Yuhao was already holding a fire in his heart, and just as he saw Lin Xuan, he directly rushed over and questioned. Lin Xuan, what are you doing? Seeing the fiery-faced Song Yuhao, Lin Xuan naturally didn't give him any good looks. What am I doing? I said, why did you change Ms. Qin's ward? Song Yuhao glared angrily at Lin Xuan. How can an ordinary ward be conducive to Teacher Qin's rest? So what's wrong with changing wards? Hearing Song Yuhao's words, Lin Xuan returned them without showing any weakness. Moreover, the VIP ward is far better than the ordinary ward in terms of environment and other aspects. Can't this be a good way for Mr. Qin to recuperate? Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Song Yuhao said furiously, no, definitely not. Lin Xuan, do you know how much Mr. Qin's medical expenses are? Do you know how much Mr. Qin eats in a day? You're not only not relieving Mr. Qin's burden, but you're making him even heavier. You're killing him. This time, Song Yuhao had managed to grab an opportunity. So naturally, he wouldn't let Lin Xuan off the hook so easily. I'm killing Teacher Qin? Lin Xuan looked at Song Yuhao and laughed coldly. Ha, I say, fellow student Song, I don't know when I became the murderer of Teacher Qin again. If you don't know, can you not talk nonsense? As for money matters, you don't have to worry. I know the dean here, so the price for Teacher Qin's stay in the VIP ward is the same as the regular ward. There's no extra burden. Lin Xuan spoke in a very indifferent tone. Ha, with just you? You still know the dean of this Jishan hospital? Do you know this dean's last name? And still know the dean? It really kills me with laughter. Due to hearing the quarrel in the corridor, Xiao Shui and the ward also walked out to see what was going on. Seeing Xiao Shui walk out, Song Yuhao, who was on the side, hurriedly walked over and asked, by the way, Sister Xiao Shui, did Lin Xuan give you guys any money when he came here just now? Money? What money? Since she was suddenly asked this question, Xiao Shui subconsciously shook her head. Why did brother Lin Xuan give me money? Hearing Xiao Shui's words, Song Yuhao sneered in his heart. Ha, sure enough, it was like this. The other few people were also looking at Lin Xuan, who was on the side, with odd faces at this moment. I told you, how did someone who was originally like an iron rooster suddenly kindly apply you guys to the VIP ward? And he even said that he knew some dean. It's simply laughable. Song Yuhao looked at Xiao Shui and said mockingly. Hearing Song Yuhao's words, Xiao Shui also froze and, Song Yuhao, what are you saying? I don't understand a word of it. Song Yuhao ignored Xiao Shui and just looked at Lin Xuan as he continued to taunt. Lin Xuan, I advise you to hurry up and change Mr. Qin's ward back. Don't let it come to a point where you don't pay a penny and Mr. Qin's family can't come up with that much money. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw a nurse coming this way and glared at Song Yuhao. What are you yelling about here? Don't you know that this is the hospital's VIP inpatient department? What if it disturbs other people's rest? Hearing the nurse's reprimand, Song Yuhao's face was also a bit embarrassed. After all, it was a hospital now, and he was really affecting other people's rest with such a loud clamor. I'm sorry, I was just too excited just now. Please don't mind. Humph. The nurse blankly glanced at Song Yuhao, then turned around and left. In the ward, Teacher Qin looked at Song Yuhao and the others who walked in, slightly surprised, and then her eyes became a little sour. Although she was sick now, these students who had graduated for many years still remembered her and came to see her. This kind of teacher-student love, she was still very touched in her heart. She looked at the crowd and revealed a smiling face and said, alright, you guys don't have to be so formal. I'm fine, you guys sit down. That's good. Hearing Teacher Qin's words, the crowd nodded and sat down. Teacher Qin, we were your students before. It's only right that we come to see you when you're sick this time. After saying that, Song Yuhao took out his cell phone and opened the interface of Water Drop chip and said, Teacher Qin, this is the Water Drop fundraising created by Xiao Shui before, and my former classmates and I have put together some money for you. Looking at the tens of thousands of figures on the page, Teacher Qin was moved to some tears. If I remember correctly, You guys have only just graduated not long ago, and some of you have to prepare for marriage. This is too much. Hee, this is nothing. Teacher Chin, just accept it. Song Yuhao laughed. Teacher Chin still wanted to refuse. However, Song Yuhao didn't let her say anything else. Teacher Chin, just take it. It's not good for you to continue working in your current state. Whether it's for you to see a doctor or to live, you'll need this money. After saying that, Song Yuhao opened the interface of Waterdrop Fundraising and began to read out the amount of money raised above. Song Yuhao, 3,000 yuan. Xia Yang Yun, 2,000 yuan. Xiang Shanmei, 1,800 yuan. Teacher Chin, there are 63 people in our class. A total of 60 people donated, of which as for Peng Yu and Gu he didn't get in touch, while the rest that's only Lin Xuan. Chapter 75 I'll take care of the medical expenses. At this time, Song Yuhao was just like back then when he reported the report card in class. At that time, whoever had fewer scores was embarrassed, and now it was whoever had donated less money who was embarrassed. And as for the most embarrassing is undoubtedly still not a penny donated people, such as Lin Xuan in front of. Although it's not like there weren't any of those classmates who didn't donate money before. They were the ones who didn't get in touch, probably changing their cell phones or something like that. But what about you? Obviously can be contacted. And the most critical thing is that you yourself is in front of the body. But the result is that you still did not donate a penny. This is how humiliating. So when everyone heard Song Yuhao's voice, they all turned their gazes on him, their eyes filled with contempt and belittlement. Student Lin Xuan, everyone has been kind enough to put together medical expenses for Mr. Chin. You actually didn't contribute a single penny. Do you still have the nerve to continue standing here? Right at this moment, a pushing sound rang out, followed by a nurse walking in, looking at Teacher Chin and asking, "Hello, may I ask if this is Chin Xianjing?" "Yes, this is. It's like this. Our hospital has contacted an expert because of you, and will be performing an operation for you soon. But the operation fee needs $500,000, and the payment will be completed before tomorrow morning. I'll talk to you ahead of time. In addition, please ask you or your relatives to sign on it. $500,000. Hearing this figure, Song Yuhao and the others sucked in a breath of cool air. Although they had probably guessed that the price of this surgery wasn't low, they hadn't thought that it would actually require this much money. As for Teacher Chin and Xiao Shui on the side, they also slightly lowered their heads. This figure had indeed exceeded the limit of what they could afford. Seeing this scene, the nurse also understood something. If this figure is troublesome for you guys, then there's no need to sign. Not signing? Doesn't that mean that Teacher Chin is voluntarily giving up treatment? How would that work? Xiao Shui sniffed and hurriedly took the slip and pen, but the pen in her right hand was hesitantly hanging in the air unable to fall. After all, this $500,000 was not $50, and the payment has to be completed by tomorrow morning. How could this be accomplished? Seeing this, Song Yuhao on the side also asked with a somewhat trembling voice, "Sister Xiaoxue, how much money are you currently short?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui pursed her lips and said in a low mood, "Currently, there is still 130,000 yuan on my mom's account." In fact, Xiao Shui was quite pitiful. Her father had abandoned the two of them when she was 3 years old and ran away on his own. Ms. Chin could only bring her up while attending classes and often had to donate to the class. So her savings were really not much after so many years. And this time the disease has spent a lot of money. Now there are 130,000 yuan is still mostly relatives' borrowed money. So now let them go to borrow money. Obviously cannot borrow any money. It's not that other people don't want to borrow, but they are not rich. The figure of $500,000 was an unattainable figure for the vast majority of people. 130,000 would be almost 200,000 with this bit of ours, but the remaining 300,000 is indeed a bit of a problem. One of the girls frowned and said somewhat helplessly, "Nurse, can we delay the surgery for a bit? We'll raise the money needed for the surgery as soon as possible." Song Yuhao looked to the nurse at the side and said, Right, nurse, we will also try to raise as much as we can. You also know that this $500,000 is too much for us. Please, can you give us a little more time? Just 3 days. 3 days. Within 3 days we'll definitely give you an answer. What do you think? The other boy also begged at this time. Sorry, this is the rule. The nurse shook her head and firmly refused. But this matter really can't be decided in a short period of time. Song Yuhao said again. The nurse still shook her head. I'm sorry, this is the rule. You can't break it. But, no buts. You guys have to know that whether it's the experts or the resources needed, there's a time limit. If it's really postponed backward, then it's really not possible to find suitable supplies. Hearing the nurse's words, the crowd also came to a realization at this time. What the nurse had indeed said was not a problem. This was not buying and selling things, but rather seeing a doctor. Moreover, for an operation for Mr. Qian's tumor situation, it was necessary to arrange for an experienced expert. Otherwise it would be really hard to complete the operation. Usually, there was money, but a lead surgeon of this level was just too hard to find. But what was placed in front of them now was that the main surgeon was available, but he didn't have the money to pay for the surgery at this time. Seeing this scene, the nurse also understood their plight. Tell you what, before I get off work you guys just give me the list. After saying that, the nurse turned her head and left, sighing helplessly. There was no way for them to see this situation, simply not too much, so she wasn't in a hurry, but left the patient's family enough time to think about it, accompanied by the sound of the nurse closing the door. At this time, the ward was so terribly quiet that even a needle falling on the ground was clearly audible. How about, or I'll go borrow an online loan, Xiao Shui, who hadn't made a sound for a long time, whispered. Right now for them there was only the online loan as a way out, although it would be very troublesome to pay back the money later. If she wanted her mom to still be healthy, this was the only road she could take at this time. Online loan? Hearing these two words, everyone was slightly stunned. Currently on the news, almost every once in a while you can see about the problems of online lending, and many people borrowed online loans, due to the high interest rate of online lending, resulting in obviously only borrowed a few thousand, results in interest rolled up to tens of thousands of dollars, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. In the end, the whole person is really unable to repay, can only choose to commit suicide. Now hearing Xiao Shui's proposal, the faces of all the people became very ugly. Xiao Shui, now that online loans have such high interest rates, I'm afraid it's hard for you to pay back the tens of thousands of dollars you went to borrow, right? One of the girls looked at Xiao Shui and said worriedly. Hearing this, Xiao Shui gritted her teeth. I'm not afraid. Big deal. I won't go back to school. The moment Xiao Shui's words came out, the faces of the crowd became unusually ugly. If she didn't go back to school, wouldn't that be dropping out? Xiao Shui, what are you babbling about? You know you can't touch that thing. When Teacher Qin heard Xiao Shui's words, her entire body hurriedly tried to sit up from the hospital bed, but she was really too weak at this time, so she struggled several times without sitting up. Seeing this, Xiao Shui said with tears in her eyes, Mom, don't say too much, I will definitely cure you. After saying that, Xiao Shui directly signed on the list, and then took out her cell phone and was ready to start downloading the borrowing software. But just at this moment, a large hand took her phone over. You don't need to borrow. I'll take care of the rest of the surgery fee. Chapter 76 Is $300,000 a lot? Looking in the direction of the large hand, Xiao Shui said with a face full of surprise, Brother Lin Xuan, you. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Song Yuhao on the side couldn't help but snort out a laugh. But, ha ha ha, Lin Xuan, are you trying to laugh me to death? You, the iron rooster who hasn't contributed a single penny. On what basis did you settle it? On the basis of is this mouth of yours convincing the hospital not to pay? And it's not a small amount. It's $300,000. How are you going to settle it? Unless you can come up with $300,000 on the spot. Is $300,000 a lot? Lin Xuan said indifferently as he skimmed Song Yuhao. You. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, everyone present was slightly stunned. Although $300,000 wasn't much for a rich man, it was nearly several years of savings for an ordinary person. It was even more than 10 years. However, Song Yuhao, who was on the side, snorted coldly and said disdainfully, it's just bragging. Who doesn't know how to do it? If you were really rich, you would have not given a single cent yesterday? I said at the time that I would give Mr. Qin the money face to face. As for you, you don't have to worry much. I'll give $300,000 while you take care of the money in the water drop fundraiser. After saying this, Lin Xuan led Xiao Shui towards the outside. Let's go to the nurse's station and sign. Although Lin Xuan could pay the money directly, the family signature before the surgery had to be signed by Xiao Shui herself. After signing, Lin Xuan transferred $300,000 to Xiao Shui on the spot. Hearing the beep in Alipay, everyone present was dumbfounded. This is also too dry. To actually transfer $300,000 directly, without even blinking, without even asking Teacher Qin or Little Snow to write an IOU, although they will give Mr. Qin donations, but the amount of money is still within the scope of their affordability. If they let them directly donate $300,000, then they really do not want to give up, especially Song Yuhao. Originally thought that he had won and could properly humiliate Lin Xuan, but he didn't expect that he would suddenly come up with $300,000, and there wasn't even a hint of dragging his feet. This feeling was really worse than eating a fly. As for the other female students, when they saw that Lin Xuan had taken out $300,000 so easily, their eyes instantly glistened. They had all graduated so many years ago, and naturally, they were no longer the ones who decided who to be with by looking at their looks. What they looked at was naturally money. And now that Lin Xuan was able to take out $300,000 at once, it was obvious that he must have gotten rich recently. I also wonder if he has a girlfriend now? If he didn't, wouldn't he still have a chance? Thinking of this, those few girls all coincidentally took out the makeup mirror in their bags and started applying makeup, together with Mr. Chin's 130,000 from before. It's almost 430,000, and there's still more than 60,000 left for the surgery. Lin Xuan said here and looked to the side at Song Yuhao, who had an ugly face. Song Yuhao, where is your money? Now it's just short of your money, don't make any mistakes now. I'll take a look now. Although the initiator of this was Xiao Shui, the person in charge was Song Yuhao, so the money ultimately went to his account. Looks like someone still likes to drop the ball when it matters. Lin Xuan shook his head and snorted. Don't be so gloomy here. You're so rich you'll just advance it first. It's not like I'm greedy for the money in this water drop fundraising. I'll just return it to you when the time comes. Song Yuhao operated his cell phone while saying irritably, did my money come from the wind? If you can't withdraw the money, just say so. Seeing Lin Xuan's unsympathetic words, Song Yuhao's face was very ugly. In fact, at this moment, he didn't know how this could suddenly not be withdrawn, and although his face was sweating with urgency, he still said with a stiff upper lip, rich is marvelous, who knows how your 300,000 came? Maybe it's from borrowing online loans. After saying that, his cell phone suddenly popped up a prompt message. Your account has been reported. Please contact customer service. In fact, these tens of thousands of dollars, Lin Xuan are lazy and Song Yuhao such people say more what? If he has been to his own yin and yang before, he really do not care about this money. However, since Song Yuhao had been shady in front of him before, he naturally had to hit back properly. Otherwise wouldn't he have become a shrunken head turtle? Of course, Mr. Chin's surgery would still be on time, as long as he spoke directly to the dean. Right, Snowy? It's noon. Do you want to go out and eat together? I just looked at a new restaurant in the neighborhood. Lin Xuan said with a smile as he looked to the side at Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui sniffed. Her heart couldn't help but feel a little stirred. After all, during this period of time, she hadn't eaten anything good at all for the sake of her own mother's affairs. Every day's Chinese food and dinner could be dealt with as long as they could be dealt with. And now that she heard about this, her heart did feel a little stirred up. We go out to eat. My mom, won't she have no one to take care of her? Xiao Shui was a little worried as she looked at her mom lying on the hospital bed. This will not need us to worry about. This VIP ward is not just a nice name. Here is still a specialized 24-hour professional level of care. How to say or a penny Lin Xuan said with a smile. Alright, then we'll go have a meal and come back. After saying goodbye to Teacher Chin, the two of them headed towards the elevator entrance. Since it was the lunch rush hour, there weren't many people waiting for the elevator here, and there were even cases of families waiting for one elevator here, so it was almost crowded. Brother Lin Xuan, there are so many people here. Let's just take the stairs. Take what stairs? There are 20 floors here. Lin Xuan smiled and pointed to another elevator. Isn't this side empty? Let's go this way. Xiao Shui followed Lin Xuan's line of sight and looked. Indeed, there was another elevator next to it, but this one looked exceptionally new compared to the others, and there wasn't a single person lined up here. This kid is afraid that he didn't come up from the countryside and can't read. The big VIP elevator words on it can't be unseen. That's right. This elevator, in addition to the hospital, a few small part of the senior can use, but also some VIP to use here. It seems that later this kid is afraid to make a fool of himself. A few of the surrounding queuers looked at the direction Lin Xuan was pointing and couldn't help but snicker. However, the next moment a dinging sound of an elevator stopping made their jaws drop. It just went in like that? The two looked at the elevator with no queue over there, and then looked at the elevator with a dozen or so people queuing on their side, and couldn't help but sigh.